Chapter 241. Li Changxi is doing something. A guest in Zishu Palace. The master is very uncomfortable. He feels that the whole world is against him. When my senior sister was the master, the world was peaceful for more than 100 years. How could the world be so chaotic when he just became the master for less than half a month? What can he do? He is also desperate. From a cowherd to the master of Xuandu Temple today, the master thinks he is already very good and works very hard. But Changsheng, this dog, Xiangrui, only does those big things that he can't control at all. Family members, who understands? I have always regarded the Bai family as an enemy for the past few decades. I have a firm grasp on the Bai family, and I am ready to show off my skills. As a result, Changsheng killed the enemy that I was most confident of killing in a few seconds. Then the enemy suddenly changed from the Bai family to Yu Lao Mo Li Huanyan, the demon heroes who have been famous for more than 100 years. And they were all masters who had competed with my senior sister. That's fine. But within 2 days, all the gods and Buddhas were also dragged in. The world suddenly entered the Daluo game mode. The master thought to himself, can I blame myself for not keeping up with the version? A normal person can't keep up. Finally, the senior sister ascended, and it seemed that the forces that were powerful enough to be hostile to Xuandu Temple were suppressed. The master thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. But Li Changxi started to make trouble again. What Li Changxi was going through was the hard demon tribulation. The master had never seen this thing. Not to mention the master, Yu Linglong, had never seen it. So the master was confused again. He was just a cowherd boy, and it was too much for him to deal with the hard demon tribulation, a high-end thing that was beyond the authority of Daluo. He could only think of his own Xiangrui. After all, in the entire Xuandu Temple, only Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were practicing Yoguang Luohuan together. Then Xiangrui, the bastard, started to poke his heart again. The more the master thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. No, I can't really let Changsheng be my thigh. The master also wanted to save face. He quickly used his wisdom to find other solutions. His senior sister had ascended. He was not familiar with Yoguang Luohuan, and he would definitely not be able to rely on himself. Jiangxi was a reliable ally. But Danqing Pavilion was now upholding justice in the territory of Wanyao country, and Jiangxi could not get away. And he had never heard that he could perform illusions. Finally, the master thought of Yu Lao Mo. Forget it. I'll try any possible means, and Yu Lao Mo still owes me a favor. Before, Yu Lao Mo killed the goddess of childbirth in the Guaning Temple, and he was also seriously injured. Ji Changsheng asked the master to protect Yu Lao Mo once, and it happened to be the time when the Tianma cult rebellion came. Before Yu Lao Mo woke up, the master helped Yu Lao Mo to hold on for half an hour, so that Yu Lao Mo would not be hacked to death in a coma. Then after Yu Lao Mo woke up, he used his remaining strength to sacrifice the Lu family with blood, summoned the Yuan 2 projection, and provided Ji Changsheng with ideas to cut off the 6 pure bamboo projections later. From this perspective, Ji Changsheng still has to thank himself. After all, it was he who asked the master to protect Yu Lao Mo, so that he had a flash of inspiration and found a way to summon Yuan 2. However, the cause and effect between the master and Yu Lao Mo was established, and Yu Lao Mo also admitted that he owed the master a favor. The master did not plan to use it later, so he just used it now. It is better to solve Changxi's problem from Yubihai than to let Changsheng solve it. As I said, the master of the temple wants to save face. What a pity. Yu Lao Mo disappointed him. Mu Xian, I really want to help you. Yu Lao Mo was telling the truth. I owe you a favor, and I want to take this opportunity to repay you. But my attainments in illusion are close to zero. After a while, Ji Changsheng was also shocked to see Yu Lao Mo in Xuandu Temple. Xiao Yu, Master, why are you in Xuandu Temple? Yu Lao Mo told the truth. Li Changxi's Yoguang Luohuan range is constantly expanding, and 2 disciples of Xuandu Temple have disappeared. Mu Xian asked me to come and take a look, but I have been in the world for more than 100 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a scene. Jian Gongyu and Yu Linglong are actually better than Li Changxi in terms of their attainments in Yoguang Luohuan, but they are all normal people, and they are all going through normal thunder tribulations. Li Changxi's inner demon tribulation shocked all the bumpkins in this small world. This is a brand new version they have never seen. Ji Changsheng said with concern, Master, your injuries have not recovered yet. Why are you running around? You should recover in the Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo felt warm in his heart. Changsheng still cares about me. Chasheng. You don't have to worry. Although my injuries are very serious, it is still not a problem to walk. And recuperating in Xuandu Temple is faster and safer than recuperating in the Holy Church. Ji Chasheng. It's confirmed that Yu Lao Mo is definitely a hidden admirer of the righteousness, who is in the demon camp, but his heart is in the righteous way. He tried his best to send his illegitimate son Bing Zipping to the righteous way before. Later, he thought he was his son, and hoped that he would stay in the right path. He had no other choice but to take him to the heavenly demon sect. Listening to his words and observing his actions, Yu Lao Mo was full of distrust towards the people in the demonic sect. And his trust in the righteous sect was almost full. It's hard to judge. No wonder the holy sect, under the leadership of this guy, was able to successfully survive under the butcher knife of Yu Linglong and Ji Lao Mo. With such a leader, those who can climb to a high position must be heroes with a heart for justice. This is called leading by example. The temple master really gave face to Yu Lao Mo and took the initiative to explain. Changsheng. Don't worry. Since the Tianxing sect has begun to transform, and Nuwa has already appeared. The Tianxing sect is of course an ally of our Xuandu Temple. And Master Yu is also one of us. He will get the best treatment and reception in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng complained. The leaders of the first sect of the righteous path and the first sect of the demon path are sitting together happily. I have never seen such a happy life. A typical mouse is a bridesmaid for the cat. And it's sincere. This world is too crazy. Yu Lao Mo corrected. The former first sect of the demon path. The holy sect is now also a righteous sect. Ji Changsheng gave Yu Lao Mo a thumbs up. Master, I can see that you are the most hidden righteous undercover of the holy sect. Yu Lao Mo blushed. The master of the temple helped Yu Lao Mo out of his predicament. Changsheng. Have you been to the Yaoguang lineage? The Yaoguang Luohuan illusion centered on Changxi is still expanding. If it continues at this rate, it is very likely to cover the entire Xuandu Temple. At this point, the master of the temple smiled bitterly and said, with the Xianhuang Merit Tower, our Xuandu Temple will hardly be in any danger in this world. But if we are destroyed by Changxi's illusion, it would be a huge joke. Don't worry. Brother-in-law will take you flying. What? Neither the master nor Yu Lao Mo reacted. Ji Changsheng changed his words in time. I will help you keep up with the version update progress. Master. Leader. You two are seriously lagging behind the version now. You must keep up with the times. The master was speechless. Senior sister has ascended. The world will be stable. And it will soon return to the days of peace in the world before. There should be no need to keep up with the times. He looked around and saw that there were no enemies of Xuandu Temple in the world. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Master, you got one thing wrong. What is it? When Fairy Linglong was here, it was not her who caused trouble, but me. She left, and I didn't leave. So the world could not be peaceful. Master, I really want to scold you for being self-aware. But thinking of Ji Changsheng calling Nuwa Nyang mother, and suspecting that his biological mother was Yu Qingxinmu, the master held it back. You can scold Ji Changsheng, but scolding Ji Changsheng's mother is very risky. Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on with senior sister. Shall we go together? Don't worry. I'll protect you. Ji Changsheng now holds the thunder talisman given by Jiao Tianxian Nu, and his strength is no less than when he was running around the world with his wife in his hand. Of course. This is Xuandu Temple. So Ji Changsheng decided to bring his brother-in-law with him. Inside Xuandu Temple, the master can still hold his ground. As for Xiao Yu, he can be used as a meat shield in dangerous moments. When it's not dangerous, Ji Changsheng is going to see how to help Xiao Yu recover from his injuries as soon as possible. After all, it's an SSR card, with his wife and treasure both ascending. Xiao Yu under normal circumstances can even be said to be a UR card. It's such a waste to have low health all the time. Forget it. After all, we are in Xuandu Temple, and we can't turn the tables. The master of the temple was full of pride. Master Yu, just follow Changsheng and let me show you my skills. He really didn't know what Li Changxi's illusion was about. But no matter what, this is Xuandu Temple. He is the master of Xuandu Temple. The Xianhuang Merit Tower is high above. He is still confident of protecting himself. Changsheng, you can explore with confidence. I will definitely protect you. The master of the temple decided to stand up. Even if my senior sister is not here, Xuandu Temple still has me. I can still establish a sect and let Changsheng regain respect for me. Ji Changsheng was very pleased with this. Master, keep it up. I still like you to be so heroic now. Thinking back to the past, crossed out. There was no past. Thinking back to about a week ago. The master of the temple had just ascended the throne, full of vigor and vitality, and got Ji Changsheng, the new auspicious sign. And the start was very good. The master of the temple was able to plan and kill people in front of Ji Changsheng, showing the demeanor of a big boss, which made Ji Changsheng admire him for a while. However, the version was updated too quickly, and the master of the temple, the boss of the novice village, quickly lost Ji Changsheng's respect after opening the global map. This made Ji Changsheng very sorry. After all, he is a person who never forgets his original intention. I still hope that my brother-in-law can stand up again, learn from my wife and treasure, or even learn from Xiao Yu. The global map version has been updated so many times by Ji Lao Imo, and my wife, treasure, and Xiao Yu have never lost their status. Come on, brother-in-law. Ji Changsheng encouraged the master of the temple in his heart. A moment later, the three of them stepped into the range of the illusion. One step out. The world turned upside down. Then, Ji Lao Imo was stunned. His brother-in-law was dumbfounded. Yu Lao Imo felt the rolling heat waves and the 10 suns in the sky, and was stunned. Is this the 10 suns in the ancient times? How can this illusion be so realistic? Ji Lao Mo's forehead began to sweat. He seriously suspected that this was not an illusion. It is very likely that it is also a doomsday world like the doomsday worlds he has visited before. It's just that this time, it's not a small world. Li Chongqi has done a big job. The problem is, it's too big. If this world is really not an illusion, Ji Changsheng feels that as long as he solves the crisis of this world, the accumulated merits may not only be a matter of overcoming the tribulation. It is not a delusion to directly ascend to immortality, or even go further. But if this world is really not an illusion, the fun will be out of this world. Especially when Ji Changsheng saw a divine arrow pierce the sky and shoot down a sun in the sky. He, the master, and Yu Lao Imo looked at each other. They all noticed the shock and fear in each other's pupils. Master, I can't sense the Xian Wang Merit Tower. Yu Lao Imo swallowed his saliva. I didn't find any trace of illusion. Ji Changsheng didn't say anything, just looked at the lightning jumping on his fingertips, and silently said in his heart, Sister, please put away your magical power. I can't control it. Hey, there are 3 little human guys here? A pleasant voice sounded in the ears of the 3. Poor children. The battle between the witches and the liches is imminent, and the 10 suns are across the sky. Your current physique can't bear it. Hurry up and find a place to hide. A cool feeling swept through the 3 people, taking away the torment of being burned by the 10 suns. But the master of the temple and Yu Lao Imo looked at the fairy in front of them and became more and more dumbfounded. This is Li Chongqi. But this Li Chongqi's gestures are boundless and dreamlike. She is not at the same level as them, and is not comparable to the momentum of the tribulation realm, or even the immortal realm. If this is an illusion, they did not find any traces of illusion. The 2 looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng had been staring at Li Chongqi. He did not find any traces of illusion either. But Ji Changsheng took a gamble. Senior sister, don't you recognize me? You know me? Who are you? Senior sister, you are Titan Xingyuan, my concubine. Li Chongqi slapped Ji Changsheng on the head. Junior brother, do you really think I'm a psychopath? Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she is still the same psychopathic girl, although Li Chongqi now looks more like the omnipotent Titan Star Lord. Sister, what is going on? It's a long story to tell that a child has no mother. In short, while I was going through the hard demon tribulation, some bastards were plotting against me. Li Chongqi clenched her pink fists, and Titan Star Lord's fairy demeanor was instantly broken, and she returned to the mental illness mode. Deep in the chaos, Zishu Palace, the Lord of Heaven, Haodian, was reporting to his real boss and asking for help. Teacher, the 3 pure ones are getting more and more excessive. Xuandu beat Juandi Saint, which is the 3 pure ones provoking your majesty. Nanji announced his return. An undercurrent surged within the heavenly court. Jian's attitude was ambiguous, and it seemed that he had a different mind. Haodian's voice was low. Teacher, the situation is not good now. The Taoist sitting on the futon did not speak. It was just that the stars in his eyes were disillusioned. In front of the Taoist and Haodian, the endless river of time and space rolled by. Daozu suddenly made a move, intercepting a small section of time and space in the long river of time and space. Then, Daozu flicked his fingers and sent this small section of time and space into Xuandu Temple and Yoguang lineage. Li Changqi. In the process of overcoming the inner demon tribulation. In Zishu Palace, a whisper sounded, "Dog thing." Chapter 242 Daozu, I will acquire this pair of psychopaths in full. Hao Tian was stunned. His worldview collapsed instantly. Teacher. The prehistoric fairyland is the body of Pangu who created the world. Time and space are irreversible and cannot be changed. But you clearly intercepted a period of time in the prehistoric fairyland. If it were the small worlds in the lower world, Hao Tian would not find it strange that the timeline was played by Daoyu. He himself has this ability. But the prehistoric fairyland is the body of Pangu after his death, which is different from other worlds. The rules of the prehistoric fairyland are so strong that even Daoyu cannot change them. Time and space roll forward, and there is no regret in making a move. So Daoyu will make countless deductions in the small world in advance before daring to make a real layout in the prehistoric fairyland. They can regret their moves in the small world. But once they lose in the prehistoric fairyland, they really lose. Until today, Daozu refreshed Hao Tian's 3 views. Teacher, can the years of the prehistoric fairyland be manipulated? It has always been possible. Hao Tian, then why has this never happened in the past? Daozu's answer was simple. If you are not as strong as Pangu, you naturally cannot change the rules set by Pangu. Hao Tian, your words make sense. Teacher, your strength exceeds Pangu? Daozu's voice was ethereal. But shocking, Pangu has fallen for countless years. So there is no need to be superstitious about the ancient. Hao Tian could not refute. That's what he said. There is nothing wrong with the reason. Today, he is much stronger than he was 10,000 years ago. Daozu's talent are far better than his. So it is reasonable that his cultivation is improving day by day. Hong Jun was able to survive Pangu's axe and develop quietly to the present day. After endless years and absorbing endless resources, he is stronger than Pangu, who fell when the world was created. Logically, there is no problem. But it was too sudden. You didn't reveal any news before. The Emperor of Heaven would be scared to death if you suddenly did this. In addition, Hao Tian suddenly thought of a terrifying question. Teacher, since your strength is so strong, why don't you suppress the little thoughts of the 3 pure ones directly? Daozu glanced at the Emperor of Heaven. What do you think? Cold sweat appeared on the Emperor of Heaven's forehead. What can he think? Does he think that Daozu doesn't want to? Teacher, is the strength of the 3 pure ones also surpassing Pangu? Not so fast. But Tai Ching has made an antidote to the meteorite pill. Hao Tian's face turned pale. The news he knew today was more terrifying than the other. Daozu suddenly showed a stronger strength than Pangu. The saint of Tai Ching actually refined the antidote for the meteorite pill, which is said to be able to kill saints. Then think about how Nuan Yang killed the leader of the Sticks, who was said to be invincible against saints, with 3 punches. As a Daoyu Tiandi, who can be ranked in the prehistoric fairyland. Hao Tian suddenly trembled a little. It's okay that the version of the lower world is updated quickly. Why is the version of the prehistoric fairyland also updated so quickly? During the conferred god tribulation, he didn't feel it was so exaggerated. At that time, the leader of Tontian was beaten to a pulp. The saint of Junti once made him feel that he could do it. How long has it been since then? How can it change so quickly? However, Hao Tian is the Daoyu Tiandi after all. He has been working with Daozu for a long time. He is very receptive to the unfathomable depth of his boss. He quickly stabilized his emotions and immediately realized that the breakthrough of the boss is a great benefit to his side. Since the teacher can change the timeline of the prehistoric fairyland, all the calculations from the opponent will be broken. Teacher, I am making a fuss. Even if the 6 saints have different thoughts, they can only surrender to the teacher in the end. No matter what the 6 saints have planned. With the means shown by Daozu at this time, they can be strangled from the source. Hao Tian didn't know how he lost. Then Daozu told him, it's not as powerful as you think. Once you enter Daoyu, you will become a chess player, and your fate will no longer be controlled by the way of heaven. Daozu also wanted to show off, so that the former boy would admire him more. But showing off his risks, once it is exposed, it will be very embarrassing. Tontian Patriarch is a lesson learned from the past. The failure of the Juxian sword formation and the 6 soul banner twice has caused irreversible negative impact on Tontian Patriarch's image. Daozu certainly doesn't want to follow the footsteps of his apprentice. So he didn't brag, but told the truth. I can intercept a period of time in the prehistoric fairyland. But during this period of time, there will be no living Daluo. Daluo is the only one in the universe, and will not become a plaything in any past timeline. Their fate is in their own hands. Hao Qian was a little disappointed, but more fortunate, because he himself is Daluo. Although the big boss doesn't seem as powerful as he originally thought, this can bring him more sense of security. Think about it. If Daluo can also fall into Dezu's simulation, then Sanqing would have no threat long ago. Teacher, you said that there will be no living Daluo. What about the fallen Daluo? Daozu looked at Hao Qian with a hint of appreciation. This former boy is naturally inferior to the 6 saints of Heavenly Dao in terms of talent and ability, but he can still establish the Heavenly Court, so he has many advantages. Even Daluo cannot appear directly. Daozu does not have the ability to mass-produce Daluo. Daluo can be cultivated, but it will never appear out of thin air. Any Daluo is a demon that amazes billions of time and space. If Daluo can be mass-produced, the entire universe will collapse. But it can appear indirectly. Daozu's tone was accompanied by a smile. Hao Qian, do you think that Li Chongqi and Ji Changsheng, a pair of mental patients, are interesting? Hao Qian nodded. Because of the relationship between Xuandu and Randing, I have paid attention to it. Li Chongqi is suspected to be Taiyin Xingjuan, and Ji Changsheng is a top-notch warrior. If he had not been too close to the 3 religions, I would have worshipped him as the Grand Marshal of Heavenly Court. Like the Master of the Temple, Hao Qian also believed that Ji Changsheng was a natural god, used to charge into battle, unparalleled in the world. What's the problem with being close to the 3 religions? Daozu's words once again confused Hao Qian. Isn't this a problem? Daozu told him that it was not. Panga gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 yin and yang and 4 images followed. 1 Dao passed on to the 3 friends, and the 2 religions were divided into Chan and Jie. Xianmen led all of them, and 1 Qi transformed into Hong Jun. Daozu said calmly, the 3 religions are all mine. Being close to the 3 religions means being close to me. Hao Qian, teacher, you are indeed more shameless than me. I was indeed taught by you. But whether the 3 pure ones were taught by you, all the great powers in the prehistoric fairy world know it in their hearts. The 6 saints of Heavenly Dao, that is, Xuanti, can be regarded as saints cultivated by Daozu himself. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and Jiayin, all had already made a name for themselves in the prehistoric fairyland before coming to Xixia Palace to listen to the teachings. If Hongjun had not achieved enlightenment first, they would have come to Xixia Palace to discuss the teachings with Hongjun, not to listen to the teachings. The 3 religions were of course developed by the 3 pure ones themselves. The Taoist master was lying on the 9 clouds, independent of Xian Wang, and had never done anything personally. Of course, the Taoist master said so, and Hao Qian listened to it. All the complaints were hidden in his heart. Teacher, do you mean that you have taken a fancy to Li Chongqi and Ji Changsheng, a pair of mentally ill people? Yes. Is Li Chongqi really the Taiyin Star Lord? She is not. She is an independent individual. All secrets are not secrets in the eyes of the Taoist master. The biggest opponent of the Taiyin Star Lord in his quest to become a saint is Jiayin. Hao Qian's scalp numbed, and he suddenly thought of many things. The Saint Jiayin once tried to attain enlightenment in a dream, but failed. In the end, he had to make a great wish and establish the Western religion. And then he became a saint with the help of his teacher. The 2 saints in the West did not want to borrow money to become saints from the beginning. Who doesn't want to make a breakthrough when they are young? Who would be willing to borrow money if they can rely on themselves? Especially when Nuwa and the 3 pure ones succeeded on their own. Jiayin has great wisdom, great perseverance, great courage, and great skills. He was just 1 step away from success. But there is another Daluo who walks the same path with him. Taiyin shines on all realms and weaves the dreams of all spirits. Jiayin dreams of all realms and also wants to attain enlightenment in dreams. The 2 powers fight and both lose. The Taoist ancestor lightly revealed the secret of the year. In the end, Jiayin chose to surrender, while Taiyin would rather die than surrender. So Taiyin died and Jiayin became a saint. Hao Qian silently digested this huge secret. Jiayin is certainly unwilling. He wants to be an independent saint, not a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. Taiyin is naturally even more unwilling. She is only half a step away from becoming a saint. Therefore, Jiayin has always wanted to gain independence. And Tai Yin left her inheritance before she fell. Hao Tian understood. Li Changxi is the descendant of Tai Yin Xingjuan? She only got the fur before. This time, I am going to give her everything. Dao Zu ordered. Tell Jia Yin about this. Hao Tian said sternly. Yes. Jia Yin Saint and Tai Yin Xingjuan are on the same path. Whoever gets through first, the other is likely to fall behind forever. Tai Yin would rather die than surrender. But Jia Yin chose to surrender. So Tai Yin Xingjuan fell and Jia Yin became a saint. Now Jia Yin has an ambiguous attitude, and has a tendency to sit on the fence in the dispute between the three pure ones and Dao Zu. Dao Zu is telling Jia Yin, be honest and work for me wholeheartedly. Otherwise, you can be replaced at any time. As for Ji Chansheng, this little guy is more interesting. Teacher, is he Nanji? Hao Tian didn't understand either. This is a question that troubles many powerful people now. Dao Zu certainly knows the answer to this question. Dao Zu said calmly, Sanqing thinks he is not. But he wants to be Nanji. Only I can help him with this. Hao Tian was inspired. Teacher, make him your man? Since the 6 saints are not willing to be lonely, then train a few more reserve quasi-saints to prepare for unexpected events. The biggest pie that Sanqing can draw is only to the Emperor of Heaven. Dao Zu smiled slightly. Maybe it's time to change the 6 saints. Hao Tian bowed his head and kowtowed. He knew that this was also a promise. But this promise was too tempting. Shenshao Yuqing Mansion. Yu Linglong, who stepped into Shenshao Yuqing Mansion for the first time, stopped instantly when she saw an illusion in Shenshao Yuqing Mansion. Dianmu? Where is this? This is Taiyin illusion. Fairy Linglong doesn't know that the Emperor was saved by Taiyin Star Lord in the ancient times. So he specially built Taiyin illusion in Shenshao Yuqing Mansion for Taiyin Star Lord to stay. Unfortunately, Taiyin Star Lord has been missing for a long time, and has never lived there in person. But the Emperor said that Taiyin Star Lord will return from reincarnation one day. Yu Linglong's scalp tingled. This Taiyin illusion is exactly the same as Li Changxi's Moon Palace illusion that she had seen. Yu Linglong had an uncontrollable thought. Could it be that the great Taiyin Star Lord has really called me mom for decades? The clown is actually me. No. There must be something wrong. Yu Linglong resolutely stepped into the Taiyin illusion to find out. The next moment, her figure disappeared from Shenshao Yuqing Mansion. Changxi, why do I feel that you have infinite magical powers in your every move now? The master looked at Li Changxi in confusion. Li Changxi gave the master an admiring look. Xiao Mu, you still have vision. The master was angry and said, Changxi, do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? I am the Taiyin Star Lord now. Calling you Xiao Mu is a gift to you. Xiao Mu, you should learn to be grateful. Before the master could get angry, a lava bird with demonic aura and flaming body fell from the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow the 4 people in one gulp. The master and Yu Lao Mo had no power to resist. Ji Chansheng immediately protected his sister in front of him. Then, Li Changxi raised the crescent blade in her hand, and the lava bird was torn apart. The master and Yu Lao Mo were stunned. I've told you that I'm Taiyin Xingjuan now. Xiao Mu, do you believe it now? The master no longer cared about Li Changxi's address. He was shocked by the surging energy when Li Changxi took action. It's even stronger than what senior sister did when she used the Xian Wang Merit Tower. Changxi, how did you do it? Li Changxi shrugged. I came to this world inexplicably. And then, the heavenly Tao reminded me that I could choose an identity to survive in this world. So I chose Taiyin Xingjuan. You should be reminded by the heavenly Tao soon. As soon as Li Changxi finished speaking, the 4 of them heard a mechanical introduction. The witches and liches fought each other for 10 days. Not only did the witches and liches shed blood, but the weak human race also survived in the cracks and suffered heavy losses in the war. Behind this battle, there are even more secrets. The shocking inside story of the rise of the saints. The last carnival of the witches and liches. The crazy infighting of the Pangdu descendants. And the difficult steps of the human ancestors. Players can choose an identity and successfully survive until the end of the Lich Witch final battle to complete the game. Everything gained in the process can be brought back to reality. Please note that death in the illusion is complete death. So players should carefully choose their identities. The Master and Yu Lao Mo were completely unable to keep up with the version and continued to be in a state of confusion. The 2 country bumpkins had never seen such a scene. In contrast, the 2 mentally ill people were very adaptable. Li Changxi suggested, Junior brother, the main force of the Lich Witch final battle is the 4 emperors of the demon race and the 12 witch ancestors. It is too dangerous to avoid these 16 identities. I suggest you just choose your own identity. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other. His eyes twitched violently. Sister, there is probably only one person who can create this illusion to deceive you. And that person is definitely not deceiving you. Ji Changsheng understood. He and Li Changxi were not worthy of being deceived by such a big deal. Moreover, the 6 saints of heavenly Tao probably don't have the ability to intercept the past years of the battle between the witches and the liches as investment chips. Ji Changsheng reminded, this is a gift to us. Li Changxi's mental illness was cured instantly. She looked up at the sky and suddenly burst into tears. Teacher, after countless years, you still care about Changxi. I am really grateful and have no way to repay you. She remembered that she was also a member of the audience in Zishu Palace, and she should become your disciple. I'll kowtow to you. Ji Changsheng kowtowed to the heaven before Li Changxi. His eyes also reddened. The heaven and the earth are not as great as your kindness. And my father and mother are not as dear as you. Whoever opposes you is our enemy. Inside Zishu Palace, Daozu did not hold back and laughed out loud. Mental patients are more joyful. He has seen it thoroughly. Compared to the 6 before, this pair of mental patients speak much better. Good. It is worth his big investment. Chapter 243 Ji Zhongqing. Compose a song of loyalty for the Taoist. The word good came to Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi's ears at the same time. Like the morning bell and evening drum, cleansing the soul and sweeping away the deep illness. The two felt that their Taoism and realm had improved a lot. The two mentally ill looked at each other and bowed sincerely again. Li Changxi, my disciple's childish words are innocent. Fortunately, the teacher is magnanimous. Changxi is extremely ashamed. Ji Changsheng thought that it was no wonder that he coaxed his wife so well before. Everyone said that the senior sister had mental problems. Li Changxi was indeed rude to the great masters, like the master of the temple. It seems that her emotional intelligence is not high. Now it seems that the senior sister's emotional intelligence is not low. But it depends on the person. Unlike Ji Changsheng who hugs thighs everywhere, Li Changxi has a higher vision and only hugs the thickest thighs. Hugging one is enough. Before in the small world, Li Changxi also called Yu Linglong mother all the time, which was more affectionate than Ji Changsheng calling his wife. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng would not have been deceived so badly by Li Changxi at the beginning. Now that she realized that it was Daozu who was investing in them, Li Changxi's mental problems were immediately cured. Her sweet mouth made Ji Lao Mo feel pressured. Alas, if everyone in the world had the same emotional intelligence as Uncle San, Ji Changsheng felt that his competitive pressure would be much less. Fortunately, this is his wife, so he is not jealous. Ji Changsheng was unwilling to lag behind, although Changsheng has no outstanding heroic deeds. He has a loyal and innocent heart. The most important thing for a person is loyalty and courage. You wait and see. I will definitely compose a song of loyalty for you. Please choose your own identity. The prompt sound sounded again, leaving no chance for Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi to continue to flatter. This made Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi feel a little unsatisfied. Why is Daozu still shy? It seems that the 6 saints are still too arrogant. Daozu, a billion-year-old otaku, is probably rarely flattered like this. The only one who does this may be the boy next to Daozu. So now the boy has become the emperor of heaven. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi both saw the opportunity. Isn't it just flattery? It's not a big deal. Of course, since Daozu is thin-skinned, they also give Daozu time to adapt. Ji Changsheng thought about it and said tentatively, Heaven, Earth, Emperor, Parents, and Teachers. Heaven is always the greatest. Changsheng dares to experience your hard work so that Changsheng can worship you every day in the future. Who is the Southern Changsheng Emperor? I don't know him. Who is the 3 pure ones? If you are not familiar with them, please don't queue. I, Ji Zhongqing, am loyal to Daozu. Zishu Palace. Daozu can't laugh anymore. Mental patients are happy, but they can make people happy. This is going to heaven. Please choose the identity that suits you. One more word, suitable. So Ji Changsheng understood. God does not allow others to become him. This is within Ji Changsheng's expectations. Li Changxi was scared. Junior brother, be careful with your words. She is a mental patient, but she thinks Ji Changsheng is mentally ill. Is this something you can say? Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said casually, Senior sister. People like me who put their thoughts on the surface are loyal ministers and capable generals. Those who hide their thoughts in their hearts and do things silently are traitors. His eyes are as sharp as torches, and his heart is shining. Naturally, he can see my loyalty, so don't worry about it. After a pause, Ji Changsheng continued to add, besides, his heart is broad-minded and will not care about such an offense. Of course, his generosity is not a reason for me to offend. Senior sister is right to remind me that I should be careful in my words and deeds in the future. Li Changqi was very impressed. She looked at her junior brother with a look of amazement. You can flatter someone like this. Junior brother is indeed the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. And he is worse than me in flattery. Li Changqi felt inferior. Ji Changsheng did not continue to commit suicide. He began to seriously think about what identity he should choose. The first thing to confirm is whether he can completely replace the other party, and whether he will have 100% of the other party's strength. This is very important, and determines whether he can survive in the battle between wizards and liches as the other party. Senior sister, did you choose Taiyin Star Lord? Yes. I was originally Taiyin Star Lord. Li Changqi did not forget her original intention. Ji Changsheng nodded and expressed his approval of the fact that the senior sister was still in a state of mental illness. Sister, what is your real strength now? Can you exert the peak strength of Taiyin Star Lord? Li Changqi shook her head. I am not even Daluo now, and my strength is less than half of Taiyin Star Lord. Of course, this is definitely not his problem. But I am too weak now, so I can't receive all the strength of Taiyin Star Lord, and half of it is wasted. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changqi again, and then understood what the sister really wanted to say. This is definitely his problem. Although the identity of the other party can be replaced, the strength cannot be completely replaced. In other words, Daozu can't simulate the strength of Taiyin Star Lord. To speculate more boldly, Daozu can't simulate the real Daluo. Ji Changsheng summarized the information he knew. Haoqian is Daozu's boy, who replaced Daozu to establish the heavenly court and take charge of the divine way. And his cultivation is Daluo quasi-sage realm. The two saints of the west were cultivated by Daozu. But only these two were cultivated. The two saints of the west were needed to establish the Western Church and settle various karmas. The three pure ones are now clearly going to compete with Daozu. And they are all still alive. The three punches of Noa Nyang Nyang to kill the sticks also violated the rules set by Daozu after the great catastrophe of the conferred god that saints should not act at will. But Noa Nyang Nyang is still staying at the Wahuang Palace. From all these, the conclusion is not difficult to draw. Daluo is not a cabbage. Even for Daozu, Daluo is a strategic resource. Daozu can't simulate a bunch of Daluo at will, or even one. But it takes endless years and a lot of resources to cultivate. Such as now, the illusion he is in is more like cultivating Daluo, not simulating Daluo. Therefore, no matter which Daluo he chooses to replace, he can only get less than half of the other party's strength. But he also has to bear the other party's identity and karma, and participate in the war between witches and liches as the other party. For example, if he chooses Dijuan or Tai from the four emperors of the demon clan, he will be killed instantly when facing the 12 ancestors. Dijuan and Tai originally died in the battle between the demon clan and the lich. If they were replaced by a weakened version, they would be dead. And the condition for passing this illusion is to successfully survive the battle between the demon clan and the lich, so you can bring back all the gains. So the identity selection must be cautious and clever. Li Changqi also said so. Although I was originally Taiyin Xingjuan, I still chose too impulsively. Li Changqi sighed to the sky. Taiyin Xingjuan is the sixth chair of the demon clan heaven, and is also responsible for the evolution of all demons. In the battle between the demon clan and the lich, I can't run away even if I want to. I will definitely be involved. The leaders of the demon clan heaven are naturally the four emperors. The fifth seat is the demon master Kunpeng, who is below the four emperors and above all demons. The sixth is Taiyin Xingjuan, who controls the evolution authority of all demons. Emperor Lu Jiang is only mastered by Taiyin Xingjuan and Taiyin Yameng Wanling, and the group attack skill can even be said to be the best in the demon clan, which can kill the great witch quietly in his sleep. Li Changqi just entered this illusion, and before he figured out the rules, he directly chose Taiyin Xingjuan, and then inherited the cause and effect of Taiyin Xingjuan himself. The status is indeed high, but there is murderous intent at every step. Junior brother, don't choose Daluo. I suggest you choose your original identity Yuqingzhen Wang, Li Changqi said. The cause and effect of Daluo is there, and the enemy of Daluo is generally only Daluo. If you replace the other party's identity, you have to face the enemy of the other party. Ji Changsheng nodded. The timeline at this time is the final battle between the witches and the demons. The era of saints has not yet begun, and the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor is even more out of sight. At this stage, the three pure ones are not saints yet, so the Jade Pure True King is not that strong. I have now replaced the Jade Pure True King and learned his Taoism. When I return to the prehistoric fairyland, I can also smoothly master the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. Ji Changsheng said this, and bowed to the Lord of Heaven again sincerely. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the path that the Taoist ancestor has arranged for him. The three pure ones promised to support him in his fight for the 6 imperial concubines, and the Taoist ancestor directly gave him the past and inheritance of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. It is convenient for him to enter the Divine Sky Jade Pure Mansion without any flaws after ascending. Originally, he was already a die-hard direct descendant appointed by the three religions. But the Taoist ancestor's wave of cutting off the source of funds left Ji Zhongqing speechless. I don't care what you did in the past. Nor do I care that you are a talent valued by the three purities. Everything in the world is mine. What the three purities can't give you, and don't want to give you, I can give you. And I'll give it to you first. What do you choose? Ji Zhongqing chose to kowtow and thank you. Daozu, the old master, is generous. Look at me compose a song of loyalty for you. I choose Yu Qingzhen Wang. He had no reason to refuse Daozu's investment, especially since Shishao Yuqing Mansion was established in the heavens, waiting for his inheritance. Learn to master the inheritance of Yu Qingzhen Wang in this world. After going out, he ascended to the prehistoric world, entered Shishao Yuqing Mansion, and received the territory and power of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. 1 test, 2 gains, and the gains in reality will be greater. Of course, Ji Changsheng also knew that once he accepted Daozu's investment, the three purities would likely have a gap with him. This was a conspiracy to alienate. In this regard, Ji Changsheng could only say that he believed in the heart of the three purities. If the three purities really had a gap with him because of this, it must be the three purities' fault. He was just playing a game. What could be wrong? After Ji Changsheng made his choice, he immediately felt that he was bound to endless cause and effect. At the same time, a huge amount of cultivation instantly poured into his body, and Ji Changsheng's realm began to improve almost in a breath. In less than a minute, Ji Changsheng felt that his strength could beat several Yuling long. But he also felt that a lot of cultivation was wasted and dissipated between heaven and earth. 3 minutes later, Ji Changsheng silently operated the mana in his body and realized a lot of things. Sister, I probably inherited 70% of the strength of Yu Qingzhen Wang at this time. How much strength did you inherit from Taiyin Xingjuan? Li Chengxi, 20%. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. At this time point, Taiyin Xingjuan is too strong, and Yu Qingzhen Wang is still very weak. Senior sister, your 20% Taiyin Xingjuan strength is also better than my current 70% Yu Qingzhen Wang strength. But you really can't choose to replace Daoyuo. During the Lich Witch decisive battle, the Daoyuo masters of both the Lich Witch clans were at their peak. You, a Daoyuo with 20% residual blood, can't even exert 20% of your combat power. If you go to the decisive battle, you will be killed instantly. Master, what are you going to choose? Xiaomu and Xiaoyu finally came back to their senses at this time. But they still don't understand the current situation. Don't blame them. This situation is something that a normal person can't understand. Only a mental patient can accept everything quickly. The master's small eyes were filled with great confusion. Changxi. Chasheng. What is going on? Ji Changsheng explained concisely. In short, my senior sister is Taiyin Xingjuan, and I am Yu Qingzhen Wang. In order to train the two of us, the Lord of Heaven deliberately intercepted a period of time before and after the battle between the witches and liches in the past and threw us in. We can choose an identity. As long as we can successfully survive the battle between the witches and liches, we can return to reality and take away what we have gained here. But if we die here, we will really die. The master understood half of it. Then he blurted out, Changsheng. That one is our enemy. Ji Changsheng's face sank. Nonsense. Panga gave birth to Taiji, and the two yin and yang and 4 images follow. One way passed on to 3 friends, and the 2 teachings were divided into Chan and Xie. Xianmen is the leader, and Ichi turns into Hong Jun. We are all disciples of the master. Where does the enemy come from? Xiaomu, you have cultivated your mind stupidly. The master of the temple turned pale. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Ji Changsheng actually understood the master of the temple. After all, Xuandu Temple was the direct descendant of the Taiqing lineage, and the master and Yu Linglong were both the core descendants of the Taiqing lineage. The Taiqing saints have now clearly stated their position. They are loyal to the Taiqing lineage, and of course they will regard Daozu as an enemy. This is actually a manifestation of loyalty. Unlike Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi, who are mothers to milk, they will turn against each other in a minute. But Ji Changsheng regards the master of the temple as his own. So naturally, he does not want the master to die. Loyalty is definitely a virtue. But only by living can you have everything. Xiao Mu. He is magnanimous, and will not care about your slight offense. As long as you sincerely repent, he will definitely continue to support you. Li Changxi scolded even more fiercely before, and even called him a dog thing. Daozu did not retaliate against Li Changxi. This shows that Daozu is strong enough and has a big heart, so he can withstand slander. Ji Changsheng said, "The opportunity is right in front of you. Xiao Mu. If you don't take what God has given you, you will be blamed." The master is not stupid. He immediately learned from Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi before, kowtowed and apologized, and first expressed his attitude. Loyalty is real loyalty. But the master is not blindly loyal. After Ji Changsheng appeared, the version was updated too quickly, and the master felt that he was going to quit the version. Now the opportunity is in front of him. Of course he must seize it. As for whether this is considered surrendering to the enemy, again, take the benefits first. Changsheng can do it. So can I. After the master kowtowed, he took the initiative to ask humbly, "Changsheng, Changxi, I haven't fully understood the situation. Please help me analyze what identity I should choose." Chapter 244, King's Hegemony. Hunting Witches. Since the information he knows is incomplete, he will ask people who know more. The master of the temple changed his behavior mode in time. In the past, he also followed Yu Linglong step by step. Now Yu Linglong has become Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. Although these two people are juniors, which makes the master feel a little ashamed. The master's attributes in obedience and execution are close to full. Although Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi often speak to the master of the temple not very politely, they also regard the master of the temple as their own younger brother. So they are seriously helping the master to analyze. Ji Changsheng asked, "Master, do you want to live more or gain more? Different identities can achieve different goals. If you just want to survive until the final battle of the witches and witches, it is not difficult. But if you want to gain more, you need to be very careful in choosing your identity." The master of the temple told the truth. Only children make choices. I want both. Ji Changsheng. My brother-in-law is becoming more and more like me. Since he is my brother-in-law, I still have to help him even though I am a little greedy. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to say, "My personal suggestion is, first, choose from the creatures that have successfully survived the Lich catastrophe in the future. Those who can survive may not be free from danger, but those who cannot survive will definitely be in danger." The master nodded in agreement. Second, exclude Daluo. Daluo's opponent is usually Daluo, and replacing Daluo may result in violent death in a minute. The master did not nod this time, but asked, "Changsheng. Although Changxi only inherited 20% of Taiyin Xingju in strength, she is far superior to you now. Right? Of course. 20% of Daluo is also Daluo. 20% of 100 million is 20 million. 70% of 10 million is 7 million. Daluo can be said to start with a combat power of 100 million. And the maximum combat power of Yuqingzhenwang during this period is 10 million. The gap between Daluo and non-Daluo is so big. The master continued, the Taiyin Star Lord chosen by Changxi is Daluo. And Taiyin Star Lord is the 6th chair of the Demon Clan Heaven, and will definitely participate in the Witch-Lich decisive battle. Looking at Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi, the master said seriously, if I have the ability to help Changxi and let Changxi survive safely, Daluo can be chosen. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng felt warm at the same time. Li Changxi was moved and said, "Master, I admit that I spoke to you a little loudly before." The master waved his hand and said, "We are family, so we should not talk about different things. Changxi helped me a lot in the past. And Changsheng, you also helped me a lot. I am your elder after all, and I can't let you take the lead. As I said, Daluo can choose. Of course, I still want to survive. So let's try to choose within the safe range. It's true that he doesn't want to die, But it's also true that he dared to stand in front of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. The master of the temple must have his reasons to be trusted to be appointed as the successor by Yu Linglong. Since the master of the temple said so, Li Changxi didn't hesitate and boldly suggested, "How about the great master Xuandu? Now that the human race has just been born, the great master Xuandu, as the first ancestor of the human race, is not particularly strong, and he has successfully lived to the future." The master of the temple turned pale. The great master Xuandu is the ancestor of Xuandu Temple. If he chooses to replace Master Xuandu, it would be pure betrayal of his teacher and ancestors. Ji Changsheng decisively rejected Li Changxi's proposal. "Sister, don't forget what the master reminded me before. There are many secrets behind this battle, including the shocking inside story of the rise of the saints, the last carnival of the battle between the witches and liches, the crazy infighting of the Pangu descendants, and the difficult steps of the human ancestors. The human race is weak now, but it can become the protagonist of heaven and earth in one fell swoop after the witches and liches. Do you really think it is appointed by heaven?" Ji Changsheng calmly analyzed. "It seems that the witches and liches are the protagonists in the battle between witches and liches. But in terms of race, the final winner is the human race. There has never been a hegemon given out by charity. I don't believe that the human race's destiny as the protagonist comes so easily. And I don't believe in the so-called heaven's appointment and the saints' favor. The human race must have fought for the position of the protagonist by the ancestors. At this time point, on the eve of the rise of the human race may be more dangerous than the witches and liches." Ji Changsheng didn't know what the human ancestors did specifically at this time point, but they must have done a lot. Bloodshed and sacrifice, bravery and fearlessness, wisdom and iron-bloodedness are the necessary factors for a race to rise. Each link is indispensable, and the most important of them must be bloodshed and sacrifice. Master Xuandu is the first disciple of the Saint Tai Ching. There are billions of human beings in the world. Why did the Saint Tai Ching choose Master Xuandu? Don't forget that the time when Master Xuandu became the eldest brother of the three religions happened to be shortly after the destruction of the two tribes of witches and liches. Before Master Xuandu attacked the Saint Junti, no one had ever heard of any military achievements of Master Xuandu. But he has always been the eldest brother of the three religions. Those who are good at fighting have no glorious military exploits. Li Changxi and the master of the temple both changed their expression slightly. They were convinced. "Chasheng, you are right. At this time, the human race should not be peaceful." Li Changxi said, "I came earlier than you and know more about the current situation. Half of the human race is now protected by the witch clan, and half is reduced to the blood food of the monster clan. It can be said that they have no status." The master of the temple also shook his head and said, "Give up the option of the ancestor. I agree with Changsheng's view. As the first ancestor of the human race, the ancestor would never do nothing at this time. I am far inferior to the ancestor. In public and private, I dare not take over." Changxi, I suddenly thought of a candidate. The three looked at the master of the temple. The master of the temple said shyly, "How about Hongyun? I'll try hard. And Changxi can hold Kuenping a little longer. Maybe she can survive Kuenping's pursuit." Ji Changsheng said directly, "Master, I didn't realize that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are quite ambitious." The master of the temple was a little embarrassed, but still retorted, "Compared to your first reaction, my requirements are not high." "Right." Ji Changsheng's first reaction was to become a Taoist ancestor. The master of the temple felt much more down to earth. Ji Changsheng complained, "I was just daydreaming. You are courting death. You are not as good as me. Why is choosing Hongyun courting death?" The master of the temple was really tempted. Hongyun is also a Daluo, and has little to do with the two tribes of witches and liches. He just got the sainthood, and was hunted down by Kuenping and died. As long as I can survive Kuenping's hunt, everything will be great. Ji Changsheng said seriously, "Xiao Mu, don't be greedy. You can't grasp the sainthood. Not to mention you. Even Hongyun can't grasp it. At this time point, Hongjun has become a saint. Moreover, he has preached several times in Zishu Palace, and even assigned a saint position. However, Hongjun at this stage does not have the deterrent power in the future. The two tribes of witches and demons are not very willing to pay attention to him. After all, no one wants to have an emperor above their heads. The only true god with the highest status in the prehistoric fairyland is Pangu. The demon emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and the 12 witch ancestors of the witch clan are all descendants of Pangu. In their eyes, Hongjun is just a congenital god and demon who broke through first by luck. The saint position assigned by Hongjun is even more of a joke. In Zishu Palace, Hongjun issued the saint position to Sanqing, Nuwa, Jian, Xuanti, and Heingyun, the first red cloud in the world after the beginning of the world. At this time, no one knew how strong the saint could be, nor did they realize the value of the saint position. The 4 emperors of the demon clan, and the 12 witch ancestors generally believed that Hongjun was deliberately sowing discord. In fact, from the retrospective, Hongjun was indeed sowing discord. But no matter it is a conspiracy, or an open conspiracy, there are always creatures willing to take the bait. Demon Master Kunping did not get the position of Demon King in the demon clan, but was only the 5th seat, so he was somewhat tempted by the position of saint. The 4 emperors of the demon clan suppressed him tightly, and he was not sure whether he could beat any of them, so he prepared to find another way out, and the establishment of saint became his goal. It doesn't matter if Hongjun doesn't give it to him. Kunping decided to grab it himself. He also grabbed the position of Demon King in the past, but he never grabbed it. This time, Kunping analyzed the position of saint in advance. The 3 pure ones have always been one. Jiayin and Juandi also like to fight side by side, and there is no need to say more about Nuwa, one of his immediate superiors. Hongyun was the only soft persimmon, so Kunping went to pick on the soft persimmon. He succeeded. Facts have proved that the saint system in this period of time is indeed a joke. Both are Daluo, but Kunping has the fastest speed in the world, and directly killed Hongyun, who got the saint system. But he still failed to counterattack in the demon clan heaven. To put it bluntly, the value of the saint position was raised by Hongjun. The first saint, Nuwa. The second saint, and Tai Ching. The third saint. It's not that the saint system is strong, but that these 3 are too powerful. Of course, the saint system has value, and the improvement of combat power is also objective, but the increase is just SOSO. Hongyun has the saint system, but he still can't beat Kunping. Juanti has the saint system, but he also fell into a disadvantage when facing the Xuandu master, who is dressed in a divine outfit. Ji Chansheng continued to remind him, Xiao Mu, don't get the point wrong. The reason why saints are strong is not because of their sainthood, but because they are strong in themselves. Even the most unqualified saints were already quasi-saints before they became saints. Even if you get the sainthood system, it will be useless. You will only be coveted by all parties, and die faster than Hongyun. Li Changqi said faintly, Junior brother. You said it too late. And you said it too late. Master. Hongyun is gone. Ah? The master was surprised. Li Changqi was a little hesitant to speak. This made Ji Changsheng suddenly think of something. Master. You said before that 2 disciples disappeared from Xuandu Temple? Yes. One of them is Gu Yaqiong. Who is Gu Yaqiong? This was the first time Ji Changsheng knew this name. Yu Linglong didn't tell him. In Yu Linglong's eyes, Gu Yaqiong was a dead person, and Ji Changsheng didn't need to know. But Yu Linglong certainly could not have imagined how Gu Yaqiong died. Junior brother, you don't need to know who Gu Yaqiong is. You only need to know that Gu Yaqiong died because of the same idea as the master. Hearing Li Changqi say this, the master's face turned pale. Gu Yaqiong chose Hongyun? Li Changqi nodded. On the first day she came in, she was killed by Kunping. She died cleanly, and didn't even have time to struggle. Master, this is the prehistoric world, or the eve of the final battle between the witches and the demons. There is murderous intent at every step. Master, you should listen to me and Changsheng. We are both Daluo, and have more experience. The master wanted to listen, but when he heard Li Changqi say this, he started to panic again, because he really didn't trust Li Changqi's mental state. Changqi, where is the other person? There is another one? Yes. Yu Bangding, the elder of the Yuan and I lineage. But I have verified that he is the seed left by Jian Gongyu. So life or death does not matter. When he found out that Gu Yaqiong was Jian Gongyu's man, the master of the temple began to investigate the Yuan and I lineage. After all, Gu Yaqiong was the former leader of the Yuan and I lineage. It was a coincidence that after controlling Gu Yaqiong, he placed Gu Yaqiong and another elder of the Yuan and I lineage, who was verified in the Yoguang lineage. He was not locked up in the discipline hall. The master of the temple originally wanted to slowly screen and catch them all in one fell swoop. Then Li Changqi had a problem with the tribulation, which led to the current accident. Li Changqi suddenly realized, it turns out that the unlucky guy is Yu Bangding. Unlucky guy? Yes. He was sunburned to death before he had time to choose. Li Chengxi pointed to the 10 suns above her head. 10 suns rise at the same time. Ordinary people can't stand it. If I hadn't protected you and you Lao Imo, you too would have been sunburned to death now. This is the situation of ordinary human beings in the war between wizards and liches. The master of the temple and Yu Lao Imo felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. They finally realized the danger of this illusion. The reason why they still have time to choose carefully is the benefit brought by Li Chengxi. Otherwise, they have no time to weigh and will start the life and death race. Mu Xian, since you are hesitant, I will go first. In terms of recklessness, Yu Lao Imo is much better than the master of the temple. Ji Changsheng has not forgotten his adopted son. As I said, as long as Xiao Yu doesn't ask about Bing zipping, he is willing to recognize Xiao Yu as his adopted son. So Ji Changsheng took the initiative to say, Master, I suggest you choose the sticks. Then Ji Changsheng took the initiative to analyze the advantages of the stick's choice for Xiao Yu. The source of the Holy Church comes from the Blood Sea. Master, you choose to inherit the cultivation of the sticks. After returning, you will definitely be able to integrate it. And you can also inherit the remaining forces of the Blood Sea after ascending. This is the best for your future. In addition, the sticks has nothing to do with the war between wizards and liches. This choice is very safe. Yu Lao Imo nodded. Cha Sheng, you are right. Ji Changsheng was very pleased that Xiao Yu was still obedient. I choose Xingtian. Ji Changsheng, Li Chengxi, Guanju. The three of them were all frowning. Ji Changsheng didn't understand. Master, why? Yu Lao Imo said seriously, my way is to fight against heaven and earth. The sticks, who hides his head and shows his tail, is not suitable for me. Leave it to Mu Xian. I will complete my own evolution on the battlefield. Ji Changsheng looked at the master speechlessly. Has he always been like this? Master, it seems so. Just be honest in front of senior sister. Yu Lao Imo said proudly. According to the news of later generations, Xing Tian was the great witch of the tribe led by Ho Tu Zu Wu at this time. And he successfully survived the witch and lich catastrophe. Later, he successfully promoted Daluo, and once attempted to compete with Hao Qian for the position of Emperor of Heaven. Historical books record that Xing Tian and the Emperor came here to compete for the god. And the Emperor cut off his head and buried it in Changyang Mountain. He used his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth, and danced with Gan Qi. Xing Tian danced Gan Qi, and his fierce ambition was always there. Compared with the sticks, I admire Xing Tian more. And this is the one I want to emulate. Besides, Yu's reputation was earned on the battlefield. I can personally participate in the witch and lich decisive battle. Just thinking about it, I have begun to get excited. Ji Changsheng and the master of the temple were covering their faces. Li Chengxi complained, Junior brother, he is really sicker than me. Master, please think about it again. Fuck. You are so fast. Ji Changsheng wanted to persuade Yu Lao Imo again, but he found that Yu Lao Mo's momentum had changed. The master patted Ji Changsheng on the shoulder and comforted him. Maybe this is why Master Yu can lead others in a gap under the suppression of senior sister. He is really brave. If he loses this indomitable heart, he will not be Master Yu. Ji Changsheng could not refute. From his perspective, Yu Lao Imo chose the sticks, and he could still fight the war between witches and liches, and he would only gain more. But Yu Lao Mo's thinking is obviously simpler, compared with the two great powers of the sticks and Xingtian. Although the sticks is stronger, he likes Xingtian more. So he is more willing to be a person like Xingtian. What benefits? What safety? What future? Even life and death are not the priority of Yu Lao Imo. So when he was in Guanyin Temple, Yu Lao Imo faced Ronding's mount and resolutely got on. The reason why Yubihai is that he doesn't think so much. When he is in the mood, he doesn't care about life and death. And he will fight if he doesn't accept it. Being strong is temporary. Being handsome is for a lifetime. You have to pretend to be powerful. If one day, Yu Lao Imo starts to look ahead and behind, take every step carefully, and look 3 steps ahead, he may be lost in the crowd. Ji Changsheng can only comfort himself that Xiao Yu is a fool with good luck. Forget it. Xing Tian is Xing Tian. Senior sister is the 6th seat on the demon clan side. And we really need to arrange one of our own people on the witch clan side. Xing Tian is one of the top seats under the ancestor witch in the witch clan. And he has successfully survived in history. So he can still struggle. Ji Changsheng comforted himself. Senior sister. When the witch and the demon fight, you just focus on Xing Tian. Li Changqi's eyes lit up. Junior brother. You are worthy of it. Ji Chansheng continued, in this way. Senior sister is in the demon clan. And the leader is in the witch clan. I am the Jade Pure True King. And I can use the power of the three pure ones. Master. Can you use a sword? A little bit. How much is a little bit? What senior sister can do? I can do a little bit. Facing the gaze of Ji Chansheng, Li Changqi and Yu Laoimo, the master blushed and quickly explained, don't get me wrong. I just respect senior sister. So I learn from her. And I have absolutely no other thoughts about her. Yu Laoimo said bluntly, it's useless to have other thoughts. Yu Linglong doesn't like you. Ji Chansheng nodded in agreement, in other words. Master, your swordsmanship is second only to your whisk? Yes. I have walked the world as the sword immortal. And I have never been exposed. Then master, you should choose the sticks. Ji Chansheng suggested. It is a pity that the inheritance of the Blood Sea is broken. In reality, the inheritance of the Blood Sea is with Noah. And it happens that I have a good relationship with Noah. Master, you have obtained the inheritance of the sticks. And you will have a lot of room for operation after you go out. The master's heart was warm. Then he heard Ji Chansheng say, Master, teach me the inheritance of the sticks. And I will inherit the Yuan-Tu sword from the queen after I go out. Master, Cha Sheng. Although I don't want to change my sect, the Taoism is all-encompassing. And the inheritance of the sticks can also be included in my Taoism. Ji Chansheng waved his hand. It doesn't matter. As long as the meat is rotten in the pot. I still think that the master is more suitable to inherit the inheritance of the sticks. Yu Bihai had basically digested the inheritance of Xingtian at this time. To his disappointment, his strength did not reach the level of a great witch. Like Ji Chansheng and Li Changqi, he could not inherit the other party's strength 100%. And now, he is only about 70% of the level of the great witch. Hearing Ji Chansheng say this, Yu Laoimo took the initiative to say, I can exchange our inheritance with Mu Xian. The fighting skills of the witch clan are exquisite, not inferior to the sticks, and all-encompassing. I can learn the inheritance of the sticks, but the inheritance of the witch clan requires me to study hard. Now that things have come to this, I can only think so. After the master of the temple finally chose the sticks, the four finally had the identity to successfully gain a foothold during this period of time. And they can all be called local lords. The one with the highest status is Li Changqi. The title of Taiyin Xingyuan firmly suppresses the sticks during this period of time. Next is the master of the temple. Although Mingyi is now alone, he has the cultivation of Daluo. And the two tribes of witches and liches will not easily offend him. The third is not Xiuyu, but Ji Chansheng. After all, the three pure ones are three Daluo. As the eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang, he still has a face, although his current strength is not very good. However, from ancient times to the present, the value of competing with fathers is there. Xiuyu is the last. This cannot be blamed on others. He is not motivated. He does not want a better inheritance. But Xingtian's inheritance is not bad. And he has the support of the witch clan. So there is a lot of room for operation. Li Changqi tasted the identities of the four people, and said with satisfaction, we are the four Daluo gathering. The four looked at each other, and found that it was true. Taiyin Xingyuan and Mingyi Patriarch are now Daluo. Xingtian was promoted to the Zulu realm after the end of the witch and lich catastrophe, and once wanted to compete with Daozu's boy Haoqian for the throne of the emperor. Although he was defeated and beheaded, his strength is unquestionable. There is no need to say more about Yu Qingzhenwang. He is a Daluo Tiandi in the future. Although these four people have fallen in their timeline, the creatures who can be promoted to Daluo are all amazing. The fact that the four of them can obtain this kind of inheritance is also a first-class adventure in the prehistoric fairy world. Ji Chansheng was still the first to react, and kowtowed sincerely, it's all your gift. But all the achievements are due to you. Yu Laoimo, Guanju. They really admire Ji Changsheng's waist, which can be bent at will. While they were still admiring it, they found that Li Changqi had already worshipped Ji Chansheng. Teacher, your kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. The two front waves looked at each other, and noticed the sigh in each other's eyes. No wonder the version was updated so quickly. After all, one of them is the leader of the Magic Way, and the other is the head of the first immortal sect of the Righteous Way. They are used to being big brothers, and their bodies are indeed not as flexible as Ji Chansheng and Li Changqi. So when they encounter opportunities, They are far less willing to go forward than Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. Naturally, in the eyes of the Taoist, they are not as capable as Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. Of course, this time was also to train Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. The master of the temple and Yu Lao Mo are two extras. After the two front waves followed the two back waves to express their gratitude. They took the initiative to talk about business. It was obvious that their gratitude was not enough. Cha Sheng, Changxi, what should we do next? Asked the master of the temple. Normally, the master of the temple would make his own decisions. But he came to this period of ancient times inexplicably, which was completely beyond his understanding. At this time, the thinking of normal people is not as broad as that of mental patients. Before Ji Changsheng could speak, the reminder sounded again. There are only 12 hours left before the Lich Witch final battle begins. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Sister, this seems to be testing our short-term output efficiency. Li Changxi said sincerely, Junior brother, this is your strong point. Yu Laoimo and the master of the temple agreed from the bottom of their hearts. Ji Changxing's work efficiency has been refreshing their three views. Cha Sheng, you are the central planner. Yu Laoimo was convinced, in terms of dealing the most fatal damage in the shortest time. Yu Linglong is not as good as you. It is definitely the most stable for you to plan our actions. Then I will take the responsibility. Ji Changsheng was not modest. With only 1 day, he had to take fate by the throat. Fortunately, 1 day was not too short for him. Master, take the temple master back to the witch clan and tell them that this is the strong reinforcement you invited. The Styx is also a big name in the prehistoric world. You have brought a strong reinforcement to the witch clan. Logically, you should be able to get the reward from the ancestor witch and help you improve your cultivation. If you can truly master the power of the great witch, it would be great. Yu Lao Mo nodded. Sister, let's go to the demon clan's heaven. Li Changxi understood immediately. I tried to help the demon clan win over the three pure ones to stand on the side of the demon clan. Although I failed to convince the three pure ones, I convinced the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang, Yu Qingzhenwang, to support the demon clan. Ji Changsheng added, if you want my father, uncle and third uncle to support the demon clan, it is certainly not enough to rely on the empty promise of Taiyin Xingjuan. With the generosity of the 4 emperors of the demon clan, the chips they offer can at least make you and me rise to a higher level. To win over allies, you have to pay real money. Yu Qingzhenwang is nothing at this stage. But Yu Qingzhenwang can write 3 small essays that shake the prehistoric world. My Daluo father. My Daluo uncle. My Daluo third uncle. It is no exaggeration to say that at this stage, there is no one better than the first and second generation of Luo in the prehistoric world. We will strive to improve our strength within an hour and have more self-defense power. Then, we will start the adventure. How to do it? Continue to ask for resources from the 2 tribes of witches and liches. Ji Changsheng was not polite at all. After finally catching 2 fat sheep, he had to squeeze them to death. Master, continue to advise the Wu clan that Taiyin Star Lord does not want to participate in the fight between the Wu and Lich clan. As long as the Wu clan can show its sincerity, Taiyin Star Lord can stand aside and watch the upcoming decisive battle. Taiyin Star Lord was born on Taiyin Star. Dijuan and Tai were born on Taiyang Star. And Taiyin and Taiyang were both transformed by Pangu's eyes. The 12 ancestral witches were transformed by Pangu's blood. The 3 pure ones were transformed by Pangu's original spirit. It's no exaggeration to say that they are all one family. It's just that their relationship is not very good, and the brothers are at odds. It's not difficult to accept that Taiyin Star Lord does not want to be an enemy of the Wu clan. Senior sister, tell Dijuan and Tai that Xingtian was controlled by you in your dream, and most of the hooded tribe is already under your control. Remember to show leniency to the hooded tribe in the decisive battle. It's not a big problem. Li Changxi has already obtained the inheritance of Taiyin Star Lord at this time, with the magical power of Taiyin Xingjuan. It is not a fantasy to kill people in dreams and control the Great Witch unconsciously in dreams. Next, we have to adapt to the situation. See the plans of the human race, and pay attention to the movements of the 6 saints. Ji Changsheng said calmly, the 2 tribes of witches and liches are losers, and they are not in great danger. The real danger is likely to come from outside. Such is the layout of the 6 saints. Such is the counterattack of the human race. We must be very careful not to fall into the trap outside the 2 tribes of witches and liches. At this time, Ji Changsheng did not know the specific plans of the 6 saints and the human race. so naturally he had no way to prevent it. After the four people checked that there was no problem with the communication measures, they quickly split into two groups. After the master of the temple and Yu Lao left in the direction of the witch clan, Li Changqi's face became solemn. Junior brother, the master of the temple and Yu Lao were here just now. And there is something I didn't say. What's the matter? Not only did I inherit the cultivation of Taiyin Star Lord, I also got her memory and learned one thing. Taiyin shines on the world and weaves the dreams of all spirits. Jia-yin dreams of the world and tries to prove the truth in his dream. Taiyin Star Lord's biggest opponent is not the witch clan, but Jia-yin. My danger is not only the Witch-Lich battle, but also that Jia-yin will take the opportunity to kill me during the Witch-Lich battle. Ji Changxing's heart sank. He guessed that the biggest danger might not come from the Witch-Lich battlefield, but he didn't expect to face a saint right away. And it wasn't Juanti. It seems that I really have to find a way to get my father, uncle and third uncle in together. It's easy for the Jade Pure True King to get out of this unscathed, but it's extremely difficult for Taiyin Star Lord to survive the targeting of Jia-yin and the 12 witch ancestors. Wait, senior sister. I seem to have some memories from Jade Pure True King as well. Ji Changsheng had only digested 70% of Jade Pure True King's cultivation just now, and had not had time to digest Jade Pure True King's memories. Until now. He began to read. Then, Ji Changsheng's expression began to be extremely wonderful. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Li Changxi discovered that something was wrong with Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng silently concretized a memory projection. In the projection, Jade Pure True King and a black-shirted young man met in front of a ruin. True King, do you know where this is? Where? Where was it? Where I was born. The war between the witches and the lich started, and the aftermath buried this village. And everyone died. And the witches and the lich didn't even know. Mornings. I want the lich to mourn more. After Daozu was canonized, the witches and liches stopped fighting and negotiated, and joined forces to rule the prehistoric world. My father said that if the witches and liches joined forces, the prehistoric world would be invincible. This matter has been decided. Then change the situation. The black-shirted young man's voice was firm and murderous. I will make the witches and liches fight again. If I succeed, I will ask the true king for a favor. What is it? Ask the 3 pure ones to hunt the witches and liches. It's too dangerous. They won't do it. The witches and liches will never worship the 3 pure ones. But the human race will be grateful. The human race will continue to inherit. And the 3 pure ones will prosper forever. Xuandu, you are very similar to your uncle. I agree. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other. Just now, a divine arrow broke through the sky. A big sun was shot down. The witches and liches will fight again. True King, it's your turn to keep your promise. There has never been a destined protagonist. There has never been a saint who favors. It was not the 6 saints who chose the human race. It was the human race who chose the 6 saints. Chapter 245. He shoots 9 suns. Man and sky fight. Li Changxi's mental illness was almost cured by the shock. Junior brother. Is this Xuandu? To be precise, it is Xuandu before I became your disciple. Speaking of this, Ji Changxing's tone was somewhat admiring. It is quite like my style. Li Changxi. Junior brother. Don't flatter yourself. You didn't do such a big thing before you became your disciple. Ji Changsheng didn't care. Senior sister. I haven't become your disciple yet. You wait. I will also do something big. Let the master see it carefully. After that, Ji Changsheng bowed to the Lord of Heaven. Li Changxi thought he was the great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole before, so he accepted disciples on behalf of his master. Until now, Ji Changsheng has not had a real teacher. Yuanshi Tianwang is his father. Nua Nyongyang is his godmother. Ji Changsheng thought about it carefully, and the only one who was qualified to be his teacher should be the creator of this ancient time. So Ji Changsheng was ready to work hard. I must let the Heavenly Master give him a 5-star praise and accept him as his last disciple. Heavenly Master can let a mere boy go out to be the Emperor of Heaven. Ji Changsheng thought that with my ability to flatter others, I should be able to get a saintly position at least. Li Changxi expressed her support for her junior brother's ambition. You are my junior brother, and you should worship the teacher as your master. This senior sister is really capable. But how did a human in Xuandu make the 2 tribes of witches and liches start fighting again? Li Changxi didn't understand. The witches and liches had successfully negotiated before. and agreed to join forces to rule the prehistoric world. Even the teacher couldn't do anything to the two tribes of witches and liches. Ji Chansheng digested the memory of Yu Qingzhenwan again, and then nodded slowly. Sure enough, the real history is buried in the years, and rumors cannot be trusted. In later legends, the two tribes of witches and liches are mortal enemies. The battle between witches and liches is that both sides want to destroy each other, and they are bloodthirsty. So the six saints and the human race benefit. At first, Ji Chansheng believed this legend. After all, everyone said so. But after coming to this period of time, Ji Chansheng found that it was all nonsense. The four emperors of the demon clan are all powerful, and even Fuxi and Nuwa are inferior to Di Jun and Tai. Kunping has the fastest speed in the prehistoric world, and easily kills Han Yun, who has obtained the saint position, but is suppressed by the four emperors of the demon clan. The Titan Star Lord and Jiang, who has already obtained the saint position, compete for the way, and they are not at all inferior. Even at this time point, the Titan Star Lord still has the upper hand. Such Titan is only the sixth seat in the demon clan heaven. It is no exaggeration to say that the demon tribe nowadays has suppressed the three pure ones, Jia Yin Junti, and the one who became a saint in Zishu Palace. Such a demon tribe, especially when led by the four emperors, will not have the situation of losing everything by going to war at a stroke. The IQ of the 12 witch ancestors of the witch tribe varies, and there are many stubborn and reckless men like Yulao and Mo. Except for Ho Tu. The other 12 witch ancestors were too lazy to go to Zixia Palace to listen to the teachings. They felt that what Hong Jun said was not as good as their own blood inheritance. Of course, they also knew that Hong Jun was very strong, but they did not think that Hong Jun was particularly strong. So only Ho Tu, who had the highest EQ, gave Hong Jun face, and the other witch ancestors were too lazy to give him face. But the witch ancestors were really reckless and really strong. The most important thing is that the 12 witch ancestors were transformed from Pangu's essence and blood, and got most of Pangu's legacy. If they were really bloodthirsty, the 12 witch ancestors could even summon Pangu's true body. At this time point, Pangu is the only true god in the prehistoric fairyland. In other words, the two tribes of witches and liches at this stage really have the strength to crush the saints. Hong Jun of later generations may not be able to crush them, but Hong Jun now is not that strong. Hong Jun at this time is not the strongest Hong Jun, although Hong Jun is still recognized as the strongest. No one is Hong Jun's opponent. But the demon tribe has four emperors. Under the four emperors are Kunping and Tain. And under Kunping and Tain, there are 365 demon gods. The demon tribe does not play one-on-one with Hong Jun at all. One can't beat you, and two still can't beat you. If the four emperors come together, you, Hong Jun, have to hold back. Kunping, the fifth chair of the demon tribe's heaven, dared to kill the saint appointed by Hong Jun. Tain, the sixth chair of the demon tribe's heaven, dared to compete with the saint appointed by Hong Jun. The demon tribe knows that Hong Jun is strong. But if you stay in Zixia Palace well, you will be given face and respect you as the ancestor of Taoism. If you dare to come out and make trouble, the four emperors will block the door in a minute. You call him Dao Zhu. The Wu clan has 12 ancestor witches. If they are furious, they can even invite Pangu's true body. Under the 12 ancestor witches, there are great witches. And under the great witches, there are many generals. The two clans of witches and liches always fight together, facing the charge of the two clans of witches and liches. Hong Jun can't stop it now. The three pure ones can't stop it. And Jian and Junti don't need to mention it. The two clans of witches and liches are now recognized as the overlords of the prehistoric world. No one can beat them. Only each other can be each other's opponents. After Hong Jun became a saint and was conferred a sainthood in Zixia Palace, although the two clans of witches and liches still did not regard the Zixia Palace as an opponent, the four emperors of the demon clan and half of the 12 ancestor witches also noticed Hong Jun's provocation and intentions. Therefore, the two tribes of witches and liches, who were fighting, stopped fighting and chose to negotiate. And the negotiations were successful. From then on, the demon tribe controlled the sky, and the witch tribe controlled the earth. If these two tribes did not fight, no other tribe would have a chance to succeed. And these two tribes knew this very well. So there had been no large-scale conflicts for many years. The four emperors of the demon clan, including Kunping and me, are all very smart. Among the 12 witch ancestors, only half of them are not very smart. And the other half are also very smart. They know that if they don't fight each other, other forces will have no chance. So they choose to join forces to rule the prehistoric world. Facts have proved that after they join forces, the teacher really has no good solution. Li Changxi was surprised. Even the teacher can't do anything. What can Xuandu do at this time? The strength of the first batch of ancestors is a little stronger than ordinary people. But that's it. Daluo sneezes and he's gone. Ji Changsheng analyzed. It's not that the master has no way, but that he can't move lightly. His target is too big. And the two tribes of witches and liches are staring at him. Whenever he leaves the Zixia Palace, the two tribes of witches and liches will go to block the door in minutes. Li Changxi nodded. Hong Jun certainly doesn't want to sit there. But his individual combat power is too strong. And the two tribes of witches and liches have already regarded him as a threat. So the monitoring of him is at the highest level. Hong Jun has strength and knowledge. But the hero has no place to use his skills. At this time, Hong Jun was far from the strength that would surpass Pangu in later generations. So he didn't dare to gamble. The three pure ones are similar. Their goals are not as big as the masters. But they are not small either. As long as the Willy and Lich tribes are not stupid, they will keep an eye on them. In other words, as long as they are Daluo, the Willy and Lich tribes will monitor them. After all, the Daluo are nuclear bombs that can explode at any time. In this situation, it is the small people who have room to maneuver. The four emperors and the ancestor witches are all Daluo standing at the top. They only see Daluo and cannot see the current Xuandu. They think that the small ones have no power. The Daluo at this time may be as powerful as the later generations, but it is not mature enough in other aspects. The four emperors of the demon race and the 12 ancestor witches can deduce the future, but they probably only regard each other as opponents. They will not simulate the future of the human race, let alone pay attention to the unknown Xuandu at this time. And history is often created by small people. The biggest difference between the human race and the Pangu descendants is that the Pangu descendants are born strong, and it is difficult for them to progress and grow. The human race is born weak, so they must study hard, grow, and seize every opportunity to become stronger. Ji Changsheng has a deep understanding of this. For those powerful people, thousands of years may be just a thought, and they will pass by in seclusion. But Xuandu during the war between witches and demons was just an ordinary ancestor. But Xuandu in the conferred god tribulation period had already become the eldest brother of the three religions, and his strength was not necessarily inferior to the 4 emperors and 12 witch ancestors of the demon race at that time. In the timeline he was in, Xuandu was already a rival to the saints. Ji Changsheng himself also reached a new realm every day. Time is perceived differently in front of the human race and the Pangu descendants. Li Changxi was convinced. Junior brother, what you said makes sense. Your efficiency often makes me ashamed. But I still can't figure out how Xuandu did it. The 4 emperors and the witch ancestors all understand the overall situation. How can he make the 4 emperors and the witch ancestors turn against each other? You know, the witches and liches have fought 2 wars in the past. The ones who died were the soldiers below, and no one in the upper echelons died. It was completely for training. The 4 emperors and the witch ancestors actually have a tacit understanding. You have to ask Xuandu himself. Ji Changsheng had never thought that in the timeline of the Witch-Lich battle, the great magician Xuandu actually knew Yuqing Wang and had already taken action. He was not born as a Daluo like the descendants of Pangu, but he promoted himself. He really lived up to his name, since they were allies. Ji Changsheng asked as Yuqing Wang. Xuandu did not hide it. True king, the way is to fight. Life is to fight. The human race is weak. I fight for the race. The 9 sons of the King of Heaven. The true king must fight for himself. The true king does not think I am mean. And I have a sincere friendship with the true king. I also regard the true king as a confidant and talk about everything. If the true king has doubts, I will do my best to solve them. If the true king has ambitions, please act as soon as possible. I want to overturn the 2 mountains of witches and liches, and let the world hear the voice of the human race. And the true king also needs to let the 3 pure ones hear your voice. Ji Changsheng soon received the answer from Xuandu. Many projections. The demons rule the sky. The witches rule the earth. The demons treat humans as food, and the witches treat humans as slaves. If we don't rise up to resist, our descendants will all share this fate. The demon emperors Dijuan and Tai were both born from the sun star, so they were quite sensible. But the 10 golden crows born by Dijuan transformed into 10 scorching suns, patrolling the wilderness every day. Dijuan's original intention was to let them nourish all spirits and accumulate merits and cultivation. But these 10 golden crows didn't know the importance of the matter. If they came out together for 2 days, our human skin would become dry and cracked. If they came out for more than 3 days, they would definitely. Some people were exposed to the sun to death because of their brothers going out to play together. Tens of thousands of compatriots have died. This situation must be changed. The blood of Emperor June is born strong, and we are powerless to fight. Only the witch tribe can deal with the demon tribe. If we say that the enemy of Prince Jinwu is the witch tribe's great witch he is good at shooting. And the sun shooting bow in his hand was given by the ancestor witch, specially used to fight against the demon tribe Prince Jinwu. But the high-level leaders of the witch and demon tribes have a tacit understanding and have never really killed each other. The war between the witch and the demon is more like training. It is difficult to let Yi take action against Prince Jinwu. It may not be that difficult. He likes Yi and is impulsive. I have a plan, and I am 50% sure that he will take action. But someone needs to be sacrificed. Either sacrifice Yi, or sacrifice Yi's father. That will naturally be me. Yi is still young. It will also require the lives of many innocent humans. And I am only 50% sure. Instead of waiting to die passively, it is better to fight for it. Do your best and leave it to fate. 50% sure. That's enough. Xuandu, don't feel pressured. Even if we don't gamble, we may not have it tomorrow. And we may become food for the monsters at any time. If we lose the bet, it's not your fault. Okay. Then I'll arrange it. Xuandu, what do you need me to do? Become a delicacy on the table of Prince Jinwu. Okay. I'll find a way. My daughter Yi, I'll entrust you. Do my best? Is there anything else I need to do? The 2 tribes of witches and liches have a covenant. The monsters control the sky, and the witches control the earth. The celestial phenomena cannot change drastically. Especially the 10 suns cannot appear at the same time. Otherwise, the prehistoric world will be scorched. The earth will be dry and cracked. And the witch clan will suffer heavy losses. This is the elixir I got from Yuqing Wang, which was refined by Tai Qing. After taking it, it can make the creatures below Daluo overexcited and feel extremely hot. If the Golden Crow Prince takes it, they will find a way to dissipate the heat. I understand. If the Golden Crow Prince wants to dissipate the heat, he will make the 10 suns appear at the same time to disperse the medicinal properties. In this way, the covenant between the witch and the lich clan will naturally be invalidated, and Yi will have a reason to take action. However, the high-level leaders of the witch and the lich clan have a deep understanding and do not want to go to war with each other. We cannot design the demon king and the ancestor witch, so we can only think of a way from the younger generation of the witch and the lich clan. Yi likes Yi, and I am Yi's father. I will take the elixir first, and then be swallowed by the Golden Crow Prince. Yi must be heartbroken, and Yi will have a reason to take action. Yes, the premise of all success requires you to die. Even if the plan succeeds in the future, it will be difficult for this matter to see the light of day again. It doesn't matter. I'm going. Xuandu, you live well. The human race needs you. The young man in black shirt knelt down to bid farewell to his friend. Yi, what do you think of Yi? Not very good. But I know Yi is the great witch of the witch clan, and is highly regarded by the ancestor witch, and is a candidate for the next generation of ancestor witch. We humans rely on the witch clan to survive on the earth, and we have to live according to the face of the witch clan. Uncle Xuandu, if necessary, I am willing to marry him. I know it is difficult for you, and I will not be willful. Good child. But our first generation of humans has not died out yet, and it is not time for young people like you to sacrifice. Yi, what do you like? I like the moon. The moonlight is so beautiful and soft. It will not burn people to death like the sun. If one day I can live on the moon, it is really worth dying. I have made a note. If there is a chance, Uncle will definitely fulfill your wish. Yi, it's bad. Your father was captured and eaten by the Golden Crow Prince. Yi hurried over. What he saw was Yi, who had fainted from crying. He looked up. What he saw was 10 suns rising at the same time, and the prehistoric land gradually cracked under the scorching sun. Yi, didn't you say that the witches and liches have an alliance, and the demons will never come out on 10 days? Xuandu's question was heard in his ears. In front of him was his beloved who had lost his father, and the greatest enemy that the ancestor which had told him since he was a child. The Golden Crow Prince. He practiced archery since he was a child. There was only one goal: shooting the sun. The second generation of the demons had 10 Golden Crow Princes. The ancestor which of the Witch clan targeted the Golden Crow Prince and cultivated a killing god. So he began to draw his bow and put an arrow. The myth was born. No one knows how many stories are hidden behind the birth of the myth. The human race has lost nearly half of its life, and Xuandu has committed heinous crimes. Sincerity is here. True king. It's your turn to play. Ji Changsheng digested all the information. Then he replied solemnly, okay. Chapter 246 From Calling Father to Godfather. Junior brother. Xuandu is so cruel. This is not right. Li Chengxi was shocked. He was so harmless afterwards. Did old Silver Coin rest after doing this job? Ji Changsheng said, the biting dog doesn't bark, ahem. I was wrong. Please respect my old friend. This is how masters are. They don't make a move easily, but they kill people when they make a move. Xuandu was not harmless afterwards. He just didn't make a move during the conferred god tribulation. When he made a move again, Jundi was also hurt. Ji Changsheng thought about it carefully. The Lich tribulation was related to the survival of the human race, so Xuandu certainly couldn't stay out of it. But the conferred god tribulation had nothing to do with the survival of the human race. It was essentially a redistribution of interests among the saints. It had nothing to do with Xuandu. In the civil war among the 3 religions, who could move him? Besides, the Lich tribulation had made such a big move. If he was Xuandu, he would have to keep his tail between his legs to avoid being remembered by the saints. Li Chengxi still felt something was wrong. Xuandu did this, and he was cruel to his own people. Although the weak do not have much choice, he dared to fight like this, and he is definitely a tough guy among the ruthless people. How did he become the quiet and inactive elder brother of the 3 religions later? Ji Changsheng. Is it possible that he has never changed? Playing the pig to eat the tiger? It may be to eat the saint. Of course, it may also be to reflect on his own mistakes. Ji Changsheng said frankly, this behavior is a gamble, and it involves many people. If he has some demons because of this, it is completely understandable. Junior brother. Why do I feel that Xuandu is not so loyal to the 3 religions? Ji Changsheng blinked. Then he looked up at the sky. He had the same idea. So it's completely understandable that Xuandu didn't die during the conferred god ceremony. Then why did he die after the conferred god ceremony? To repay a favor. Ji Changsheng guessed, in any case, the 3 Pure Ones have done favors to the human race. The Great Pure One has taught him, and the Jade Pure One is a friend to him. When the 3 religions were at their peak, you were surrounded by flowers, and I sat in the Huangting, willing to be lonely and not take advantage of you. When the 3 religions declined, the disciples withered, and there was no one else to support the sect. So he took the responsibility. People should distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Xuandu may not care about other people in the 3 religions, but he must have feelings for the Great Pure One and the Jade Pure One. One is a teacher, and the other is a brother. Li Chengxi can accept this explanation and feels it is logical. But Xuandu is pretending too well. Isn't he? Everyone thinks he only became active after he was conferred the title of God. And he also worked hard to create this kind of personality. So I believed it. If I were to fight him, I would be killed by him. Ji Changsheng. Senior sister, you might really be killed by him. He said she liked the moon. The moon is Taiyin, which used to be the palace of Taiyin Star Lord. But in the timeline of the real world, Chang'e moved in. The Taiyin Star, which was not fought over by other gods, was occupied by an ordinary beauty like Yi. If Xuandu hadn't said so, Ji Changsheng wouldn't believe it. The reason behind Taiyin Star Lord's fall, maybe it's not just because of Jane. Of course, this is just a guess. Ji Changsheng can only be sure of one thing. Xuandu must have deliberately pretended to be pure in the future, and I guess Junti believed it. If Junti knew that Xuandu had done such a thing during the final battle between the witches and the Lich, the future generations would not be so confident. This is not Junti's fault. If Ji Changsheng had not come here, no one would have passed on the things Xuandu did in the future generations. It should be said that Xuandu's character creation is really successful. There are no more than one hand who know his real methods. Then the question is, Li Chengxi also looked up at the sky. Teacher knows Xuandu's methods. Not necessarily. Ji Changsheng guessed, Maybe it was deduced by the master. But if the master really knew Xuandu's methods, it would be interesting. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other. If the Taoist really knew Xuandu's methods, but didn't tell Juanti, this means very complicated. If it was just to warn Juanti, it would be fine. If there were other factors, neither of them spoke. But an idea silently emerged in their minds. Daozu can train them. Has he trained Xuandu? The three pure ones are indeed very kind to the human race. Hanjun is not bad to the human race. Compared with the witches and liches, the human race still respects the gods and Buddhas in the heavens only when they need you. But they still know how to respect you. Cram at the last minute, and burn incense when there is something to do. The witches and liches are different. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens are all slaves in the eyes of the witches and liches. With these two races compared, the human race is of course much more pleasing to the eye. So compared with the witches and liches, the Taoist ancestor obviously feels more comfortable with the human race. Then it is reasonable to pick a few pleasing people from the human race and train them. Isn't it? TSK. I dare not think about it. Li Changqi shuddered. Junior brother. Do you think Tai Ching knows this? He should know that my uncle is a high-end chess player who plays against my master. Logically speaking, the game played by my uncle in the future is more advanced. At least one level higher than the current Witch-Lich duel. Then he dares to use Xuandu, which is really amazing. My uncle is definitely amazing to be able to play against my master. And Xuandu's behavior may be in line with my uncle's way of inaction. Doing nothing but doing everything. Xuandu and Tai Ching both give people the impression of being harmless to people and animals. But Tai Ching is the leader of the three pure ones. Xuandu is the eldest brother of the three religions. How can he survive by being harmless to people and animals? It seems that the only one who truly cultivates merits is Noah. And maybe Noah doesn't cultivate merits either. Li Changxi observed Xuandu's actions, and it was obvious that he was not on the path of merits. Ji Changsheng glanced at Li Changxi and reminded her, Sister, wake up. There has never been a great power who focuses on merit. At most, they can be an auxiliary. Maybe I will be the first one. Nuan Yangnyang was an innate god and demon who survived Pengdu's axe. Later, she became the queen of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. She had infinite merits in creating humans and repairing the sky. But before she got infinite merits, Queen of Hua was already Queen of Hua. Tai Ching was also the leader of the three pure ones before he established the religion. After he established the religion and became a saint, all the merits he got were used to condense the heaven and earth Xian Wang Ling Long Pagoda. Merit? It cannot be said that it has nothing to do with Tai Ching's own Taoism. But it can only be said that it has nothing to do with it. Xuandu is Tai Ching's apprentice. Of course, it is impossible to learn merit, virtue and benevolence from the Saint Tai Ching. There is no one strong man in the world who succeeds by virtue. Those who come out to make a living rely on fists. Of course, I am different. Ji Changsheng pointed at himself. Sister, you can trust no one. But you can trust me. Li Changxi complained. The human race has a lot of tricks. I'll still be my Taiyin Star Lord. Ji Changsheng. He now thinks that he and Li Changxi may both be simple human races. Whoever feeds me is my mother. Whoever treats me well I will hang out with. Which is quite similar to the style of the human ancestors in this timeline. But what it is not important. What is important is how to maximize the benefits. During the Lich Tribulation, the human race could maximize the benefits by worshipping the 6 saints. So they worship the 6 saints. Now that Li Changxi is the Taiyin Star Lord, and he can maximize the benefits by being the Jade Pure True King, then they are the Taiyin Star Lord and the Jade Pure True King. This is not a problem. Being a human is to adapt to circumstances. Ji Changsheng decided to learn from Master Xuandu. The master brought us here and let us know these inside stories. In addition to letting us increase our understanding of the past, the most important thing is the experience and harvest. Personally participating in this war of changing times is much better than ordinary practice in this sect. We must act as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng had to give a thumbs up to the 6 saints including Daozu. Master Xuandu accepted Yu Linglong as his apprentice, and specially used a world to select and hone her. Daozu wanted to train him and Li Changxi, and directly intercepted a period of prehistoric time and threw them in, allowing them to directly participate in the war of changing the hegemony of the times. And the normal sect teacher trains disciples. That is, practice, preach, and make pills in the sect. How to compare? From the concept of version, Daozu and the 6 saints are far ahead. Disciples trained in this way are indeed unlikely to be wasted. While they were talking, another sun fell from the sky. The battle between the witches and liches entered the final life and death race. But everything was still in time to be saved. It's still a little wrong. What are the 4 emperors doing now? They should be able to stop Yi from shooting the 9 suns in time. And the 12 witch ancestors have not shown up yet. There are so many great Luos in the witch and lich tribes. Are they all blind? Li Changxi looked at Ji Changsheng, junior brother. Had the 3 pure ones made a move? Before Ji Changsheng could speak, a Bagua purple gold furnace suddenly jumped out of his body. The purple gold furnace swelled in the wind. And the next moment, it directly collected the sun that fell from the sky into the furnace. The next moment, a kind voice sounded in Ji Changsheng's ears, Nanji, give this furnace to Xuandu, as my gift to him as a disciple. Ji Changsheng was shocked. I know that you are awesome, uncle. But you dared to use the Golden Crow Prince to make elixirs in the era of witches and demons fighting for supremacy. Isn't it a bit too awesome? The 4 emperors of the demon race and the 12 witch ancestors are still here. Aren't you afraid of being targeted? As if guessing his nephew's thoughts, the kind voice in the furnace continued to sound. Since you have promised, you must keep your promise. The Golden Crow and the human race have a cause and effect. I refine the Golden Crow into elixir, which can protect the human race from death and save Xuandu from the inner demon in the future. Tell Xuandu that all those who died in this battle will have good fortune in the future. Join me, and the cause and effect will be eliminated. Ji Changsheng knew that this had already happened, but he was still shocked. It seems that the uncle is really a bit too awesome. Then he put himself in the perspective of Yuqing Zhenwang and said, Uncle, I haven't seen you treat me so well. Taiqing laughed dumbly. You have your second brother to protect you. But Xuandu is different. Uncle, what if I lose? I will take action. There is no chance. Because I see many more possibilities than the lich. The lich and the witch only have each other in their eyes. In Taiqing's eyes, he saw Xuandu, and then the entire human race. So his deduction and simulation are more comprehensive than the lich and the witch who take each other as their imaginary enemy. Nanji, you are not bad. Watch carefully. Learn well. Maybe you will become the protagonist in the next catastrophe. As soon as the words of the sage Taiqing fell, before Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi could react, an angry roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Kunping, give me back the life of brother Hongyun. Jin Yuanzi, I am not afraid of you. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the big pung covered the sky and the sun. It seemed to cover everything, and an ancient tree connected to the sky, densely packed, blocking the prehistoric land. Li Changxi, the ancestor of earthly immortals, Jin Yuanzi, is said to be Hong Yun's good brother. With the cultivation of Daluo quasi-sage, the ginseng fruit tree in his hand is one of the 5 spiritual roots of the creation of the world. Hong Yun was killed by Kunping, and Jin Yuanzi seems to want to avenge Hong Yun. It is worth mentioning that one of the 5 spiritual roots of the creation of the world is bitter bamboo. In the hands of Judy Taoist, it was trained into 6 pure bamboos. Yes, it is the 6 pure bamboos that were broken in Ji Changsheng's hands. Ji Changsheng pointed to the Daluo fight where the sky and the earth changed color, and complained, these two are playing a fake match here. One showed his true appearance and covered the sky. The other used the 5 spiritual roots of the creation of the world to block the ground. The Daluo fight, compared with the fluctuation of Hoi shooting the sun, the energy is so great that I don't know where it went. Li Changxi suddenly realized, no wonder Kunping survived the witch and lich catastrophe. I thought he was fast. Now it seems that Kunping has already defected. Of course, it is not necessarily a match fixing, but the timing is too coincidental, and it is obvious that neither of them can do anything to the other. There are other powerful people who cover up. Otherwise it will definitely not be hidden from the 4 emperors of the demon race and the 12 witch ancestors. Moonlight flowed in Li Changxi's eyes. After a moment, she suddenly groaned. Her eyes bled, and the whole person fell into Ji Changsheng's arms. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Senior sister, are you okay? It was Jiayin. Li Changxi did not have time to wipe the blood and tears, and said in a deep voice, it was Jiayin who used the Great Dream Heart Sutra to cover up the induction of the 2 tribes of witches and demons. Ji Changsheng was in awe. The decisive battle is coming, and all kinds of powerful people have begun to appear on the stage. Whether it is the uncle or Jiayin, the operations they showed made him amazed. Then think about Junti, who was later interrupted by him with the 6 pure bamboos. Ji Changsheng missed him from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoxun, you are still good. I am afraid of other saints. Only you and Uncle San can give me great confidence. Jia Yin can't last more than a day, or even an hour. Li Changqi's tone was very firm. The 2 tribes of Wu Lich have deep foundations, and he will be exposed soon. Ji Changsheng looked at the purple gold bagua furnace and saw another golden crow, and said faintly, Jia Yin doesn't need to last more than an hour. He only needs to hold on for a quarter of an hour. After a pause, Ji Changsheng looked in the direction where the arrow was shot, and his eyes were a little dazed. After the first golden crow was shot down, the second golden crow was not shot down immediately, but there was a gap of 5 minutes. But the third golden crow fell very quickly, and the fourth one came too. There was another corpse of a golden crow in the purple gold bagua furnace. Uncle and Jia Yin actually worked together, and they were so tacit. Hoi, I'm afraid he misunderstood. Ji Changsheng's little head turned quickly, but he knew it was because he was not in the game. Hoi would definitely be kept in the dark. Moreover, he would think that this was the ancestor which tacitly allowing him to shoot the sun, because the ancestor which might not have time to stop him from shooting the first golden crow. But after he shot the first golden crow, he had calmed down. He stopped and waited for the ancestor witch's order, but it didn't come. When he shot the second golden crow, the ancestor witch still didn't stop him. In addition, there might be another Xuandu beside Hou-Yi at this time. At least the 5 saints are plotting against the witch. No, the master is also plotting against the witch at this time. Or the 6 saints. It is estimated that only Nguyen Yang Yang does not want the witch to fall now. The other 5 saints plus the Taoist ancestors have united the front. Even so, if the current witches and liches join forces, Daozu plus 5 saints are still no match. Therefore, this battle needs a third party to blow the horn of charge. It requires internal chaos between the witches and liches. It requires the sincere unity of the 5 saints. It also requires a little bit of luck and a little bit of strength. Xuandu ignites the letter. Daoyue begins to make his debut. Hou-Yi is a good knife. Ji Changsheng basically sorted out the cause and effect. Senior sister, take some medicine. We will return to the demon clan heaven as soon as possible. Ji Changsheng took out a bunch of pills and stuffed them into Li Changqi's mouth as if they were free Taiching products. The effect is remarkable. Li Changqi recovered quickly. Ji Changsheng can only say that choosing Yuqing Wang, the first Luo of the prehistoric world, is really a good choice. After Li Changqi recovered, she and Ji Changsheng disappeared from the spot and returned to their own moon palace. As soon as they returned, they heard a bell ring. The bell sounded loud. The universe was brilliant. The world lost its color, and the universe was shaken. The next moment, a small bell in the dark yellow of heaven and earth expanded rapidly, with the sun, moon, and stars engraved on the bell body. And the bell body was surrounded by earth, water, fire, and wind. There were mountains and rivers in the bell body, and the prehistoric tribes were looming. As the small bell expanded, the 5-color light illuminated the heavens, and the holy power of chaos shocked the universe. The demon master Kunping and the ancestor of earth immortal Xinyuanzi, who had just fought fiercely, stopped fighting instantly and went their separate ways. Asshole. The voice of anger resounded throughout the universe. The demon master Kunping and the ancestor of earth immortal Xinyuanzi groaned at the same time. But neither of them fought back, but disappeared into nothingness in the blood. Chaos Bell. Ji Changsheng felt the surging blood in his body, and could only sigh at the power of the innate treasure. This is an innate treasure of the same level as the Tai Chi diagram in the hands of my uncle, and the Pengu banner in the hands of my father. The owner is Dong Wang Tai. So it is also called Dong Wang Bell. No wonder the 6 saints want to plot against the 2 tribes of witches and liches. Ji Changsheng clearly remembers that in his timeline, Xuanti did not have such an innate treasure. In history, the Chaos Bell disappeared in the Witch and Lich catastrophe. And at this moment in front of him, Dong Wang Tai holds the Dong Wang Bell, making the 2 great Luos, the Demon Master Kunping and the ancestor of earthly immortal Xinyuanzi. Flee. Li Changqi whispered, there is a saying at this time that in this world, the teacher is the first and Tai is the second. Ji Changsheng felt the edge of Tai at this time, and he vaguely agreed with it in his heart. Mainly because he felt that even in the future, Xuanti would find it difficult to make the demon master Kunping and the ancestor of earthly immortals Xinyuanzi flee. Tai's prestige at this time is no less than Junti in later generations, and should not be inferior to his third uncle, who lost the 4 swords of Zhuxian. As for whether there are other saints in later generations who are stronger, Ji Changsheng has no way to judge. What about Di Jun? Ji Changsheng asked. Li Changqi said, Di Jun was born earlier than Tai, so he is ranked before Tai. In terms of strength, he should not be as strong as Tai, but he must be a top value existence. Second uncle, save me. Ji Changsheng had already seen the corpse of the 9-headed golden crow in the purple gold bagua furnace. The one who was calling for help from Tai outside should be Xiao Shi, born to Di Jun. Since Tai took action, Xiao Shi would certainly not die. Another bell rang. Tai not only saved his nephew, he also wanted to directly eliminate the lunatic who dared to shoot his nephew. Second brother, wait a minute. Each star god, each has his own duties. Do not act rashly. Emperor Shi, please keep an eye on Zishu Palace. Emperor Nua, I want to know the reason why Kunping defected. Taiyin, check the 4 directions of the world to see if there are any traces of illusions. I suspect that Jian is behind this. If you find any trace of Jian, kill him. And my second brother, and I will rush to help at any time. Bai Zhe, go to the Wu clan. I want an explanation. Don't contact Gong Gong and Zhirong. They are 2 brainless people. Hutu and Dijian will do. Second brother, go find Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin is the ancestor of time, and the chaos bell imprisons time and space. You and Zhu Jiuyin will join forces, even if you cannot reverse time and space. But it is enough to keep a glimmer of hope and prevent my son from completely dying. This is a conspiracy against the Demon Clan, not necessarily the work of the Wu clan. Wait until the investigation is clear before starting a war. Before the truth is revealed, those who act rashly will be killed. Chapter 247 Old Demon G. Give the 2 tribes of witches and liches a little shock of the T0 version. The issuance of several orders in succession made Ji Changsheng instantly understand why Di Jun is the eldest brother, and Tai, who is stronger, has to be the second. Even if his son died, he can still think clearly and calmly. Di Jun is worthy of being the leader who created the most glorious era of the demon race, who is really a fool for a famous Daluo. Of course, the third uncle may not accept it. Ji Changsheng looked at the neatly arranged corpse of the 9-headed golden crow in the purple gold bagua furnace and decisively chose to refine it. Goodbye. Although Di Jun is calm enough, although the chaos bell is powerful enough, although the ancestor of time, Zhu Jiuyin, does not want to go to war with the demon race, but Tai Qing and Jian have already taken action. Di Jun's 9 sons must die. Li Changqi was also shocked by Di Jun's reaction. Junior brother, I suspect that these 9 golden crows are not the biological children of Di Jun. Why can he be so calm? Ji Changsheng was calm and composed. After all, he is the overlord who created the superpower. Such overlords, except for the third uncle, are generally not lacking in brains. I remember that I died in the process of investigating Jiayin. Li Changqi said, Jiayin, the old silver coin, dared to make a move, so I was prepared to deal with it. I fought 2 against 1 with Junti. I beat Junti to a pulp. But after all, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. And I still died. Ji Changsheng. He suspected that Li Changqi did not remember it, but inferred it, plus a little bit of nonsense. But he did not expose it. On the contrary, he followed Li Changqi and said, if this is true, it is not difficult to change your fate. Tell Di Jun that this matter has nothing to do with Jiayin. Senior sister, you are an authority on illusion. If you say it has nothing to do with Jiayin, Di Jun cannot refute it. And Jiayin must understand what you mean. Senior sister. Li Changqi's eyes lit up. Great. Let's see how Di Jun will deal with it this time. Di Jun quickly replied to her solemnly. This must have been done by Jiayin. Li Changqi understood. Di Jun is determined to take advantage of Jiayin. Ji Changsheng. No wonder Di Jun and Tai died cleanly. And there was no sign of resurrection in the later generations. No wonder the saints wanted to destroy the witches and liches. When they were alive, they took the saints as soft persimmons. The saints would definitely not allow such a powerful monster to exist. Ji Changsheng also didn't want such a powerful monster to exist. Junior brother, it won't be because of our rival that the witches and liches can't fight. Right? Li Changqi suddenly became a little worried. Di Jun is too patient. The saints must have other backup plans. But you are right, senior sister. Our arrival may trigger a chain reaction. So we can't give up the initiative. Passive waiting is not the style of Ji Lao Mo. It's time to take the initiative. How to take the initiative? Ji Lao Mo said righteously. Close the door and release my adopted son. My son Xiaoyu is sworn enemies with the demon clan and will definitely kill the demon clan envoy. Wait. When did you Lao Mo become your adopted son? It doesn't matter. Senior sister. After Xiaoyu took action. You took the initiative to ask for a fight. It's useless if Dijun doesn't want to fight. If he doesn't fight, we will fight for him. If Dijun continues to shirk responsibility, he will be a traitor to the demon clan. And the demons can kill him. If we can't kill him, we will support Tai. And if Tai doesn't obey, we will support my mother. In a word, justice will prevail. Ji Changsheng was about to send a message to Xiaoyu, but he stopped. What's wrong? Xiaoyu has already taken action. He just sent me a message. But he didn't kill Bai Zai. Li Changji. That's Yu Lao Mo's style. Yu Lao Mo is just reckless. Not stupid. He came here to fight against the witches and liches. Seeing that 9 of the Golden Crow princes of the demon clan had been killed. But Emperor Jun actually sent envoys to negotiate. This is too scary. This is not what the history books say. So Yu Lao Mo rolled up his sleeves and went straight to the battle. No matter what you think. I killed your peace envoy. Can you still negotiate? I don't believe that the big demons of the demon clan, who are naturally unruly, can endure it forever. Yu Lao Mo's idea is not wrong. And the master of the temple also supports it. However, he is not the real Xing Tian after all. And Bai Zai is the real demon king. And he is the demon king of the ancient prehistoric demon clan at its peak. The master of the temple also attacked, but still failed to stop Bai Zai. Fortunately, Bai Zai was also scared. And the peace talks failed before they even started. Although Bai Zai is a famous wise man of the demon clan, Xing Tian is also the top wizard among the rising stars of the witch clan. And his status in the witch clan is not inferior to his status in the demon clan. Mingyi is even more frightening to the demons. Although he is a lone ranger, he is a Daluo. A Daluo was won over by the witch clan. So Bai Zai must run away and report to the boss. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi calculated this, and found that the advantage was in my hands. Then Li Changxi received another message from Di Jun. Tying. Why don't you take action? Li Changxi was angry. Bai Zai has been beaten back by the witch clan. And so many demon gods are watching. What's wrong with you? The demon king? You are not scared by the witch clan. Right? As a mentally ill person, Li Changxi is fearless. Besides, as the 6th in command of the demon clan's heaven, Tying Xingjuan has a lower status than the 4 emperors. But it is not that big. The 4 emperors also want to win over Tying. Daluo has a high degree of freedom. If they respect you, they will call you the demon emperor. If they don't respect you, they will call you Dijun. And Dijun will have to bear it. If I can't stay here, I will stay somewhere else. Li Changxi was very angry because this Dijun was simply unyielding. In response to Li Changxi's questioning, Dijun was silent for a moment. And then sighed. Bai Zai reported that Xingtian and Mingyi were both a little bit wrong. I suspect that this matter was designed by other Daluo. And the purpose was to make us witches and liches fight and both lose. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi cursed in their hearts at the same time. Fuck. The demons of this era are too smart. Di Jun is fine. But Bai Zai, a victim, can think so calmly. How can we play with your high IQ? Tying, you are fighting with Jian. Put the blame on Jian, my second brother, and I will kill Jian for you. After this battle, you will be the 5th demon king of the demon race. What if it wasn't Jian who did it? No matter who did it, we will kill Jian. Di Jun said very clearly. Jian and Juanti are 2 Daluo. Their strength is not high or low, and they are most suitable to be used as a warning to others. And behind them is the one from Zixu Palace. Cut off one of their fingers, and tell the one from Zixu Palace to be honest. Li Changxi. She felt that Di Jun was very much like her own junior brother. Di Jun, why don't you avenge my son? If you don't do it, I will do it myself. You want your grand plan. I only want my son. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng heard the aggressive questioning from Di Jun at the same time. This made Ji Changsheng's eyes light up. Rimu? Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changxi. Li Changxi nodded, yes. Di Jun's wife Rimu. She just lost 9 sons. Li Changxi understood what his junior brother meant. Di Jun is a man of great talent and strategy. But Rimu is not a mother of the world. She is willing to be a female demon behind Di-jun. Her strength and character are far inferior to Di-jun. Di-jun can bear the pain of losing his son, but Rimu seems unable to bear it. Ji Changsheng complained. Rimu's reaction is normal. Di-jun is completely a hero's reaction. Losing 9 sons and still being able to think rationally is not something a human would do. Although Di-jun was not a human to begin with. It seems that although Di-jun is a man of great talent and strategy, his wife is not virtuous and his sons are not filial. There is a lot to be done. Self-cultivation, family management, governance of the country, and peace in the world. Each step is very important. Throughout the ages, many heroes and overlords have lost in this step of family management. Di-jun is indeed awesome. But there is no doubt that he did not raise his son well. Now it seems that the wife is just average. I have to say that in this regard, Daozu and Dabo are invincible. Alone, walking on the road alone, it is difficult for people to find weaknesses. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi are communicating with each other through divine thoughts at this time. And Di-jun has not lost contact. You came at the right time. Tian has just verified that this matter was not done by the Wu clan. But Jia-in was secretly instigating discord. Jia-in? He dared to kill my son? Ji Changsheng was so surprised. The demon clan and the heavenly court all looked down on the saints. It's okay for you to look down on Junti. Why do you look down on Jia-in? It was indeed Jia-in who did it. He is supported by the one in Xixia Palace. In addition, I suspect that he wants to support the human race to split the demon race. You calm down. If you are still angry, go and kill some of the captive human race to extinguish the fire. As for the Wu clan, I will definitely give you an explanation. Ji Changsheng's pupils darkened instantly. Human race? Still related to the human race? The children have been playing too much recently, eating too many people, and offended Nuwa. Ants will also fight back. And the Xixia Palace has been trying to win over Nuwa. So the children accidentally fell into the trap. The inside story behind this matter is very complicated. If you don't believe it, go and ask Tian to verify it. You and Tian have always been good friends. So you will always believe her words. I will go. Di-jun. If you lie to me, you know the consequences. Don't worry. Stay calm. I have sent my second brother to find Jujuin. And the children's souls should be able to save. Ji Changsheng thought to save your mother. The purple gold bagua furnace was filled with the fragrance of the elixir. And the 9-headed golden crow was completely transformed into a nourishing elixir. When Ji Changsheng completely refined the 9-headed golden crow, Di-jun and Rimu completely sensed the severance of their offspring's bloodline at the same time. The heart-piercing roar resounded through the sky. However, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were unmoved. Senior sister, Di-jun must die. As long as such a demon overlord, who is ambitious and regards humans as ants, is alive, humans will always be just food. Li Changxi nodded. The demons can benefit from killing the witches and eating people. And the witches are the same. In this era, the human race is weak. So when the witches and demons dare not easily go to war, they can put the blame on a third party, such as Jia-in, or the human race. Because of this incident, Nuwa and Di-jun Tai were very unhappy for a while. Ji Changsheng put aside the filter of his mother and asked calmly, what is Nuwa's attitude towards the human race now? After all, she created it with her own hands. The human race can be regarded as her power. Of course, she hopes that the human race will become stronger. If someone attacks the human race, it is equivalent to not giving her face. But Nuwa is one of the 4 emperors of the demon race. She supports the human race, which is equivalent to wanting to seize power in the eyes of Di-jun and Tai. So in order to suppress Nuwa, they will not let the human race rise. The Golden Crow Prince and other demons eat people wantonly, in addition to satisfying their appetite. They are also announcing one thing to the outside world, in the demon heaven. The Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor will always be above the Wa Emperor and the Shi Emperor. I see. No wonder my mom survived the war between the witches and liches, and was the first to adapt to the new version. In the final analysis, Emperor Jun and Tai didn't give face to the Queen of Wa, the race created by the Queen of Wa. You should classify it as a demon race. Just treat it well. Judging from the homely nature of the goddess Nuwa in the future, the Queen of Wa is likely to be content to hide behind and enjoy leisure. But Nuwa is still too strong after all. To the extent that the Queen of Nuwa is strong, it doesn't matter whether she has the intention to rebel or not. What matters is that she has the strength to rebel. In addition, Emperor Shi also stood by the Queen of Wa. So it is difficult for Emperor Jun and Tai to feel safe. They don't want to offend the Queen of Wa completely, but they also want the Queen of Wa to be willing to accept their PUA. You can't blame them for thinking beautifully. Almost all superiors do this to their powerful subordinates. The Emperor's mind is nothing more than this. This trick will naturally be fine when it comes to those who are loyal. But the Queen of Wa was originally a business partner of the demon clan Tianting, not a subordinate at all. In terms of seniority, Nua is an innate god and demon, from the same era as Pangu, and even older than Dijuan and Tai. Dijuan and Tai are just descendants of Pangu, and are still descendants of Nua. It is better to expect the master of the temple to stand up than to expect Nua to be PUA'd by Dijuan and Tai. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, my mother is an innate god and demon, and she is not the same species as Dijuan and Tai. Judging from the experience of later generations, as long as we can save Emperor Shi, my mother is too lazy to go down in this Witchlich decisive battle, so we can eliminate her threat and even consider how to turn my mother into a helper. How did the Witchlich fight in history? Li Changqi scratched his head. I think Dijuan is determined not to fight with the Witch clan. If he doesn't fight, let other monsters fight. Or let the Witch tribe fight. Under the general trend, it is so powerful that Dijun does not have the strength to change the world by himself. Senior sister, let's start with Rimu first. It happens that she has a good relationship with Taiyin Xingjuan, and she should believe what you say. Okay. She is at the door. I will deal with it as needed. Dijun told Rimu that Taiyin Xingjuan had verified that Jia Yin did it. Rimu did not blindly trust Dijun's words. After all, she had slept in the same bed for so many years, and understood Dijun's imperial character. So she came to Taiyin Xingjuan for verification. Taiyin Xingjuan is Rimu's best friend. No one else. But in the face of the inquiry of her best friend, Li Changxi completely followed Dijun's words. Sun Mother stared at Li Changxi for a moment, then suddenly frowned. No. Sister, you looked away today. You must be hiding something from me. Sister, we have known each other for many years. I know you too well. Sun Mother grabbed Li Changxi's hand and burst into tears. Sister, I have always regarded you as my best friend. Are you going to lie to me too? Li Changxi hesitated to speak, her face extremely embarrassed. In the end, she just sighed to the sky. Emperor Jun has issued a gag order to me. It's not that I deliberately concealed it from you, but it's a matter of great importance. If I tell you, Emperor Jun will definitely be furious. Forget it. You and I are sisters. I can't just sit back and watch. I'll introduce someone to you. True King. Come out. Ji Changsheng appeared and saluted to Sun Mother, Yushu Palace Nanji. Meet Sun Mother. Nanji is the name of Yuqing Wang. Yuqing Wang is the name Nanji got when he was in the prehistoric world. After all, it is still the demon clan heaven. And Nanji Changsheng Emperor is a long time later, the eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang. Sun Mother had seen him before, though she was not familiar with him. Yuqing Wang? Why are you here? Sister, what's going on? Li Changxi said, let Zhenwang tell me. The main reason was that she didn't make up a good story. Ji Changsheng did. I'm here to ask Taiyin Xingjuan for help. Ask sister for help? What does Zhenwang want to do? You don't know? I thought it was an open secret. What secret? Sun Mother's eyes were full of confusion. I didn't expect the Demon King to hide it from you. I thought you agreed. Ji Changsheng was shocked. The body of demon ancestor Luoho was sealed by Daozu under Mount Buzhou. Only the blood of the ancestral witch and the blood of the Demon King can remove the seal. Although this matter is secret, it is not a secret in the Daluo circle, and the Demon King knows it very well. Sun Mother was shocked. Demon ancestor Luoho? He is not dead yet? Didn't Hong Jun kill him before he became a Taoist? Of course Luoho is dead, but the innate treasures left by Luoho are still there. The 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the God-slaying spear can both kill the saint. The Eastern Emperor has the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, but the Demon King does not. As far as I know, the Demon King and the 12 ancestral witches have formed an alliance to sacrifice the Golden Crow Prince to lift the seal of the demon ancestor. The Witch Clan only wants the God-slaying spear, and all other Luoho treasures, including the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, belong to the Demon King as compensation for the sacrifice of the Golden Crow Prince. Ji Changsheng asked in surprise, my father has already received the news. And you don't know? Rimu's body was gradually shaking. She maintained her final calmness. Impossible. How could Luoho's seal be so coincidental that only the blood of the ancestral witches and the Demon King's bloodline can lift the seal? Ji Chansheng shrugged. Of course, it was Daozu's conspiracy. Daozu wanted to make the witches and liches fight each other. This is no secret. But the Demon King was more skilled and sacrificed his 9 princes to break Daozu's conspiracy. The Demon King is a real hero. Madam, please be patient. The Demon King and the Ancestral Witch have joined forces. You can't change it. Li Changqi also persuaded sister. Forget it. You know Di Jun compared with the innate treasure. Blood is a trivial matter. And he also let Tai save Xiao Shi. So let it be. The eyes of the Sun Mother gradually turned blood red. I have 9 children. I can't get over it. Sister, I want revenge. Will you help me? Li Changqi said in embarrassment. Sister, although my Taoism is not much different from Di Jun. Di Jun holds the river map and Luo Shu. Although the river map and Luo Shu are 1 level lower than the innate treasure, they can also mobilize the power of the stars in the sky for their own use. With the river map and Luo Shu, I am no match for Di Jun. What if the river map and Luo Shu are not there? Li Changqi blinked. Then I am sure I can be invincible. But I still can't suppress Di Jun by myself. Sun Mother took a deep breath. Ji Chansheng combined the news from later generations. And the river map and Luo Shu finally fell into Fuxi's hands. So Ji Chansheng passed the information to Li Changqi calmly. Li Changqi pondered for a moment. Then whispered, Sister, for the sake of our sisterly love, I will only say one thing once. Please give me some advice. Sister, Emperor Shi likes the river map and Luo Shu very much. And Emperor Hua and Emperor Dong are often at odds. Chapter 248, Pu Xian Man. Steamed Shrimp Head. When Ji Chansheng saw the reaction of the Sun Mother, he knew that this wave should be stable. A good position is like AIDS, which is only transmitted through mother to child. Blood. And the combination of yin and yang. The Demon King is not a good position. This has to be fought by oneself. So Emperor Jun is ruthless enough. Tai is strong enough. And Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua are also big guys at the top of the food chain. But the Demon Queen is a good position. This position does not require ability, but the combination of yin and yang. The Prince of Jinwu is also a good position. What is needed is mother and child, not ability. So the Prince of Jinwu died cleanly. And the Sun Mother completely believed what her best friend said. In the final analysis, they did not get to the top by their own ability. The one who really got to the top by his ability was Emperor Jun, who was able to think calmly after the death of 9 sons. I must say that this has nothing to do with gender discrimination. If it were Tien Xingjuan and Emperor Hua, they would not be fooled like this. But the Sun Mother is just the Sun Mother. Sister, I really regret not listening to you back then. Rimu held Li Changqi's hand, tears flashing in her eyes. Back then you advised me not to marry Di Jun, saying that the Demon King was hard-hearted and ruthless, with lofty ambitions, and was definitely not a good match. He only had the world in his eyes, and didn't have too many private feelings. I know that both brothers wanted to marry you at first, and Di Jun chose me because he couldn't get it, but I still coveted his momentum and power. Sister is Tien Star Lord without him, and I can only become the Demon Queen of Heaven by marrying him. Sure enough, Sister's words came true. He only has the world in his eyes. Ji Chansheng was a good guy again, looking at the senior sister with his eyes. Is Tien Star Lord so popular? Li Changqi gave him a look in return. Nonsense. Do you think my reputation as the most beautiful woman in the prehistoric world is just a boast? Ji Chansheng, isn't Chang'e the most beautiful woman in the prehistoric world? Li Changqi, that was Xuandu's promotion. Chang'e is just traffic. I am the real power. The two exchanged glances, but Rima didn't notice. She was still immersed in the pain of losing her son, and the feeling of betrayal that her husband used her son as a bargaining chip for promotion. Although this process did not involve her husband's infidelity, the death of her son was more serious than having a mistress. Rimu. 9 sons died. 9. Without much hesitation, Rimu decisively decided to divorce. Sister, do you want the treasure left by Luoho? Li Changqi nodded. Of course. Luoho is a top powerhouse at the same level as Hong Jun, and is also my goal. If I can get the innate treasure left by Luoho, my strength will definitely be further improved. And even being on par with Tai Dijuan is not a delusion. Sister, I will help you. Rimu said hatefully. I will never let Dijuan get the sealed treasure open with my son's life. He is really too much. Not only him, but also the Wu clan will pay the price for my son's death. Li Changshi thought about it and took the initiative to persuade, Sister, Dijun gave birth to 10 children with you after all. So you won't kill him. What if the mother of the son is fooling her? Although Li Changshi thinks the possibility is not great, it is a safe bet. Facts have proved that she overestimated her bestie. Rima really hates. But the mother of the son did not intend to kill Dijun. Sister, you overestimate me. I can't kill him. And you are right. Xiaoshi is still here. Rima's tone was very firm, but I want him to know that if he uses my child to make a deal, he will only lose everything in the end. I can't kill him, but I have the ability to destroy him. Li Changshi thought it was great. Sister, you finally woke up. Male demons are unreliable. We still have to rely on ourselves. Ji Changsheng raised his eyelids and remained silent. Senior sister is talking about male demons. I am a man, so it's different. Hichu Luoshu is the treasure used by Emperor Jun to control various demon gods. Without Hichu Luoshu, his strength is not much different from yours. Not to mention competing for the innate treasure left by Luoho. Sister, I will contact Emperor Shi, and I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? I want the witch clan to pay the price for my son's death. This matter can never be let go. I lost 9 children, and at least 2 of the ancestors must die. Otherwise I will never be willing. Women who are willing to risk their lives cannot be offended. The same goes for female demons. Of course Li Changshi can't refuse. Sisters walk together for life. Whoever doesn't agree is a dog. Don't worry. Sister, I have watched my 9 nephews grow up. I will not let them die in vain. As for making the ancestor which pay the price, it is a bit difficult. But I will try my best. Not difficult. Ji Changsheng seized the opportunity and spoke decisively. Star Lord, I am willing to help you complete this matter. And please help me. Daluo. The Sun Mother finally looked at Ji Changsheng. She was just not as smart as Dijun. But she was not stupid. Does the true king want to form an alliance with my sister? Or does the 3 pure ones want to form an alliance with my sister? Ji Changsheng told the truth, both want to. The 2 tribes of witches and liches are too powerful. My father, uncle and third uncle do not want this situation to continue. Let alone make Dijun stronger. Therefore, the treasures left by Luoho must not fall into the hands of the 2 tribes of witches and liches. If Tian Star Lord can be persuaded, the threat to Dijun will be much smaller. Sun Ho's expression eased a little. The true king is honest. Ji Changsheng's heart for heart. Now all the powerful people in the prehistoric fairy world want to overthrow the witch and demon clans. This is an open secret. I have no intention of being your enemy, so I will not deliberately deceive you. Star Lord, you are the same. After all, you are just a descendant of Pangu, not a demon clan at all. Speaking of the racial composition of the prehistoric world, it is also very interesting. Pangu, Nuwa, Hongjun, including the demon ancestor Luoho, all belong to the innate gods and demons. Before Pangu created the world, they had already lived in chaos. After Pangu created the world, he fell and turned into the prehistoric world. Many creatures emerged from Pangu's corpse, such as Dijun, Tai, Sanqing, the 12 witch ancestors, Tian Xingjuan, the old ancestor of the Styx. These creatures are collectively called the descendants of Pangu. The innate gods and demons and the descendants of Pangu are all born powerful, and almost all of them do not need to practice. And they are already Daluo. So there are many creatures with poor brains among these creatures, especially the innate gods and demons. It is said that there are 3,000 innate gods and demons in the chaos. Pangu was ahead in strength at that time. It was obvious that he wanted to kill all the innate gods and demons. But the other innate gods and demons were more stubborn than each other, and insisted on fighting Pangu to the death. Only a few clever innate gods and demons knew to avoid Pangu. So they lived until after Pangu opened the sky. Such as Hongjun, Nuwa, Luoho. The first generation of Pangu's descendants were also born strong. They had the strength of Daluo without being beaten. So it was natural that some Daluo did not develop IQ, such as Tantian Jiaozhu and half of the 12 ancestor witches. After Pangu's descendants, it was the demon race that was born and raised. The foundation of the demon race is far inferior to that of the innate gods and demons and the descendants of Pangu. The 4 emperors of the demon race today, 2 descendants of Pangu, and 2 innate gods and demons. There is no demon race born and raised. The concept of the demon race itself is also very broad. Cows are demons. Horses are demons. Deer are demons. And at this time point, even humans are demons. So it is nonsense to expect the demon race to have self-identity and loyalty. Everyone is not from the same race at all. The demon race heaven can exist because the 4 emperors are too strong. Including the demon master Kunpeng and Taiyin Xingjuan are too strong. So there is cohesion. This is not maintained by loyalty, but purely by strength. Therefore, it is not as difficult as imagined to persuade Emperor Shi, Emperor Hua, including Taiyin Xingjuan to withdraw from the war between witches and demons, or even change their positions. They are not demons in the first place. Li Chengxi did not comment on Ji Chongqing's persuasion. However, after looking at her good sister Rimu, who was looking at her with expectation, Li Chengxi's sisterhood occupied her mind. Forget it. For your sake, I will make a deal with Sanqing. Li Chengxi said helplessly, True king. If Sanqing can kill the 2 ancestors of the Wu clan and fulfill my sister's wish, I will cooperate with Sanqing. Rimu was moved and held her good sister's hand again. Sister, you are still the best to me. You don't have to be so polite to me. Li Chengxi was also moved by herself. True king. What do you think? Ji Chongsheng readily agreed. No problem. As long as Xingjuan doesn't let my father and others kill all the 12 ancestors. Others can be tried. For the 2 ancestors, it's not a big problem. At this stage, if the 12 witch ancestors come together, the 3 pure ones are really no match. But if only 2 witch ancestors are killed, the 3 pure ones have a 70% chance of doing it. Of course, the premise is to separate the 12 witch ancestors. But it is not that difficult to do this. The difficulty is how to prevent the revenge of other witch ancestors after killing the witch ancestors. It is easy to kill 1 or 2 witch ancestors. But the revenge of other witch ancestors, and even the entire witch clan, is a real fatal threat. Even the Taoist ancestors do not want to cause such trouble. So the 12 witch ancestors were rampant in the prehistoric world in the past. But now it is the eve of the change of the times. The new era overlord has sharpened his sword. And the transfer of royal power must be carried out on the corpse of the old overlord. Therefore, Ji Chongsheng absolutely believes that his father, uncle, and uncle have the courage to do it. And Ji Chongsheng seriously suspects that they have also done it in history. But I also need Xingjuan, and the Queen of Demons to do me a favor. The 12 ancestors of the Wu clan are of the same blood. Killing 1 or 2 is easy. But offending the entire Wu clan will have serious consequences. And only the demon clan can bear it. Queen of Demons. I need the demon clan. Or more precisely, I need Dijuan to be responsible for this matter. Okay. I'll arrange it. The Sun Mother also agreed. She thought this request was reasonable. If Yu Qingzhenwang didn't make this request, she would worry that the 3 pure ones had other purposes. Then you sisters can reminisce first. And I'll contact my father. Ji Chongsheng went to the back hall. He really contacted Yuanshi Tianwang. He told Yuanshi Tianwang all his plans. The Yuanshi Tianwang on the opposite side was stunned. The old-fashioned and serious voice could not hide the surprise. Nanji, when did you learn to set up a plan? Ji Chongsheng said, Father, it's time now. Do something useful. Anyway, this is also a period of time that Hong Jun has intercepted from the past. And his father has been pretending to be dead in the future, which greatly reduces Ji Chongsheng's admiration for him. In addition, every second counts at this time. So Ji Chongsheng doesn't bother to be polite. Father, do we have the ability to kill the ancestor witch now? If there are 1 or 2. Of course. But Luoho's burial place is not in Buzhou Mountain, but in Xumi Mountain. Yuanshi Tianwang reminded, Luoho's Taoist temple is in Xumi Mountain. And he also fell in Xumi Mountain. The Zhuxian sword formation in your third uncle's hand was hidden under Xumi Mountain in the past. Fortunately, not many people know about this matter. And the news of the 2 tribes of witches and liches has been blocked. If you say this, it will not arouse the suspicion of the 2 tribes of witches and liches. Just like Jia Yin is the opponent of Taiyin Xingjuan in the fight for the Tao, Luoho is Hongjuan's opponent. The fight between them was not interfered by other powerful beings. At least those who were still alive. So not many powerful beings knew the true situation of Luoho. Hongjun blocked a lot of history about Luoho. Ji Chongsheng, Father, I don't care where Luoho died. I just want the ancestor witch to die in Buzhou Mountain. And then Buzhou Mountain will be broken in half. Buzhou Mountain is the pillar that supports the sky. Once Buzhou Mountain falls, the sky will immediately tilt to the northwest. I understand. You are giving merit to Nuwa. Nuwa practices the way of creation. Once the world is missing, she is the fastest Daluo who can make up for the prehistoric world. However, merit is useful for ordinary chi cultivators, but not too useful for Nuwa. She is just a supplementary merit, and may not be interested in it. Merit is a bonus, mainly to give Nuwa a reason to stand aside in the battle between witches and demons. Only if Nuwa can't get away, she has a reason not to participate in the battle between witches and demons. If Nuwa doesn't participate, Shi Huang is likely to not participate. Even if he participates, he can be persuaded to play a fake game. Father, do you think the river map and Luoshu are enough to persuade Shi Huang to take a gamble? Of course. Di Jun used the river map and Luoshu to control the demon clan's heaven. If Fushi could control the river map and Luoshu, his achievements would not be worse than Di Jun. When the difference in the Dao of Daluo is not big, it often depends on the magic weapon. Nanji, are you sure that the Sun Mother can get the river map and Luoshu? Not sure, but I believe her. A mother is strong. A woman, a female demon can burst out the potential for her son is unimaginable. Father, I have also arranged people for the witch clan, but I am not sure if I can lead the ancestor witch to Buzhou Mountain. Protect yourself, and leave the rest to me. After a pause, Yuanshi Tianwang finally reminded Nanji, you are still young, and there will be many opportunities to shine in the future. Don't be so anxious. You are a little radical this time. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. Father is really very controlling. No wonder Uncle San didn't like to listen to him later. What's wrong with being young? You are talented when you are young. Always waiting for you old guys to arrange it. I don't know when it will take. After all, you old people are too good at living. Rather than waiting for you to give it to me, I might as well grab it myself. Of course, if there is a real fight, the old people have to fight. It is enough for him to be a behind-the-scenes screenwriter and a cheerleader for his father. Uncle and uncle. 5 minutes later, Ji Chansheng received a message from Xiaoyu. The great witch Xiangliu of the Gonglong tribe died in the Zhurong tribe. The two tribes have always been at odds, and there are signs of war. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu began to update the news. Zhurong and Gonglong went to war, fighting all the way, and were heading towards Buzhou Mountain. It seems that Xiangliu's body found a treasure that only Buzhou Mountain can find. A quarter of an hour later, Ho Tu asked me to rush to help Buzhou Mountain. Gonglong and Zhurong were really fighting. But Ho Tu and Dijiang noticed something was wrong. They were ready to follow the clues and catch the mastermind behind the scenes. What a ghost. Isn't it said that the witch clan fights against heaven and earth? Why is there such a big difference in IQ? Ji Chansheng. He was not surprised. The 4 emperors of the demon clan are invincible, and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan can't all be reckless. And it can be seen that the tacit understanding between the high-level officials of the witch and the Lich clan is far beyond the imagination of the world. Neither side wants to fight. Chasheng. Gonglong is the ancestor of water, and Zhurong is the ancestor of fire. The 2 ancestors of witches are enough to run rampant in the prehistoric world. They have already made preparations in advance, and the ambush is unlikely to work. Let Yuanshi Tianwang withdraw. Xiaoyu also saw that the witch and the Lich clans were a bit too powerful at this time point. The saints of later generations are now suppressed by the witch and the Lich clans. He lacks confidence in Yuanshi Tianwang. Ji Chansheng was also lacking in confidence, so he contacted his father in time. Yuanshi Tianwang's reply surprised Ji Chansheng. My third brother is arranging things on Buzhou Mountain, and your uncle and I are busy with other things. Other things? The 4 swords of Zhuxian are murder weapons, and it is ominous to hold on. Your uncle, and I want your third uncle to restrain his edge and replace it with a treasure to suppress his luck. Ji Chansheng instantly guessed Yuanshi Tianwang's plan. Chaos Bell? Not bad. Ji Chansheng. You have a really big appetite. And what if I also like it? Third uncle. Do you have the nerve to compete with your nephew? Ji Chansheng really coveted the Chaos Bell. He thought about it carefully. When he came to this prehistoric time, Han Jun said that no matter what he gained, he could take it out. But Ji Chansheng knew that some things could not be taken out. For example, the treasures that exist in the future. Han Jun is bragging. He can't expose it. He can only do reading comprehension by himself. Among the things that can be taken out, the most valuable can only be the Chaos Bell, and it has no owner in the future. Now it seems that the 3 pure ones are to blame for Tai's death. But the Chaos Bell must not have fallen into the hands of the three pure ones. At least not into the hands of Tantian Jiaozhu. Otherwise Tantian Jiaozhu's IQ would definitely be used during the conferred God tribulation. And he couldn't help it. Since it has no owner, it must be occupied by a virtuous person. Ji Changsheng felt that he was very virtuous. Although Ji Changsheng has not thought of a good way to get the Chaos Bell. He always has to have a dream. What if it comes true? Ji Changsheng decided to persuade his uncle. Uncle, Gonglong and Zhurong have discovered that there is a conspiracy behind Xiangliu's death. They may be deliberately paralyzing you. Buzhou Mountain. A young man in red raised his eyebrows and showed his sharp edge. After receiving the reminder from his nephew, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the sky was dark, and the two great witch ancestors who dominated the prehistoric fairyland were already in the Zhuxian sword formation. It doesn't matter. I hold the Zhuxian sword formation, and only the four great luos can break it. Little Nanji, Uncle will teach you one thing. Conspiracies and tricks are useless. Uncle didn't plan to play dirty with Gonglong Zhurong this time. I want to kill them by force. While controlling the Zhuxian sword formation, the young man in red was chatting and laughing with his nephew. And he had no pressure. The 12 ancestral witches are famous, but they just rely on their numbers. 1-on-1. Even 1-on-2. 1-on-3. What is Uncle afraid of? Little Nanji. Remember? The first treasure of the prehistoric world is not the Chaos Bell, but my uncle's 4 swords of Zhuxian. Ji Changsheng blinked. Uncle San. My father just told me that he and Uncle are trying to get the Chaos Bell for you. What do I want the Chaos Bell for? If they hadn't stopped me, Tai would have been killed by my sword. I guess my father and Uncle are afraid of you. Ji Changsheng sighed softly. With the 4 swords of Zhuxian in hand, my father and Uncle may not be able to beat you. Uncle San. How embarrassing it is for them. Uncle San. You should also be considerate of them. After all, they are elders. That makes sense. The 4 swords of Zhuxian are indeed too powerful. Gonglong and Zhurong have already fallen. Ji Changsheng's heart jumped. It seems that Uncle San has also had a record of battles. It's just that it has been covered by the dust of time and cannot be brought out. It's normal for the eldest and second brothers to be afraid of the 4 swords of Zhuxian. They can't break the Zhuxian sword formation together. With the 4 swords of Zhuxian, I don't care about the Chaos Bell at all. But the eldest and second brothers have good intentions, and I can't expose their little tricks. Got it. Xiao Nanji. Do you want the Chaos Bell? Ji Changsheng's mood was a little subtle. He didn't think about the ownership of the Chaos Bell at this time. After all, he knew that the third uncle's words didn't count. The 3 purities probably didn't get the Chaos Bell at all. He was thinking about another thing. Could the source of the third uncle's Pu Xian be here? Chapter 249 Ji Laoimo. As long as I owe everyone a lot of money, I will be the person with the strongest background in the world. It is difficult for a person to get confidence out of thin air, and there must be some achievements to back it up. After all, third uncle has seen big scenes, so he would not inexplicably think that he can really beat 4 people. So Ji Changsheng seriously suspected that third uncle had done similar things with the 4 swords of Zhuxian in history, and might have really killed 2 ancestor witches or 2 Daluo. Then it made third uncle think that Zhuxian sword formation was not a problem for 1-on-2 at the same level. I can beat 4. Later, when third uncle became a saint, the 4 Daluo were upgraded to 4 saints. Just as Ji Changsheng had this idea, he heard third uncle say on the other end, Teacher really didn't lie to me. He said that Zhuxian sword formation could fight 1 against 4. I thought he was bragging before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Why is the teacher so generous? Ji Changsheng. Yes. It seems that the other source of third uncle's belief is from Hong Jun. That is, Hong Jun gave third uncle theoretical thoughts. Uncle San completed the practice by himself. Finally, when the 2 sides were combined, I could fight 4. Uncle San. If I remember correctly, did you get the 4 swords of Zhuxian in Zixia Palace? Yes. The teacher gave the Tai Chi diagram to my eldest brother, the Penghu banner to my second brother, and the 4 swords of Zhuxian to me. Now it seems that it is the best for me. Ji Changsheng is difficult to judge. Taozu is indeed a little too generous. If it were not for this, he would not dare to covet the Chaos Bell. He had this idea because he knew that the Chaos Bell had no owner in the future and Hong Jun didn't care. According to Hong Jun's past behavior, Hong Jun himself didn't care about the innate treasures that ordinary saints fought for. And he gave them all to the 6 saints. Later, Taiching also began to have this trend, distributing wealth and treasures in various ways. From disciples to servants to mounts. All of Taiching's disciples were dressed in divine clothes. Ji Changsheng couldn't understand this state now. He could only say, "Please hit me harder with your treasures. Don't be afraid of hitting me to death. I'm happy." Uncle San, is it because Daozu gave you these treasures that you are willing to worship him as your master? Ji Changsheng asked. Almost. I didn't really regard him as Daozu before. I just felt that his Taoism was more advanced than ours. So I went to listen to his teachings. But the teacher is really generous. He gave away innate treasures casually. Although my eldest brother said that this was to win us over to be his thugs. It is reasonable to be a thug with such a big benefit. Uncle San has a simple idea of taking money from others to eliminate disasters for them. Ji Changsheng also has it. Of course, he agrees with his uncle's point of view. Daozu is not a selfless and kind person like him. There must be a purpose for doing good things. If the people are saved but the land is lost, both the people and the land will be saved. If the land is saved but the people are lost, both the people and the land will be lost. Compared with living with a bunch of innate treasures, Ji Changsheng would choose to distribute the treasures to his subordinates to help him conquer the world. You can't take all the benefits in your own hands, and you won't be able to enjoy them. Besides, the Daozu should hold the most important treasure in his hand, the legendary jade disc of creation that controls the way of heaven. In comparison, other innate treasures are unlikely to pose a fatal threat to the Daozu. But it's useless for the Daozu to refine so many by himself. After all, the power of a single output has an upper limit. Besides, big people don't do everything themselves. They must let their younger brothers help them conquer the world. Look at the objects assigned by Daozu. All are descendants of Pangu, but given to Sanqing, not to the 12 witch ancestors. All are the 4 emperors of the demon clan, only winning over Wahuang, ignoring the other 3. Pull one group, beat another, divide and divide. Absolutely the top master of power. Every assignment has a purpose. The Sanqing got the treasure he bestowed. And this level of innate treasure is not available to the current prehistoric overlord Dijuan and the 12 witch ancestors. What to do? Hongjun is not easy to fight. But the Sanqing is not a hard persimmon in the eyes of the witch and lich clans at this time. If the Sanqing does not take the initiative, the witch and lich clans will come to grab it sooner or later. Unless the Sanqing bets that the witch and lich clans love peace. Obviously, the Sanqing does not bet. So they chose to strike first. I understand. Third uncle. If 2 of the 12 witch ancestors are removed, will the remaining 10 be easier to deal with? A little easier, but not too much. Your father and I are both Daoyuo. But your father needs 4 to beat me. Little Nanji, don't think that just because your realm is at the same level, your strength is also at the same level. Ji Changsheng. Third uncle. You are indeed inflated. Or you have not been beaten too often. Of course, he still understood what third uncle said. Is there a big difference in the strength of the 12 witch ancestors? It should be. I remember that the teacher said that the strongest witch ancestors are Zhu Jiuyin, Dijiang and Hutu. Zhu Jiuyin controls time. Dijiang controls space. And Hutu moistens all things. These 3 are the most difficult to kill. The other witch ancestors are basically not your third uncle's enemies in one blow. Ji Changsheng chose to ignore the last sentence. What third uncle called an enemy in one blow was at least more than 100 moves away. Besides, the Zhuxian sword formation is known as the first killing formation in the prehistoric world. Who knows what the scene inside the formation is like? Maybe the third uncle fought in it for hundreds of years, and then came out to show off, and said that he killed the opponent in seconds. Others can't do such a thing. But Ji Changsheng thinks that the third uncle can definitely do it for the sake of showing off. So it's okay to listen to the third uncle's words selectively. Ji Changsheng can only be sure of one thing. Since the third uncle can kill 2 ancestor witches, as long as the ancestor witches are separated, it won't be a problem for his father to kill 2. And the eldest uncle, maybe he can kill 4. The 12 ancestor witches are still too many. Once they are defeated one by one, it will be easy to cause problems. The witch clan is doomed to lose. Ji Changsheng's tone is very firm. The demon clan may still turn the tables, but the chance is not great. The demon clan is too arrogant. Di Jun insisted on focusing on Jiayin. Jiayin and Juandi also have tempers. The three pure ones are planning the chaos spell again. With Nua and Fushi's ambiguous attitude, Dijun can't go against the will of heaven as long as there is a problem with the river map and Lushu. Although Daozu has not taken action personally, and the decisive battle has not officially begun. Things are often like this. The skills are beyond the poem. Daozu just doesn't leave easily. But Daozu can leave. The Witch Clan and the Demon Clan are said to be able to kill the saints. And now there is only one saint. Jun. However, the Witch Clan has lost 2 witch ancestors. And I am afraid it has lost the strength to kill the saint. As for the Demon Clan, Ji Chengxing's eyes flashed with a faint light. He suddenly had a bold idea. At this time, he had left Titan Palace in the future. Ji Chengxing boldly asked the sky, Master, your request for us is just to live until the end of the witch-demon decisive battle. Right? The prompt sounded, yes. Ji Chengxing continued to ask, what if the witches and liches didn't have a decisive battle? The prompt sound was a little down. Ji Chengxing finally gritted his teeth and offered his own surrender. Master, do you want to see the cards and abilities of the 3 pure ones at this time? The prompt sound continued to be down. But it didn't stop. So Ji Chengxing understood. The witches and liches are a thing of the past. It is obvious that Daozu wants to see the cards of the 3 pure ones. Of course, he should just want to see the cards of his father and uncle. The cards of the 3rd uncle. He can't hide them himself. Junior brother, what do you want to do? Li Chengxi didn't understand Ji Chengxing's behavior. Ji Chengxing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the prompt sound didn't continue to sound. At this time, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Senior sister, I'm going to do a big deal. How big? Bigger than the witches and liches. Li Chengxi was not afraid, but became excited. What are you going to do? Sincerity for sincerity. Half an hour later, the Demon Clan, the Heaven. Emperor Jun looked at the Sun Mother, who appeared in front of him and asked him for the authority of the river map and Luoshu, with a very complicated look in his eyes. When Tian told me, I didn't want to believe it. You are really crazy. You would rather believe a rumor than believe me. The Sun Mother looked at Li Chengxi, who suddenly appeared beside Emperor Jun, and understood everything in an instant. Then she covered her heart. Sister, I thought that even if the whole world betrayed me, you would not. Li Chengxi told the truth. Tian Star Lord did not betray you. Sorry. I am not Tian. The Sun Mother began to be confused. But Emperor Jun did not give her the opportunity to know the truth, waving his hand to knock the Sun Mother unconscious. Dijun took a deep breath. Tian. No. It should be said that Tian's descendant. I believe your words 70%. What should we do next? The Witch and Lich high-level talks. My junior brother, and I will tell you all the truth. I will arrange it. Where is your junior brother? He is gathering all the human race. Although it has only been a period of time in the past. My junior brother and I are born as human beings. Even in the illusion, we hope that our compatriots can be safe. I think the Demon King is the same. Even in the illusion, as a Demon King, he will protect the dignity of all demons and fight hard. Naturally. An hour later, Buzhou Mountain, the burial place of the water ancestor and the fire ancestor. Xingtian and Mingyi were suddenly brought to this place by Hutu, and were scared half to death when they saw that Yu Qingzhenwang and Tian Xingyuan also came out of the demon camp. Yu Laomo's knees began to weaken now. Even though he was stubborn. He is stubborn. But he is not afraid of death. What's going on? Yu Qingzhenwang nodded to them and smiled. Master. Master. Please be patient. I set this up. Ah? Xingtian and Mingyi were even more confused. What confused them even more was, no need to pretend. I have informed the high-level officials of the 2 tribes of witches and liches of our origins. Ji Chengxing no longer paid attention to the master and Xiaoyu, but walked to the center of the stage and made his official debut. Sister Ho Tu, don't be sad about the death of Zhurong and Gonggong. They have already fallen. This is just a period of time in the past. They were intercepted by Daozu in the future for the purpose of training me and my senior sister. Li Chengxi stood beside Ji Chengxing, smiling, radiant, and not at all stage fright. She formed a sharp contrast with the master and Xiaoyu. In such a deadly big occasion, it is really difficult for normal people to be compared with the mentally ill. All the high-level people of the 2 witch and lich tribes present today, except for Sister Ho Tu, have fallen in the future. Dijun, Tai Yi, and the other surviving ancestor witches among the 12 ancestor witches, all felt a pang in their hearts. I think since I told you the truth, with your Dalyu ability, you have also discovered that this is just a period of prehistoric years, not the real prehistoric land. In the prehistoric fairyland, time and space are irreversible and cannot be changed. This is an iron rule. Unless you are Hong Jun. You must be Hong Jun in the future whose strength exceeds Pangu. But Dalyu is Dalyu. It is still possible to discover some truths. But they can only discover. Ji Chansheng said a cruel fact. Unfortunately, even if you know all the truth, you can't rewrite your own ending. Because the prehistoric fairyland is the body of Pangu. Unless you surpass Pangu in strength, there will be no change to what has happened in the past. And you will continue to experience death. Ji Chansheng looked around. And the ancestor witches and Emperor Jun Tai didn't speak. So he continued, it's just that death is different from death. Gentlemen, your ending is already determined. And there are still many unknowns in the future of me and my sister. Even as strong as Daozu. He can't save the fallen Daoyuo. And he can only cultivate new Daoyuo. And my sister and I are the latest candidates that Daozu values. Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestor witches, finally spoke, little brother. Wait a moment. Then he raised his hand, took both the master and Yu Lao Mo in his hands, and began to search their souls. The memories of the two were visualized. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the ancestor which looked at the ironclad evidence deep in the two people's memories, and their faces became even colder. Li Chongqi asked in a voice transmission, Junior brother, why doesn't he search our souls? Ji Chongqing smiled and said, we dare to play like this. They have already believed that we are the people of the Taoist master. So they don't trust our memories, fearing that they have been tampered with. In contrast, the master and Xiaoyu can be seen through by them at a glance. Indeed seen through. Di Jiang put Xiaoyu and the master down, and was silent for a minute before speaking again, little brother. What do you want to do? Ji Chansheng told the truth, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, the two ancestor witches, died here, under the sword of Tong Tianjiaozhu. The ancestor which looked murderous. After the end of the witch and lich era, we entered the saint era, and witches and liches became a thing of the past. The witches lingered on, and the demons became mounts. In particular, the Western religion founded by Jia Yin Juanti was very keen on sterilizing and changing the sex of the demons. Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces were livid. It was hard for them not to believe it. In the past, when the witches and liches didn't want to fight, they put the blame on Jia Yin Juanti. It was all karma. In the future, witches and liches will no longer be a problem. The two sides fighting for hegemony in the prehistoric fairy world will become Daozu and Sanqing. The eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang, Yu Qingzhen Wang, mysteriously disappeared in the future. Daozu put me here because he wanted me to replace Yu Qingzhen Wang from the source of Daoyuo. Ji Chansheng pointed at his senior sister. Monster King. Yeast King. You are all very familiar with the feud between Taiyin Star Lord and Jian Saint. Taiyin Star Lord also fell in the battle between the witch and the demon. My sister will inherit Taiyin Star Lord and be valued by Daozu in the future. Jian Saint's attitude was ambiguous in the dispute between Daozu and the three pure ones, which made Daozu unhappy. So my sister also came here at this time. Di Jun said coldly, Jia Yin seems to be smooth, but in fact he is arrogant and cold. He naturally does not want to be a dog under Hong Jun. So Chansheng dares to ask the two tribes of witches and liches to help me and my senior sister. My senior sister and I have accepted the cause and effect of the two tribes, and we will definitely repay the remnants of the two tribes in the future. Ji Chansheng bowed and said, Sister Ho Tu, you will be the only one left among the 12 ancestor witches in the future. You have never given up. First, you supported Xing Tian in the fight for the Emperor of Heaven and failed. And then you supported Qi Yu in the fight for the Emperor of Humans and failed again. When I came here, you were making your last struggle. You used all the vitality of the witch clan, cooperated with the demon clan and the human clan, and recommended a new emperor of human beings. But he has just started. If he fails again, the witch clan will disappear completely. The ancestor which was in a heavy mood. Ho Tu, thank you for your hard work. It's a pity that we all died, leaving Ho Tu to fight alone. Little brother, can you help Ho Tu? Of course. Ji Chansheng expressed his ambition. Yu Qingzhen Wang will achieve the Daoyu in the future, be named the Southern Pole Chansheng Great Emperor, and control the wind, rain, thunder and lightning in the prehistoric fairyland. Tian Wu, 8 heads and human face, tiger body and 8 tails, the ancestor of wind. Xianming, human face and bird body. Stepping on green snake. The ancestor of rain/ice. Chong Liang, holding a snake in his mouth and a snake in his hand. Tiger head and human body. 4-hoof feet. Long elbows. The ancestor of thunder. Shi Zi, human face and bird body. Green snake hanging from his ears. Holding a red snake in his hands. The ancestor of lightning. I suspect that the inheritance of the 4 witch ancestors, Tianwu, Xianming, Qianliang, and Shizi, fell into the hands of Yuanshi Tianwang after this battle, and was later passed on to Yuqingzhenwang by Yuanshi Tianwang. The witch ancestors and Yuqingzhenwang died in later generations. But the power of the Emperor of Heaven still exists. If I want to replace him, I must also have the power to control the wind, rain, thunder and lightning in the prehistoric fairyland. If I become the great Emperor of longevity in the South Pole and cooperate with Sister Hutu, I can also help escort the new Emperor and help the witch clan become great again. Ji Changsheng bowed to the ground. Today, Changsheng and the ancestors exchanged their sincerity and made a heavenly oath. I have inherited the 4 ancestors of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and I will do my best to help Hotu Nyongyong support the new Emperor to establish a country. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth. The ancestors were moved. Okay, kid. Remember? Don't let Hotu fight alone. He's dead anyway. So why not give it to you? Although I have selfish motives, we have no other choice. Hotu, we can't let you bear all the responsibilities alone. Ji Changsheng had 4 more drops of blood on his hand. The ancestors were really straightforward. Of course, the premise is that they have confirmed that Ji Changsheng is telling the truth. So, they don't have many choices. Don't they choose Xiaoyu and Guanchu instead of Ji Changsheng? They can't count on them either. Dijiang said in a deep voice, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The inheritance is all in it. You don't need to transform the body of the ancestor witch. You can practice and make great progress every day. As for the body of the ancestor witch, although it is an illusion, I can't give it to you. We have to use it to kill the 3 pure ones. Ji Changsheng was content. Changsheng is already very satisfied. Thank the ancestor witch for the generous gift. After returning to reality, Changsheng will definitely help Sister Hotu with all his strength. Li Chengxi followed suit. Demon Emperor. Dongwang. Since I have inherited the Taiyin Star Lord, I also have a cause and effect with the demon clan. If I am lucky enough to inherit the Demon Emperor Dongwang, I will definitely take care of the demon clan in the future. After a pause, Li Chengxi had a sudden thought. By the way, Prince Xiaoshi was also converted by the Western religion in the future. Di Jun and Dongwang's faces changed suddenly. Li Chengxi said decisively, Dongwang, if I have the Chaos Bell, I will protect Xiaoshi's safety even if I am an enemy of the saint. Dongwang Tai actually didn't hesitate too much. He pointed at Li Chengxi's brow. And after a moment, he withdrew his hand and reminded her, such a good fortune is enough for you to cultivate to Daluo. If Hong Jun is willing to give you the Chaos Bell, it is yours. If he is not willing, go to the place I reminded you. But you may not get anything. Thank you. Dongwang. Dongwang Tai nodded and looked at Dijuan, brother. Although it is in the past, I still want to fight. Dijuan said in a deep voice, if my judgment is correct, the outcome of this battle cannot be changed. And the 2 tribes of witches and demons will inevitably be defeated. But how to defeat? We can choose by ourselves. Dijiang? The witch tribe wants to kill the 3 pure ones. Yes. Then the demon tribe will go to meet that one. As soon as Dijuan finished speaking, the stars in the sky shone together. Tens of thousands of demons roared. And the sky and the earth changed color. Han Jun has been planning for a long time. And the 6 saints have become a force to be reckoned with. Even if we try our best in this battle, we may not win. But what Ji said is right. There is a difference between death and rebirth. The 6 saints of the future will be left to Yu Wu clan. Second brother, start the Zhoutian star ray. The goal is to step on Zixia. Ji Changsheng bowed his head. Guessed it. The 3 pure ones are not worthy of the 2 tribes of Wu and Lich to attack together. But this was chosen by the demon tribe themselves. And it has nothing to do with him. His respect for the master is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Wu clan. Hunt the 3 pure ones. Demon clan. Step on Zixia. Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi made a lot of money. And the rich harvest made Li Chengxi a psychopath. Feel guilty. Junior brother. Are we too rich? Can we afford to pay for this great karma? Ji Changsheng said calmly. The 3 pure ones promised me the 6 imperial concubines. The queen of what promised me the young palace master. The Taoist ancestor gave me a heaven-defying fortune. The Wu clan gave me the inheritance of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. And the monster clan is going to give me the chaos bell as a dowry. Senior sister, I now owe karma to all the big guys. Then what? When I owe everyone money, I am invincible. Chapter 250I. Ji Changsheng, a loyal minister of the 5 surnames. The first debtor in the universe. As a newbie who has not yet become an immortal, Ji Changsheng was actually a little panicked when he was suddenly thrown into such a high-end game. Although it is obvious that the Lord of Heaven is giving him good fortune, the Lord's fortune is different from his wife's fortune. This kind of fortune needs to be tested. Once you fail the test, you will die in minutes. The Lord of Heaven obviously does not keep trash. And trash can't help him. You can only be qualified to accept the future fortune if you survive. And in such a high-end game, it is not easy to survive. His current strength is not enough to play such a high-end game. Even if he can, it is useless. The 4 emperors of the demon race and the 12 ancestor witches can fight. But they all fell in the end. If you want to get out, you can't just talk about fighting and killing. During this period of time, there is no absolutely invincible existence, including the Lord of Heaven. He also feels guilty when he encounters the 2 tribes of witches and liches. So Ji Laomo spent a whole day, crossed out. Spent nearly an hour before he came up with the best solution. Borrow money. The current situation is that each party can easily kill him, no matter which party he joins. His absolute safety cannot be guaranteed, because everyone's strength is not much different. And the boss of his own camp obviously cannot always be his bodyguard. So, he must not bet unilaterally. The best way is to make all parties reluctant to kill him. And the best way to make all parties reluctant to kill him is to make all the big guys become his creditors. Be the first debtor in the prehistoric world. As long as I owe enough money, I don't see who dares to touch me. You want to touch me? Have you asked my creditors? Can you afford the karma I owe you by killing me? If you can't, get out of here. Ji Changsheng figured it out. Sister, don't think we are in debt now. We may not be able to pay it off until we die. Because of this, no one dares to let us die. Not only do they not dare to let us die, but they have to continue to invest. Otherwise, how can we pay off these karma? These days, the one who owes money is the boss. And you have to owe a lot of money. And you have to owe money to all parties. Jiayin and Jundi. The pattern is still small. Li Changqi, junior brother. I, a mentally ill person, think you are too bold. After a pause, Li Changqi said happily, but it's so exciting. I like it so much. Out of thin air, she got the inheritance of Dong Wangtai and the possible location of the Chaos Bell. She has mental problems, not IQ problems. She must be very happy. 2 mentally ill people are happy together. The 2 tools are still in a state of confusion until now. Of course, their strength can't play such a high-end game, and their versions are definitely not as good as Ji Laomo's. Ji Changsheng has obviously updated the version to the level before Jia Yin Junti. They have never seen such a scene. The master's legs are weak. Changsheng, are you a traitor? Ji Changsheng and his friends were using the internal group chat. And the 2 tribes of witches and liches have already started preparing for a war. So they didn't continue to pay attention to the 4 of them. Yu Laomo's forehead also showed cold sweat. Changsheng, don't just look at the benefits you have taken. No matter how much benefit you have taken from the witch tribe, you will pay it back in the end. And you can't afford it. Ji Changsheng pointed out. Xiao Mu, Xiao Yu, your vision is too small. Jia Yin Junti, a mere Jia Yin, dares to owe the master so much karma, and dares to borrow the power of a saint from the master, as a preparatory saint appointed by the master. Can't I surpass the former saint? The legs of Yu Laoimo and Guanju became weaker and weaker. Yu Laoimo reminded, the 2 saints of the West only owed the cause and effect of the heavenly Tao, not to anyone else. Ji Changsheng smiled. So the 2 saints of the West were beaten badly by others. If Jia Yin Junti had his own vision, he would not only borrow strength from Daozu, but also borrow some money from Sanqing and ask for support from Nuan Yang. Would Xuandu still dare to attack Junti? Would Sanqing still dare to deal with the Western Church? Your Western Church does not have the investment of Sanqing, so Sanqing certainly has no burden to take action. Ji have come to where I am now. And my father, uncle and third uncle have made great contributions. Sanqing are all my investors. How can they be willing to cut off my foundation? Even if they are willing, my other investors will not allow it. Sister Ho too is counting on me to help the new emperor. Lord Tian hopes that I will defect. And my mother is counting on me to help the Huang Palace to establish its own gate. Even if Sanqing is willing to give up such a high-quality asset as mine, my other investors will not allow them to take action against me. Make all the big guys my investors. My success is their success. They were reluctant to let me die before I paid off all the debts. Yu Lao Mo was still struggling with the issue of paying back the money. Chansheng, you can't pay it back. Ji Chansheng shook his head and took the initiative to say, Sister Ho too, please bring the leader with you and let him participate in the decisive battle. The leader is warlike by nature and needs to complete his self-sublimation on the battlefield. Xiao Yu's brain power is not enough to comprehend the latest version of Ji Lao Mo, and he is still at the stage of cause and effect. Ji Lao Mo has transcended. Pay back the money? When I owed 100,000, I was a little panicked. When I owed 10 million, I was very panicked. When I owed 1 billion, I wanted to commit suicide. When I owed 100 billion, I was not panicked at all. But my creditors were. After I owed 1 trillion, I was the big daddy. And the whole world was afraid that something would happen to me. When I owed to the extent that Ji Lao Mo is now, Ji Chansheng said that I am not targeting anyone. And everyone here is rubbish. Who is the great Emperor Chansheng of the South Pole? I don't know him. Didn't he rely on scamming me? Pay back? If you have money, pay it back. If you don't have money, wait and pay it back. As for how long this wait will take, who knows? Otherwise, if you continue to invest more, I will have to start running again to pay back the money I borrowed from you before. Xiao Yu thinks this is a big problem. But Ji Lao Mo said that I just like the feeling of owing money. Why should I pay off the karma that I borrowed with my own ability? Master, you should come with me. Ji Chansheng is still very good to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu. He is afraid that they can't keep up with the progress of himself and his senior sister. Come here for a walk. Although just a tool, but also have to play the role of a tool. Get the benefits. When he returns to take over the Shishao Yuqing mansion of the Southern Emperor Chansheng, he still needs his own help. Xiao Yu is good at fighting, suitable for charging into battle. Xiao Mu is good at domestic affairs, suitable for handling trivial matters. The most important thing is that they are very suitable for showing that they are working hard to pay back the money. It is impossible to pay back the principal. Never pay it back. Always safe. But the interest must be expressed. Otherwise the investor will be angry. Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu, in Ji Chengxing's view, are the embodiment of interest. Train these two thugs, and when they do things, it is equivalent to doing things yourself. Perfect. Boy, you must keep your word. You must help Ho Tu support the new emperor to establish a country in the future. Of course, Ji Changsheng thought that he would definitely establish a country. Ho Tu cooperated with the human religion, and the dragon clan helped. So establishing a country was a piece of cake. Of course, Ji, must take advantage of it and be an investor to show my sincerity to Ho Tu. But after the establishment of the country, I have nothing to do with the reign. Whether the emperor can stand up is none of my business. I didn't say I would help him all the time. Facts have proved that the average IQ of the ancestor, which is indeed not as good as that of the demon emperor, very similar to Xiao Yu. So it is a good partner. Well, since you are so sincere, I will give you another big gift. The four of us will go to hunt Tong Tian, and you can tell him about this. The speaker was Xian Ning, who came back on purpose. The ancestor witch of rain/ice. Among the 12 ancestor witches, Xian Ning and Ho Tu are female. Xian Ning is the elder sister, and Ho Tu is the younger sister. Ji Chansheng looked at Xian Ning, who was stepping on the green snake, and did not understand what Sister Xian Ming meant. Sister Xian Ming, you want to hunt Tong Tian. Why did you tell him? Even if you don't tell him, you can't kill him. And Lord Tian is not that awesome. He can't simulate the real Daluo. So Uncle Sam will not be in danger during these past years. The three pure ones will not be in danger. This is why Ji Chansheng dared to surrender to Daozu. His defection will not cause any real loss to the three pure ones. Even if he confronts him face to face, he has an excuse. In the prehistoric fairyland, the ending of the past Daluo cannot be changed, and the general trend should not be changed. because it involves the fate of the living Daluo. Daozu can at most tamper with the fate of the dead Daluo. For the living Daluo, Daozu can only try his best to deduce their trump cards in this timeline. Xianming also knows this. But she said proudly, the witch tribe never sneaks up. And they always die on the front battlefield. Boy, you can tell Tontian our information to win his trust. The 4 ancestor witches of wind, rain, thunder and lightning kill one of him. Even if they can't kill the real Tontian, they must kill this fake created by Hong Jun. Ji Cha-sheng. It's hard to judge him. This IQ should be at the same level as the third uncle. If Sister Xianming insists, I can notify him. Based on his understanding of the third uncle. The third uncle had just killed Zhurong and Gong Gong, 2 ancestor witches. And it was the time when his confidence was overflowing. Even if he was told that the 4 ancestor witches of wind, rain, thunder and lightning joined forces to kill him, he probably wouldn't ask his father and uncle for help. The IQs of the 2 sides are evenly matched. But this time, Ji Laoimo underestimated the ancestor witches. It is possible that the third uncle is really brainless. And the 4 ancestral witches of wind, rain, thunder and lightning are also really brainless. But there are 12 ancestral witches after all. There are always ancestral witches with high IQ. For example, Dijiang. For example, Zhu Jiuyin. After leaving Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral witches did not start a war immediately. They held an internal meeting. It was chaired by the 2 strongest elder brothers Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin among the 12 ancestral witches. These 2 ancestral witches, one controls space and the other controls time. When Ji Cha-sheng broke the news that this was the past years of one side, they were the first to believe it, because they are naturally sensitive in this regard. Dijiang took the lead in setting the tone. Ji Kid did not lie to us. This space is indeed the past years. Zhu Jiuyin nodded slowly. The future has been cut off. I can't see a clear future. I can only deduce it myself. It's clear that there is a problem. Brother. Second brother. What do you think we should do? Dijiang said calmly. We will all perish. No matter how hard we struggle, it will be useless. The prehistoric fairyland is the body of the Father God. And time and space cannot be changed. Even if Hongjuan's strength surpasses the Father God in the future, he will definitely not be able to resurrect us. The ancestor witches nodded one after another. They knew how powerful they were. So they never thought they could be resurrected by Hongjun. But Hongjuan's strength in the future should have surpassed the Father God. He cannot resurrect Daluo. And it is difficult to tamper with the historical trajectory of the prehistoric fairyland in the past. But it is possible to change some tiny details. Details do not affect the overall situation, and are hidden in the years. They seem harmless. But this is the only thing we can do. We need to create some details and foreshadowing that are not threatening to Hongjun, but are of great use to the Witch Clan, so that Hongjun can help us continue. Will Hongjun help us? Under normal circumstances, he will naturally not help. But although Ji Shuzi has selfish motives, he did not lie to us. In the future, Hongjun and the 3 Pure Ones are opponents. So Hongjun will not care about the Witch Clan, but will care about the 3 Pure Ones. As long as our backhand is launched against the 3 Pure Ones, he will only be happy to see it happen, and even add fuel to the flames. Dijiang showed his ability to preside over the overall situation, as the eldest brother of the 12 ancestral witches. Although this is a dead end, he is still struggling hard. That's why I told Di Jun that the Wu clan wanted to hunt down the 3 Pure Ones. We have to help Hongjun and test out the trump cards of the 3 Pure Ones at this point in time. Hongjun owes us this cause and effect. So he has reason to help us continue the Wu clan's heritage, which is also a good thing for him. In the future, the Wu clan may become his helper and help him deal with the 3 Pure Ones. After all, we and Tong Tian do have a blood feud. Brother, what are you going to do? Among the 3 Pure Ones, Taishang is unfathomable, and Yuanshi is in charge of attacking the creation. If you want to find out their trump cards, you can only pay with your life. There is nothing to say. Tong Tian is arrogant by nature, and is the easiest to deal with. I think Hongjun is the most confident, so we have to fight Taishang and Yuanshi. For Tong Tian, be arrogant and proud of his heart. In the past years, even if we kill Tong Tian created by Hongjun, it will be useless. But if we paralyze Tong Tian and make him mistakenly think that he is the strongest among the 3 Pure Ones, he will have a chance to die in his own hands in the future. What we need to do is to make Tong Tian misjudge his own strength and create the seeds of division within the 3 Pure Ones. and let Hong Jun think that following this changed trajectory is a win-win for him and the Wu clan. So he will allow these small changes without changing the direction of history. And this is our Wu clan's last chance. Ho Tu, you must try to learn everything from us, especially the inheritance of me and Lao Er, and the essence of the ancestor witches. You must master them in your own hands. Time, space, plus the power of the earth that you control. This is the prototype of the way of reincarnation. And it is also the biggest backing for you and the witch clan. Tian Wu, Xian Ming, Chong Liang, Shi Zi, your inheritance of wind, rain, thunder and lightning has been given to Ji Changsheng. But the last essence of the ancestor witches and the remains must be left to me. We will all perish. And only I can survive. Therefore, I want to get the biggest legacy of our witch clan and surpass all of us. The biggest and only purpose of us sitting here today is to make me stronger than all of us. It is irresponsible of us as brothers and sisters to let my little sister support the Wu clan independently. Now that we have the opportunity to make up for it, we must work hard to help my little sister relieve pressure. Tian Wu, Xian Ming, Xian Liang, Shizi, I want you to put aside your pride and self-esteem and give most of your strength to my little sister. Then, fall into Tongtian's hands. Okay. I will do my best to help my little sister. Listen to my eldest brother. Ho Tu. It's settled. No need to refuse. You are the one who suffers the most. Tian Wu, Xian Ming, Xian Liang, Shizi all agreed readily. The individual combat power of the 12 witch ancestors is half a level, or even a level weaker than that of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. But the reason why the 2 tribes of witches and demons can be called the overlords is that the 4 emperors of the demon clan split into 2 waves. And Diju and Tai and Shi Huang can't be said to share weal and woe. Although the 12 witch ancestors also have internal conflicts, they really treat each other as brothers. And their feelings are much deeper than those of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Dijiang nodded and looked at Zhu Jiuing, the time ancestor, who had a human head and a dragon body and was red all over. Among the 12 witch ancestors, he was the leader. Zhu Jiuing was the second, and Ho Tu was the youngest. The 3 of them were the real pillars of the witch clan. Second brother, you control time. You have used the way of time to specially investigate the 3 pure ones. Did you see anything useful? In Zhu Jiuing's eyes, the long river of time quickly passed. What Dijiang said was something that happened a long time ago. The witch clan could become the overlord of the prehistoric world. And his way of time played a great role, including the 12 witch ancestors who were able to rise against the sky. It was also because he had a certain ability to predict the future. But in the end, it was just predicting the future, not controlling the future. And the future is not 100% certain. So the Wu clan became the overlord of the prehistoric world, but eventually declined. Knowing the future to a certain extent does not guarantee that you will be invincible. Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu came to this world and knew the future, which did not affect them being 2 rookies during this period. Zhu Jiuing said slowly, the future of Tai Ching is chaotic and unpredictable. Yuanshi holds the Pangu banner. And I didn't see much, but I vaguely saw the master and disciple turning against each other. As for Tongtian, he is the easiest to see clearly. In addition to the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, he has a big killer, which even Taishang and Yuanshi don't know. What killer is it? The 6 soul banner. Luo's thing. Can hurt Daluo's life? But the conditions for use are cumbersome. And it is not a real treasure. The power is far less than his 4 swords of Zhu Xian. But Tongtian himself doesn't know. And he hasn't used it yet. Dijiang's eyes lit up. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian are the first killing swords in the prehistoric world. If the 6 soul banners can hurt Daluo again, Tongtian will certainly not take other Daluos seriously, including Taishang and Yuanshi. Yuanshi is aloof and strict by nature, and will certainly not tolerate the inflated Tongtian. I think Hong Jun really wants to see this situation. Zhu Jiuing nodded, brother. What you said makes sense. If Tongtian really thinks he can fight against the 4 Daluo, then the 6 saints in the future will be very interesting. In this way, it is completely consistent with what we have found in the Soul Search, and can explain Tongtian's various performances in the conferred god. Our arrangement should not affect the future. It is just a piece of cake for Hong Jun. And my little sister can also get the greatest benefit. An hour later, the young man in red looked at the 4 great witch ancestors Tianwu, Xianming, Xianliang, and Shizi lying on the ground without any breath, and then looked at the 6 soul banner in his hand and laughed up to the sky. History has completed a closed loop. Chapter 251 Time and Space Closed Loop. Changsheng Emperor returned to the throne. Little Nanji, do you want to worship your uncle's invincible heroic figure? After receiving the reply from his uncle, Ji Changsheng clearly felt one thing. Uncle is getting more and more confident. Uncle, Tianwu, Xianming, Qianliang, Shizi, the four ancestors of witches, have fallen? Of course. I said that Daluo and Daluo are also different. Your uncle. I am the top Daluo, who can beat 4 Daluo of the same level. Ji Changsheng. Suddenly, I seem to feel a little sorry for my uncle. After all, Ji Changsheng is not my uncle. He has a brain, and will always update his ideas. Although Ji Changsheng does not know the plans of the ancestors of witches, Ji Changsheng clearly knows one thing based on his memories in later generations. Uncle does not have the ability to beat 4 alone. Let alone 4. Except for Zhuanti. Uncle San is not good enough to fight one-on-one with the same level of strong men. So the 4 ancestors of witches were killed by Uncle San at the same time. There must be something fishy behind this. Either the ancestor witches are playing a fake match, or the ancestor witches are not as strong as he thought. But according to Daozu's caution, the ancestor witches must be strong. Then there is only one explanation. The ancestor witches are playing a fake match. If it was the uncle who could beat the 4 ancestor witches ranked lower, Ji Changsheng would believe it. How could the third uncle have that ability? The third uncle must have been fooled. But he himself could not see it. And then he misjudged his own strength. Behind this, it is probably related to him. Ji Laomo is rarely guilty. If Daozu makes this period of time and space into a historical closed loop. No. Since Daozu has put them in this past period of time. And according to the iron law that the history of the prehistoric fairyland cannot be changed at will, I am afraid that time and space will definitely be closed. Even if he is Daozu, there is no need to tamper with history repeatedly. What if he damages his vitality? Sending them here once is already tampering with history. Changing it back again is just a waste of effort. So as long as the main historical line is not changed this time, Daozu should not change it again. What is happening now is what happened in history. Third uncle is so confident later. And it seems that part of the reason is his fault. Third uncle. I'm sorry, but you have to have some judgment yourself. If you can beat 4 people alone, can you always be the youngest in Sanqing? Third uncle. Listen to me. What? Brothers are friendly and respectful. Don't worry. I know that my eldest brother and second brother are not my opponents. I will save their face. The young man in red is very generous. Ji Changsheng can't bear to look directly. He can see the miserable future of his third uncle without Zhu Jiuyan's time magic. Ji Changsheng is still filial. He also didn't want his father, uncle and uncle to really break up. The 3 pure ones and Daozu were evenly matched. So he could keep attracting investment. If one side was in a clearly weak position, he would have to choose a side. So Ji Changsheng exchanged his true heart for his true heart, uncle. Uncle is the boss of the 3 pure ones. And father has the Pengu banner. Although you are also unparalleled in killing, uncle and father's strength may not be inferior to yours. Ji Changsheng still had high emotional intelligence, and said it very tactfully. But uncle didn't listen. The young man in red continued to laugh. Xiao Nanji, I know you want to save your father's reputation. In fact, uncle also respects elder brother and second brother. But facts speak louder than words. There is nothing we can do. Facts? Yes. Of the 12 witch ancestors of the witch clan, your third uncle killed 6 by himself. Your father and eldest brother can only deal with 6 together. And they haven't solved the other party yet. Alas, the reputation of the 3 pure ones in the prehistoric world still depends on my knowledge. The young man in red shook his head and sighed. My eldest and second brothers also want to save face. And they didn't even let me go to rescue. Little Nanji, I'm really afraid that they will capsize in the gutter. Ji Changsheng. It's confirmed that the ancestor witches are indeed playing a fake game. It should be said that it is really outrageous that the third uncle killed 6 ancestor witches alone. But only the first 2 should be killed by skill. The last 4 must be playing him. On the contrary, father and uncle not only encountered tough guys, but also should not have played a fake game. However, those who are involved are confused. And those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. What's more, the person in charge is a master like the third uncle who sacrificed his IQ in exchange for strength. It would be strange if he could tell the difference clearly. Although Uncle San couldn't tell the difference, Daozu could definitely tell the difference. I don't know how much Daozu can deduce this time. Ji Changsheng gave up communicating with Uncle San and prayed sincerely in his heart. Uncle and father must be more powerful. Uncle San couldn't be counted on. Only if his father and uncle stood up, he would have a chance to get more investment from Daozu. Ji Changsheng's sincere prayer was finally answered. Present. Zishu Palace. The stars in Daozu's eyes disappeared. And suddenly, Daozu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Halcyon served Daozu for several epochs, and knew Daozu better than any other powerful person. He asked hurriedly, Teacher, what did you see? Daozu did not speak. He just looked at Halcyon. Halcyon knelt on the ground instantly. He was not just scared. He also could not withstand the pressure from Daozu. Daozu himself was also somewhat incapable, because the evolution that he had intercepted during the period of ancient times had gradually begun to exceed his strength and expectations. Some things he did not see very clearly back then. With the help of Ji Changsheng this time, he understood a little. Yuancher opened the sky. Tai evolved. And Ling Bao destroyed the world. Daozu's eyes shed 2 lines of blood and tears. Halcyon's face was pale. Teacher, it's time to end. This is too much of a burden for you. The strength displayed by Daozu at this time has surpassed the strength of Pangu when he created the world. Whether it is Daozu or the 3 pure ones, they have been constantly evolving after the opening of the sky, including the 4 emperors of the demon race and the 12 ancestor witches. In the timeline of the Witchlich battle, they also began to reach the pinnacle. When Pangu created the world, he could not evolve the masters of the prehistoric world during the battle between the witches and the lich. At this time, Daozu could not suppress all the forces of the witches and the lich by himself. Despite this, Daozu's performance almost scared Halcyon to death. So that's it. Daozu ignored his own blood and tears, and his tone gradually became relieved. Unexpected, but reasonable. Ji Changsheng, you did a good job. Halcyon finally breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the pressure from Daozu gradually disappear. Teacher, what did Ji Changsheng do? He helped me see the trump card of the 3 pure ones to a certain extent. During the battle between the witches and the lich, Daozu and the 3 pure ones were not together, and he could not know all the specific things that the 3 pure ones did. During the conferred God tribulation, the 3 pure ones did not choose to turn against him completely, and he also did not find out the 3 pure ones' trump cards. But this time, a little guy he had just invested in helped him achieve this goal to some extent. This made Daozu a little surprised. Halcyon was also very shocked. The trump card of the 3 pure ones? Ji Changsheng helped you see it? He actually has such ability? Taking advantage of opportunities. Daozu made his own comments accurately, but then said, being able to take advantage of opportunities is also an ability in itself. Daozu did not only give Ji Changsheng luck this time, just like the division of saints in Zishu Palace. This time he also handpicked 7 people. But Ji Changsheng was the one who gained the most for himself, and also the one who made him gain the most. Naturally, Ji Changsheng would stand out in his eyes. Halcyon deeply remembered the name of Ji Changsheng, and then respectfully asked, Teacher, have you seen the trump card of the 3 pure ones? Yuancher inherited the most legacy from Pangu. Daozu's words shocked Halcyon. Not Tai Ching? Not Tai Ching. I am also very surprised. The Taoist thought that Tai Ching, the head of the 3 pure ones, had inherited the most of Pangu's legacy. But this time, he saw clearly that it was Yuancher. In my hand, Pangu banner is just an ordinary innate treasure. In Yuancher's hand, it can almost reproduce the horror of the acts of creation. It has the power to tear apart the chaos of Hengming, the power to shatter the time and space of the heavens, the power to interpret the way of creation, the power to control the mysteries of all laws, and the power to open up the world. Halcyon was gradually stunned. Yuancher Tianwang had never shown such magical powers. Teacher, where is the Saint Tai Ching? He is the head of the 3 pure ones. Daozu's pupils were once again filled with stars. Yuancher is reappearing Pangu. Tai Ching is separating from Pangu. Tai Ching abandoned Pangu and began to evolve the great Tao. Tai Ching is walking my way. At this point, Daozu's tone was 3 parts of surprise, 3 parts of admiration, and 4 parts of murderous intent. What a Yuancher! What a Tai Ching! Halcyon was speechless for a long time. One of these brothers is learning from Pangu, and the other is learning from Hongjun. And both want to surpass their teachers. The most important thing is that these 2 brothers are on the right path, and there is really hope for success. This is too scary for Daluo. Halcyon forced himself to hold back his shock and continued to ask respectfully, Teacher, Tauntion doesn't have any hidden strength. Does he? Tauntion doesn't. Daozu and Halcyon both breathed a sigh of relief. If Tauntion hides a little more, with the strength of Tai Ching and Yuanshi, Daozu may not be able to withstand 3 against 1. Teacher, since you already know the trump card of the 3 pure ones, we just need to prescribe the right medicine. Tai Ching and Yuanshi are incurable. Daozu said clearly, they have no flaws. Just like I have no flaws. When they are so strong, they can only fight head-on. It is useless to rely on conspiracy and tricks to work on the scraps. Halcyon was not disappointed, because he heard the subtext of Daozu. No matter how strong Tai Ching and Yuanshi are, they can only guarantee that there will be no problems themselves. So we should start with the people and environment around them. Teacher, does Tauntion have a medicine? Yes. Daozu's voice showed a smile. Ji Chansheng did a really good job this time. The Wu clan also did a good job. He doesn't mind others using him. As long as he can achieve his goal, everything can go with the flow. In order to establish his own mountain, he established Zishu Palace. In order to become the Taoist, he distributed innate treasures. In order to deal with the 2 tribes of witches and liches, he created the brand of the 6 saints. In order to check and balance the 3 pure ones, he also supported the Western Church. In all the processes, many Daluos seemed to get more than him. The Taoists didn't care about it at all. People who spend their days in petty pursuits will only pay attention to petty gains. What he saw was that he had always been the banker. Tauntion doesn't need me to do anything. He has been arranged by the Witch clan. Based on his understanding of Tauntion, the means left by the Witch clan are enough to lead Tauntion astray. Tai Ching is the most vigilant and similar to me. So let's start with Yuanshi. Marry a wife and have children. And have 9 sons. Yuanshi himself has no weaknesses. But the people around him are all in the reincarnation of time and space. The Taoist stretched out his hand and drew a line. The long river of time and space reappeared in Zishu Palace. Rushing forward, Halcyon saw the tragic end of the witches and liches. Half of the 12 witch ancestors were killed by Tauntion. The other half besieged Taishang and Yuanshi. Yuanshi Tianwang held Pangu banner, toward the chaos of Hongming, shattered the time and space of the heavens, and forcibly killed Zhu Jiuing, the ancestor of time, and Dijiang, the ancestor of space. But the blood of Zhu Jiuing and Dijiang's witch essence merged into one, and eventually fell into Ho Tu's hands. Yuanshi Tianwang did not complete his work. On the other side, Zhu Meng, the ancestor of wood, who was as green as bamboo, had a human face and a bird's body, and rode on 2 dragons. Ru Shou, the ancestor of gold, who had a human face and a tiger's body, covered with golden scales, and wings on his shoulders. And Shebi Shi, the ancestor of poison, who had a human face and a beast's body, ears like dogs, and ears hanging from green snakes, besieged Taishang together. Taishang split the earth and opened the sky, with the Tai Chi diagram on his head, defining the earth, water, fire, and wind. Then the Tai Chi diagram turned into a golden bridge, with 5-colored light, illuminating the mountains, rivers, and land. No matter how the 3 great witch ancestors surrounded him, he remained as still as a mountain. At the end of the battle, the 3 great witch ancestors had no choice but to self-destruct. But Taishang remained as still as a mountain. In the end, Tauntion killed 6 witch ancestors. Yuanshi killed 2, and Tai Ching killed 3. Only Ho Tu was left among the 12 witch ancestors, and she turned into reincarnation to give all spirits a destination. At the same time, Di Jun used the river map and Luoshu as the core of the formation, set up the Zhoutian star formation, and 365 ancient demon kings entered the formation and surrounded the Zishu Palace. Di Jun burned his life and sacrificed the Daluo Dao fruit to increase the power of the Zhoutian stars, helping the river map and Luoshu to reach a higher level, and also exchanged for Shi Huang to join the battle. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, there will be no more Demon Emperor Jun. The river map and Luoshu are the reward for Shi Huang's action. Dongwang holds the Chaos Bell, and Shi Huang presides over the Zhoutian star array. The human race kowtows in front of the gate of the Huahuang Palace. Huahuang finally chooses to stand aside, neutral, not participating in the war. In the Battle of Zishu, the demon race's heavenly court was completely annihilated. The Jotian stars are all dim. Daozu took action and announced the opening of the Saint Era with the power to suppress the prehistoric world. But Daozu also did not complete the task. At the same time when Daozu smashed the Jotian stars, Huda turned into reincarnation. Huang left the palace, saved Shi Huang's true spirit, and sent it into the reincarnation created by Hutu. Taixing established the human religion and took over Xuandu. Many things do not need to be communicated in advance. Only a moment of tacit understanding is needed. Nua created the human race. Taixing established the human religion. Huda turned into reincarnation. And Daozu changed the new heaven. The Lich Overlord had just fallen. And a new confrontation pattern emerged instantly. The new hegemon of the era, stepping on the corpse of the old hegemon, began to write the history of the prehistoric world. When Haodian saw this, he was amazed and had a new understanding of many things that happened in the past, and also refreshed many wrong perceptions. But what comforted him was that Juanti was still the Juanti in his memory. Tontian was still the Tontian in his memory. After the fall of the witch, Hongjun lay in the 9 clouds. Huang lived in seclusion in Huang Palace. Taixing closed the door to teach disciples. And Hutu reincarnated silently. The real hegemons are dormant, occasionally taking action, irrelevant to the overall situation, and stop at the right time. Then, Tontian established Jiejiao, and thousands of immortals came to pay homage. And it gradually expanded, and its momentum far exceeded Yuanshi and Taishang. There was a crack in the 3 purities, and Hongjun did not miss this opportunity. In the battle of conferred gods, Jieju was tragically wiped out. The vitality of the Chanju was greatly damaged, and the 3 purities fought against each other. If it were not for the emergence of Yuqing Wang, the eldest son of Yuanshi, who grabbed the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, the 3 religions would have become complete losers. But even if the Jade Purity True King suddenly appeared, it still couldn't change the overall situation. The long river of time and space was frozen at the end of the conferred god tribulation, when the Jade Purity True King held the immortal execution sword and placed it on Haodian's neck. Haodian, I want a heavenly emperor. The southern great emperor. Daozu stopped, opened his mouth. Tonner, allow him to be the southern great emperor of immortality. After ascending the throne, the heavenly emperor's authority is to control the wind, rain, thunder and lightning in the prehistoric fairyland. Southern Great Emperor is the Taoist name of the Jade Purity True King. Changsheng is the longevity of Ji Changsheng. Heavenly Emperor is the authority granted by Daozu. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning are not what the Jade Purity True King is good at. It is the inheritance of the ancestor which that Ji Changsheng obtained. Southern Great Emperor of Immortality. From now on, the important thing is not the Southern Great Emperor. It's immortality. The Daozu's heaven-defying means confuse the cause with the effect. This is not the end. The long river of time and space continues to move forward. One day, the Shishao Yuqing mansion was shocked. The southern pole Changsheng Emperor mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, the Daozu used the Daoyuo Dao fruit to transform into a black card and threw it into the lower world. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Confuses the cause with the effect. Reincarnation experience. Merits and virtues are complete. All history has not changed. Yu Linglong, Xuandu Master, including Yuanshi Tianwang and Nuan Yang, have never misjudged Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng is indeed a pure-blooded human. A smile appeared on the corner of the Daozu's mouth. The Jade Purity True King is certainly not Ji Changsheng. But Ji Changsheng is the real Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. This title exists because of him. Because of this plate of vinegar. This plate of dumplings was made. This game of chess did not exist at all. At least 1 minute ago. It did not exist at all. But Ji Changsheng moved Daozu with his actual actions. He made Daozu get satisfactory results. Therefore, Daozu took action personally to pave the way for Ji Changsheng to become the Emperor of Heaven. Of course, Daozu was not fond of spending money. Nor did he favor Ji Changsheng. If you want to wear the Emperor's crown, you must bear its weight. Ji Changsheng replaced the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang. He is the second-generation heir of Sanqing Group. Ji Changsheng bet on his heart, and bet that he would reward according to merit. Now, Daozu threw the bet back to Ji Changsheng. I give you the fate of the Emperor of Heaven. Do you think Yuanshi Tianwang is willing to accept that you have completely replaced his son? Reality. Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng. Li Changqi, the master of the temple, and Yu Lao Imo woke up from the Moon Palace at the same time. They looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm back. The master wiped the cold sweat from his head. Thank God. I didn't die in the past. Ji Changsheng ignored other people and didn't even bother to say hello to his dear senior sister. He flashed directly into the Xianwang Merit Pagoda and paid homage to the portrait enshrined on the top floor of the Xianwang Merit Pagoda. Uncle. Master. Fairy Linglong. I survived a life and death struggle and found an opportunity to explore the bottom of the person in Zixi Palace. I gained a lot. Please make additional investments. Ahem. Please take the time to meet with me. I, Ji Changsheng, the heir of Sanqing Group, am loyal. Chapter 252 Crossing the Closed Loop. The King of Reincarnation. When Ji Changsheng suppressed the rebellion of the Hahuan sect for his own treasure, he said, loyalty is not absolute. It is absolutely disloyal. So he would not make this mistake. In the past years intercepted by Daozu, he worked loyally for Daozu and tried to test the trump cards of Sanqing. Back to reality. In Xuandu Temple. This is the territory of the uncle. So of course, he worked loyally for the uncle. If you take someone's investment, you must give investors a return. Ji Zhongqing has always had 100% professional ethics. Whatever the uncle needs, I will provide it to the uncle. So he knelt in front of the portrait of the uncle at the first time. Respectfully. What a pity. The investor did not see his piety. Neither the uncle nor the Xuandu master responded immediately. At this time, Li Changxi, the master of the temple, and Yu Lao Mo finally caught up. Led by the master, they also came to the top floor of the Xianwang Merit Tower. Looking at Ji Changsheng kneeling in front of the portrait, the three of them looked at each other, and then knelt on the ground neatly. The master sensed it, and then said, the saint has never shown his saintliness. The great magician should be busy now. It is estimated that he will not be online until later. We can count the harvest first. Yu Lao Mo breathed a sigh of relief. I got the inheritance of Xingtian, and I need to constantly improve my skills in battle. Later, the ancestors of witches went to find the 3 pure ones, and sent the great witches to find the 2 saints in the west. I was well protected, and therefore did not absorb too much of the inheritance of Xingtian, and my strength was about twice as strong as before. At this point, Yu Lao Mo's face still showed uncontrollable joy. Fortunately, all the injuries have healed, and my current strength can ascend to the prehistoric fairyland at any time, which should be no less than Yu Ling long before the ascension. Master of the temple. Master Yu. Wake up. Ji Changsheng also complained. The sky is clear. The rain has stopped. And Xiao Yu, you think you are okay again. If your strength triples, you can be the opponent of Fairy Linglong. Do you look down on the vision of Master Xuandu? Or do you look down on the level of Tai Whisk? My wife is obviously more than 3 versions ahead of you. Before, Xiao Yu's strength was about the same as that of the corpse demon, and it might be a little stronger. It was a level that could be regarded by the Daoyu of the level of the 4 sacred beasts. But the human sect values quality over quantity when recruiting disciples. So far, they only have 4 core descendants, and Ji Changsheng and the master of the temple are still on the periphery of the human sect. Yu Linglong's gold content is very high, and before experiencing the heaven-defying fortune given by the Taoist, she was already valued by the human sect. Old demon, you was a little sobered up by the 2 basins of cold water. You have a point. But I have inherited the legacy of Xingtian. As long as I work hard, I will definitely surpass Yu Linglong in the future. Yu Lao Mo was full of confidence. The master of the temple was speechless. Ji Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Xiao Yu, after you ascend, I will introduce you to my uncle. You will definitely have something in common. They are all so ordinary, but so confident. The dominance of the 3 pure ones was achieved by stepping on the 12 ancestors of witches. Yu Linglong became a disciple of Tai Ching. You got the inheritance of Xingtian. Does Xingtian know that he is so awesome? Of course. It's hard to say. The IQ of the witch clan is too uncertain. The smart ones are very smart, and the reckless ones are very reckless. From the fact that Xingtian and Haotian fought for the Emperor of Heaven, and they kept rushing after their heads were chopped off. Xingtian should also be reckless. I guess it's like a turtle meets a mung bean. Yu Lao Mo didn't hear Ji Changsheng's contempt, but nodded in agreement. I really need to ascend as soon as possible. After Yu Linglong ascended, there is no one in the world who can match me. If I stay here, I won't have the opportunity to improve my strength. I can only go to the prehistoric fairyland to find a stronger opponent to hone myself. Xiao Yu was eager to fight. Ji Changsheng no longer paid attention to Xiaoyu. He silently released his merit Golden Lotus, which shocked the master and Li Changxi. Chasheng, how did you accumulate so much merit again? Merit doesn't cost money? Ji Changsheng said that he really didn't want it. It should be because I gathered all the human race before the showdown with the witches and liches. In addition, I helped my uncle refine the Golden Crow pill and saved many people. Li Changxi asked curiously, then why didn't you have any merit at that time? Ji Changsheng pointed to his merit Golden Lotus. Obviously, all I got were human merits, not heavenly merits. I guess the human merits had not yet taken shape when we went back. At that time, the human race was still very insignificant and had no right to provide merits to the powerful people who helped the human race. If nothing unexpected happened, the concept of human merits should have been designed by Daozu, my uncle or my mother. Once the concept of human merits came out, the human race had the chips to be the banker. Merits are a good thing, and the powerful people also want them. But originally there were only heavenly merits, and you had to have a relationship with Pengu to share them. Therefore, the original merits of the heavenly Tao were divided up by Pengu's descendants. The 3 pure ones, the 12 ancestral witches, Emperor Jun and Tai, including the moon god and the ancestor of the sticks, were all big players in dividing up the merits of the heavenly Tao. It is also because of this that many Pengu descendants are born strong, can get whatever they want in the prehistoric fairyland, and are protected by the heavenly Tao. After all, they are the biological sons of the same generation. But Pengu fell after all. The successor Hong Jun certainly does not want the influence of his predecessor to continue to expand. So, he needs another set of merit system to replace the heavenly Tao merit. And Nua, who is born as an innate god and demon, certainly does not like the heavenly Tao merit. Because she can't get this thing. She has nothing to do with Pengu in essence. So she also hopes that there will be another set of merit system to replace the heavenly Tao merit. Uncle doesn't need it. He is also a descendant of Pengu, and he is one of the best. The innate merit he has been allocated is one of the best among the descendants of Pengu. But Uncle is a saint who keeps pace with the times. He knows how to adapt to the version. And he took the initiative to establish the human religion. In this case, Daozu, Noah, and the Tai Ching saint who founded the human religion all have enough reasons to launch the version of human virtues and gradually replace the heavenly virtues. It is even possible that these three reached a tacit understanding and came up with it together. At the time of the Lich Witch decisive battle, human virtues had not yet been created. And even if they helped the human race, it would be useless. But now it is a normal time and space. And what I did in the past has already had human virtues. This shows one thing. I really saved many people in the past. So I have the Golden Lotus of merit. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other. And Li Changxi's eyes lit up. In other words, we went back to the past this time and changed history? Ji Changsheng corrected his senior sister's words, to be precise. We wrote the real history. After all, the master of the temple is also from the Tai Ching lineage. So he can accept these things. After he sorted out the clues, his scalp suddenly numbed. Chasheng, if you say that, then you have offended all 3 masters? The master of the temple turned pale. You have surrendered to that one. Ji Changsheng was calm. Master, don't panic. It's not a big problem. Master, not a big problem? Why does he feel that he has exposed the sky? The 2 armies are fighting. And you were originally the next generation of core cultivated by our side. But you suddenly defected. Can the commander accept it? Ji Changsheng thinks so. You must believe in the minds of the great master and uncle. They will definitely understand my good intentions, and will definitely be able to sense my loyalty to them. Ji Changsheng's tone was very respectful. Master, don't think that uncle and the great master are so narrow-minded. Their pattern is far beyond your imagination. The master of the temple felt that Ji Changsheng was deceiving himself. But at this time, the great master Xuandu responded. Chasheng stays. The others go out. The master, Yu Laoimo, and Li Changxi looked at Ji Changsheng at the same time. Ji Changsheng casually said, go out. I'll chat with Xuandu. Old friend. Long time no see. Ying Palace? The corner of the eyes of the great master Xuandu twitched fiercely. Then Yu Linglong pulled his sleeve beside him. It's just that Yu Linglong's current state is a little strange. Her eyes are bloodshot. And the devil's spirit is rampant. Although she is still clear-headed, the evil spirit coming from her body is frightening. With the current strength of the great master Xuandu, he is a little bit out of control. Fortunately, There is a big boss above him. Linglong, come to me. A kind voice came from the depths of the Baiying Palace. Yu Linglong looked at Master Xuandu. Master Xuandu nodded. Go ahead. With your luck. Only the teacher can help you suppress it. Linglong, don't make such a big deal next time. Don't learn from Ji Changsheng. You will not be able to finish it. Yu Linglong nodded obediently. Admit your mistakes humbly. As for whether to change or not, we will see the situation. Teacher, the Tine illusion is actually connected to the past. And it can actually get the luck of the fallen Daliu in the past. Did you know about this before? Master Xuandu shook his head. You haven't been to Xiaoyuqing Mansion before? Yu Linglong asked curiously. Master Xuandu said faintly, Of course I have been there. But before you entered the Tine illusion, neither I nor the true king could enter the Tine illusion. The true king said before that this was a backup plan left by Tine himself. Now it seems that the true king has also been deceived. Edited according to the character setting. This time, they didn't even qualify to participate in the exam. After a while, the top floor of Xinhuang Merit Tower. A clear light appeared on the portrait of the Grand Master. And then the Grand Master's eyes turned. And the whole person's mind had descended to the lower world. Ji Changsheng. You are so brave. Ji Changsheng blinked. Grand Master. Why do you say that? Your trip to Tine Fantasy Realm has helped me see the light and understand many things. Although Grand Master Xuandu also took action during the Lich Wizard decisive battle, his strength was not enough to participate in that level of decisive battle. So of course, he couldn't see the whole picture of the incident. But this time, he saw a lot more clearly. After the Lich Wizard catastrophe, Third Master became increasingly arrogant. During the Conferred God catastrophe and the Three Pure Ones civil war, Third Master repeatedly misjudged his own strength. Ji Changsheng. This is all your great contribution. Ji Changsheng was calm and composed. Not only was he not panicking, but he was also a little surprised. Old friend, how did you know what happened back then? You were very weak back then, and you were not qualified to participate in such a high-end game. This time, the Taoist Master decrypted the information so that he could give more information. The Great Master Xuandu did not go with him. How did he see it clearly? The Great Master Xuandu was powerless to complain about Ji Changsheng's address, and answered Ji Changsheng's question first. In the Xiaoyuqing Mansion, there is a Tine illusion, which is almost exactly the same as the Moon Palace in the Xuandu Temple in the lower world. It is said that before the decisive battle between the Witch and the Lich, the Tine Star Lord saved the true king's life. So the Tine illusion was specially built to help Tine return from reincarnation as soon as possible. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Before the decisive battle between the Witch and the Lich, Tine Star Lord Li Chengxi did save the life of South Pole Changsheng Emperor Ji Changsheng. Nothing wrong with it. Later they met in reincarnation. Nothing wrong with it either. Now that both are back in their positions, everything makes sense. Yes, that's the truth. I found out that Li Chengxi had inherited part of the Tine Star Lord. So I asked Xiaoyu to take a look. You two psychopaths are so good at climbing up the ladder. Master Xuandu certainly wouldn't doubt his previous judgment. But now Li Chengxi has begun to establish the Tine Star Lord. Ji Changsheng has also begun to establish the Nanji Changsheng Emperor. He can only update his own ideas. The previous judgment was not wrong. It's just that there is a more powerful force that has changed everything from the source. Ji Changsheng is still a little strange. What is the function of that Tine illusion? It's a small reincarnation evolved from the Daliu Dao fruit. But it's not just reincarnation. Didn't you suddenly return to the past through the Tine illusion before? Ji Changsheng was shocked. How do you know? You went back too? Impossible. He doesn't have the strength. Xian Du had just knocked Xuandi down with his divine outfit. Daozu might be able to kill a Daliu of this strength, but he definitely couldn't do it casually. It was Xiaoyu. Wife. She went there too? Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Who did she choose? Why didn't I recognize her? Master Xian Du's tone was a little strange. Ask her yourself. You must have never seen her. Xiaoyu has become too bold after knowing you. Ji Changsheng followed suit. Give up thinking. Prepare to ask his wife in person after ascending. Putting the question behind, Ji Changsheng said solemnly, since you, my old friend, know some inside information, you should understand that I am filial to my father, the eldest master, and my third uncle, and everything I do is for the sake of our Sanqing group. Master Xuandu was very emotional. How did you cultivate such a thick skin? Teach me. Ji Changsheng responded with sincerity. Old friend, Don't be modest. You were not a good person in the past. As the second generation descendant of Pangu, the second generation of the first saint in the prehistoric world, I was born with a lot and didn't need to work hard. So my mind has never improved. If I hadn't met you, my friend, I might be just an ordinary playboy like the other 8 brothers. And I would never have achieved what I have now. You are my teacher. Master Xuandu said seriously. What virtue and ability do I have to teach a beast like you? He is indeed not a good person. But he really doesn't dare to call Nuan Yang mother. He doesn't dare to call Yuan Shi Tianwang father. Ruthless people are also different from ruthless people. Xuandu thinks Ji Changsheng is much more ruthless than himself. Ji Changsheng. I'm not kidding you. I have something serious to tell you. You say. The Jade Pure True King has not completely fallen. Ji Changsheng's eyes changed for the first time. What do you mean by not completely fallen? The one who killed the True King is the one. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. There was only one person in the universe who could make the Jade Pure True King disappear without any reason and make Yuan Shi Tianwang suppress his anger. This is not difficult to guess. The Daoyu in the prehistoric fairy world can almost guess the truth. But there are some things that are useless even if they know the truth. Smokers also know that smoking is harmful to health. The gap between knowing and doing is huge. But Daoyu is not so easy to kill. The True King still has a chance to make a comeback. He can't take action easily. Otherwise the second uncle will immediately start the final battle once he can't help it. At this stage, no one is ready. And at this time, you appear. Speaking of this, Master Xuandu began to smile bitterly. I was also involved and played a key role in it. And your business? Of course. I borrowed the Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra from Ho Tu Nyang Yang. Master Xuandu sighed to the sky, Ji Changsheng. If you continue to practice the Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra, it means that you will accept the authority, status, and everything of Yu Qingzhen. When you become a Daoyu, it will be the day when Yu Qingzhen completely falls. Ji Changsheng silently digested this information. He has a new understanding of the power of Daozu. At the beginning, Daozu obviously did not intervene in the game between Xuandu, Randang, and even Juanti. The Yin Shi Huapai Jing is not Daozu's backup plan. It is Ho Tu Nyang Yang's trump card. But Daozu is too strong. When he saw the opportunity, he decisively reversed the cause and effect, took advantage of the situation, and influenced the present from both the source and the future in the established facts. There is nothing wrong with Master Xuandu's calculation. He is just not as strong as Daozu. And the upper limit of the Yin Shi Huapai Jing is too strong. Ho Tu Nyang Yang is the key. Ji Changsheng realized the key point. Master Xuandu nodded. Of the 12 witch ancestors, Uncle San killed 6. Uncle number 2 killed 2. But Master did not take the initiative to attack the witch ancestors. The witch ancestors who surrounded Master San died by self-explosion. Therefore, Empress Ho Tu can cooperate with the Tai Ching lineage, but is happy to see Uncle number 2 and Uncle number 3 in trouble. She really hopes that you will replace Yu Qingzhen. When I was plotting against Juanti, Empress Ho Tu was also plotting against me. Zhenwang and Uncle number 2. Master Xuandu defeated Saint Juanti by borrowing the Yin Shi Huapai Jing. Empress Ho Tu took advantage of the opportunity when Master Xuandu borrowed the Yin Shi Huapai Jing and quietly pulled the trigger of revenge. The space ancestral which Emperor Jiang and the time ancestral which Zhu Jiuyin died at the hands of the second master, and the blood of their inheritance fell into the hands of the Queen Mother Ho Tuesday. The Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra is a fusion of the inheritance of the two ancestral witches Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, which completely erases the existence of the other from time and space. Master Xuandu said in awe, the second master killed the two ancestral witches of time and space, and the Queen Mother Ho Tu used the inheritance of the two ancestral witches of time and space to kill the second master's eldest son countless years later. This is reincarnation. Cha Sheng. Your time travel is the work of the Queen Mother Ho Tu. Ho Tu, the King of Reincarnation. Chapter 253 Yuanshi. I'll give you a chance to be my father. Don't be ungrateful. Master Xuandu was obviously a little scared when he knew the truth. But Ji Changsheng was not surprised but happy. My sister Ho Tu is so powerful? Master Xuandu kindly reminded, you call second uncle father. Call Nyang Yang mother. But call Nyang Yang Ho Tu sister. Nyang Yang Ho Tu will probably be unhappy. Ji Changsheng said easily, it doesn't matter. I will change it at any time if Sister Ho Tu is unhappy. It's not a big deal. For Ji Zhongqing. The names are constantly updated. Xiao Mu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Li, Xiao Xuandu, Xiao Nanji. The most important thing for a person is to keep pace with the times. You should be soft, thick-skinned, and tough. If Sister Ho Tu wants to be younger, then she is a sister. If you want me to respect her, I will call her whatever she says. Ji Zhongqing focuses on being well-behaved. Master Xuandu admires him very much. Regardless of his character, he was convinced by Ji Chongqing's mentality. Ji Chongqing was also a little surprised by the shock of Master Xuandu. Little Xuandu, you seem to have been kept in the dark? Master Xuandu, it's not too late to change your name to me after you have the opportunity to become a saint. Okay, old friend. You have been kept in the dark? I thought you were the descendant of the true king at first. And I got a glimpse of the truth this time. I am also a part of Ho Tu Nyongyong's whole plan. It also played a key role. Ho Tu Nyongyong taught him a lesson. And Xuandu didn't realize it until then. Ji Chongqing pointed out, you have cheated Ho Yi. Xuandu. Sister Ho Tu really holds a grudge. A typical tit-for-tat. I like it. Yuanshi Tianwang killed her two brothers. She killed Yuanchi's own son. Master Xuandu had designed the Wu clan. She waited for Master Xuandu to come to her, then quietly tricked him, and let Xuandu say thank you to her. Ji Chongqing sighed, as expected of my sister Ho Tu. Old friend, are you convinced? Master Xuandu complained, it doesn't matter whether I am convinced or not. What matters is that you are not afraid. What am I afraid of? Ji Chongqing asked curiously. I owe money to Sister Ho Tu, and I need to be afraid of her. Those who are barefoot never need to be afraid of those who wear shoes. Master Xuandu was speechless again. If you look at it this way, I have to adjust my concept. Ji Chongqing continued to keep up with the times. The history I have read may be a possible future deduced by Sister Ho Tu, and it cannot be regarded as a golden rule, since he understood the power of Daluo. Ji Chongqing has never regarded himself as a person from the future. Obviously, Daluo can predict the future, but Ji Chongqing always thought that he saw the future predicted by the Southern Emperor Chongsheng. Now it seems that his vision is too narrow. It was predicted by his sister Ho Tu. Old friend, when did you say that Sister Ho Tu started to invest in me? Xiandu said, any time is fine. But I guess it was after you emerged that you entered the sight of Ho Tu Nyongyong and that person. At their level, one controls the way of heaven, and the other controls reincarnation. Time is not a problem for them at all. They can establish a good relationship with you at any time. Then, you become theirs. Ji Chongqing expressed his understanding. When the founders of a startup company start from scratch, they may not succeed. So those big investment institutions do not want to take risks. Nor do they need to take risks. They only need to wait for those startup companies to succeed and complete rounds A and B of financing, and then make a big move to buy the founder shares, or take over the entire company, or enjoy the dividends. Unless you don't want to go public, you can't refuse them. There are many people who start their own businesses from scratch. But in the end, the largest shareholders of all large listed companies are always the same few companies, and the same familiar names. There are basically no exceptions. Ji Chongqing did not need to enter the sight of Daozu and Hudu from the beginning. It is entirely possible that Ji Chongqing showed more and more potential in the process of moving up, which impressed them. So they either in the past or in the future invested a large sum of money in Ji Chongqing. Time is the plaything of Daluo, especially the plaything of Tian Dao and Samsara. But it is also a gift to Ji Chongqing. I even suspect that I was the first one to take a fancy to you. Master Xuandu's tone was somewhat helpless. I saw that you had some talent, so I let Linglong protect you and make a good relationship with you. You relied on Linglong's protection to make some achievements, but you did too well and attracted the attention of more powerful people. Then Daozu sent you to the past, and Ho Tu Nyongyong sent you to the future, she deduced. They made you knowledgeable about the past and present, and then used great magical powers to close the timeline. And finally you were what you are now. I foolishly thought you were mine, but I didn't know that most of your shares had been secretly acquired by them. In the end, venture capital still competes with financial strength, Xuandu thought. I am a latecomer in the human race. How can I compare with Huangtian Hutu in investment volume? I have my eyes on a good project, and Huangtian Hutu comes to snatch it from me. What can I do? I am also desperate. Ji Chongqing also understood what Master Xuandu said. He has seen this kind of thing many times. Cold knowledge, Lei Jun is an angel round investor in ByteDance. But after multiple rounds of financing, Lei Jun's shares in ByteDance have been postponed for many years. For investment, it is useless to have a good vision. You may have a precise vision and first judge that this is a high-quality project, a potential dragon with the potential to become a great dragon in the future. And you also bet on the investment early. But truly high-quality projects cannot be hidden. When it comes to rounds A, B, and C, the better the project, the more it will be exposed to larger investors. With the advantage of the size of funds, they can easily crush your vision and provide more funds, a larger platform, an all-round help to this project. Ji Changsheng is undoubtedly a high-quality investment project. Daozu and Hutu are both investors with stronger strength. So in the matter of investment, even if Master Xuandu opened his eyes, it would be useless. Old friend, I think what you said makes sense. Ji Changsheng can now prove one thing. He is not Yu Qingzhen. Then, there will be no inexplicable kindness and gifts. After all, his reincarnation skills are not advanced enough. To put it bluntly, an ordinary human being is not qualified to be a chess piece, let alone the value of being invested. So his life will not be arranged. And no powerful person will arrange a chess piece to jump back and forth between various forces. That can only be the investment that he cheated after he demonstrated his own value. There is no doubt that in my starting stage, the angel round investment was given by you, my old friend, and my wife provided me with considerable help. If it weren't for you Ling Long, Ji Changsheng would not have passed this world so quickly. I know how to return a favor, so I am loyal to my uncle. Old friend, don't doubt my loyalty to Sanqing Group. Master Xuandu asked sincerely, do you think I'm stupid? It's hard to judge Ji Changsheng. I hope you're stupid. What a pity. You are not like Xiu Yu at all. Your loyalty to Yer is much greater than your loyalty to Sanqing Group. Master Xuandu saw through Ji Changsheng. If it weren't for Yer, you might have regarded Sanqing as your enemy now. No. Ji Changsheng said seriously. Sanqing is rich and powerful, so they can follow the investment. I won't offend such a powerful investor. It's not a Western religion. Ji Changsheng is also picky about investors. Xuandi also thought about participating in the investment. He also took out a Bodhisattva organization. Ji Changsheng didn't like it. In comparison, Sanqing's move is still generous. And there is the affection of the angel round. Although it seems that Daozu and Sister Hudu have given me more benefits now, as long as Sanqing is willing to follow the investment, I am still willing to give Sanqing Group a chance. Ji Changsheng's tone is extremely sincere. Old friend, clothes are worse than new, and people are worse than old. People who know me know that I, Ji Changsheng, miss the old times. Master Xuandu thinks he knows Ji Changsheng very well, so he knows that this guy is just trying to get something for nothing. The situation is different from before. Master Xuandu shook his head. Ji Changsheng humbly asked, where has the change? Master Xuandu patiently answered first. The whereabouts of the true king are unknown, and his life or death is uncertain. Second, Master Uncle thought that the true king's life is in the hands of that person. But now it seems that it actually depends on you. Second, it turned out that the teacher and the second Master Uncle judged that Ho Tu Nyang Nyang was an ally. But now it seems that this matter cannot be confirmed. Third, the stronger you are, the less likely the true king is to be resurrected. Ji Changsheng, there are fewer benefits and more conflicts between you and the three pure ones. This is a fatal problem. But Ji Changsheng did not panic. Sister Ho Tu has hatred for her father and the third uncle, but not for her uncle. After all, the three ancestor witches who besieged her uncle committed suicide. So the second point can be confirmed that Sister Ho Tu may not regard her father and the third uncle as allies. But she is definitely willing to join forces with her uncle. Sister Ho Tu wants to restore the glory of the witch clan, and she needs her uncle as an ally. Master Xuandu nodded slowly. He and Saint Taiqing also share the same view on this point. The Wu clan is a descendant of Pangu, and is the target of Hongjuan's suppression. It is difficult for Hutu and Hongjun to cooperate sincerely, and there is a conflict of interest in essence. Hutu and the three pure ones also have a blood feud. But in fact, only the hatred of Master Tontian is the greatest. On the side of Yuanshi Tianwang, it was Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin who took the initiative to attack Yuanshi Tianwang. On the side of Saint Taiqing, Taiqing was passively defending the whole time. So Hutu can cooperate with Taiqing. Sister Hutu must have a backup plan. She fully expected that the new emperor might fail. But she still took a gamble. There is only one explanation. She knew that she was not enough on her own. But with Saint Tai Ching, it was worth a try. Although no powerful person can control the future, the Lord of Samsara is certainly the one who can see it most clearly. However, her strength is obviously not as good as Hong Jun. So the weak often do not have much choice. According to Ji Changxing's memory, the new emperor was not completely successful. But in this memory, there is no shadow of the human religion behind the new emperor. This shows that the future deduced by Sister Ho Tu is likely to be the limit of what she can do alone. If the Tai Ching lineage is added, it is really possible to turn the tables. If my uncle wants to fight against that person, he also needs Sister Ho Tu as an ally. Sister Ho Tu controls the reincarnation and is the king of the earth. I don't know much about my father, but I can say for sure that Sister Ho Tu is much more useful than my third uncle. Master Xuandu could not refute. Uncle is definitely not the opponent of that person in a one-on-one fight. If he turns against Sister Ho Tu again, his already slim chance of winning will only decrease again. Therefore, Uncle must never make an enemy of Sister Ho Tu's. Therefore, Uncle must treat Sister Ho Tu's brother well. Ji Changsheng pointed at himself and sorted out the logic completely. I still owe the Wu clan a great cause and effect. And I have to help the new emperor establish a country and help the Wu clan become great again. Before these causes and effects are paid off, whoever dares to touch me will offend Sister Ho Tu's. Master Xuandu was so angry that he laughed. Are you threatening me, old friend? Stating facts is not a threat. The power of the first debtor in the prehistoric world began to show. Brother, if you don't pay off the money, will you kill me and pay it for me? Can you afford it? Of course. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll take the initiative to step back first. Ji Changsheng was considerate and promised. Sister Ho Tu controls reincarnation. And the life of Yu Qingzhen Wang may not necessarily be in the hands of that person, but may also be in the hands of my Sister Ho Tu's. I can promise that if it is really in Sister Ho Tu's hands, I will try my best to save Yu Qingzhen Wang. It's useless. The Yinshir Huapi Sutra you practice is gradually replacing him. Old friend, my vision is not as small as yours. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Yu Qingzhen Wang is just a mere emperor of heaven thanks to me. Do you think I look down on his achievements? Master Xuandu, I don't know who claimed to be the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor all day long. In terms of turning against people, he is willing to call Ji Laoimo the strongest. My future is obviously above the Emperor of Heaven, so it's okay to give me a saintly position. The South Pole Changsheng Great Emperor is just a resting place on my life journey, and it's not worth my lingering. Ji Changsheng said proudly, what is borrowed must be returned. The position of the South Pole Changsheng Great Emperor was originally lent to Yu Qingzhen Wang by me. Now I take it back, which is reasonable. I will return it to him after I have been in office for a while, as long as he is still alive. This is not a problem. What can the great Master Xuandu say? Ji Changsheng did not give him a chance to express his opinion, and continued to express his sincerity. This time when I returned to the past, I did not forget to do things for my uncle and explore the bottom of that person. Old friend, I am risking my life. If it weren't for our friendship, I would not work so hard. My uncle helped me a lot, but I also did a lot for you. This time, I risked my life to get first-hand information for my uncle. The great Master Xuandu took a deep breath. Let's get to the point. The three emperors of the demon clan joined forces, using the river map and Luoshu as the core of the formation, and laid out the Zhoutian star formation. In addition, the combined efforts of 365 ancient demon gods were no match for that one. The battle at Zixia Palace did not actually reveal Hongjun's true strength, but it revealed a lower limit of Hongjun. The great Master Xuandu felt a little sorry. If the queen also took action, there might be an accurate result. For this reason, I guess my mother would definitely not take action. I also have a suspicion that Emperor, she might not have tried his best. The great Master Xuandu nodded thoughtfully. The demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai must have tried their best. So they died? But Emperor Shi's 3 souls and 7 spirits were reincarnated. Or maybe it was because Empress Hua had enough face. Or maybe Emperor Shi had a trick up his sleeve and did not fight with Daozu. Daozu returned the favor and gave Emperor Shi a glimmer of hope. Ji Changsheng tends to think that it is both. So at that time, the 4 emperors of the demon race, or the 12 witch ancestors joined forces, and none of them could stop them. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, it's just that due to various reasons, under the checks and balances of all parties, The 4 emperors of the demon race, and the 12 witch ancestors were unable to complete the fusion and join forces. Wu Huang and Diju and Tai have always been at odds with each other. On the eve of the decisive battle, the 12 witch ancestors were robbed of 2 heads by Tontian's sect master. That one must be the strongest. But he seems to be afraid of the 4 emperors of the demon race joining forces. The 12 witch ancestors joining forces. And the 6 saints joining forces. The great magician Xuandu's heart moved. He and the 3 pure ones also noticed this situation. But every time one more person noticed it, it showed a point of credibility of this analysis. Master Xuandu said in a deep voice, "The information you provided about Daozu. The teacher basically knew it before. The implication is that you didn't say any valuable information." Ji Chansheng also told the truth about Master Xuandu's hint. "Old friend, you have to learn to be content. I provide you with information not based on what you need, but based on what I have." Master Xuandu was once again angry and laughed. "Do you know that second uncle is very dissatisfied with you now? He is not willing to accept you as the Southern Pole Chansheng Emperor, and even wants to kill you." When Ji Chansheng heard this, he stood up from the ground, with his chest and head raised, and his back straight. "I, Ji Chansheng, am the heir of the Sanqing Group, a strategic investment partner of the Wu clan, the young palace master appointed by the Huahuang Palace, and the candidate chosen by the Taoist ancestor as a future saint. My wife is one of the 6 original shareholders of the demon clan. My Taoist companion is the direct disciple of Madame Pangu, the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Madame Ji, I guess you are probably the descendant of the demon ancestor or Panga now." Master Xuandu's face changed slightly. He admired his own judgment of people more and more. This dog thing's brain reaction was really fast, and he deserved his attention. "Now, I owe the 3 pure ones a cause and effect. I owe my mother a young palace master who is the head of the Huahuang Palace. I owe my sister Ho Tu a promise to make the Wu clan great again. I owe the authority of the storms and thunder and lightning in the prehistoric fairyland. I owe the Holy Mother Yuan Jun a son-in-law. And I owe the Taoist ancestor an investment of a saint in preparation." Ji Chansheng smiled. "My debt has reached the point where it is too big to fail. Believe me, keep the debt within a reasonable range. Let me pay it off slowly. It will be good for everyone." Xiao Xuanzi, you can tell Yuan Shi a message. Those who only borrowed money from the Taoist ancestor are grandsons, such as Jian Juanti. Ji Chansheng borrowed from all the big guys, so he doesn't kneel down to be a grandson. He can stand up to be a master. Whether Yuan Shi is willing to accept me as the Southern Antarctic Chansheng Emperor is his business. It doesn't matter at all. Now, the offense and defense have changed. The important thing is that I am willing to give him a chance to be my father. I hope he doesn't know how to appreciate it. Chapter 254. You can live as a teenager until death, but you are useless if you can't. It is well known that Ji Chansheng is a filial son, but his father's words this time were too hurtful. First there is an unvirtuous father, then there is an unfilial son. Although Ji Chansheng is a pure filial son, he is definitely not a foolish filial son. Looking at the confused Xiao Xuanzi, Ji Chansheng remained calm. "Father is old and confused. Xiao Xuanzi, go back and persuade my father more. The world belongs to the young." Xiao Xuanzi shuddered. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was really confused. Ji Chansheng, you. He recalled the common feelings of all those who had been enemies with Ji Chansheng before. "How dare you?" Ji Chansheng was very calm. The 3 realms are narrow when there is dust in the eyes, but the world is wide when the heart is selfless. I am an open and honest person. What is there to be afraid of? My father insisted on his own way during the conferred God tribulation and ignored my persuasion, which led to a big mistake. Today, he still does not reflect on it. Speaking of this, Ji Chansheng shook his head and sighed. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. My father is no exception. Master Xuandu, do you believe that I will turn around and tell this to my 3rd uncle? Ji Chansheng smiled. Xiao Xuanzi, you still don't understand my 3rd uncle. When my 3rd uncle hears me criticize my father, he will only feel very happy and feel that he has gained a confidant. Master Xuandu is difficult to comment. Combined with Tontian Jiaoju's past style of doing things, I am afraid it is really the case. Are you really not afraid that second uncle master will kill you? Ji Chansheng rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm an ignorant idiot? Having fallen to this point, only a fool would be afraid of everything and continue to be a grandson, thinking that he can't offend this person or that person. If you don't dare to offend others, you will always be a grandson. Ji Changsheng dared to not give face to Yuanshi Tianwang in front of Master Xuandu today. Yuanshi Tianwang's direct reaction would be that Ji Changsheng had a trump card, and the cause and effect were too great. If Ji Changsheng had been kneeling and talking to Yuanshi Tianwang today, do you think Yuanshi Tianwang would take him seriously? You should take yourself seriously first, and then others will take you seriously. When you meet a reckless man like Tong Tianjiaozhu, you should be softer. When you meet a master like Yuanshi Tianwang who can continue to endure the death of his son, you should be tough when you need to be tough, still choosing to be soft. With a high EQ, it can be said that it is thoughtful. To be honest, it is because I am used to kneeling. I am destined to be a grandson all my life. I think others are too impulsive when I see them stand up straight. Ji Lao can kneel. Of course, provided that there are benefits. When you encounter a threat, I don't care whether you are Yuanshi Tianwang or Xuandi Saint. If you dare to move me, you are the enemy. Being polite to the enemy is purely mentally retarded behavior. Of course the three pure ones can move me, but the premise is to accept the chaos of the three religions' disciples without a leader, and accept the fact that Haotian is the only one in the heavenly court. Ji Changsheng smiled at the great master Xuandu. Xiao Xuanzi, your character is too successful. The quiet and inaction elder brother of the three religions, the successor of Tai Ching who turned the tide. What my uncle advocates is to rule by inaction, which means that you will never be able to step on the stage to compete with Haotian. Your battlefield is not in this area, and your pursuit is not this kind of fame and fortune. The great master Xuandu did not refute. If he wanted, he would have easily obtained the position of heavenly emperor during the conferred God tribulation. Obviously, he didn't want to. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. He is a senior brother of the three religions under Tai Ching sect, with a lot of money and little trouble. He also has a teacher who basically no one dares to offend. His status is extremely transcendent in the prehistoric fairy world. But if he enters the heaven and becomes a heavenly emperor, he will enter the world of fame and fortune, and must face those who fight for power and profit. When he was the senior brother of the three religions, Haotian had to support him. If he became a heavenly emperor, Haotian would do his best to kill him. The background of the senior brother of the three religions is that basically no one dares to offend. Lu Yutiendi, Haotian laughed. Do you have a strong background like me? Even if Haotian is not his opponent, what about the one behind Haotian? It depends on the owner to beat the dog. Others' means are not as good as yours. Their strength is not as good as yours, but their backers are more powerful than yours. How can you fight? Can you win? So the best choice for Master Xuandu is to always be a senior brother of the three religions. Obviously, this is also the life he wants most. If you don't stand up, Jiejiao will be a bunch of reckless men, and half of the disciples of Xinjiu will betray their religion. Ji Changsheng laughed, and his laughter was full of the sound of metal and stone. If Yuanshi kills me, the three pure ones will lose this game of Mao Tianting. I'm betting my life on it. I bet Yuanshi doesn't dare to kill me. I bet that even if he has the idea, my uncle will stop him. Master Xuandu was silent. Ji Changsheng raised his hand, and in the Xian Wang Merit Tower, wind and rain suddenly fell, and lightning and thunder roared. Master Xuandu's face changed again. The inheritance of the four great ancestors of wind, rain, thunder and lightning has indeed fallen into your hands. Yes, and I have already entered the door, and I have vowed to help the witch clan become great again. Ji Changsheng smiled. Xuanzi, the three pure ones may be able to accept the loss of failed investment in me. Let Yuanshi guess. Can the witch clan afford the loss? Will Sister Hutu accept it? Master Xuandu was too lazy to guess. The Wu clan definitely couldn't afford the loss. The three pure ones were rich and powerful, and perhaps there was a chance to train another successor to the three religions. The Wu clan really couldn't afford to be tossed around. It was obvious that this time, Ho Tu Nyang had invested heavily in both the new human emperor and the new heavenly emperor at once. And this was most likely the last property of the Wu clan. If this investment failed, the Wu clan would definitely withdraw from the version, and Ho Tu Nyang would probably no longer be able to stir up waves. So now Ho Tu was the one who could least tolerate failure. My mother, Nguyen Nyang, promised me to take Li Huanyan to the Wat Palace to pay a visit after I ascended to the prehistoric fairyland. You also know this. Master Xuandu was silent. He knew too much. As for the Holy Mother Yuanjun, Nguyen Yang had specially asked him to ask for marriage. He was the eldest brother of the three religions. Nua Nyang asked him to visit the Holy Mother Yuan Jun, which was enough face. It's not just to give face to the Holy Mother Yuan Jun, but also to value Ji Changsheng. My mother can accept that I'm in trouble, and she won't be too distressed. But she wants to save face. Ji Changsheng continued with a smile. The good child chosen by Nua became a person who deserves to die in Yuancher's eyes. How can you say that? Slap my mother's face? Point at my mother's nose and say that she has bad vision? Master Xuandu smiled bitterly. You see the situation very clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received so many big guys' investment. Ji Changsheng said calmly, if I dare to turn my face, I have the confidence to turn my face. Of course I can die, as long as the person who kills me can accept a greater loss. Now the only ones who really dare to kill me and want to kill me are actually that person and Yuancher. It can even be said that that person is looking forward to Yuancher's action against me. Xuandu was not only smiling bitterly this time, but also somewhat amazed. You live too clearly. Daozu certainly would not regard Ji Changsheng as a good grandson who could not be lost. On the contrary, Daozu hoped that Ji Changsheng would be in trouble, provided that he was killed by the three pure ones. This was the most favorable option for his situation. He would not do it himself. Only if Ji Changsheng's life and death were in the hands of Yuancher Tianwang would it be convenient for him to form alliances and maximize his interests. He could afford to lose, and was willing to lose, as long as Yuancher took action. He could seize the opportunity to get more. I can see these things clearly, and you can certainly see them clearly, and of course my uncle can see them clearly. My father has not taken action until now, which shows that he has seen them clearly. In the final analysis, who killed Yu Qingzhenwang has nothing to do with me. I am just a person who is struggling to climb up. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. If Yuancher is really a man, he will also seek revenge on that person. It is too shameful for a saint to trouble me, and it is too cowardly. Ji Changsheng looked directly into the eyes of the great master Xuandu, and said in a deep voice, Xiao Xuanzi, you are doing this to me today, bringing up Yuancher to pressure me, in order to pay me and make me feel awe. Then use my uncle to show favor and make me feel grateful. Speak in a simpler way in the future. This set may be useful for Xiaomu and Xiaoyu. Playing this set in front of me is a waste of time. Sincerity is the eternal nirvana. More sincerity, less routine. But from what I know about you, you are not such a stupid person, and your means will not be so vulgar. And the Taiqing lineage is not of this style. It was Yushi Palace that sent you here, right? Was it my father who was looking for you? Or was it my adopted mother whom I have never met? Master Xuandu looked up at the sky silently. Did you hear that? At the same time, in the prehistoric fairyland, Kunlun Mountain, Yushi Palace, Yuancher Tianwang shook his head and held the hand of Yu Qingzhenmu. I said, don't test him. It's easy to make him feel resentful. He is just an ordinary person who happened to be in the right place. He can get to where he is now by licking blood on the tip of a knife. And his future is all earned by risking his life. For such a person, showing kindness is showing kindness. Testing him several times will only make him alienated. Why bother? Yuqing Goddess said unwillingly. Nanji's death was too unjust. I am unwilling to use Nanji's death to fulfill him. It was the teacher and Hutu who fulfilled Nanji's death. It had nothing to do with him. What he said was all right. There is a perpetrator for injustice and a creditor for debt. When Nanji is resurrected in the future, maybe he can ask him for a cause and effect. But the cause and effect between you and me is not on him. Goddess, you really shouldn't go to Xuandu this time, since you don't want to kill him. Why bother so much? It's not worth the loss. Yuqing Goddess shook off Yuancher Tianwang's hand. You are right. I am incompetent. I cannot beat him. Nor am I a match for Ho Tu. So I can only bully him. An ordinary person. You are right. I am a bully. But Yuancher, don't forget that Nanji is our eldest son. He is not just my son. Yuqing Goddess's eyes were full of disappointment. Now, you have lost even your sharpness. And you allow others to be so disrespectful to you. Yuancher Tianwang sighed, Goddess. Don't forget. During the conferred God tribulation, I killed all the arrogant people who disrespected me and put them on the conferred God list, so that I turned against my third brother. Jade Purity Goddess paused. What Yuancher Tianwang said was true. During the conferred God's tribulation, thousands of Jiejiao immortals came to pay homage. From the leader to the disciples, all of them were very arrogant. Tantian Jiaozhu shouted all day that he could fight for alone. Then Jeju disciples believed it, since the leader said so. The saints were no more than that. So Tantian Jiaozhu's disciples were not afraid of Yuanshi Tianwang Taiqing Saint. When respecting you, they call you second uncle. When disrespecting you, what's wrong with calling you little Yuanshi? At that time, Jeju disciples were much more arrogant and disrespectful than Ji Changsheng now. Ji Changsheng's disrespect to Yuanshi Tianwang was still at the stage of verbal attacks, while Jeju disciples really beat Yuanshi Tianwang directly. The key is that they really think they can win. The 12 disciples of Yuanshi Tianwang were beaten up by Sanshao Nyongyong, who was under Tantian Jiaozhu. None of them were left out. They also had the 3 flowers on their heads cut off, and the 5 qi in their chests closed. 1,000 years of cultivation was lost in one day, and the Chan sect was directly beaten into autism. They didn't leave any room for Chan sect. When Yuanshi Tianwang came out, Sanshao Nyongyong was still arrogant, thinking that the disciples of second uncle were only at this level. It seems that what the teacher said was right, and second uncle's own strength was just like that. So Sanshao Nyongyong was not afraid. Nor did she run away. She set up the 9 bins of the Yellow River Formation, facing Yuanshi Tianwang, who was asking for punishment, and Taiqing Saint, who seemed to be taking sides. She said, "Second uncle, master uncle, you 2 old Bai Ding are pretending to be your sisters. If you have the guts, come down and fight." Yuanshi Tianwang couldn't stand this kind of anger. Sanshao Nyongyong knelt down quickly, very miserable. Of course, there is no suspense that Yuanshi Tianwang won. But the essence of this matter is that Yuanshi Tianwang, as a saint, attacked the disciples of the third brother. It is a complete bullying of the weak. The one who was bullied was the disciple of the third brother. Tantian Jiaozhu is also a hot-tempered person. And of course, he can't stand this kind of thing. So, the 3 pure ones turned against each other, and the conferred god tribulation ended with both Jiejiao and Chanjiu losing. Goddess, after the conferred gods, I sat in the Jade Void Palace for 1,000 years and figured out a lot of things. Yuanshi Tianwang's voice was very calm. Is it really that important whether others respect me or not? Yuqingshi mother, if I want my third brother's disciples to respect me, don't I have other ways? Yuanshi Tianwang asked himself and answered, of course there are. But I chose the most satisfying way at the time with the worst consequences. Nanji is right. The failure of the conferred gods was caused by me and my third brother. It had nothing to do with others. If the 3 pure ones had always been one, if I could not attack my third brother's disciples, the ending would never be so tragic. My action pushed the situation to an irreversible end. The conferred gods' tribulation is a cycle of cause and effect. It is difficult to say who is more responsible for the decline of the 3 religions, Yuanshi Tianwang or Tantian Jiaozhu. The Jeju has expanded greatly, and everyone from top to bottom lacks respect for Yuanshi Tianwang and Taiqing Saint. Yuanshi Tianwang took the initiative to bully Tantian Jiaozhu's disciples, destroying the unspoken rules of the saints. Tantian sect master was then angered and began to set up the Juxian formation. The situation eventually deteriorated, and no one backed down. So the snipe and the clam fought, and the fishermen benefited. At this time and that time. Goddess, don't you think it's very similar? It's easy to attack Ji Changsheng. But what about after the attack? Yuanshi Tianwang looked at Zixia Palace with a mocking look. Teacher probably thought I was the third brother. After seeing thousands of sales, I am still the same white boy. You can be a boy until death, but you are a waste if you can't. Chapter 255 Before Ascension. A good beginning and a good end. While Master Xuandu was looking up at the sky, Ji Changsheng also looked up and waited for a minute. 1 minute later, everything was calm and nothing happened. Ji Changsheng felt relieved and shrugged. It seems that you came here this time, my old friend, because my mother, whom I have never met, asked you to do this. If it was Yuanshi Tianwang who spoke, after Ji Changsheng's impassioned speech just now, Yuanshi Tianwang would have reacted in anger. Only if it was the work of Yuqingshi, she would have been angry in anger. Master Xuandu asked, you are so relieved. Is it not my own decision? Or is it the teacher's intention? Ji Changsheng said calmly, the Taiqing lineage does not act this way. Uncle and Daozu are of the same mind. They plan everything and act openly. They do not fight for the gains and losses of a city or a place. And they will not be petty. Duobao attacked Uncle. But Uncle was still willing to send him to the west to teach him. I have never been honest from the beginning. Old friend. You are still willing to help me. This is the kingly style. Daozu or Uncle. They are not afraid of misjudging people. For Daozu and Taiching Saint, they invested. And it is good to get a return. But it doesn't matter if they don't get a direct return. Daozu is the way of heaven. The teaching. And has shares in the entire universe. Taiching established the human religion, which combines the merits of opening up the world and the merits of humanity. It also has shares in the entire universe and the human race. So no matter how far Ji Changsheng goes in the end, whether he helps them directly or not, it will bring them benefits indirectly. Only people with a small vision will always care about the immediate interests. When it comes to Daozu and Taiching Saint, they have been invincible from the beginning. They don't need to be so greedy. Some benefits are given to anyone, even if it seems that they have suffered a little loss for a while. In fact, if they take their benefits but don't give back, the person who seems to have taken advantage will lose in the end. Ji Changsheng certainly can't reach that level now. But he has been in Xuandu Temple for so many years, so many days, and he still has an understanding of the style of Tai Chi, combining information from all sides. Ji Changsheng has formed a clear worldview. It seems that my father's character has grown a lot after experiencing the conferred God tribulation. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. The descendants of Pangu are born strong and can have everything without working hard. So many descendants of Pangu only increase their strength, not their intelligence. I am very relieved that my father can learn lessons from failure. I don't know if third uncle can make some progress. If third uncle can also learn something from the failure of the conferred God tribulation, he will really have a lot to do. Master Xuandu really wants to say that he is disappointed. Second uncle has indeed learned a lot of lessons. But third uncle is still the young man at the beginning, without any change. But out of respect for his elders, he endured it. Ji Changsheng saw that Master Xuandu was hesitant to speak. And he understood instantly, from your look. I know that third uncle is still the third uncle. And father is no longer the father. Well, one improvement is also progress. And uncle has a helper to discuss. As for third uncle, there is really no better way. Generally speaking, people can't teach people. But things can teach people easily. But there is also a kind of people who can never learn no matter how they are taught. Such people are not rare. Many people lie down where they fell. Only a few can stand up. So Ji Changsheng is not surprised that his uncle can keep his original intention. It is in line with his uncle's holy setting. Goddess. Master Xuandu looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng said decisively, Mother has the pain of losing her son. It is understandable that she made some wrong behaviors and judgments in a moment of anxiety. I certainly won't blame her. When I go to Yushu Palace in the future, I will also be filial to my mother and let her get out of the haze of sadness as soon as possible. Just now, I was afraid that Yuanshi Tianwang would really kill for his son. So I had to be tough and let Yuanshi Tianwang be afraid. Now I realize that the matter without Yuanshi Tianwang was the work of Yu Qingshenmu. So I have to lower my posture. Analyze the pros and cons with rational people. Facing a mother who lost her son, Ji Changsheng would not try to reason with her. Go along with her. Respect her. Comfort her. If she can step down this step, then the mother and son will continue to be kind and filial. Which is the best. If she does not step down this step, then we can only find a way to make Yuanshi Tianwang a bachelor. Going to that step will not be good for everyone. Ji Changsheng hopes that Yu Qingshenmu can understand something. The steps are paid for you. So you should step down when you should. Regarding Ji Changsheng's attitude of being arrogant at first and respectful later, Master Xuandu sighed, Changsheng, you really should thank Ho Tunyang. What do you mean? Master Xuandu raised his hand. A water-blue planet appeared above. Ji Changsheng looked familiar. Blue planet? Master Xuandu gently waved his hand over the planet. The next moment, Ji Changsheng saw a big khaki hand. He saw the birth of a baby. He saw his experience at the end of the universe. Then he saw another big khaki hand, which brought him to this world. I know you are not from this world. But at first, I thought it was the true king who brought you here. Ji Changsheng said in his heart. Don't blame you. I thought so at first. It was the Queen Mother Ho Tuesday. The world you were in before was protected by the Queen Mother Ho Tuesday. The Queen Mother Ho Tu threw you into that world, honed your mind, and increased your experience, so that you dared to talk freely in front of the saint now. Master Xuandu said frankly, this kind of training is not uncommon. When I trained Xiaoyu, I put in as much effort as the Queen Mother Ho Tuesday. I also used the whole world as a resource to cultivate Xiaoyu's vision and mind. But Xiaoyu became invincible too early. And she didn't gain as much as you did. It can only be said that it is fate. And Master Xuandu can't control it. Yu Linglong is too talented and directly invincible. And he can't forcibly suppress Yu Linglong's combat power. But after becoming invincible, Yu Linglong is destined not to have the characteristics of Ji Changsheng, who can get along with both sides and fight desperately. Daluo's training of disciples is all big. It's just that before the conferred god, Daluo paid more attention to the training of disciples' strength. And after the conferred god, knowledgeable people strengthened the training of disciples' character. Yu Linglong and Ji Changsheng can both be considered seeds cultivated by Daluo under the new cultivation model. But they still went in different directions. Everyone has their own fate. And you can't force it. My wife has done a good job. Ji Changsheng boasted about his wife. And then brought the topic back to the right track. Old friend. We have been friends for many years. But you still cheated me this time. Isn't it too much? Don't I? The Southern Emperor Changsheng. Have you any face? Master Xuandu didn't want to pay attention to this bastard. Just now, he was talking about Xiao Xuanzi. And now he has become an old friend. This bastard's friends are really worthless. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to pave a way for his old friend. Old friend. I won't make it difficult for you. You have the final say in this small world now. Right? Yes. Give it to me. Ji Changsheng said generously. My wife has ascended. And my old friend, you have successfully defeated Xuanti. This world is no longer valuable to you. Master Xuandu did not refute. Although it is a small world, it is indeed useless to him. It's really not valuable to me. But it's useless to you either. Master Xuandu asked curiously, is there anything else in this world that can help you? Ji Changsheng shook his head. Nothing can help. He was telling the truth. After obtaining the inheritance of wind, rain, thunder and lightning from the four great ancestors of the witches Tianwu, Xianming, Qianliang and Shizi, plus the human merits that Ji Changsheng got when he returned to the Witchlich decisive battle, he will soon be able to ascend to the prehistoric fairyland. This world can no longer help him. His road is above. But I still have relatives and friends to arrange. And there are still many things to do. A person must have a beginning and an end. Before I leave, I have to arrange everything. Ji Changsheng said sincerely, old friend. Many of my arrangements in this world are just beginning. If I am not there to suppress them, the world will be ruined. Since I am here and have done something, I must be responsible. So I need to control this world so that the things I have arranged can continue and provide a continuous upward channel for my relatives and friends. Only in this way can we have long-term peace and stability. He can pat his butt and leave now. It will not have any impact on his future. But it will have a fatal impact on the future of many people. Although Ji Laomo is not a saint, he will not deliberately pit innocent people. Master Xuandu was slightly moved. You still have such a heart. Ji Changsheng shrugged. I have always had it. Otherwise, why do you think my wife likes me? I have never been bad to my own people. Invest in me. You can rest assured. Be responsible for what you do. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. This is for yourself, so that your Tao heart can be open. It is also for others to see, so that everyone knows what kind of person you are. And let the world realize that helping you will be rewarded, and offending you will be revengeful, and will not stop until death. Ji Laomo has been on his way, integrating knowledge and action, and his personality has never collapsed. So although he has killed many people, there are still many people willing to help him. It is very important to remember your original intention. It is also very important to have a beginning and an end. Master Xuandu nodded. Good. After a while, Ji Changsheng and Master Xuandu completed the handover and walked out of the Xian Wang Merit Tower. He looked up and saw the master kneeling on the ground. He was shocked. What's going on? Why is this a great ceremony when it is not a festival? Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changxi and Yu Laomo in confusion. Yu Laomo had a complicated expression. Li Changxi gave Ji Changsheng a thumbs up. Junior brother. You scared the master. I scared the master? Ji Changsheng scratched his head. Confused. I didn't pay attention to him just now. And he is my brother-in-law anyway. I am very nice to Xiao Mu. Li Changxi explained. The master has the authority of Xian Wang Merit Tower. So? He heard everything you said with Master Xuandu just now. Li Changxi pointed at the master who was sweating and had a sore waist and knees, and complained. The master knelt down when he heard that you almost had a quarrel with Yuan Shi Tian Wang. It's not that he didn't want to get up, but he was too scared. It was useless for Master Yu and I to help him up. Ji Changsheng. He quickly helped Xiao Mu up. Xiao Mu, you are my uncle after all, and the master of the temple whom I have respected since childhood. You need to train more in the future so that you can take on important tasks. If you are scared to death by some big guys, how can I entrust you with important tasks in the future? The master's legs were weak again. Cha Sheng. Master Xuandu is our ancestor. Ji Changsheng didn't care. There is nothing to fear about natural disasters. And there is nothing to follow about our ancestors. As long as Master Xuandu is a good person, he will certainly not make things difficult for us. If he makes things difficult for us, what does it matter whether he is the ancestor or not? The master was speechless, and subconsciously felt that what Changsheng said made sense. But he immediately realized that there was a bullshit reason. If he said this, Master Xuandu might have charged him with the crime of betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors. Okay, this is not the place to talk. Master, let's go to the Moon Palace first. Sort out the harvest carefully, and then hold an internal meeting to discuss the future rules. 3 minutes later. Moon Palace. Li Changqi and Ji Changsheng sat in the main seats. Xiao Mu and Xiao Yu sat below. Xiao Mu looked around, and his mood began to become complicated. Isn't Xuandu Temple my territory? The master sighed. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Times have changed. Xiao Mu. Xuandu has given this world to me, and this will be my back garden in the future. The master and his friends knew about this before, but the master's mood was the most complicated. From the first time I saw you, Cha Sheng, to now, it seems that only half a month has passed. Speaking of this, the master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's outrageous that so many things can happen in half a month. I really don't know whether I should be thankful or sad. Speaking of being thankful, it seems that his status in Xuandu Temple has been reduced, and the juniors have climbed over him. It's sad. He got the benefits he never thought of, saw the scenery he couldn't imagine, and the upward channel suddenly opened. Li Changqi complained, of course you should be thankful. My junior brother and I are your noble people. If it weren't for me and my junior brother, Yu Lao Mo would be the limit you can reach. Xiao Yu was unhappy. Master Li, don't scold me so high. Mu Xian will work hard for another 100 years. And at most, he will be half of my level. Ji Changsheng said fairly, I support the leader. Xiao Mu's talent is more in internal affairs and execution. Ji Changsheng didn't see that Xiao Mu had the qualifications to be the best in the world. He seriously suspected that his wife used Xiao Mu because she didn't like the Bai family and favored people based on personal connections. In comparison, Xiao Yu was more than enough to be a double-flowered red stick-level thug. The master of the temple endured it. The main reason was that he also felt that it was indeed difficult to be the best in the world. Okay, let's talk about business. Master, leader, and senior sister, you should all be able to ascend after this trip. Right? The three of them nodded in unison. Yu Lao Mo said, give me a day to retreat and digest it, and then I can start to ascend. The master of the temple pondered and said, I am still considering whether to ascend. Xuandu Temple will need to arrange a successor later. Speaking of which, I have only been the master of the temple for half a month. At this point, the master of the temple felt speechless again. He is the shortest-serving master of Xuandu Temple in history. He never expected that his stay in the tribulation realm would be shorter than that of his senior sister. Li Changqi looked at Ji Changsheng and took the initiative to say, Junior brother, I have to go to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters before I ascend. Ji Changsheng nodded. Li Changqi got the inheritance of Taiyin Xingjuan and the entrustment of Dong Wangtai. So she has the cause and effect of protecting the monsters. Originally, she didn't need to take the life and death of the kingdom of 10,000 monsters seriously. But now Li Changqi can't stand by and watch. Senior sister, I will help you arrange the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Although it won't make the monsters great again, it will definitely keep them alive. And let those mixed blood monsters live better than before. And won't let you be backfired by the cause and effect of Dong Wangtai. The chaos spell hasn't been obtained yet. This face can't be turned over. Li Changqi smiled. It's not in vain that I love you. Then the kingdom of 10,000 monsters will be handed over to you. After ascending, I have to find a way to find Xiaoshi's whereabouts. Sister, after you ascend, you don't need to go anywhere else. Come with me to the residence of the Southern Emperor Changsheng, the Shishaoyuqing Mansion. There is a tiny illusion in the Shishaoyuqing Mansion, which is exactly the same as this place. And it is reserved for you. If you are not used to it, you can go to Tying Star. I will tell Xuandu. Ji Changsheng did not intend to let go of Li Changxi. Whether here or in the sky, we fight side by side, so you don't have to worry. Okay. She is really not good at managing a big force. Fortunately, her own junior brother likes it. Then she can be an empress reluctantly. Li Changxi nodded with satisfaction. Junior brother. Tying Star really needs to go there. I want to go to Tying Star to refine the emperor's slurry. Ji Changsheng, the master of the temple, and Yu Lao Mo's eyes lit up at the same time. Ji Changsheng asked in surprise, Sister, have you mastered the method of refining Emperor Lu Jiang? Li Changxi nodded. I have basically mastered it. But only on the main star of Tying can we make the most of the moonlight of Tying to refine Emperor Lu Jiang. Ji Changsheng showed a happy face. In this way, your status in the demon clan is almost second only to my mother. The current situation of the demon clan is that Nguyen Yang has the demon flag in her hand, plus the qualifications of the Queen of Hua, and can command all the demons. And once Li Changxi masters the method of refining Emperor Lu Jiang, she will have the authority to evolve all the demons. Just like the Queen of Tying. The Emperor Lu Jiang is of little use to the demon clan above Daluo. But the demon clan below Daluo will ask Li Changxi for help. Below the Queen of Hua. Above all demons. The Queen of Hua is still a home girl and basically doesn't care about anything. Ji Changsheng confirmed again that the senior sister must be his main wife. Fortunately, my wife and treasurer don't fight for the position of empress. Perfect. Yu Lao Mo was also overjoyed. In this way, Master Li can also have a transcendent status in the prehistoric fairyland. In addition, Cha Sheng, you will take over the Shishaoyuqing Mansion, and I will get the inheritance of Xingtian, which will definitely be a great opportunity. Master, where are you going after you ascend? Ji Changsheng asked. Yu Lao Mo hesitated. I haven't thought about it yet. Originally, the disciples of the Holy Church were going to go to the Sea of Blood after ascending. As a result, the Sea of Blood was evaporated by the goddess Nuwa. Now the Holy Church is nominally a disciple of the Hua Palace. But if I go to the goddess, I guess the goddess won't want me. Xiaoyu still has self-knowledge. Ji Changsheng pointed out a clear path for Xiaoyu. Master, after ascending, you will go to Shishaoyuqing Mansion with me first, and I will give you a position in the heavenly court. Then, you will go to the new emperor and be my special envoy. You have inherited Xingtian, and need to complete sublimation in battle. It happens that the new emperor has the blood of the witch clan and is destined to experience many wars, which is just right for your development. Yu Lao Mo naturally would not refuse. He was just a little ashamed. A father actually needs his son to take care of him. Of course, even if Ji Changsheng calls him dad now, he dare not recognize him. He only dares to think more in his heart. Cha Sheng, if you arrange me like this, it won't be troublesome for you. Right? No trouble. Master, you have done me a favor. I must help you plan it out. Besides, I promised Sister Ho too to help the witch clan become great again. Xiaoyu's double-flowered red stick, which has inherited Xingtian, is just suitable for Ji Changsheng to repay the interest on the loan from the witch clan. Master, you should not stay in this world any longer. It is meaningless. The unstable factors in our world are either dead or ascending. Xuandu Temple has the Xian Wang Merit Tower, so there will be no problem. If you want to have great development, you still have to ascend. After you ascend, are you going to continue to work with Fairy Linglong? Or work for me? Of course, the master wanted to follow the elder sister, but he heard the conversation between Ji Changsheng and Master Xuandu just now. Cha Sheng, I know that the situation you will face later is very complicated, so I'll help you. Although I can't help you in the battle, I can still help you look after the house. And with me here, you and the ancestor have a bond, which is a proof of your friendship with the Tai Ching lineage. Ji Changsheng thought that my wife was here, which proved that he didn't need you. But he was still relieved that his brother-in-law had this heart. Master, I really need your support. The master straightened his chest and felt the value of being needed. After you ascend, sort out the inheritance of the Styx Patriarch as soon as possible and share it with me and Master Yu. I will see if I can use it to get the Styx's Yuan-Tu sword from my mother. Master, is this all you need me to do? Of course not. I also need you to help me deal with the government affairs of the Shishao Yuqing mansion. I am not familiar with the gods of the Thunder Department yet. Master, I only trust you, Ji Changsheng said seriously. Master nodded with satisfaction. Cha Sheng, don't worry. I am here to take good care of the house for you. Ji Changsheng's eyes were full of praise. My wife seems to have made a big move this time. Ji Changsheng seriously suspects that his wife has obtained part of Pengdu's inheritance, or part of Luoho's inheritance. With her around, my uncle's side is stable. Brother-in-law is just a bonus. Of course, men need self-esteem. Ji Changsheng understands. Then we will stay for another day. Ji Changsheng made the decision. I still have some chores to deal with here. The Holy Church. The Kingdom of 10,000 Demons. The Kingdom of Ying. The Kingdom of Qi. The Guanyin Temple. The Hehuan sect. Many places need to be explained. We will try to deal with other things within one day and officially ascend one day later. After I entered the Divine Sky Jade Purity Palace, I was in charge of the Power of Thunder Tribulation. And it was very convenient to travel up and down. Even after we ascend, we can take over the authority of this world at any time. And there will be no chaos. Don't worry. Ji Laoimo once again showed his efficiency. On the day Yu Linglong ascended, Ji Laoimo also began to plan his own ascension. Huh? I seem to have just reached the Mahayana realm. Then I will go through the Heart Demon Tribulation first. And everyone can disperse. Chapter 256 Ji Laoimo, Heart Demon. I am your tribulation. I hate it. Just after Ji Changsheng said that he was going to overcome the Heart Demon Tribulation, a roar came from him. The master of the temple was fine. He already knew that it was Jian Gongyu. But Li Changqi and Yu Laoimo, who had not yet completely integrated the information, were shocked. Li Changqi had been in a coma to overcome the Heart Demon Tribulation, and Yu Laoimo had been recovering from his injuries. They didn't know much about Jian Gongyu's later experience. Yu Laoimo shuddered, and the magic sword was instantly in his hand. And he said vigilantly, "What the hell?" With his current strength, he didn't even notice that there were other masters lurking in the dark. Xuandu Temple is worthy of being Xuandu Temple, with unfathomable foundation. Ji Changsheng, hate ghost. Yu Laoimo? I didn't understand. The master of the temple held his forehead. It's Jian Gongyu. Yu Laoimo shuddered again. Unpredictable Jian Gongyu? Wasn't he killed by Yu Linglong? Is he still alive? Yes. Xuandu Temple is indeed the best in the world. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Master, do you know Jian Gongyu? Of course. Before Yu Linglong came out of nowhere, Jian Gongyu was the first successor of Xuandu Temple, and everyone thought he would be the leader of the future cultivation world. For a while, I was chasing him. This man is ambitious and has unpredictable magic. If his opponent was not Yu Linglong, his achievements might not be inferior to mine. Ji Changsheng blinked. It seems that Brother Hate was really quite influential back then. No wonder my wife was also shocked by Jian Gongyu a day ago. Although Brother Hate's arrogance is all due to the praise of people around him, Ji Changsheng has never seen it. But the fact that everyone praises him shows that Brother Hate is not low in gold content. Why didn't I feel anything? Ji Changsheng scratched his head in confusion. His eyes were very simple and innocent. Is it that powerful? Why didn't I feel anything? I didn't use much strength. He just used all his ultimate flash. But he didn't kill me. And I killed him easily. Li Changqi was unhappy. Junior brother. You can brag if you want. But you can't take my credit. It was obviously me who killed him. The master couldn't bear to look directly. Can you two have some shame? It was obviously my senior sister who killed Jian Gongyu. Although it seems that you two are more powerful than each other now. And your upper limit potential is very high. But even now, if Jian Gongyu is put there, can you kill him? The master was embarrassed to complain. Even if they go back to the past and go to the Lich Showdown, Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi are not as strong as Jian Gongyu now. The value of Hate Brother is really high. After all, he escaped from Yu Linglong with his real ability. And he escaped without any help from Yu Linglong's whisk. Li Changqi said generously, my mother and I teamed up to kill Jian Gongyu, the master of the temple. Ji Changsheng added, as the saying goes, the skill lies outside the poem. Before senior sister and Fairy Linglong killed Jian Gongyu, I had seen through Jian Gongyu and doomed him to failure. So in terms of merit, my contribution accounts for at least 60%. And senior sister and Fairy Linglong share the remaining 40%. The master of the temple didn't want to pay attention to these two guys, so he explained the matter to Yu Lao Mo. After listening to it, Yu Lao Mo felt mixed emotions. No wonder he hates. He couldn't stand it either. How long will he hate? Asked Yu Lao Mo. Ji Changsheng sighed and said, Fairy Linglong told me before ascending that after my strength surpasses Jian Gongyu, his obsession will be suppressed. So cherish brother hate. He may only hate for the last day. It's a pity to say it or not. It's not that I want to see the joke of brother hate. Ji Changsheng is a noble man, and can't do that kind of thing. He just takes people as a lesson, and can use brother hate to remind himself at any time, don't play any 100-year plan. 100 years is too long. Seize the day. So, break through the realm when it's time to break through. And ascend when it's time to ascend. Ji Changsheng didn't care about the foundation at first. And after seeing Daluo's methods many times, he cared less and less. At most, after Daluo, he can fiddle with the timeline and go back to the past to make up for the foundation. It's not a big deal. Junior brother, you have to be careful of the inner demon tribulation. Li Changxi pointed at herself. I just survived the inner demon tribulation, and you have seen its power. If I do the same to you, it will probably cause a lot of noise. Not really. The master has already done it once. He should not be so idle. Even if he wants to continue to send good fortune, he will wait until we digest the harvest this time. 5 minutes later, Ji Changsheng exchanged 1/5 of the merit golden lotus he got from the past years of the Witchlich decisive battle, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the Mahayana realm, only half a step away from the tribulation realm. Then he felt his eyelids droop, and sleepiness came over him. A moment later, Ji Changsheng opened his eyes again. He saw a nurse feeding him medicine. Ji Changsheng, it's your turn to take medicine. Ji Changsheng lowered his head and looked at his clothes. He looked up again and glanced at the female nurse in front of him. The tone was a little strange. Mental hospital? Blue Star? The female nurse was a little surprised. Oh, you are not pretending to be the South Pole Changsheng Emperor today? You are actually starting to face reality. It seems that taking too much medicine is still effective. Ji Changsheng, come and take today's medicine. If you can stay awake, you can be discharged from the hospital in a while. Ji Changsheng nodded. And then he opened his mouth and confused the female nurse. Asshole. What South Pole Changsheng Emperor? What nonsense are you talking about? I am a firm materialist and a loyal warrior who has been tested for a long time. Tell me, which force sent you? Do you want to turn me over? Female nurse. Where is the beauty trap? Where is the money strategy? I tell you, none of these. Use. If you really want to turn me against the government, then let the motherland be unified. Or develop a special medicine to treat the disease. Apart from this, nothing can shake my firm will. Of course, you may not believe it. So I suggest that we be direct. Don't take medicine. Or you can give me a few female stars to test me? Without waiting for the female nurse to speak, Ji Changsheng asked himself and answered, forget it. I don't like female stars now. And my senior sister, wife, concubine, and slave have not favored me yet. Cherish my Yuanong. Disperse. In front of a firm materialist fighter like me. All ghosts and monsters are just passing clouds. It's not easy for you to practice. And God has the virtue of loving life. So I won't kill you. The female nurse's eyes began to be confused. The world is broken. Ji Changsheng opened his eyes again and returned to the heavenly demon sect. He looked up and saw several outer disciples of the heavenly demon sect laughing. Ji Changsheng distinguished them carefully, and it seemed that they were the ones he killed at the beginning. It had been a long time, and he almost forgot about these extras. Seeing Ji Changsheng open his eyes, several outer disciples of the heavenly demon sect laughed again. The leading man in red laughed and asked, how did the illusion just now taste? Seeing you chattering in the illusion, do you think you have really become the protagonist of the world? Valued by the saints, favored by the fairies, and invincible in the world? Several outer disciples continued to laugh up to the sky. Brother Zhang, you are still smart. Before killing someone, you use illusion to give people hope, and then wake them up from their dreams, turning their hope into despair. The souls obtained by this method are the most obsessed, and are the best choice for the 100 souls banner. Gee boy, wake up. There is no saint who values Daluo's favor. It's just a dying person's fantasy before death. Ji Changsheng nodded, looked up to the sky and sighed. This period of history is indeed my black history. Brother Hate is so awesome. I killed him in seconds. You little extras actually took me half a year. Are you worthy of Brother Hate? I am sorry for him, and lowered the level of Brother Hate. I hate it. Jian Gongyu seemed to sense Ji Changshan's apology, and his obsession became more solid. The little extras looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward for a while. Ji Changshan shook his head. You don't need to continue talking nonsense. I know you are demons. You should apologize to me, Brother Hate, and then get out of here. Let's be quick. Hard demon. I can't do it anymore. Who is that? Hate Brother? Ji Changshan was shocked. You don't even know who Hate Brother is? You have such inadequate intelligence. And you dare to provoke me? I hate. Jian Gongyu became more and more manic. It seems that he sensed that he couldn't hate for too long. So he started to work hard to improve his performance. Ji Changshan began to feel sorry for Hate Brother. The hard demon told the truth. You advanced too fast. The demon ancestor didn't have time to investigate your information carefully before you started to overcome the hard demon tribulation. We couldn't keep up with you. The hard demon tribulation also needs careful preparation. The smaller the flaw, the more likely it is to deceive the person who overcomes the tribulation. The problem is that Ji Lamo's version update speed is too fast. Not only did the people around him fail to keep up, but the hard demons also failed to keep up. The people who could overcome the hard demon tribulation were not ordinary people. The hard demons were exhausted and under great pressure at work. When they met a beast like Ji Lamo, their work pressure was even greater. Ji Lao blinked and realized a problem. Are the hard demons so weak? I thought you were at least omniscient and could see through the weaknesses of all spirits. You are too useless. Aren't you? Hard demon. Those who have passed the hard demon tribulation are the seeds of the Daluo, and they are not easy to deal with. If we hard demons were so powerful, we would have ruled the world long ago. Ji Lao was convinced. You make sense. After all, you are a group of losers. I shouldn't ask too much of you. Hard demon. I want to curse. Who is your boss? Several hard demons looked at each other, and the leader senior brother Zhang frowned and said, Why are you asking this? Ji Changshan told the truth. I think your situation is too miserable. You should follow me in the future. I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to see people being pitiful. The inner demons were stunned. This was the first time they met someone who dared to recruit them. We are the inner demons that all spirits avoid. I know. We are just a group of losers who have been beaten all the time and have never been tough. Ji Lao didn't care. If you say you are a saint, I might be a little scared. What is there to be afraid of demons? It should be my little brother. Who is the lord of the hard demon? Tell me and see if I recognize him. What a joke. Who are you? How could you possibly know the demon ancestor? You ask me who I am? Ji Changshan laughed. I am the saint appointed by Daozu, the young master of Wuhuang Palace, the great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole, the young master of Yushi Palace, and the strategic partner of the Wu clan. What is the status of your lord of the hard demon? Aren't you qualified to let me know you? The inner demons began to sweat when they heard this long list of names. Ji Changshan saw that these guys really didn't check their information clearly. As expected, being a demon has no future, and you will be suppressed all your life. You still have to be a good person. Sir, our master is the demon ancestor who fought with the Taoist ancestor for the Tao. Luo Ho. Yes, we dare not call the demon lord by his name. Luo Ho is not dead. No. The demon ancestor controls the evil thoughts of all the spirits in the universe, and can never be completely killed. All the living beings who hope to become Daluo must pass the demon ancestor before they can go further. Ji Changshan was half believing and half doubting. Judging from the current universe structure, Luo Ho has withdrawn from the version, and the inner demon is not a big deal at all. Daozu's strength has surpassed Pangu at the time of the creation of the world. Can't he kill Luo Ho? Ji Changshan is more inclined to let Daozu keep his old rival as a knife. Big men all need black gloves. What is more satisfying than keeping an old rival as a black glove to take the blame for himself? Although Luo Ho failed, he was defeated by Daozu after all. So it's not shameful. He is qualified to be my investor. Ji Changshan generously left a little investment share for Luo Ho. So, you send a hard demon back to report, and say that I gave Luo Ho a face and let him invest in me. In the future, this may be his chance to turn over. Ji Lao didn't think Luo Ho had his parents and sister to be awesome now, so he didn't respect Luo Ho very much. Any one of the family members was enough for Luoho to drink a pot. So why should he be afraid of anything? But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. He is also known as the demon ancestor. He fought against the Taoist ancestor in the past, and held the key to the advancement to Daluo to a certain extent. Although he has been weakened a lot now, Ji Changsheng estimates that Daluo should still have some strength. And maybe even the strength of a saint. They can cooperate. Tell Luoho to check my information carefully. There won't be many Daluo who dare to cooperate with him. Among those who have the courage to cooperate with him, their current strength and status may be higher than his. He may not dare to cooperate with him. The current 3 pure ones, including Mother Nua and Sister Hutu, should dare to cooperate with Luoho. The problem is that Luoho may not dare to cooperate with them. After all, Ji Changsheng and his family are all updating the version. And Luoho's current strength is definitely not as good as the original version. As long as he is not stupid and still has ambition, he should be able to understand that I am one of his best choices. Just you. Go meet Luoho and bring back my sincerity. The rest of you, come with me. I have an errand for you to do. Yes. Several inner demons subconsciously expressed their submission. Before they could react, thunder flashed in Ji Changsheng's hand, making the inner demons tremble. Thunder, the strongest and most masculine, pierces all demons and monsters, and is one of the natural enemies of the inner demons. Please give your orders, sir. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Let's go and teach my little brothers a lesson. How to manage the loyalty of your subordinates is a science. Old Demon Ji does not believe in human nature and system, but he believes in fists and inner demons. Chapter 257 Above 10,000 Demons. Cross-shareholding. Sir, what do you want us to do? I have a group of younger brothers. You go and teach them a lesson. Sir, we are noble inner demons, and only those who are expected to achieve Daluo are qualified to see us. The implication is that ordinary people are not qualified to embarrass us. That's the truth. Before Yu Linglong ascended, she had never seen an inner demon, let alone Xiao Yu and Xiao Mu. The tribulation of ordinary creatures is under the jurisdiction of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. That is, Ji Changsheng himself. The thunder in Ji Changsheng's hand exploded out of thin air. Several inner demons knelt on the ground with pale faces. Ji Changsheng glanced at these guys and complained, "What era is it now? You are still reserved and don't come down to the mortal world. Times have changed. Is it useful to keep pretending to be rich? You can't even eat anymore. And you are still pretending?" The inner demons looked at each other, very embarrassed. Ji Laoimo hits demons by hitting them in the face. Those who are qualified to make things difficult for the inner demons are not ordinary people. This means that their success rate is doomed to be low. But they only attack these extraordinary people. Some businesses don't open for 3 years, but they can make a living for 3 years after opening. The inner demon belongs to the category of not opening for 3 years. So don't bully the inner demons who are poor, if they don't open for 300 years. The dead are the greatest. Sir, the demon ancestor said that when you go out, you give yourself face. And we inner demons cannot degenerate. The human race also has a saying that to see a person's level, you have to look at his opponent. The opponent of the inner demon can only be the creatures related to Daluo. Otherwise our inner demons will be completely degenerate. Ji Changsheng applauded. You have backbone. The demons puffed their chests. No wonder you're almost starving to death. Demons. If you can't keep up with the times, it's no wonder that Luoho is getting worse every year. Ji Changsheng shook his head. He wasn't too surprised by this. When the times abandon you, they really won't even say hello. The quality of the films Kodak produced was excellent until the day it went bankrupt. But the world no longer needed it. In the age of saints, the old liches who still missed the glory of liches were destined to be abandoned. In the age of humans, Daluo who couldn't learn to cooperate with humans was destined to be marginalized. After the conferred god, the casual cultivators, who indulged in the carefree immortal way will only beg for the heavenly court to be organized in the future. The demons are still stuck in a version older than the liches. No wonder the demon ancestor was suppressed by the Taoist ancestor. The Taoist ancestor has updated several versions, and has been a dealer. They are invincible in the universe, and know how to keep up with the times. You are a loser, still clinging to your incompleteness. If you don't lose, who will lose? If you don't want to be starved to death, show me your skills. If I take a fancy to you, you can follow me to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future. If you want to starve to death, by guarding the past glory of the inner demon. Then continue to pretend to be reserved and noble. If you don't do it, there are inner demons who will do it. Ji Lao Mopa Dafa is online. You can choose it yourself. Sir, I am willing to work for you. There are still smart inner demons. The main thing is that they are really hungry. Moreover, the jumping electric light on Ji Chongqing's fingertips is really deterrent. Sir, are you really the reincarnation of the Southern Antarctic Chongqing Emperor? What? You inner demons didn't investigate my intelligence at all? We investigated, but we didn't investigate it clearly. You really progressed too fast, and we didn't have time to investigate in depth. We only found that you have some relationship with the Southern Emperor of Immortality, and some relationship with the Saints. But we haven't confirmed that you are 100% the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor of Immortality. Then congratulations. You got first-hand information. The inner demon who spoke was delighted and knelt on the ground again. I am willing to serve the Emperor. You seem to be very afraid of thunder? Sir, you haven't recovered all your memories yet? No. What's wrong? You and our demon ancestor are enemies. And thunder magic is the nemesis of the inner demon. Ji Chongqing suddenly realized, that's right. Luo and I are in the same line of work. Jiayin and Taiyin both follow the path of dream reality, and the road of true and false. So they are mortal enemies. The 7 treasures wonderful tree of Xuandi Saint, and the 5 colors divine light of Kong Xian are both strong control skills, with basically the same style. So they don't like each other. After the sticks created the Asuras, it was obvious that it wanted to copy the creation of Noah. So it has been trying to touch Noah. Generally speaking, there can only be one true God in the same field. Only by killing the other party can you be unique. After Luoho was defeated by Daozu, his strength was greatly weakened. His current authority is to control the heart demon Calamity, which in a sense holds the switch for the evolution of all spirits. One of the powers of the Southern Pole Chongqing Emperor is also to control the Thunder Calamity. Although it seems that the duties of the two are clearly divided. One is responsible for creatures unrelated to Daoyuo, and the other is responsible for creatures related to Daoyuo. But how to define irrelevant and related? The final right of interpretation is in the hands of those with big fists. It seems that Luoho is in a worse situation than I thought. I have to think about whether he is qualified to invest. Originally, Ji Chongqing guessed that Luoho must not be as good as his parents and sister now. Now it seems that they are no longer in the same league. Luoho's opponent has changed from Hong Jun to himself. Let's go! Let me see the current level of your inner demons, and then measure whether you are qualified to work for me. Please wait and see. Sir. Godfather. Wake up. Wei Zhongxian woke up from his nap and looked at Xiao Shunzi, who was smiling charmingly in front of him. His consciousness gradually recovered. Xiao Shunzi. What's the matter? Xiao Shunzi bent down and held a beautiful little box. Then he opened the little box in front of Wei Zhongxian. There were not many things in the box, but every one of them made Wei Zhongxian's face change drastically. Xiao Shunzi. Are you crazy? Xiao Shunzi smiled and said, Godfather, please be patient and listen to me slowly. Wei Zhongxian looked at his godson with murderous intent. Xiao Shunzi first took out a deed from the small box and said to Wei Zhongxian, Godfather, this is the best and largest blessed land in Huanyan Fudi. The people below specially offer you a gift. Wei Zhongxian said coldly, Xiao Shunzi. Huanyan Fudi is the signboard set by Elder Ji himself. How dare you use it to bribe? Xiao Shunzi corrected, Godfather. This is not a bribe. This is a gift. Don't worry. Here is a spiritual card of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce worth 10 billion high-quality spiritual stones. As long as you can raise your hand to the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce that was sealed by the Shenhua court. Those people said that there will be 4 billion spiritual cards later. Wei Zhongxian looked at a piece of paper in the small box and asked, What is this? Godfather. This is the most important. A blood letter. Blood letter? Yes. Not just a blood letter, but also a joint letter. Godfather. Many people below miss the late emperor. They all hope that you can lead them to continue to live a good life. Just like before. And in the future. Wei Zhongxian sneered. It seems that Elder Ji has not killed enough people. Xiao Shunzi said boldly, Godfather. You don't know that Elder Ji is going to ascend. Wei Zhongxian's face suddenly changed. What did you say? Godfather. Those people are well informed. To be honest, not only our Shum Kingdom, but also Qi Kingdom, Ing Kingdom, Guanyin Temple, Awan Sect, Wanyao Kingdom, Xuandu Temple, Tiansheng sect, there are many people who want to oppose Elder Ji. He is about to ascend to heaven. How long can he control it? After he is gone, Shang Kingdom will still be in your hands. Godfather, as long as you are willing to stand up, you will be the 9,000-year-old of Shang Kingdom in the future. Wei Zhongxian read the house deed, the spiritual card and the blood letter, and then looked at Xiao Shunzi. How long have you been planning? In fact, it was not long. Only 2 or 3 days. Elder Ji is too naive. He thinks that he can clear the sky by himself? How can it be so easy? After he leaves, we will still be the same. You will always take the lion's share and be the 9,000-year-old. Shang Kingdom will be in your hands in the future. Wei Zhongxian did not dare to be moved at all. But he slammed the table and stood up. Come here. Capture this beast for me. Godfather, what are you doing? No matter what I do, I won't die with you. Wei Zhongxian sneered, you idiots. You still don't know enough about Elder Ji's methods. Although Ji Changsheng didn't stay in Shenghua for a few days, as a loyal minister promoted by Ji Changsheng, Elder Ji's methods left a deep impression on Wei Zhongxian. Isn't it better to live well? Take it away. Wei Zhongxian looked disgusted. Send all these things to the Xuandu Temple Shengjing office, and ask them to contact Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng looked at the hard demon who made the move and asked in confusion, that's it? The cold sweat on the hard demon's forehead was getting more and more. Sir, please be patient. This must be an accident. Generally, only creatures related to Daluo can block our hard demon. Wei Zhongxian must be an outlier. Let's change someone. Ji Changsheng also felt that he was a hard demon after all. He boasted so much and had such a high level of prestige. He must not be so useless. So he chose to give him another chance. This time, the one who was tested became the Holy Emperor of Qi. Your Majesty, I am so happy. What is the joy? I checked the Shi family's storehouse and found a prescription from the treasures at the bottom of the Shi family's box. It can make you live a long life and live for at least 1,000 years. Is there such a good thing? The Holy Emperor of Qi was delighted. Although practicing in this world can prolong life, the improvement is not particularly large. Only the life of a spiritual cultivator can be extended by 1,000 years. Quick! Present it. The Holy Emperor of Qi got the prescription for prolonging life from the commander of the Imperial Army. But when he saw the prescription at the first glance, the Holy Emperor of Qi's face suddenly changed. A baby's heart and liver as a lure? You bastard! Why do you use this kind of evil prescription to pollute my eyes? The commander said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, just 1,000 babies' hearts and livers as medicine can help you live 1,000 years. There are 500 million people in Qi, and you have the whole world in your heart. What does the lives of 1,000 babies have to do with your 1,000-year plan? I am willing to do this for you. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, it will definitely not be noticed. The Holy Emperor of Qi kicked the commander to the ground. Tell me, are you from the Shi family? Or a hidden man of the Huangquan sect? How dare you speak so arrogantly? The commander got up from the ground, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty, I am moved by your diligence in government affairs. Qi has experienced many problems after the previous emperor and prime minister Shi. Fortunately, you, the leader of the revival, have ushered in hope for Qi. Your Majesty, your longevity is the gospel of the people of Qi. Killing 1,000 babies can make you live 1,000 years longer, and you can help tens of millions of people more. Everything I do is out of public interest. The Holy Emperor of Qi was very calm. If I want to prolong my life, I can ask for help from young Master Ji. Why do I have to do such a heartless thing? What's more, young Master Ji doesn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. If I do such a thing, my head will fall to the ground immediately, and there will be no thousands of generations. I think you are the hidden Huangquan demon. Come on. Please ask the Holy Church to come. Your Majesty, young Master Ji has ascended. The Holy Emperor of Qi has not received this latest information yet. Your Majesty, it's true. Young Master Ji is about to ascend to heaven. If he is here, someone will protect you. If he is not here, you must protect yourself. I came up with this idea because I am afraid that your throne will be threatened after young Master Ji is gone. Your Majesty, you should think more about yourself. The Saint Emperor of Qi thought for half a minute this time. Then, he decisively cut off the commander's head. Young Master ascended. I am also the Emperor of Qi. And the Holy Church is still the Holy Church where Nu and Yang appeared. and it is the state religion of Qi. Before the young master left, he said that the demon in Huangquan should be killed by everyone. Ji Chansheng looked at the inner demon, who was already kneeling in front of him, and he was a little overwhelmed. I thought I was gifted and saw through your illusion. But you are really at this level? The inner demon knelt in front of Ji Chansheng and cowed out, Sir, you are indeed gifted. So you saw through the illusion we created at the first time. But Wei Zhongxian and the Emperor of Qi did not realize that this was an illusion. They thought it was real from beginning to end. Ji Chansheng recalled the reactions of Wei Zhongxian and the Saint Emperor of Qi, and then nodded slightly. That's right. He didn't lie for a second. And Wei Zhongxian and the Saint Emperor of Qi were kept in the dark. Here comes the question. They didn't realize it was an illusion. So you can't fool them? Ji Chansheng still hopes to use this group of inner demons to teach his younger brothers a lesson. The inner demon cried, My lord, God has mercy on me. These two people are greedy in their hearts. I have aroused their desires. But the shadow you have cast on them is too big. Bigger than their inner greed. Ji Laomo. Is it my fault? I dare not. I can only say that, my lord. You are so powerful that you are much more deterrent than our inner demons. The inner demon was also wronged. This world was cleansed by Ji Chansheng. Almost all the high-level people left are outstanding. These heroes may not be of high moral character, but they are definitely good at surviving. They also have various problems, such as being afraid of death, greedy for money and lust, greedy for power and fame. But the only thing is that they are all smart people. If the inner demon had been allowed to go to Lanjujun for experiments, the inner demon would not have been so miserable. Don't embarrass these little ones. A dreamlike voice that could arouse many desires of living beings sounded out of thin air in Ji Chansheng's ears. The next moment, Ji Chansheng saw a figure wrapped in black fog that was difficult to distinguish between male and female. Who are you? Luo Ho. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. You sent the inner demon to send a message saying that you wanted to cooperate with me. I personally investigated your information and found it very interesting. Luo Ho raised his hand. In the black fog, a relic emitting black gas condensed. Do you still remember this thing? Ji Chansheng was slightly surprised. The demon Buddha relics left by Monk Wuxin? This was obtained when Ji Chansheng went to the first small world to brush merit. This demon Buddha relic is the source of the end of the world. It was from this demon Buddha relic that Ji Chansheng got a glimpse of the internal struggle of the Western Church. This is my thing, Luo Ho said. Ji Chansheng expressed doubt. Just you? Still want to interfere in my life? It's not that I look down on Luo Ho. Okay. Ji Chansheng won't pretend. I just look down on him. With the broken level of the heart demon, he still wants to make some marks on him early. Does he make a key? How many keys? Facts have proved that Ji Chansheng's contempt is justified. Luo Ho explained, It has nothing to do with you. This seed is plotting the Western Church. You happen to get the relic with my demonic thoughts attached to it by chance. And I also help you practice the Demon Desire Sutra. At this point, Luo Ho smiled slightly. You and I are destined to meet. There is one thing you may not know. The Devil Desire Sutra is also related to the Inner Demon clan. The founder of the Hahuan sect, who created the Devil Desire Sutra, was later devoured by my Demon King. The Devil Desire Sutra is a primer. Those who can practice the Devil Desire Sutra have the appearance of Daluo, and the inner demon can be marked in advance. You can practice the Devil Desire Sutra smoothly, thanks to me. So, you still owe me a cause and effect, Ji Chansheng recalled. At the beginning, he did cultivate the Devil Desire Sutra given to him by Li Huanyan after he got Wuxin's relic. It seems that Luo Ho did give him an assist accidentally. However, Ji Chansheng does not take this kind of investment seriously. What does the inheritance obtained by ability have to do with Luo Ho? Even if you want to thank, you have to thank Bao, demon ancestor. Let's not talk about it. Ji Chansheng covered all the causes and effects in the past with just one sentence. I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to change your way of life? Luo Ho was silent for a moment, then sighed silently. Before, the Heart Demon Guide was much more sophisticated than it is now. Even you would find it difficult to find clues. Ji Chansheng. I am not as pedantic as you think. And the Heart Demon is not as inflexible as you think. A long time ago, I and Jia Yin were allies. Ji Chansheng suddenly realized, the dream Tao that Saint Jia Yin practiced is indeed very compatible with the Heart Demon. Unfortunately, your most loyal ally was recruited by Daozu. Luo Ho did not speak. Did Saint Jie no longer secretly cooperate with you later? To be honest, we did. But it stopped recently. As expected, Daozu gave the inheritance of Taiyin Xingjuan to Li Changqi, which means that he was somewhat dissatisfied with Jian. Jian must have made some moves in private. But Jian is not San Qing. He does not have the confidence of San Qing. And he certainly does not dare to confront Daozu directly. Mozu, you are in an awkward situation now. The powerful people who are qualified to cooperate with you dare not offend Daozu easily. You probably don't dare to cooperate with the powerful people who dare to offend Daozu. So, do you want to consider cooperating with me? Luoho did not deny his embarrassing situation. After being defeated and suppressed by Daozu, his embarrassing position is self-evident. And there is no point in denying it. He just asked curiously, aren't you afraid of offending Hong Jun? Ji Changsheng shrugged, in Daozu's mind. You are far from the number one opponent. Daozu's biggest opponent is now cooperating. And I don't care about having one more you. Who cares about borrowing another 100 billion when he has already owed 1 trillion in debt? Daozu wants to kill me. I can't stop him. If Daozu doesn't kill me, I'll just play around. Demon Zhu. I will soon take over the Divine Sky Jade Purity Mansion and take back the authority of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. I should be qualified to cooperate with you. Luoho's voice turned serious, of course. Your strength and status are the reason why I showed up. Ji Changsheng is a perfect ally for him. First, he is not as strong as him, so there is no need to worry about the threat from Ji Changsheng. Second, he has great authority and a high status, and can fully complement his advantages. Third, the Thunder Tribulation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor and the Hard Demon Tribulation of the Demon Ancestor can really complement each other's advantages. Combine the strong, and then achieve a win-win situation. It is no exaggeration to say that Luoho now controls the Hard Demon Tribulation, and his best ally is the Saint Jie, followed by the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. But Jie didn't dare to get too close to him. Jie was still too strong. He had a big family, and only owed Daozu alone. He didn't have the freedom of Ji Changsheng, and he didn't dare to take risks like Ji Changsheng. In the final analysis, Jie was now a member of the bourgeoisie. Our cooperation is a complete win-win situation. I know your concerns. I will arrange a Demon King level hard demon to take care of the layout, inheritance, and relatives and friends you left in this world, to ensure that they are inherited in an orderly manner and never betray their original intentions. The Hard Demon clan will not make things difficult for you in your future advancement. As long as you are strong enough, you can break through at any time. Ji Changsheng nodded. The Demon Ancestor is straightforward, so I will introduce another ally to the Demon Ancestor. Ji Changsheng called Li Changqi over. Sister, let me introduce you. This is the legendary Demon Ancestor Luoho, the former enemy of Dao Ancestor, and the current lord of the Hard Demon. Li Changqi carefully looked at Luoho, who was shrouded in black fog. Like Ji Changsheng, she couldn't see anything, but she still nodded. Nice to meet you, Demon Ancestor. Tell your hard demons not to cause trouble when I advance. I'm afraid that if I kill them, it will affect our friendship. Luoho. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and introduced Luoho, my sister. Li Changqi is the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord and is about to take over Taiyin Star. Demon Ancestor. Jian Saint dare not cooperate with you. Look at my sister's Taiyin illusion, plus my Thunder Tribulation authority, supplemented by the Hard Demon Guide. Isn't it a perfect combination? Luoho was obviously interested. The moon shines on all realms and weaves dreams for all spirits. If the moon star god helps, this Eat's inner demon will surely recover to its peak, and even make Daoyuo sink. Of course, Li Changqi's current strength is far from enough. Li Changqi smiled. If I were at my peak strength, would I still care about you? Luoho was speechless. He really sought cooperation with Taiyin Star Lord in those days. But Taiyin Star Lord was the 6th in command of the Demon Clan at that time, and he didn't fancy him. Instead, Jie was just a poor lone ranger, so he made a deal with him. Times have changed, and the poor Jie has become a big capitalist now. And the big capitalist Taiyin Star Lord has now become a fearless warrior. Demon Ancestor, cooperate with me. I will help you improve the living environment of the inner demon, so that the inner demon can grow and develop under the protection of the heaven. My sister and I will provide necessary help to prevent the inner demon from continuing to live like a stray dog. Luoho nodded. It is impolite not to reciprocate. From today on, The Emperor and the Star Lord will no longer have to worry about the invasion of the inner demon when they advance. In addition, the Emperor is the executive deputy demon ancestor of my inner demon clan. Below the seat, above all demons. The title is determined and certified by the way of heaven. Ji Changxing immediately felt that he had been promoted to the tribulation realm. At the same time, the depths of his pupils were as dark as ink. With every move he made, demonic energy was overflowing, and karma was added to his body. Ji Changxing smiled slightly. It is our duty to restore the glory of the inner demon. Chapter 258 Ji Lam Mo's small goal. Seeing Ji Changxing so straightforward, Luo Ho's smile became more genuine. The Emperor is straightforward. If you need me in the future, I will definitely not refuse. Okay. I won't be polite. When Luo Ho appointed him as the executive deputy demon ancestor, Ji Changxing knew that this guy had bad intentions. He was deliberately letting Dao Zhu know about this. The subsequent Tiandao certification also made Ji Changxing realize that Dao Zhu already knew about this and put it on Tiandao's account. But Ji Changxing didn't care. It's just a real name certification when taking a loan. What's wrong with letting Dao Zhu know? Dao Zhu also knows that I am a disciple of Sanqing. Luo Ho's vision is still small. He thought Dao Zhu would care about this, and that Ji Changxing would hide it. Ji Laomo is clean-handed, and has only one spiritual stone as an asset. How could he be afraid of this? Isn't it just a little more loan? It's not a big deal. Dao Zhu can afford to lose the investment in him. But Ji Changxing can't pay it back anyway. Besides, Luo Ho's status has changed. The Heart Demon clan is almost out of food. And Ji Changxing is Dao Zhu. So he won't think that demon ancestor is still a threat. Li Chengxi didn't take it seriously. She just brushed Ji Changxing lightly. And the next moment, the overflowing demonic energy instantly turned into ethereal fairy energy. Then Li Chengxi reminded, Junior brother, refine these demonic energy as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be bad when we go to the heavenly court. I am just using illusions to confuse the perception of outsiders. But I can't hide it from the real powerful. Ji Changxing casually said, it's okay. If I can really hide it from everyone, Demon Ancestor will be worried. The Demon Ancestor smiled but said nothing. Li Chengxi complained, Junior brother, why do I feel that we have lost? Does the Heart Demon clan have the qualifications to cooperate with us now? Li Chengxi also swelled up. My junior brother is the Jade Pure True King. What cats and dogs can cooperate with us? The Heart Demon clan is openly being called and beaten by everyone. While Ji Changxing and Li Chengxi, one controls the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and the other is the Tian that illuminates the world. And they are the heads of the main institutions that hold the lifeblood of billions of lives. In short, Luo Ho is now the leader of a terrorist organization. And Ji Changxing and Li Chengxi are already the heads of the great powers of the world. Li Chengxi feels that the times have changed, and their status is much greater than Luo Ho. Ji Changxing followed Li Chengxi's complaints and stabbed Luo Ho. The demon ancestor also knows that he has no capital, so he directly gave me the shares of the Heart Demon. Since the demon ancestor is so generous, we can still cooperate. Luo Ho, lies do not hurt demons. The truth is the sharpest knife. If he had other capital, he would not directly appoint Ji Changxing as the executive deputy demon ancestor. This thing is not a joke. Ji Changxing was recorded as a potential traitor in the Dao Ancestors Little Book. And he must also share the power of the Heart Demon with Ji Changxing. Otherwise, everyone will break up, and Ji Changxing will have nothing to do. He still has to find a partner. Ji Changxing cooperated with Dao Ancestor, Sanqing, Nuanyang, and Ho Two Sister because Ji Changxing himself needed them. And the strengths and weaknesses were obvious. Only when he cooperated with Luo Ho did Luo Ho not think about recovering the cost in the future. From now on, they can exchange resources. And the resources that Ji Changxing can mobilize are actually more than Luo Ho's current ones. So Ji Changxing only said that he would protect the Heart Demon clan to grow in the heavenly court. Luo Ho took the shares of the Heart Demon clan. This cannot be considered an investment. It can only be said to be a cross-holding. The demons have to bow their heads under the eaves. Luo Ho did not care about the attitudes of Ji Changxing and Li Chengxi, but directly changed the subject. Since the Emperor is the deputy demon ancestor of my Heart Demon clan, the Demon Desire Sutra does not need to be actively practiced. With the improvement of the Emperor's strength, the Demon Desire Sutra will also automatically improve and control the desires of all spirits. When the Emperor returns to Daluo, The Emperor's subordinates will be like the heart demon, and will become confidants who will never betray. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Demon ancestor. Don't be so confident. The effect of the Demon Desire Sutra may not be as good as you think. As far as I know, the Buddhist teachings of the Western Church can restrain the Demon Desire Sutra. Sure, Yao is immune to his Demon Desire Sutra. This means that my sister's skills are not affected by the Demon Desire Sutra. Later, the Happy Buddha mechanically descended to remove the demon seed planted by Ji Changsheng in Lan Jujun. From this, it can be judged that the Western religion skills and the Heart Demon clan are probably natural enemies. In this regard, Luo Ho's answer made Ji Changsheng's heart move. All things in the world are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Buddhism does restrain the heart demon, but the more restraint it has, the more fierce the backlash will be once the heart demon breaks through the defense of Buddhism. Ji Changsheng guessed. The demon ancestor just said that he was plotting against the Western religion. Did he achieve any results? Luo Ho chuckled and said, Emperor, this matter is my personal responsibility, and it has nothing to do with you for the time being. If we have a pleasant cooperation in the future, and the Heart Demon clan grows and develops under your protection, and the Emperor continues to be interested, then I welcome the Emperor to participate. That's right. Ji Changsheng didn't force it. His next task is to improve his own strength. Enter the Divine Heaven Jade Purity Palace. Integrate the foundation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, and repay the interest of various creditors. Let the three purities deal with the Western Church first. Before being invincible, there needs to be an opponent standing there. Ji Changsheng has not accepted the investment of the Western Church, partly because he needs a target. Only with an opponent can investors continue to make additional investments and expand market share. As long as he unifies the world, investors will ask him to start cashing out. What does the Emperor need the Inner Demon to do next? The Inner Demon clan will definitely cooperate with him. Luo Ho showed his sincerity in cooperation. Ji Changsheng told the truth. Strengthen the education and training of the inner demons. Let the inner demons complete their evolution, and can no longer stagnate in the past glory. Demon ancestor, you must improve the success rate of the inner demons. Now the success rate of the inner demons is too pitiful, and even the mortals of this small world cannot be confused. Luo Ho said frankly, Emperor, you should look for the reason from yourself. If it weren't for your deterrence, mere mortals would not be able to resist the inner demons. Most people who have come into contact with Ji Changsheng, except for a few hopeless people like Lan Jujun, will be influenced by Ji Changsheng's personal charm. Yu Linglong killed one batch. Ji Laomo killed another batch. The elites who are still alive in this world are all smart and capable. The difficulty of the inner demon's work has been enhanced at an epic level. Luo Ho is not making excuses for his younger brother. He really thinks that his younger brother is too wronged. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Explanation is concealment, and concealment is the fact. I don't want the reasons. I only look at the results. Demon ancestor, there is no such thing as if in this world. So wake up. Luo Ho. The inner demons must strengthen their abilities. I will gradually include them in the scope of the heavenly tribulation in the future. In addition, the inner demon tribulation of the Daluo Reserve must be strengthened. And it must be strengthened at an epic level. The demonic energy on Ji Changsheng broke through Li Changxi's illusion and began to improve rapidly like his cultivation. Demon ancestor, I don't know what you have done in the past, but I must say one thing. The list of Daluo Reserve should be determined by us. Whoever we let go can go. From now on, at least half of the new Daluo should be our people. In the black fog, a faint light flashed in the depths of Luo Ho's eyes. What the Emperor thinks coincides with what I think. But ideals are full and reality is very skinny. Luo Ho said bluntly, Emperor, do you really think that Daluo can only prove the Dao by passing the test of the inner demon? They have all been pre-selected. All the new Daluo have the support of the old Daluo behind them. We, the inner demon clan, are just going through the motions. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by this. It is normal to pre-select quotas. Nowadays, even young people do not believe that you can get to the top by ability. Let alone Ji Laomo. Even he was pre-selected a long time ago. Otherwise, he would not have gone so smoothly. However, Ji Changsheng corrected Luo Ho's wrong view. Demon ancestor, Daluo Reserve can certainly be pre-selected. But it is you who controls whether they can cross the threshold of Daluo. Below Daluo, they can be forcibly helped up. They may not become Daluo. And the saints cannot control it. Even as strong as Dao Zhu Hongjun. He cannot create Daluo now. When Panga created the world and fell, there was no concept of Daluo. It was after the creation of the world, especially after Hong Jun became a Taoist, that a clear class division was established. By that time, the innate gods and demons, and the first generation of Pangu's descendants had already completed their evolution with their unique heritage and talents. The three pure ones were not Daluo taught by Hong Jun, nor were they Daluo on the day of their birth. But they were indeed born strong and easily crossed the Daluo threshold. But this can only represent the first generation of Pangu's descendants. The creatures that followed were far less lucky. As the leader of the second generation of Pangu's descendants, and the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang, Yu Qingzhenwang received the best education and the most resources for cultivation. But he was promoted to Daluo during the conferred god's tribulation. The further you go, the harder it is to be promoted to Daluo. Saints are not so omnipotent. If Daluo could be created at will, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect would not have been defeated by the three goddesses during the conferred god's tribulation. Ronaldo is Ronaldo. There is a clear standard. The veteran Ronaldo certainly hopes that his people can become the new Ronaldo. But they can only provide quotas and help. But they can't do it. Mozu. We can't help the reserve Ronaldo become the new Ronaldo. But we can increase the difficulty of their advancement. In short, we control the lower limit of the threshold for Ronaldo. As for how high the lower limit is, we have the final say. The list of players for the national football team can of course be determined internally. But you can't win. The list of Ronaldo's reserve players can of course be determined internally. But again, you can't win. Quotas can be obtained through the back door. But not ability. Background can help a lot. But not everything. Luo Ho could understand what Ji Changsheng meant. And he reminded him, in this way, many veteran Ronaldos will be offended. Is the demon ancestor afraid of them? Of course I am not afraid. Even Hong Jun can't kill me, let alone them. But this will make the situation more difficult for us. It doesn't matter. I will solve these troubles. Since I am the deputy demon ancestor, I will naturally take over part of the cause and effect of the inner demon. Ji Changsheng waited, and felt that this deal was worthwhile. Those Daluo reserve who can't reach the threshold can be killed. Those reserve who can reach the Daluo threshold, whether they can achieve it depends on whether they are smart enough, and whether they know how to come to this emperor to pay homage. Let me invest in it, and become this emperor's younger brother, and then let you pass. If you don't let me invest, then the difficulty of your passing will be increased. If you can pass it, then I won't stop you. If you can't pass it, then you are not capable enough. Of course, doing so would offend people. But Ji Changsheng wondered who has a stronger background than me now? I am afraid of offending people? Demon ancestor, you and I control the evolution authority of all spirits. If the talents we train in the end are all trained for others, wouldn't it be a joke? If I were in charge of the hard demon tribulation, at least 1/3 of the creatures in the Daluo reserve would come to me to worship the mountain gate. And the hard demon could have opened a residence and built a garrison in the prehistoric fairyland openly. Luo Ho was speechless. You have a close relationship with the saint. Of course you can do whatever you want. Otherwise I would not. Cooperating with you. I don't get along with all the saints. Ji Changsheng stood in awe. I don't get along with all the saints. But the demon ancestor is still alive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Luo Ho. Li Changshi was thinking, junior brother. Are you still planning to increase the difficulty of normal heavenly tribulations? Ji Changsheng smiled. The one who knows me is my senior sister. In fact, there are not many Daluo reserves. But there are too many immortal reserves who use backdoors. And the heavenly tribulations are too easy now. Which is simply embarrassing for me. The southern Changsheng emperor. When my wife ascended, she actually shattered the thunder tribulation. In addition, she actually decided when to ascend. Although this is my wife. But the thunder tribulation is also my business. The same is true for Bao. Jiao Tianxian Nu gave a call to the thunder department and let Li Huanyan ascend. What a joke. Ji Changsheng didn't say that secret operations are not okay. But Jiao Tianxian Nu, you have to give me the benefits first. Then I can do secret operations for you. You pass a message and your people ascend. If everyone does this, where is the gold content of the thunder tribulation? It must be rectified. I control wind, rain, thunder and lightning. And you control the Taiyan illusion. After we ascend, you will be one of the emperors and empresses of the heavenly court. On an equal footing with the Queen Mother. Li Changshi raised her swan neck. Very satisfied. Junior brother still has a conscience. Although she doesn't care about power. She cares about face. You become the empress of my Nanji Chansheng great emperor. And you also have the authority to intervene in the thunder tribulation. Li Changshi nodded. I will recruit some of the inner demons into the Shishao Yuqing mansion. In this way, the heavenly tribulation will have two more changes. Illusion and inner demon. This is not enough. And other difficult tests need to be added. I will slowly add them when I go to heaven. In short, from now on, the thunder tribulation must be regularized and difficult. Only things that have been obtained after 9 deaths and 1 life will be really valuable. Ji Chansheng looked at Luo Ho and nodded. In this way, it will also allow the inner demons to join the thunder tribulation department and become official employees of the heavenly court. Demon ancestor. In the future, the Daluo reserve should be our people. And the heavenly court reserve should also be decided by us. Demon ancestor is aiming at Zishu Palace. And this emperor's goal is not that big. I will set a small goal first. To override Haotian. Chapter 259 Carrying on the past and opening up the future. Immortality as sins. The emperor's small goal makes me astonished. Luo Ho was convinced. This guy's small goal is to override Haotian. What's the big goal? Override Hong Jun? At this moment, another shadow of the inner demon broke through the endless spacetime barrier and descended here. Demon ancestor. Jinna. Luo Ho raised his hand in the black fog and said to Ji Chansheng, Emperor, I still have some things to deal with here. If the Emperor needs to summon the inner demon, hold the relic you got last time, and recite the Demon Desire Sutra, and the inner demon will come to respond. The Emperor is above all demons. And except me, other inner demons have the obligation to obey the Emperor's orders. If the Emperor needs to call me, hold the relic and call my name. The evil Buddha relic that Ji Chansheng got last time. The demonic energy on it was left by Luo Ho. As Daluo, Luo Ho has his token. And if he calls his name directly, he will immediately feel it. Ji Chansheng asked, Demon Ancestor. The last question. Can the inner demon ignore the barrier of time and space? Luo Ho arrived in a moment. Which was acceptable. After all, Luo Ho was still Daluo. But before, even the low-level inner demon that Wei Zhongxian, the Saint Emperor of Qi, could not deceive could easily come. And Ji Chansheng vaguely realized the special nature of the inner demon. You know, it is not so easy for the immortals in the prehistoric fairyland to come to the world. Dingwang Happy Buddha wants to show his saintliness. But he has to go through Lantujin. In comparison, the inner demon is much simpler. Luo Ho explained, this is the special feature of the inner demon clan, which is invisible and intangible, and ignores the rules. It is strong when it meets the strong and weak when it meets the weak. When the Emperor has free time in the future, he can slowly explore the characteristics of the inner demon. Okay. Please do as you please. Demon Ancestor. Luo Ho left the scene quickly with his inner demon. Ji Chansheng opened his eyes. He was still in the Moon Palace at this time. He looked up and saw Li Changshi. Junior brother. You have reached the tribulation realm. Ji Chansheng was very calm. I will take it easy first. I will raise my cultivation to the peak of the tribulation realm in an hour. Li Changshi did not take this matter seriously. She was thinking about Luo Ho. Junior brother. What did the inner demon who reported to Luo Ho say later? That's right. When dealing with a big boss like Luo Ho, Ji Chansheng was of course very careful, and his vigilance never disappeared. He remembered every word Luo Ho said. Li Changshi was surprised. It sounds like Kina to me. What is Kina? This word is so weird. Ji Chansheng guessed. It should be Kinara. Kinara? Kinara Bodhisattva? Li Changshi reacted, yes. The one who can make Luo Ho think about it should be a powerful person of the level of Kinara Bodhisattva of the Western religion. Kina can of course have other directions. But this was said by the Demon King under Luo Ho. The one who made Luo Ho think about it. The only answer should be Kinara Bodhisattva of the Western religion. Kinara Bodhisattva is one of the 18 devas of the Western religion. The 8 devas are 8 kinds of Shinto monsters of the Western religion. They have a high status in the Western religion. They are all masters under the Daluo. And they all have the hope of Daluo. Luo Ho is eyeing the Kinara Bodhisattva of the 18 devas. Is Kinara going to prove Daluo? Li Changshi guessed. Ji Chansheng shook his head. I don't know. But the fact that Luo Ho is so concerned must be related to Daluo. Combined with what I saw from the relic last time, I suspect that Luo Ho may have done something big inside the Western religion. I remember you told me last time, junior brother, that you saw Tathagata betray the Western religion from the relic. Yes. But in reality, Tathagata doesn't seem to have betrayed the Western religion yet. Yes, Wuxin was defeated by the inner demon, and what he saw might be the inner demon's lead. So he can't take it seriously. But Luoho must have made a move in the Western religion, and it should be a project that he personally took charge of. Li Changqi sighed. The Western religion is really unlucky. Why do I feel that all the powerful people are targeting the Western religion? Ji Chansheng complained. When the gods were conferred, I guess Jia religion was also targeted in this way. After becoming the number one in the world, this is what you are destined to endure. Who made you the overlord? Think about when the Jia religion's 10,000 immortals came to pay homage. The saints couldn't help but take action to dismantle Jia religion. In comparison, those who are now taking action against the Western religion are still restrained. At least the saints haven't personally taken action. And the Western religion is not short of Daluo to counter the moves. Junior brother, be careful of Luoho. Li Changqi reminded. He must have other calculations, and will not cooperate with us wholeheartedly. Ji Changsheng smiled. I know. I don't expect a demon ancestor to be honest. It's just that in the short term, our interests can indeed overlap. Luoho is not stupid, and there is no reason for him to refuse to cooperate with me. As for his calculations, as long as it does not affect us, let him do it. As long as it affects our interests, it is very easy to turn against him. Ji Laoimo has no psychological pressure on this. He believes that Luoho does not have it either. At the same time, in the free demon realm, Luoho also instructed his subordinates, Ji Du. You select a group of children, and send them to Shishao Yuqing Mansion to train with Ji Chansheng after he ascends. Remember? Select some smart and capable ones. Demon King Jidu said solemnly. Demon Ancestor, do you really want to cooperate with Ji Chansheng? He controls the Thunder Tribulation, and I control the inner demon. It is beneficial for both of us to cooperate. Since Hong Jun doesn't care, and he is willing to take risks, why not do it? Luoho was originally afraid that Ji Chansheng would worry that he would be too close to him and cause Dao Ancestor to be unhappy, so he didn't dare to cooperate with him. Facts have proved that he is indeed narrow-minded. Unexpectedly, Ji Chansheng is not afraid at all. Demon Ancestor, even if you want to cooperate, you don't have to allow him to be the executive deputy Demon Ancestor. Jidu reminded. In this way, many demon kings will definitely be dissatisfied. If they are dissatisfied, let them bear it. A bunch of trash. In front of Ji Chansheng, Luoho gave face to his allies, so he didn't show much of the Demon Ancestor's methods. But back in the free demon world, he is the supreme Demon Ancestor. The fate of the inner demons under his command is decided by his words. Since Jia fell silent, the free heavenly demon realm has been shrinking, and the number of hard demons has been decreasing year by year. If this continues, they will only die out slowly. Cooperating with Ji Chansheng may be an opportunity for the hard demons to revive. In our current situation, we cannot give up any opportunities. Luoho is sober. He is not indulging in the glory of the past. After all, he has failed for a long time. It's just that the loser has too few chips. To revive is more difficult than starting from scratch, to some extent, because he offended too many people on his way to success. And he has not only cooperated with Ji Chansheng. The key is that the bets on other people, 90% of them have not recovered the cost. Let's not talk about them. How about you, Ling Long? Ji Du smiled bitterly. Your judgment is right. With Tai Qing here, our backup is not a big deal. We were easily suppressed by Tai Qing, and we suffered a lot of losses. As expected, the demon body was cut off by Hong Jun, and it is no longer under my control. But there are other demon kings who are still hoping for the best, and they deserve to die in Tai Qing's hands. Give up that line, and focus on Janara and Ji Chansheng. The future of the inner demon lies in these two. Demon Ancestor, Kinara's inner defense is only half a step away from being broken. Do you want to take action yourself? Wait a little longer. Now is not the best time. When something happens to the Western Church, Kinara will be a good breakthrough point. What about Mara? How is his game with Tathagata? He is temporarily at a disadvantage. Tell him not to worry. Time is on his side. Tell the demon kings below not to worry. When you have accomplished your mission, you will return to paradise and sit on the lotus platform. Yes. The affairs of the Western Church will be temporarily handed over to Mara. You, Jidu, will take up the cooperation with Ji Changsheng. I have a feeling that the day of the resurgence of the Heart Demon clan is not far away. Master, kneel down. I beg you for a favor. The master clenched the whisk in his hand. Cha Sheng, do you want to fight? It just so happens that I don't have much time to beat you up. So seize the last chance. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly, and didn't give his brother-in-law this opportunity. Master, I beg you for a favor. That's better. The master's expression eased a little. I can't cure you. Xiangrui, tell me, what's the matter? I want to hold a world representative conference. The meeting place is tentatively set in Xianwang Merit Pagoda. Master, please help me get some people to provide a venue. The master was a little surprised. Why do we have to hold the meeting in Xianwang Merit Pagoda? Ji Changsheng told the truth, to show my abundant martial virtue. I have always won people over with virtue. Xianwang Merit Tower. The most powerful artifact in the world. No one else. Ji Changsheng needs to let his younger brothers know that although the elder brother is about to leave, his eyes will always be on you. And, even if the elder brother leaves, he can crush you at any time. Also, even if the elder brother leaves, he can still protect you and let you continue to rise. I can leave with peace of mind only after I have arranged the people below. And in the future, this world can also be developed into a talent training base for Shishao Yuqing Mansion. Master, don't ask. Just listen to the arrangements. The master glared at Ji Changsheng. But he still called all the high-level people related to Ji Changsheng in this world. This process took about 2 hours. Mainly because some people need time to travel on the road. Using this time, Ji Changsheng successfully raised his cultivation to the peak of the tribulation realm. And also used up the merits he had gained in the past years. But Ji Changsheng was not in a hurry. After another hard demon tribulation, he could ascend to the Hongwang immortal realm. Once you get there, you won't need merits for cultivation for the time being. There are plenty of miraculous elixirs in the prehistoric fairyland. 9 transformation golden pills. Peaches. Ginseng fruit. He has been looking forward to it for a long time. 2 hours later, Ji's party members gathered together. Many people came to the Xianwang Merit Tower for the first time and were very excited. There were also many people who met for the first time and felt like old friends at first sight, and were enthusiastically making friends. Of course, all this turned into cheers and applause after Ji Changsheng appeared. Elder Ji. Young Master Ji. Meet the young master. Ambassador Ji. Prince Consort. Cha Sheng. Ji Changsheng nodded to everyone, and then sat in the seat position of the meeting without any hesitation. I called everyone here today to tell you one thing. I am going to ascend. The Ji party members were silent for 3 seconds. And then the whole audience was in an uproar. Young master. Are you kidding? How long have you been practicing? How is this possible? Yu Linglong doesn't have this kind of practice speed. Elder Ji. Are you kidding? Ji Changsheng raised his hand to suppress everyone's noise. I know everyone is shocked. But don't be so shocked. We are all family. So I won't hide some things from you. I am indeed going to ascend. Master Mu and Master Yu can testify to this. Master Mu and Master Yu nodded. The whole audience began to gasp and contribute to global warming. You can't blame them for making a fuss. It's really the first time they have seen such a beast. The reason why I ascended so quickly is that, in addition to my extraordinary talent and hard work, it is mainly because I awakened the true spirit of my previous life. I have said this before, but no one believed it. This time I will tell you again that I am really the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. And this has been recognized by the saints. After this ascension, I will enter the Shishao Yuqing Mansion and officially take over the authority of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Another sound of sucking in a breath of cold air. However, unlike before, this time it was a mixed surprise. And it quickly turned into more joy than surprise. Especially the elites of the Holy Church. When Ren Liehua knelt on the ground again, Xiehua pays homage to the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. When Ren Jiayu saw the reaction of the ancestor, and the corner of his eye twitched fiercely. It's so embarrassing. But the young master actually has such a background. The ancestor should be very envious of me for being a woman. When Ren Jiayu clenched her name card, she decided to officially change her name to Wenren Dashi today. When Ren Jiayu's name is not nice at all. Dashi sounds better. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and pressed Wenren Liehua back to his seat. Okay. No need to show loyalty. Everyone knows my character. So there is no need to do those empty things. This time, let everyone gather together, just before I leave, to arrange everything and your future prospects. Everyone was refreshed. You are all my people. Even if I ascend to the upper realm, you are still my people. As long as you do well, there is still a place for everyone in the heaven. The breathing in the field has begun to become a little rapid. After I awaken my true spirit from my previous life, I have already negotiated with Master Xuandu that from now on, this world will be renamed the Changsheng world. The fate of all beings in this world is decided by me. I can use the authority of the Xian Wang Merit Tower at any time. The passage between this world and the upper world has also been opened, and I can go back and forth at any time. So, you will remain the same as before. Don't slack off. And don't be nervous. What I promised you before, I will still keep my promise in the future. Since I came down the mountain, I have also done some insignificant work in this world. I do things from beginning to end. Therefore, I must see the results. Today, I will simply make all the things and arrangements clear. I will not let you down. So that if you let me down, you will not blame me for being ruthless. In order, we will start the handover from Shenghua, the first stop after I came down the mountain. Ji Changsheng looked at the very nervous Wei Zhongxian and the Empress Dowager of Shenghua. Empress Dowager, Lord Wei, Shenghua is where I became famous, and I still have a lot of feelings for it. Moreover, I can still remember the past when I reorganized the Blessed Land and eliminated demons and defended the way in Shenghua. In this process, you provided me with great help. Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian were a little moved. Empress Dowager, it was Elder Ji who helped us. Wei Zhongxian, Elder Ji's kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Ji Changsheng. This sounds familiar. Did I say this to anyone? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Ji Changsheng went straight to the point. The Empress Dowager and Lord Wei and I owe each other nothing. However, Shenghua still needs the Empress Dowager and Lord Wei to continue to watch over it. The people of Shenghua have not had a few days of peace and good days. Therefore, the Empress Dowager and Lord Wei have to continue to work hard. I have checked your cultivation qualifications and found that you have no talent for cultivation. Neither the Empress Dowager nor Wei Zhongxian was disappointed. They had already checked this point. You must be rewarded for your merits. I will definitely reward you for your hard work, as long as Shenghua can continue to maintain the totem of the dragon. In addition to your tremendous wealth, Xuandu Temple will ensure that you will be free from illness and disaster for 200 years. In addition, when your time is up, I will greet the underworld and let you be born into a wealthy family in your next life. The founder of the underworld, Ho Tu Nyang, was my best friend in my previous life. She will definitely give me face. Empress Dowager, Lord Wei, are you satisfied? The Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian expressed their gratitude by kowtowing. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly and looked at the next target. Brother Chao, you and I first met in Shenghua, fought side by side, and fought for justice. Brother Chao's upright character left a deep impression on me. Meeting Brother Chao is one of my greatest gains in this life. Chao Ziming's eyes were slightly red. Junior Brother Ji. I am ashamed. I didn't expect you to have such a background. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, friendship is based on sincerity, which has nothing to do with origin. I met Senior Brother Chao when we were in a humble situation, and Senior Brother Chao never cared about these things at that time. Today I have awakened to the past. Will Senior Brother Chao alienate me because of my noble birth? Senior Brother Chao is not such a superficial person. Chao Ziming felt more ashamed. Junior Brother Ji. You are right. I am still too superficial. It's human nature. But I have always remembered the friendship between Senior Brother Chao and I when we met in a humble situation. Senior Brother Chao. You and I agreed that you would be in charge of Danqing and I would be in charge of Xuandu. I am afraid this will not happen. Chao Ziming smiled bitterly. But if Senior Brother Chao is interested, I will definitely provide you with several opportunities after I ascend to heaven, so that you can ascend as soon as possible. To be honest with you, Senior Brother Chao, the prehistoric fairyland is in turmoil, and the holy war is coming. I really need help. I am not sure whether the people in my previous life will be loyal to me now, but I trust your character and ability. Senior Brother Chao, are you willing to help me? Chao Ziming was moved to tears. Junior Brother Ji, I understand that you are helping me. Since you said this, I will not be hypocritical. Junior Brother needs me to go through fire and water, and I will do it. Ji Changsheng confirmed that Chao Ziming was serious. People who cultivate righteousness are trustworthy. Chao Ziming, after being influenced by him, has the ability and means to handle the task. So Ji Changsheng really plans to get Brother Chao up after ascending. Compared to the combat power that can be improved by taking drugs, Ji Changsheng still believes that loyalty and IQ are more important. I am most assured. Everyone in the Holy Church. You are all smart people. Seeing the elites of the Tiansheng Church, Ji Changsheng lost his temper. There are not many people who can get benefits from him. This group of people did it. There are not many demons who can survive under his hands. This group of people still did it. There are even fewer bad guys who can survive under the butcher knife of Yu Linglong and Ji Laoimo at the same time. This group of people still did it. Ji Changsheng can only say that each of them is a talent. Everyone, putting aside their character, their abilities are really strong. The elites of the Holy Church are a little proud. They also feel that it is not easy for them. Ji Laoimo thought that they had only managed to survive the butchering of Yu Linglong and Ji Laoimo. He had completely forgotten that they had also experienced the fake couple Yu Laoimo and Li Huanyan. Yu Linglong, Ji Changsheng, Yu Laoimo, Li Huanyan. Any one of these four names could scare a group of demons in this world. Under the 4 consecutive attacks, they not only managed to survive, but also held high positions in the Holy Church and lived a comfortable life. The value is simply sky high. I won't play tricks with you all. Nguyen Yang has informed me that I will report to the Huahuang Palace after my ascension. The eyes of the elites of the Holy Church lit up at the same time. The Tiansheng Church is the direct lineage of the Huahuang Palace. This matter started with me, and it is set in stone. No one can change it. Nguyen Yang's idea of repairing the sky will always guide the Holy Church forward. Anyone who dares to violate this principle is the common enemy of the Holy Church. And the Holy Church will punish him together. Yes. In the prehistoric fairyland, the game between various parties is complicated. Although I am the eldest son of the king, I may not necessarily stand on the side of the king. Everyone was shocked. They imagined a lot of grievances and hatreds in an instant. There are many tragedies of fathers and sons killing each other in the imperial family. They felt that it was too reasonable for the saints to do the same. The talents of the Nua Palace are dwindling, and the inheritance of the goddess Nua in the prehistoric fairyland is not prominent. But the goddess has been thinking about action recently. I will help the goddess to carry the heavy burden of this matter. Ji Changsheng looked around the heads of the people in the Holy Church, and reminded in a deep voice, the goddess needs to let the world remember her existence and strength. I will do this for the goddess. And I will not do everything myself. So the Nua Palace still needs a lot of people to do things. I will choose this group of people from you. Implement the reform of the Holy Church according to the established guidelines. Whoever does well, I will give priority to promote him to ascend. Whoever does not do well, I will send him to the underworld. Your life and death, wealth and honor are in my hands. And your future is in my hands. My request is also very simple. After I leave, everything will continue as before. Tianxing sect, according to our previous plan, will become the leader of the righteous path. After the transformation is successful, you will get greater development opportunities. I am willing to die for the young master. The elites of the holy sect are united and full of energy. People are never afraid of heavy tasks. As long as you pay enough money, give full treatment, and have clear room for advancement, so that your subordinates can see a bright future. Of course, they will work hard for you. Of course, there will always be those who fall behind and those who degenerate. And the methods of Ji Laoimo are well known. After the holy sect, everyone in Qi State, Yan Nu of Guaning Temple, Brother Jiao of Wanyao State, Ji Changsheng arranged all his relatives and friends properly. The inheritance is orderly and has a beginning and an end. Carry forward the past and forge ahead. After a full hour, Ji Changsheng stood up and bowed to everyone. Gentlemen, we will meet again in the mountains and rivers. We can all look forward to seeing you in the future. The great Emperor Changsheng has officially returned to his throne. Chapter 260 Changsheng returns to his position. The 6 imperial guards move. After bidding farewell to his relatives and friends, Ji Changsheng did not ascend immediately. It was not the time for him to ascend as agreed with Li Changshi Guanji Yu Lao and others. In addition, he had not arranged a heavyweight role. Moon Palace. As soon as Ji Changsheng returned to his mansion, a figure in red rushed into his arms. Ji Changsheng raised his hands to show his innocence. Hongya, I didn't touch you. Ing Hongya bit Ji Changsheng's shoulder hard. Then he said in a muffled voice, I touched you. Ji Changxing immediately felt the wetness of his shoulder. Hongya. Are you crying? No. Sand got into my eyes. Oh. Hongya. You are still too pure. Ji Laoimo sighed to the sky. Who understands the loneliness of driving that no one understands? Ing Hongya bid Ji Changxing hard again. Are you really going to ascend? Why so fast? Ing Hongya couldn't accept it. I just became the empress. I haven't even had a chance to sit down. There hasn't even been a coronation ceremony. This scumbag is going to ascend. Give me some time to react. How can she catch up with this speed of cultivation? Ing Hongya was dumbfounded when she heard the news. It took more than 100 years for Yu Linglong to ascend from the tribulation. She didn't expect Ji Changxing to take more than 100 years. But she thought more than 100 days would be necessary. In the end, it took only 1 day. Where did you get so much merit to let you brush up your realm? The more Ing Hongya thought about it, the angrier she got. The angrier she got, the more uncomfortable she felt. Ji Changxing patted Ing Hongya's shoulders and calmly comforted her. Don't worry. Hongya. Although you are no longer worthy of me, you still have benefits. You don't have to be my concubine. Ing Hongya opened her mouth and gave Ji Changxing another hard blow. I will bite you to death. You scum. Before, she really didn't want to be a concubine. Now she really feels that she is not worthy of being a concubine. It's so infuriating. I can choose not to be a concubine. Why am I not qualified? What should I do if you leave? Ing Hongya was not only uncomfortable, but also panicked. Ji Changxing comforted her. Of course you are working hard to govern the country and save the people. Ing Hongya. Are you kidding me? You ascend to heaven. And I will be abolished the next. I don't care. I want to go with you. After saying that, Ing Hongya felt her face a little red. But this scumbag is about to leave. If she continues to be reserved, they will never see each other again in the future. She can tolerate a cross-border love. Love in a different world. How can I bear this? Isn't this bound to end in a breakup? Ji Changxing blinked and reminded, Hongya. Your dream since childhood is to be an emperor like your ancestor and lead the Ing kingdom to achieve revival. Now you finally have the chance. Are you going to give up? Men are not worth it. Ing Hongya said hatefully, I just hate that I can't beat you now. Otherwise I will definitely stab you to death with one knife. Calm down. Calm down. You are about to ascend. How can I be calm? I'm just in the nascent soul stage now. Ing Hongya roughly estimated that when she ascends, it will probably take. Forget it. She can't ascend at all. Don't talk about her. If the master of the temple hadn't met Ji Changxing, it would be difficult for him to ascend. The basic bottom line of ascending is that you can break through the tribulation realm by yourself without external help. Those who are above this threshold include Yu Linglong, Yu Laoimo, Li Huanyan, and Li Qinglian. It is not to say that cultivators who rely on external forces to cross the tribulation are definitely inferior to these. Li Qinglian succeeded in crossing the tribulation by himself, but he also fell behind later. Jiang Shi's strength has obviously surpassed Li Qinglian in recent years. However, those who rely on themselves to advance through the tribulation may not necessarily ascend. But those who cannot cross the tribulation by themselves generally cannot ascend. There are also threshold standards for ascending. In fact, the 3 candidates who can ascend stably in this world before are Yu Linglong, Yu Laoimo, and Li Huanyan. Of course, if hate brother Jian Gongyu is not dead, he will definitely occupy a place steadily. So hate brother hates it especially. He knows his own level and the value of surviving Yu Linglong. Especially in the past 100 years. Yu Linglong has become more and more invincible. And even the demons, gods and ghosts from the sky have to avoid her. Jian Gongyu has become more and more aware of how great he is. When he lost to Yu Linglong 100 years ago, he thought he was a loser for a moment. But as he learned more and more inside information, he realized that it was Daluo who was playing the game 100 years ago. And the candidate that Xuandu Grand Master wanted to cultivate was originally Ing Huang. Yu Linglong's sudden appearance overturned everything, and forcibly snatched all the luck and cultivation of the son of the world from Ing Huang, making Daluo's plan fail. But Yu Linglong's brilliance was so dazzling that everyone forgot that the chosen son of heaven, Ing Huang, was favored by Xuandu Grand Master, and he believed that Ing Bingjun, the first wise man of Ing State, was worthy of trust until his death. The foundation of the Ing Kingdom and the plan of the Xuandu Grand Master were eventually handed over to Jian Gongyu, who used the alias Ing Bingjun. It was not only Yu Linglong who overturned the chessboard of Daluo. Jian Gongyu, in the game of Daluo, also won half a step. He just lost to Yu Linglong. But he also managed to escape unscathed. This level actually surpassed the Ying Emperor, and retained the hope of defeating Yu Linglong. Even if the hope was slim, he was the only one who had the hope of defeating Yu Linglong. If there was no Ji Chansheng, Jian Gongyu's century-long plan, against Yu Linglong's invincibility, there was still a 1 or 2% chance of winning. To this day, Ji Laoimo still has not fully realized the value of Hen Ge. Ying Hongya's talent is not bad, but compared with a top genius like Hen Ge, she is several levels behind. Before the encounter, the master of the temple had no more than a 50% chance of ascending, and Ying Hongya's chance of ascending was less than 1 in 10. Ying Hongya had also realized this. Compared to you beasts, my talent can only be considered average at best. Mahayana may be my limit. Even with the help of Yinghua's national destiny, it is difficult for me to ascend. Ying Hongya felt more and more uncomfortable. Scumbag. Tell me, how are you going to arrange me? Ji Chansheng said sincerely. Hongya, I think women should be independent, and should not rely on men to exist. Career is the most important thing for a woman. So, I leave Yinghua to you as your lifelong career. This is my best arrangement for you. Ying Hongya couldn't stand it anymore. Where is my knife? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But seriously, Yinghua is indeed your career. Hongya, you should still do a good job. Nonsense. Of course I know I should do a good job, and I plan to do it well. But the premise is that you don't leave. Ying Hongya glared at him. How can you be like this? You just put me on the throne, and then you pat your butt and leave. If you leave, can I sit firmly? Sit firmly? I have arranged it. No one from the major immortal gates dares to object to your throne. With their support, you can sit firmly, and Yinghua can move forward smoothly without any chaos. Ying Hongya still glared at him. What about me? I am only in my 20s this year, and you want me to keep a lover for the rest of my life? Even if you want to find a lover, you don't have that chance. Ji Chansheng was very calm. After he ascended, as the executive deputy demon ancestor of the Hard Demon clan and the actual controller of this world, it was not difficult for him to directly turn on the world modulation mode. Of course, Ji Chansheng did not have such a bad taste, and he was not so idle. But it was still very simple to control the people below from betraying. Of course, Ji Chansheng would not say these words to Ying Hongya. He switched to affectionate mode. Hongya, you have seen me. How can you still look down on other men? Ying Hongya hated it. You really know how to flatter yourself. This is not flattering. You can't meet someone too amazing when you are young. Otherwise you will never forget them for the rest of your life. Since I came down the mountain, it is difficult for the world to have someone more amazing than me. If nothing unexpected happens, I should become the white moonlight in the hearts of many people. Ying Hongya was very angry, because she was right about what Ji Chansheng said. Before meeting Ji Chansheng, she never thought that there would be a beast like Ji Chansheng in the world. Her outlook on life was reshaped from the inside out. What the ancestors and Yu Linglong did were not as shocking as Ji Chansheng. After getting used to the style of Ji Laoimo, it is easy to have a feeling when looking at other people. That's it? Okay. Hongya, calm down. You know me. I never do irresponsible scumbags. Ying Hongya, this is a little different from what I know. Then you should deepen your understanding of me. This is for you. Ji Chansheng threw a black card to Ying Hongya. What is this? Ying Hongya took the black card and looked at it carefully, but didn't see anything. Part of the Dao fruit of Daluo. Ying Hongya was shocked. This was once one of my greatest adventures, but now it is of little use to me. The thighs that Ji Chansheng held on to by his own ability gradually made the golden finger unable to keep up with his version. In this regard, Ji Chansheng can only say that this can't be blamed on me. It's all because the golden finger is not strong enough. Hongya, you can also think of it as the access card to the Moon Palace. After you get this black card, you can move here at any time. Ji Chansheng pointed to their current location and explained, the residence of the Southern Emperor Chansheng is the Shishaoyuqing Mansion. And in the Shishaoyuqing Mansion, there is a tiny illusion that is exactly the same as this place. Ying Hongya's eyes lit up. Connected? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Even if it is not connected, I have a way to connect the two places. Although the great power cannot easily descend to the mortal world, the heavenly rules restrict the gods, not the Emperor of Heaven. Since ancient times, Only the state officials are allowed to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light lamps. In the heavenly rules, it means that only the Emperor of Heaven is allowed to set fires, and the gods are not allowed to light lamps. There is no difference in essence. So my departure this time is like leaving. Ji Changsheng shrugged. I can come back anytime I want. As the Southern Changsheng Emperor, the key to the gate is in my hands. The authority of Lei Jia's ascension is exactly under the jurisdiction of the Southern Changsheng Emperor. In other words, going up and down and directing traffic are also the authority of the Southern Changsheng Emperor. Ing Hongye was surprised and happy. Then what kind of ascension are you? Isn't this cheating? Ji Changsheng smiled. Hongye, wake up. Cheating is something you have seen less? Do you think that you are born in the royal family? And it is not cheating for ordinary people. There has never been any fair competition. The final right of interpretation is in the hands of the superiors. What the superiors say is the golden rule. Ing Hongye could not refute. This kind of thing is indeed very common. It's just that Ji Changsheng raised the level of cheating, or privilege to the level of ascension, which is the first time she has seen it. But other forms of cheating are everywhere. So don't worry about what will happen after I leave. There won't be any impact. If there is any impact, it's that you need to speed up your progress. Hongye, I can always open a back door for you and bring you up. But the best way is definitely for you to grow your wings first. Opportunities can be given by others, but skills still need to be learned by yourself. In the prehistoric fairyland, wars are fierce and dangerous, and all parties are playing games. The situation is complicated. I can't figure out all the details now. So Hongye, you should just stay calm and develop and improve your strength. When I have a good understanding of the situation up there, I will bring you up. Of course, you should also manage the foundation of Ingwa seriously. Be consistent. Since you are the Queen of Ingwa, you should do this job well. With the experience of success, you can take on more important work in the future. Hongye, you don't really want to be my concubine in the future, right? Of course not. Ing Hongye still has dreams. Women should have their own careers. But you also have to have a dogman. Especially a dogman like Ji Changsheng. If I give up, Ing Hongye thought that I would have no career. I only committed myself to this dogman for my career. Yes, that's the truth. Ing Hongye successfully convinced herself. Changsheng, tell me a definite answer. How can I help you? This question has been hidden in Ing Hongye's heart for a long time. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Hongye, we have always helped each other. I didn't have the current strength from the beginning. In this process, many people helped me a lot. You, Brother Chao, Li Daoyan, the master of the temple, Fairy Linglong. I am not doing charity. You don't have to have any psychological burden because of this. I don't have any psychological burden. I'm just worried. Ing Hongye said calmly, you are progressing too fast. Too beastly. I need to know how to help you and have my own core competitiveness. Otherwise, with your beastly progress, I will only be pulled further and further away by you. In the end, I can only be your concubine. Staring at Ji Changsheng's eyes, Ing Hongye said seriously, a good relationship must be one in which both parties need and achieve each other. Changsheng, I could really help you in the past. But in the future, it seems that only you can help me. And I can't provide you with help. This is absolutely not okay. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. As expected, people who have been around him for a long time seem to be much smarter. This should be the case of people who are close to him being infected by his personality charm. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng was very pleased. Hongye, you have grown up. Ing Hongye, I am already very mature. You should be serious. I really need an answer. Ji Changsheng restrained his smile and said seriously, first, do a good job as the Queen of Ingwa. Let Ingwa achieve revival. And prove that you have the ability to govern the country. Ing Hongye nodded. Second, earn more humanitarian merits and get more familiar with your Ingwa's humanitarian treasures. This will be of great use in the future. Ing Hongye continued to nod. Third, after reviving the Ing Kingdom, expand the territory of the Ing Kingdom out of this world. Then, try to join the camp of the new emperor. Ing Hongye's heart moved. New emperor? Yes. The dispute between the emperors in the prehistoric fairyland has re-emerged. And the human way is fighting against the heaven, which is bound to be a mess. And the forces of the new emperor must be the strongest human alliance in the heavens and the worlds. Hongye, I hope that the Ing kingdom you lead can become an important part of the foundation of the new emperor. So, I will leave the black card to you. And you need to do your best to build a strong Ing kingdom. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Their influence is not only in the prehistoric fairyland, but also in the heavens and the worlds. Under their command, there are also heroes from the heavens and the worlds. The new emperor will not be an exception. After the lower world creatures ascend, not everyone can get the immortal system of the heavenly court. The system is very valuable. The heavenly court will not give it out randomly. You have to have strong strength or a strong background. For example, Madame Baigu, after ascending to heaven, became a casual cultivator and was taken in by the white tiger god, one of the 4 sacred beasts. There are many casual cultivators, like Madame Baigu in the heavens and all realms. Although they cannot get the orthodox heavenly organization, there must be many people who are eager to join a large force to seek shelter. The camp of the human emperor has become an option. If they overthrow the heaven, they will be the future sacred immortals and Buddhas. Whether it is from the Taichin Saint or Sister Ho Tu, I will support the new human emperor. But I am one of the 6 emperors of the heaven, and I am not in the same camp as the human emperor, and our interests cannot completely overlap. Therefore, my support for him must be limited. It can prove that I support him, but it will not let Haotian think that I have completely betrayed the heaven. Ing Hongye is very suitable to be his spokesperson for the new human emperor. It is difficult to satisfy Sister Ho Tu to send only Yu Lao Mo to serve the new human emperor. But with Ing Hongye and the humanitarian support behind Ing Hongye, Sister Ho Tu should not be able to find fault. After Ing Hongye digested all this information, a happy smile appeared on his face. I understand. Cha Sheng. Thank you. I have a clear direction to strive for. Then what should be my attitude towards the new emperor? Work without effort. Or follow orders without hearing instructions. Charge into battle. Don't show up. Other than that, fully support the new emperor to defeat the sky. Don't be shy about your relationship with me. For my sake, the new emperor should not assign you 2 dangerous tasks. If he doesn't give me this face, you don't have to pay attention to him. He and I are 2 different lines. What I care about is not him, but the human religion and Sister Ho Tu behind him. Ing Hongye nodded. She was born in the royal family and could understand the degree of it. Cha Sheng. Do you think the new emperor is good? It's hard to say now. Ji Chansheng was not optimistic at first, but according to the known intelligence information, the mythology of Blue Star is likely to be deduced by Sister Ho Tu. In Sister Ho Tu's deduction, Zulong seems to be successful, but he died in the 2nd generation, so there is no investment value. The problem is that the human religion does not seem to intervene behind this. He did not see the shadow behind the human religion from Sister Ho Tu's deduction. If the human religion has an end, it is Li Tang who convinces him more. Now that the human religion and Sister Ho Tu have joined forces, everything has changed. He is still in awe of his uncle's methods. Overall, I think it's 70-30. Heaven has 70, and the Emperor of Man has 30. The new Emperor of Man is definitely the weaker party, and the one behind Heaven is still recognized as the strongest. So, I will bet, but I won't go all in. For many things, I have to wait until I meet Haotian, the new Emperor of Man, and the 6 saints before I make a judgment. He still has too little information now. What about your own attitude? Do you hope that the new Emperor of Man will succeed? Ing Hongye asked. This is also very important, and it is related to their choice at the critical moment. Ji Chansheng still did not give an accurate answer. Hongye. This question can only be clarified after I have more information. Many things are not black and white. You have me, and I have you. I can't make an accurate judgment now. It seems that Ji Chansheng is a human, so he should support the new Emperor of Man. But if he supports Haotian, he is one of the 6 emperors of heaven. If you support the new emperor, where will he rank? It may be a bit selfish to think this way. So from a public perspective, how can we be sure that the human race will be better than it is now when the new emperor takes office? Ji Chansheng has seen too much history and too many vicious people. People who stab their own people are often the most vicious. Moreover, people will change. Duke Shou was afraid of rumors, and Wang Mang was humble before he usurped the throne. Sages cannot grasp the future. Of course, Ji Chansheng can't see clearly. For many things, you must take one step before you can see one step. Let's wait and see. In fact, whether it is Haotian or the new emperor, they are not important. Destiny must be in our own hands. Their affairs are not my top priority. Hong Ya. You do your job as Ing Huang. My first priority for the next period of time is to secure my position as the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Ing Hongya was shocked. What? Your position as the Emperor of Heaven is not stable yet? Ji Changsheng looked up at the sky. His eyes dark and unclear. If he could have secured it, the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor would not have disappeared before. The matter involves the power of the Emperor of Heaven. In the game of Daluo, the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang may fall at any time. There is no such thing as wealth and glory that can be easily obtained. You have to fight for it with your life. It's just that if Ji Changsheng doesn't fight for the wealth and glory of the Emperor of Heaven when he has the chance, he really feels sorry for himself. So, even if there is murderous intent at every step, he will not retreat a single step on this path to the Emperor of Heaven. Heaven. Lingxiao Palace. Haoqian stood in front of the Haoqian mirror for a moment, then turned to look at his nephew Yang Jian, the leader of the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect, now the god of war of the heavenly court. Haoqian's nephew, the true lord of Qingyuan Niao. According to rumors, Haoqian and Yang Jian, uncle and nephew, had many disagreements because of the matter of Yunhua Ferry. Yang Jian chopped down Peach Mountain with an axe to save his mother, which violated the heavenly rules and made Haoqian evil from then on. After the conferred god, Yang Jian was conferred the title of Qingyuan Niao Xinjuan. But he did not stay in the heavenly court to serve. Instead, he set up a mountain gate in Guanjiangku on earth and obeyed the orders of the heavenly court but not the announcements. This incident further fueled the rumors that Yang Jian and Haoqian were not in harmony. But if someone could see Yang Jian kneeling in front of Haoqian at this time, they would definitely not think that the relationship between the two was as bad as the rumors in the outside world. Get up. I've said it many times. There's no need to be so respectful in front of me, Haoqian said casually. Yang Jian stood up as he was told, and his tone was not very respectful, but revealed gratitude and enthusiasm. Uncle has helped me and my mother a lot. My mother is too obsessed and doesn't know Uncle's good intentions. I can only thank my mother on her behalf. Uncle, don't treat my mother like that. Haoqian looked at the nephew in front of him, who was extraordinary and outstanding. And he was indeed very pleased. I was busy serving the teacher and building the heavenly court before, and I neglected to take care of Yunhua. After all, I was not doing her justice. Fortunately, Jian, you are very capable. I also want to thank Uncle for his cultivation. If it weren't for Uncle, Master would not have accepted me as a disciple and taught me the 8-9 mysterious skills. Yunhua is ignorant, but Yang Jian understands. Haoqian is the boy of Daozu, Daluo Tiandi. As a 3rd-generation disciple of the Chanjiao, Yang Jian knows the value of Daluo very well. So of course he also understands to what extent Haoqian let him go in the matter of splitting the mountain to save his mother. Not to mention him back then. Even now, he can't last a few rounds under Haoqian. He was able to successfully split the mountain to save his mother. To put it bluntly, because Haoqian opened a backdoor for his sister. Otherwise, how could Yang Jian shake the seal of Daluo? Why did the heavenly court sit back and watch? And he was valued by the Chan sect. Was it because of his extraordinary talent? Yang Jian thought so at first. Until later, he saw the awesomeness of Daluo. Seeing the disciples of Jijiao, who were a gathering of heroes, he quickly realized that his talent was definitely outstanding in the entire prehistoric fairy world, and even the heavens and all realms. But it would never be so outstanding that the saints would take the initiative to come and accept him as a disciple. If he was not Haoqian's nephew, the Chan sect would probably not bother to pay attention to him, because the Chan sect had to go through the political review to accept disciples. And Yuanshi Tianwang had racial discrimination and basically did not accept demons or mixed bloods. Of Yuanshi Tianwang's 12 direct disciples, only Huang Longzhenren was a demon, and his strength ranked last among the 12 golden immortals. Among the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect, only Yang Jian is a mixed blood. Their ability to join the Chan sect has nothing to do with talent. It's all about background. Huang Longzhenren is from the Dragon clan. Yang Jian is of course from Haoqian's background. The Chan sect gave the face of the heavenly court. Yuanshi Tianwang's principles are also divided into different objects. These are not to be brought to the table, but smart people can realize it. Unfortunately, there are really not many smart people in this world. Fortunately, Yang Jian is. This makes Haoqian very relieved. Jian, you must have something to do when you come to me this time. Uncle is wise. My master asked me to go back to Yuchuan Mountain. Yang Jian's master is Yuding Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi Tianwang. And his cave is Jinxia Cave in Yuchuan Mountain. I thought it was master who was looking for me, but I saw the goddess in Yuchuan Mountain. Hao Tian's face changed slightly. Goddess of jade purity? Yes. Hao Tian reacted quickly. Goddess asked you to embarrass Ji Chansheng. Yang Jian was convinced. Nothing can be hidden from my uncle. Goddess doesn't seem to think that Ji Chansheng is the true king of jade purity. So she doesn't want him to take over the Shishao Jade Purity Palace smoothly. Don't pay attention to her. Hao Tian didn't hesitate at all. There will be many gods who will embarrass Ji Chansheng. And you don't need to come forward. But Goddess is the wife of the King of Heaven after all. If the King of Heaven speaks, you must do it. If Goddess speaks, don't care. Hao Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Goddess doesn't look for others. But you? Her target is not you. But me. She wants to use you to force me and Ji Chansheng to be enemies. Yang Jian himself also understood the subtlety of this. So he came to the Lingxiao Palace. Uncle, you don't plan to embarrass Ji Chansheng? He took over the power of the southern Chansheng Emperor, which is a real threat to you. Yang Jian's original position was very awkward. He was not only a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, but also Hao Tian's nephew. Before, Yuqing Zhenwang and Hao Tian were fighting openly and secretly. It would be difficult for him to stay in the center of the heavenly court. So he was directly sent to Guanjianku. But now Yuqing Zhenwang is missing. Judging from the reaction of Yuqing Shenmu, Ji Chansheng is not Yuqing Zhenwang. So Yang Jian certainly supports his uncle. However, Hao Tian's reaction is completely different from what he thought. Yuqing Zhenwang is of course a threat to me, Ji Chansheng, and it's not my turn to take action. Jian, you should stay away. The next battle for the Emperor of Heaven in the Heavenly Court has nothing to do with you. And you don't have to participate. Yang Jian thought, Uncle, will Emperor Ziwei take action? Of course he will. Hao Tian laughed. Among the 6 emperors, Ziwei is the emperor with the second most power after me. What Yuqing Zhenwang threatened back then was not my status, but Ziwei. Now that the Shishao Yuqing mansion is open again, Ji Chansheng wants to go further. And the first person he has to deal with is Ziwei. Moreover, Ziwei also has the power to control the power of thunder tribulation. Emperor Ziwei, also known as Zhongtian Beiji Ziwei Taiwan Emperor, is only below Hao Tian among the 6 emperors. He assists Hao Tian in managing the stars and the heavens, and is called the Lord of the Stars and the Grandmaster of all things. Of course, this only represents power, not strength. In terms of power, Emperor Ziwei ranks second among the 6 emperors. As for strength, different people have different opinions. Ho Tu ranks last in power among the 6 emperors. But no one thinks that Ho Tu's strength is last among the 6 emperors. It is precisely because of the mismatch between strength and authority that the 6 emperors of the heavenly court have been secretly stirring up undercurrents. This is of course intentional. Authority is given by the heavenly court. That is, the Taoist ancestor. And strength is cultivated by oneself. It has never been that you can stand out only if you are strong. Loyalty is always more important than ability. This is the iron law of the heavens and the worlds. The authority of the Ziwei Emperor is to control the heavenly principles and earthly latitudes, to lead the Shotian stars, and to control ghosts, gods, and thunder. Ghosts, gods, belong to the underworld. The underworld is the territory of Ho Tu. Thunder tribulation, the authority of the southern pole Chansheng Emperor. The Ziwei Emperor controls ghosts, gods, and thunder. This division of responsibilities is to force the Ziwei Emperor to fight with the southern pole Chansheng Emperor and Ho Tu Nyang. Hao Tian's smile became more playful. When Nanji was here, Ziwei's authority was in name only, and the power to control ghosts and thunder could not be used at all. After Nanji disappeared, Ziwei had already controlled half of the thunder power. Jian, who do you think will give in? Ziwei or Ji Chansheng? Yang Jian told the truth. I'm afraid neither of them will. Then let them fight more fiercely. Go and tell Ziwei that Ji Chansheng and Luoho are colluding to reorganize the thunder tribulation. The battle between the 6 emperors, along with the return of the Chansheng Emperor, began to fight again. Chapter 261. Ji Xiaozi only did 3 things after ascending to heaven: honor his mother, and take bow to the Huahuang Palace to honor his mother. Ji Chansheng and Luoho are colluding? Uncle, is this true? Yang Jian was shocked. Luoho is the demon ancestor. Ji Chansheng is so bold. Yu Qingzhenwang has never done such a thing before. Haotian pointed to the Haotian mirror. Yang Jian understood. The Haotian mirror shines on the heavens, which is equivalent to Haotian's eyes, allowing him to know the most information about the heavens. At the same time, the Haotian mirror is also equivalent to a mirror of the heavenly Tao, and can get the most hints from the heavenly Tao. To put it bluntly, it is the special treatment that the Taoist ancestor gave to his child. Haotian has never fought alone. Otherwise it would not be his turn to be the head of the 6 Imperials. He is so brave. Yang Jian was a little amazed. You actually dared to collude with the demon ancestor. Uncle, can the Taoist accept this? Teacher never cares about trivial matters. Does this count as a trivial matter? It didn't count in the past, but it counts now. The Taoist no longer regards Luo Ho as an opponent. It's just that few people dare to bet on the Taoist's tolerance. If there are people who dare to bet, Luo Ho may not dare to cooperate with the other party. Ji Changsheng happens to be bold and not strong. He and Luo Ho can get together because they met the right person at the right time. If Luo Ho is still the Luo Ho of the past, if Ji Changsheng is given another 100 years, the two of them may not be able to cooperate. Ziwei Emperor originally wanted to get involved in the Thunder Tribulation. If Ji Changsheng and Luo Ho are colluding, then Ziwei Emperor will have a more legitimate reason to control Thunder. Uncle, if Ziwei Emperor really gets the power of Thunder Tribulation, Gochen is his brother. He will not threaten you. Right? Yang Jian suddenly became a little worried about his uncle's position. Originally, among the 6 emperors, Haotian had the strongest background. The second was Yu Qingzhenwang. But after Yu Qingzhenwang was replaced by Ji Changsheng, the next to Haotian were Ziwei Emperor and Gochen Emperor. It just so happened that these two were from the same family. The more Yang Jian thought about it, the more worried he became. Uncle, Domu Yuanjuan's family is not easy to deal with. Before, Yu Qingzhenwang and Tianwang suppressed them. So Ziwei Emperor and Gochen Emperor were not successful. But Tianwang may not help Ji Changsheng. Without Yu Qingzhenwang and Tianwang, Domu Yuanjuan's influence in the heavens may be catching up with you. Haotian nodded. Domu Yuanjun is indeed a tough opponent. The second winner of the conferred God Tribulation. He cultivated 2 Daluo Tiandi, and his methods are respectable and awe-inspiring. Haotian's tone was very solemn when he said this. The biggest winner of the conferred God Tribulation must be the Western Church. It swept away most of the core assets of the Chan and Jia sects, and is still the top mountain in the prehistoric world. The second winner of the conferred God Tribulation is nominally Haotian, because after the conferred God Tribulation, the Heavenly Court became the nominal highest administrative body of the prehistoric world. But in fact, the factions within the Heavenly Court are complicated. Although he is backed by the Taoist ancestor, each of the 6 Heavenly Court gods is not small. After the 6 Heavenly Court gods and the star gods of the heavens returned to their positions, the one who gained the most was not Haotian God, but Do Mu Yuanjun. Do refers to the stars of the Big Dipper, and Mu refers to mother. Do Mu is the mother of the stars of the Big Dipper. After the witch and demon tribulation, Do Mu Yuanjun came out of nowhere. Among the stars in the Zhoutian, he mastered the stars of the Big Dipper and achieved the Daluo Zun position. During the conferred God's tribulation, Do Mu Yuanjun expressed her support for the construction of the Heavenly Court, and sent her eldest son Gochen and her second son Ziwei to the human world to experience the tribulation. She was the first Daluo to express her support for the Heavenly Court to rule the prehistoric fairyland. So she was favored by Daozu and grateful to Haotian, and thus successfully won the throne of the 2 heavenly emperors. Gochen Shanggong Tian Wang Dadi and Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji Dadi. Under the blessing of Daozu's authority, Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji Dadi and Gochen Shanggong Tian Wang Dadi both broke through Daluo. From then on, Do Mu Yuanjun, one of the 3 great Luos. There are 7 remaining sons, namely Tan Lang, Zhu Min, Lu Xiyuan, Wen Chu, Lianjun, Wu Chu, Pa Jun, namely the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In the Heavenly Court, Do Mu Yuanjun's faction is second only to Haotian, and can also be said to be the second winner of the conferred God's tribulation. Unfortunately, Yu Qingzhenwang overturned the table in the end. Holding the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, he killed through the Heavenly Court. He is in the Daluo realm, holding the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, with the support of Yuanshi Tianwang, and can command the disciples of the 3 religions. The power of Yu Qingzhenwang, which is inferior to Ziwei Emperor, directly surpasses Duma Yuanjuan's line, and becomes the actual executive vice president of the Heavenly Court. Hao Yan is happy to see this happen. It is naturally in his interest to let Yuqing Zhenwang and Dumi Yuanjun fight. But Yuqing Zhenwang disappeared. Dumi Yuanjun has 3 great luos, 2 heavenly emperors, and 7 star gods. After the disappearance of Yuqing Zhenwang, there is a trend of growing stronger. Now that Ji Changsheng has returned and Shenshao Yuqing Mansion has reopened, the most anxious person is not Hao Yan. It is Dumi Yuanjun and her 2 sons, Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji Emperor and Gaochen Shandong Tianwang Emperor. Let's see what Ji Changsheng does. If the Heavenly King really stands idly by and watches Ji Changsheng, I may really have to help Ji Changsheng. Hao Tian nodded. When Emperor Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji was suppressed by Yuqing Zhenwang, Hao Tian chose to secretly help Emperor Ziwei. Times change, but Hao Tian's principles will not change. Help the weak and fight against the strong, and maintain a dynamic balance. Uncle, the door of Shenshao Yuqing Mansion is open, and Ji Changsheng is welcome to take over at any time. Do you need to show up? Of course. The Emperor of Heaven has returned, and all the heavens are celebrating. I am looking forward to his first show after his return. Not only Hao Yan is looking forward to it. Nowadays, many people in the prehistoric fairy world are looking forward to Ji Changsheng's first show after taking over Shenshao Yuqing Mansion. The return of Emperor Nanji Changsheng is by no means a simple matter, and it will affect the pattern of the entire prehistoric fairy world. Which side will the returning Emperor Nanji Changsheng lean towards? This is also a suspense that has not yet been revealed. Originally, the first stop of Emperor Nanji Changsheng must have been Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. But now, everything is beginning to be uncertain. The powerful people from all sides were waiting for Ji Changsheng to make his own decision. Baiying Palace? Master Xuandu looked at Yu Linglong, whose eyes had completely recovered, and nodded with satisfaction. Based on your understanding of Ji Changsheng, will he go to see the second uncle as soon as he ascends? Yu Linglong shook her head. Will he come to see the teacher? Yu Linglong continued to shake her head. Xiaoyu, remind Ji Changsheng. His first appearance after his return has attracted everyone's attention, which to some extent represents his attitude. If possible, he should go to Yushu Palace. The second uncle has already made preparations to receive him. Only by going to Yushu Palace can he make the title of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor the most legitimate. Yushu Palace is the mountain gate of Yuanshi Tianwang. As we all know, Nanji Changsheng Dadi is the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang. The first thing Nanji Changsheng Dadi did after returning was to pay respect to his parents. This is the natural law and the most proper thing to do. Yu Linglong said helplessly, Teacher, if the Jade Purity Goddess did not take any action, Changsheng would go to the Jade Void Palace. Of course, he also knew that only by staying in the Jade Void Palace could he completely control the Divine Heaven Jade Purity Palace. But the Jade Purity Goddess was too confused, and Changsheng probably didn't dare to bet on her attitude. If the Jade Purity Goddess really killed Changsheng, could the Heavenly King still avenge Changsheng? Master Xuandu said, I can go with him and naturally protect his safety. Based on my understanding of Changsheng, he has a dog-like temper and can't stand any grievances. The actions of the Jade Purity Goddess will definitely make him feel resentful. Moreover, Changsheng has no idea whether the Jade Void Palace will support him in the future. His first stop after ascending must be to choose a thigh that he thinks can fully support him to sit firmly on the throne of the Southern Changsheng Emperor. Yu Linglong gave Master Xuandu 2 answers. Teacher, Changsheng should only have 2 places to go. Go up to the sky, or go down to the earth. Master Xuandu was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. In this way, he and Sanqing will gradually drift apart. When Sanqing is no longer Ji Changsheng's first choice, it is difficult for Ji Changsheng to become Sanqing's first choice. This is a two-way rush. Yu Linglong spread her hands. Teacher, you understand the reason. If you were him, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to believe Yuanshi Tianwang, especially Yuqing Shenmu. It's too natural for a mother who lost her son to lose her mind. I'm still here. Yu Linglong showed her presence. Changsheng may drift away from the 3 pure ones, but as long as I'm here, his relationship with the human religion will not be broken. As for the Yushu lineage, it all depends on the attitude of the goddess and the Heavenly King. Teacher, we don't have to worry so much. Yu Linglong really has feelings for the human religion. Her current achievements are at least 9 points of the credit of the human religion. She is not an ungrateful person. But the Chan religion and the Jia religion have nothing to do with her. It is impossible for Yu Linglong to really agree with the idea that the 3 religions were originally one family within a few days. Don't mention Yu Linglong. During the conferred God tribulation, the direct disciples of the three pure ones fought each other. But no one agreed with the idea that the three religions were originally one family. So Yu Linglong didn't care so much. As long as Ji Changsheng and the human religion could live in harmony, she would be fine. What does the Chan religion live or die have to do with her? Daluo Heaven Realm. The North Pole of the sky. Zixia Heavenly Palace. This is the residence of the Great Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole of the Central Sky. The Great Emperor Ziwei is discussing the matter of Ji Changsheng with his confidant, Marshal Tianpeng, the leader of the four marshals in the north of the heaven. Star Lord, Ji Changsheng has not yet ascended. Should we do something? Marshal Tianpeng volunteered. If he really enters the Shishao Yuqing mansion, it will be difficult to move him. But now the Shishao Yuqing mansion is still ownerless. As long as the Star Lord gives an order, I promise to make him have no way to ascend to heaven and lose face. The Great Emperor Ziwei is the master of all stars, and his subordinates often call him Star Lord to show respect. In response to Marshal Tianpeng's request, the Great Emperor Ziwei just asked sharply, "Do you dare to kill him?" Marshal Tianpeng's expression froze. He still had the courage to embarrass Ji Changsheng, but he didn't have the courage to kill the Emperor of Heaven. Star Lord. He has the support of Daluo behind him after all. He should not be killed, but he can only be embarrassed. Emperor Ziwei said calmly, "If you can't humiliate him fatally, you can only make enemies, which is meaningless. Star Lord, even if you don't humiliate him, it will be difficult to coexist peacefully with him." Marshal Tianpeng reminded, "He has the same power as you. Are you willing to give in?" Emperor Ziwei was silent. His authority as the Emperor of Heaven was second only to Hao Qian among the 6 emperors, which sounded particularly high-ranking. He governs all the stars above, controls all laws in the middle, and governs Fengdu below. He is the master of all the stars in the sky. He has great power and virtue, and controls ghosts, gods and thunder. But in fact, it's useless. When you go out, you give yourself face. To be the Emperor of Heaven, you have to fight for power yourself. Daozu gave him this authority. That is, he was allowed to have these powers. But Daozu also gave Ho Tu the authority to control ghosts and gods. He gave the authority to control thunder to the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. Ziwei Great Emperor nominally ranked above the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor and Ho Tu Nyang. As long as the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor and Ho Tu Nyang agreed, he could certainly control ghosts and gods and thunder. The key to the problem is, the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor and Ho Tu Nyang disagreed, and Daozu did not enforce it. Ziwei Great Emperor did not dare to curse his mother, because his mother Domu Yuanjun was helping him. But although Domu Yuanjun was very strong, she was not as strong as Ho Tu Nyang, nor as strong as Yuanshi Tianwang. This was very embarrassing. It was not easy to outlast Yu Qingzhenwang. He had just spent a few days comfortably. Ji Changsheng came again. Emperor Ziwei felt very uncomfortable. Star Lord, there is news from Haotian that Ji Changsheng and Luoho are colluding to reshape the Thunder Tribulation. This matter can be used to make a fuss. You are in a high position, and it is not suitable for you to come in person. I will save Ji Changsheng's face for you, and let him know that the power of thunder is in your hands. Marshal Tianpeng, as the confidant of Emperor Ziwei, said it very frankly, Star Lord, although Haotian has bad intentions, you have no choice unless you are willing to sacrifice your own power as the Emperor. According to the information we found, the Jade Purity Goddess has a bad attitude towards Ji Changsheng. Before, Yu Qingzhenwang had the support of Yuanshi Tianwang behind him, so you avoided his edge. Ji Changsheng is not worth your too much thought. Emperor Ziwei nodded slowly. You arrange it. If you want to do it, teach Ji Changsheng a lesson. Let him know that Ziwei's star is the highest and most honorable star. Marshal Tianpeng was in high spirits. Star Lord, don't worry. I promise not to disappoint you. I will arrange it now, and give him a big gift. Ji Changsheng didn't know that many interested people were waiting for his statement, or preparing a welcome ceremony for him. He didn't care about that, because he had important things to do. Changsheng, I don't need to introduce you. This is my senior sister Jiao Tianxian Nu, the legendary female war god, and also your old friend. Long time no see. Cross out. Li Huanyan, who hadn't seen her for a day, solemnly introduced to Ji Changsheng a female fairy standing beside her in a heroic manner. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. Xian Nu. Long time no see. The look in the eyes of the Lady of the Nine Heavens was somewhat puzzled, but more of it was enthusiasm. Emperor, nice to meet you. I didn't expect that the first person you contacted after ascending to heaven would be Huanyan. This was really beyond her expectations. And it also shocked the Holy Mother Yuanjun. She never expected that Ji Changsheng was actually a love-brained person. He was even more deeply in love with Li Huanyan. This made all the goddesses of the Holy Mother Yuanjun line overjoyed. Li Huanyan's status within the Yuanjun line also rose instantly. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Huanyan and I are in love and destined to be together for 3 lifetimes. Although we have only been separated for 1 day, I still miss her very much. And since I have returned to the prehistoric fairyland, I naturally have to take Huanyan to see my mother. Li Huanyan's eyes were red with emotion, and she held Ji Changsheng's hand tightly. Even in front of the Lady of the Nine Heavens, she still gave Ji Changsheng a deep hug. Changsheng, don't be so anxious. Master and senior sisters treat me very well. Li Huanyan calmly showed her affection to Ji Changsheng in front of Jiao Tianxiannu, and pointed out her own situation, so that Jiao Tianxiannu could see her gratitude. As expected, Jiao Tianxiannu's eyes flashed with praise. Ji Changsheng's eyes were also full of affection. Yuanjun is certainly trustworthy and worthy of entrustment. But I promised you that after returning to the prehistoric fairyland, I will take you to see my mother. I will never break my promise to you. Li Huanyan's eyes became redder. Changsheng, you are so good. Jiao Tianxiannu was also very moved when she saw this perfect couple. It's a perfect match made in heaven. Changsheng, Huanyan, you made me believe in love again. Li Huanyan explained in a low voice. Senior Sister Zun met the wrong person before. Ji Changsheng understood. Isn't it Xianyuan Huangdi? From the rumors, Xianyuan Huangdi is indeed a scumbag, who actually ascended to heaven after having sex with 3,000 women. His moral standards are far inferior to Ji Changsheng. Zun, I'm in a hurry to take Huanyan to see my mother, so I won't talk to you for now. Jiao Tianzun didn't dare to keep Ji Changsheng. You go ahead. I'll wait for Huanyan here. After Huanyan has seen the queen, I will still take Huanyan back to the teacher. You still want to take Huanyan away? Nine Heaven's mysterious lady chuckled. Of course. The teacher has only taught Huanyan for 1 day, and Huanyan still has a lot to learn. And the teacher has to prepare a dowry for Huanyan. Changsheng, you have brought Huanyan to the Hua Palace, so of course we have to return the favor. Don't worry. Our Huanyan is definitely worthy of you. Li Huanyan from the Holy Mother Yuanjun family held Ji Changsheng's hand more and more softly, and her smile became more and more sincere. Of course, Ji Changsheng couldn't refuse. Then I'll trouble Zun to take care of Huanyan in the future. Everything is up to me. The Emperor. Please do as you please. Don't keep the Queen waiting for too long. Ji Changsheng held Li Huanyan's hand, bid farewell to Nine Heaven's mysterious lady, and then set foot on the road of chaos. Ahead, outside the 33 days, deep in the chaos, Hua Palace. 3 minutes later, Li Huanyan felt that she was far away from the sensing range of the Nine Heaven's mysterious lady. So she breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a voice transmission, Baby, what are your plans after ascending? Ji Changsheng looked at the Hua Palace in front of him. His eyes were pious, and his voice was full of admiration. After I ascend, I will only do 3 things. What 3 things? Respect my mother, and take you to respect my mother together. Who is the Jade Purity Goddess? I don't know her. I, Ji Changsheng, have only one mother. That is Nuwa. Mother. I, Ji Changsheng, bring my confidant Li Huanyan to show my filial piety. Wu Palace. Nuwa looked up in confusion. Didn't he just ascend? Didn't he return to the Divine Sky Jade Purity Mansion or the Jade Void Palace? Nuwa counted with her fingers, and then her eyes changed from confusion to relief. Indeed, he just ascended, and the Hua Palace was his first stop. Pure and filial. Good child. Chapter 262. The purest, filial, benevolent, and kind Emperor Changsheng. Earlier, Nuwa Nyang told Ji Changsheng that after Ji Changsheng ascended, he could bring his confidant Li Huanyan to the Hua Palace. However, Nuwa Nyang did not set a date, and Ji Changsheng could come any day. But Ji Changsheng did not stay for a second. Within the first hour after ascending, he contacted Li Huanyan and rushed to the Hua Palace, highlighting a pure and filial piety. No second thoughts. Although I am very popular now, although many powerful people now want to accept me as their disciple, although I come a few days later, you, Mother will not be angry. But your instructions, Mother, are the first priority I remember. Filial piety for you is the most important thing in my mind. Nothing else. I don't have any flowery words. And I don't know any communication skills. It's all about feelings and filial piety. So Nua Nyang was moved. It should be said that this is the first time that Nua, who never takes the lead, has been chosen so firmly. And she was the first choice without hesitation. The first time is always impressive. Qingwan opened the door and welcomed the guests. Seeing the gate of the Wat Palace open and a golden bridge directly in front of him, Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Li Huanyan pinched Ji Changsheng's hand and said in a voice transmission, "Bao. You are really amazing." Although she was also mentally prepared and had rehearsed many times in her heart for this day. But when she really went on stage, Ji Changsheng could be so single and free and unhesitating. And Li Huanyan admired it very much. She was still very nervous. After all, the mother-in-law she was about to meet was the legendary Nua. Even in the prehistoric fairyland where powerful people are everywhere, as long as they can get the favor of Noah, it is enough for them to walk sideways. But throughout the ages, the number of creatures that can be recognized by Nua can be counted on one hand. Ji Changsheng can be so unstoppable. Li Huanyan can only say that she has a good eye for men. Throughout the ages, in all the heavens and the worlds, Li Huanyan has only seen the one who dares to show off in front of Noah. Ji Changsheng also pinched Li Huanyan's hand and gave her a look that showed filial piety. Li Huanyan nodded solemnly. The stage is ready, just waiting for them to officially debut. A moment later, Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan were about to kneel in front of the cloud bed respectfully, and they didn't dare to look directly at Nua, and were blown up by a soft and clear air. You don't have to be so restrained when you come to the Wat Palace. Sit down. Before Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan could react, 2 seats appeared behind them. Ji Changsheng didn't rush to sit down. Until this moment, he took the courage to look at his biological mother whom he had just met today. The mother's face was like peach blossoms. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her lips were like painted fat. She was dressed in a white dress, which also looked like feather clothes, giving people a sense of purity and beauty. In addition, the mother had a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes were all kind and amiable, which instantly made Ji Changsheng feel close to her. Ji Changsheng swore to the sky that he was definitely not imagining. The main thing was that he and his mother hit it off at first sight. Tears flowed before he could speak. You child. Why are you crying? Nua Nyang was amused by Ji Changsheng. Sit down. It's nothing serious. Mother. I finally see you. Ji Changsheng tried to suppress his excitement, but his tone was still full of gratitude and admiration. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Li Huanyan tried very hard to control her muscle expression. I really admire Bao. It's all skills. No emotions. Just open your mouth. She, the Huan demon girl, is inferior. But what makes Li Huanyan happy is that Nua Nyang is fooled by this. You, child, although you are brave and careful, you have been jumping back and forth on the sea of fire and swords. It's not easy for you. Ji Changsheng really cried this time. This is all because I was a child without a mother before. So touching. Everyone thinks that Ji Laomo is awesome. Only his mother thinks that he is not easy. Ji Changsheng's filial piety reached the maximum value at this moment. Li Huanyan. It's hard to evaluate. But the mood gradually calmed down. It seems that the mother-in-law is quite easy to talk to. Sit down and take a break. You just ascended and haven't adapted to the environment here yet. Nua gestured to Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan to sit down, and then said to Qingwan, bring a few of the peaches that the Queen Mother gave me last time, so that these 2 little guys can have a taste. Li Huanyan was instantly excited. Ji Changsheng's filial piety began to surge again. Mom, is this too expensive? Nua waved her hand and said, I'm happy today. You don't have to be polite. And you did a good job. The male god chose her first. Although Nua didn't think it was her honor, she was still happy. Ji Changsheng is indeed very popular in the prehistoric fairyland. In this case, Ji Changsheng's first stop is the Wat Palace. Nua felt that this child had a good vision. He must be treated well. So Nua added, Qingwan, take the 9,000-year-old peaches. Li Huanyan couldn't help but pinch Ji Changsheng's hand. Ji Changsheng was also a little out of control. Although I know that my mother loves her son, but my mother is really generous. The peach tree, one of the 5 spiritual roots, is as famous as the bitter bamboo in the hands of the Jundi saint. Jundi saint trained the bitter bamboo into 6 pure bamboos, and used it to lock Kong Xian's soul. Kong Xian is Daluo, and the bitter bamboo can lock Kong Xian's soul, which shows its power. In fact, the owners of the 5 spiritual roots are all starting quasi-saints. The peach tree is also a treasure of this level, owned by the Queen Mother, and is one of the core technologies of the Queen Mother, and even the entire heaven. The peaches produced by the peach tree are also called longevity peaches. Eating them can prolong life and increase magic power. The Queen Mother will hold peach banquets in the heaven from time to time, with peaches as the main food. All the gods, immortals, and Buddhas in the heavens will attend the banquet. This is one of the symbols of status. And peaches are also divided into grades. Unlike other spiritual roots, peach trees win by quantity. There are a total of 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 trees have small flowers and small fruits, which ripen once every 3,000 years. People who eat them will become immortals and have a healthy and light body. The middle 1,200 trees have sweet flowers and fruits, which ripen once every 6,000 years. People who eat them will ascend to heaven and live forever. The last 1,200 trees have purple stripes and yellow cores, which ripen once every 9,000 years. People who eat them will live as long as the heaven and earth, and be as old as the sun and the moon. I'm not bragging. It's really that awesome. Immortality, flying into the sky, and living as long as the sky are things that other creatures need to go through life and death to achieve. But in the hands of the Queen Mother, they are actually just a peach away. Naturally, the Queen Mother's line became an important force in the heavenly court. And the Queen Mother also used the core technology of the peaches to become an empress, who could compete with the 6 emperors. The prehistoric fairyland is different from the lower world. There are really powerful people everywhere here, and the level has suddenly increased countless times. But no matter how things change, Ji Changsheng is seen through the essence. No matter what your 5 spiritual roots are, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. What are you in front of my mother? No matter how many magical powers you have, I only focus on the key points. Honor your mother. Honor your mother. And honor your mother with your treasure. Other than that, they are all details. They are not important at all. So Ji Changsheng said with heartfelt emotion, only mothers are good in the world. Li Huanyan boldly added, children with mothers are like treasures. Nuan Yangyang was once again amused by the funny and supporting roles of this pair of good children and good wives. Peaches are hard to come by for outsiders, but they are not a treasure for you. Nuan Yangyang reminded, after you enter the divine heaven Jade Purity Palace, the Queen Mother will definitely send you some peaches to celebrate for you. Haotian may even hold a peach conference for you to announce your return to the prehistoric world. The treasure that is out of reach in your eyes is not worth mentioning at all for the top bosses. The end point that you can't reach even if you work hard for your whole life is just their starting point for many people. In the prehistoric fairyland, this feeling will be particularly obvious, because the gap between the strong and the weak here is so large that it is almost insurmountable. You can even remove the word almost. At this, Ji Changsheng felt a chill in his heart. What his mother said is of course credible. But it's okay for the Queen Mother to send him some peaches to congratulate him. If Haotian specially holds a peach conference for him and lets him make a formal appearance now, it would be a bit malicious. With his current strength, it is better to say that he made a fool of himself than to show up. Before Ji Changsheng could digest this information, Qingwan brought a plate of peaches. Thank you. Senior sister Qingwan X2. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan showed the qualities that a generation of grassroots entrepreneurs should have. Even if it is a mount, it is a mount of a saint. The little mouth must be sweet. Qingwan looked at Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan with appreciation, then picked up a 9,000-year-old peach and bit it. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan were shocked at the same time. Is this the treatment of a saint's mount? Mom, why are you riding Qingwan? Ride me. I am willing to be ridden by you. At this moment, Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan saw the tip of the iceberg of the treatment of the Hua Palace, and they had a strong yearning for Qingwan. Nuwa didn't take it seriously, but said to Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan, come, let's taste it together. Every year, the Queen Mother will send a bunch of peaches, and I can't finish them. What can Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan say? You really don't need to eat peaches anymore. It won't add any use. But the Queen Mother really dared not give it. For top delicacies like peaches and ginseng fruits, once they are produced, The first to be presented to them must be the 6 saints. This is beyond doubt. Even if they don't need them at all. It's difficult for saints to remember all the gifts given to them. But it's easy to remember those who didn't give them gifts. Otherwise, how can it be said that being a saint's disciple is treated well? There are many good things that saints don't need. So they will give them to their disciples at will. Nua also picked up a peach and tasted it. And nodded with satisfaction. The taste is still very good. But the effect is a little worse. Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan were no longer polite. They also picked up the peaches in front of them. Then, both of them moaned from the soul. They had never eaten such a good thing in their lives. As soon as the peach meat entered their mouths, they felt that their lifespan and magic power began to increase infinitely. When they finished eating the whole peach, their realm in Taoism began to upgrade uncontrollably. Realm bottleneck? It doesn't exist. Solid foundation? Peaches are immortal peaches that can stabilize the foundation. After 3 full minutes, Ji Chansheng finally controlled the surging magic power in his body. But he still felt that there was a lot of room for development. But I can't keep my mother waiting for too long. Mother, I got a great deal from you. Ji Chansheng told the truth. Nuan Yang raised her hand and showed the merits from the Tiansheng sect in the lower world. The things said by the Queen Mother are not treasures. So don't worry about them. Besides, the Tiansheng sect founded by you, little guy, is really something. These useless guys have been tinkering for thousands of years. But they haven't accumulated as much merit as you have in a few days. Speaking of this, Noah looked at Qingwan with a look of regret. If there were any capable people in the Hua Palace, would she need to do everything herself? She also wanted to be a good house girl. But her subordinates were really useless. Qingwan's clear eyes were full of innocence. Nyang. What are you looking at me for? I'm just a mount. How can a mount go out to expand territory? Nuan Yang was tormented by her stupid mount and lost her temper. The real useless ones are other goblins. Such as the 3 goblins in Xianyuan tomb during the conferred god tribulation. Nyang. You have high hopes for them. But they are more useless than each other. And in the end, they didn't even get their names on the conferred god list. Qingwan shook her head, feeling sorry for her master. Your fate is in vain. Nua. It's true. During the conferred god's tribulation, the 3 pure ones were defeated. And the 2 saints of the Western Church won a great victory. But Nua actually had a fate. She used the demon summoning banner, preparing to let the demons also benefit from the luck of the human race. After all, she was one of the 4 emperors of the demon race, and the only one left. Nua still had a sense of responsibility for the demons. She stood with the later winner, the Western Zhou dynasty. She also sent 3 demons to disrupt the Shang dynasty from the inside. Then the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb, led by Daji, all defected. Daji was even more love-minded, and she burned herself to death with King Zhou. Nua became autistic. She was basically desperate for the demons. She gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it, and you insisted on committing suicide. So she was helpless. Can she still be a nanny for the demons? Nua reflected on herself. Qingwan, you are right. I shouldn't have too many expectations for you stubborn demons. She is a congenital god and demon. Neither human nor demon. So there is no need to be biased. If the demons are useless, then help the human race. All of them are worshipping her anyway. Nua has no psychological pressure at all. Chasheng, don't learn from them. The demon flag is now useless. And the elite of the demons were all buried in the battle of Zishu Palace. In the future, we still have to rely on the human race. Ji Chansheng took the demons as a lesson and nodded seriously. Mom, you are the holy mother of the human race. And the Tai Ching saint has to stand in the back in front of you. The rise of the human race. You are still the first saint. And it has no effect on you. That's natural. So Nua has never suppressed the human race. It turns out that she had to share the shares of the demon race with the 4 emperors. She was the only one who dominated the human race at the beginning. Later, she gave some to the Tai Ching saint, and some to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But it was difficult for anyone to surpass her. Whether the human race or the demon race is stronger, I can accept it. And I am happy to accept it. But the demon race has been too disappointing since the witch and lich catastrophe. Nua shook her head and said, the Wat Palace has raised a lot of demons. Each one is more useless than the other. And they are not as capable as you. Chasheng, you only grow in strength, not in brains. The demon race naturally believes that strength is more important than brains. In the eyes of Noah, it's all nonsense. No matter how strong you are. Can you be as strong as me? What can change from a small demon to a big demon? Give these demons she raised 100 years. And the fairies all took them to retreat. Give Ji Changsheng 100 days. And he can make a big name for him. It's hard for Nua not to support Ji Changsheng. As for strength, she can help improve it by getting some treasures. But she was not smart enough. So she really couldn't help. Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about you. Little Changsheng. What's going on between you and Yu Qingjin Wang? Nua Nyang's eyes were shining with colorful light. I used the pupil of creation to look at you from inside to outside. You have nothing to do with Pangu's descendants. You are indeed my child. Hearing his mother say this, Ji Changsheng was completely relieved. Before, he had basically confirmed that he was a human. But Nua Nyang helped him to completely confirm it this time. And he didn't even have the last 1% of doubt. Mom, this matter is a long story. Please listen to me slowly. Ji Changsheng exchanged his true heart with his mother. And told all the inside stories between himself and Yu Qingjin Wang. This inside story also made Nua's eyes colorful. 5 minutes later, Nua sighed. It's so wonderful. I have been living in seclusion for these years. It seems that I have missed a lot. Little Changsheng. What do you think now? Ji Changsheng said without hesitation. Come to Wahuang Palace to honor you. Nua smiled. Now I guess many powerful people are waiting for you to express your opinion. The Thunder Gods in Shinshao Yuqing Mansion are waiting for you. Lu Yu, Lu Sheng, including my chief teacher, should all hope that you will visit them. You actually chose to come to Wahuang Palace as your first stop, which must be beyond their expectations. Ji Changsheng said sincerely, Mom, Wahuang Palace is not only my first stop, but also my last stop. What Shinshao Yuqing Mansion? What Yushu Palace, Zishu Palace? Are meaningless to me. This is my home. And I only have you as a mother. Nua laughed again. I still like you to treat Wahuang Palace as your home. Ji Changsheng was happy. But you can't stay in the Nua Palace and not go out. You are so good at making trouble down there. They are all waiting for you to come to the prehistoric fairyland to make a difference. Ji Changsheng sighed. Mom, I could only rely on myself at that time. So I struggled hard to survive. Now it's different. I came to the Nua Palace. And you protect me. Everyone thinks that I will definitely make a big move after I ascend. But I told Huanyan before that I will only do 3 things this time I ascend. Honor you, and honor you together with Huanyan. Li Huanyan immediately played the VCR to confirm what Ji Changsheng said. Mom, everything Changsheng said is true. Qingwan was stunned, deeply feeling the gap between herself and the human race. Nua Nyang had not seen many people for thousands of years. And even if she did, others were respectful to her. She had never seen Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan doing this before. She was amused and laughed out of a girl's voice. You 2 little guys are so interesting. Mom, please give Huanyan and I a chance to be filial. As the holy mother of the human race, you have never enjoyed the joy of family. Uncle Fushi is far away in Huiyun Cave. Just like you. Mom, Huanyan and I want to represent thousands of human races to make up for your regret. Li Huanyan nodded vigorously. That was right. I just want to make up for my mother-in-law's regret and stay in the Wahuang Palace to serve tea and water to her. I like my mother-in-law the most. That's the truth. I will kill anyone who disagrees. Nua didn't reply to Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan first, but tapped Qingwan's little head and pointed out, Do you see the difference? Qingwan nodded. I see. The human race is really cunning. Not as simple as our demon race. Nua complained. Changsheng and Huanyan are called wisdom. You are called stupid. As long as it does not harm yourself. Cunning is of course called wisdom. Nua has her own set of standards. Changsheng. Huanyan. The child is here. It is definitely not okay to keep you in the Wahuang Palace. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan were not surprised. Of course, they did not have such extravagant hopes. But if you take the best, you will get the middle. If you take the middle, you will get the bottom. If you take the bottom, you will get nothing. You have to set your goal higher, so that even if the result is a little worse, it is acceptable. 3 days. Nua Nyang still gave Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan a heaven-defying fortune. Changsheng, you are now the center of attention. And many powerful people are waiting for your actions, and the reactions of others. You and Huanyan stay in the Wat Palace for 3 days. and they will naturally understand that you are my people. They dare not offend the eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang. Not many powerful people in the heavens and the world dare to touch my people. Ji Changsheng bowed his head and said, Mom, your kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Li Huanyan had already knelt on the floor of the Wat Palace at the same time. Mother's kindness is not over yet. Huanyan will serve with all her heart. Now, they are just Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan. 3 days later, they are Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan of the Nua clan. Get up. I can use these 3 days to help you sort out the situation in the prehistoric fairyland, so that you can have a clear understanding of what will happen next. Nua Nyongyang has expectations for Ji Changsheng, so she is willing to give personal guidance. And she needs a signboard. The signboard she set up during the conferred god's tribulation, the nine-tailed fox Daji, was too useless. She fell in love with her mission target, King Zhou, and tried to stage a drama of love brain saving the world, and even violated her will for this. This made Nua Nyongyang a little autistic. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are my disciples? It's shameful to let this group of people represent the Wahuang Palace in the world. Nua Nyongyang has never believed that it is her own problem. She wants to use Ji Changsheng to prove that she can also educate people. Little Changsheng, you are being sought after by all parties. But are you sure you are willing to be my disciple? Ji Changsheng said firmly, Mom, I am not good at speaking. I can only say that I only have one mother in my heart. And that is you. There are 3,000 rivers, but I only drink from one. Nua nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Qingwan, Go find Haotian and tell him that Chongqing's title is the pure, filial, benevolent, and kind Southern Chongqing Emperor. Let him inform the Queen Mother, and hold a peach banquet to celebrate Chongqing's return. After a pause, Nua added, The time is set for 3 days later, and I will attend in person. Chapter 263 Mom, I will be responsible for making money outside to support the family, and you will be responsible for being beautiful at home. The pure, filial, benevolent, and kind Nanji Chongqing Emperor burst into tears again when he heard his mother's words. Mom, you are too good to me. With Ji Chongqing's current strength, he really can't sit firmly in the Shishao Yuqing mansion. The style of Daozu's creation has always been that I give you the opportunity, but I don't care whether you can keep the opportunity one give you. Hongyun got the sainthood given by Daozu, but he didn't keep it, and was killed by Kuimping, and Daozu didn't care. Ziwei Emperor also got the authority of the Heavenly Emperor given by Daozu, and controlled ghosts, gods and thunder, but Hutu and Yuqing Zhenwang didn't care about him, and Ziwei's authority as the Heavenly Emperor was equivalent to nothing. Daozu was also too lazy to care. To put it bluntly, Daozu was free range. The 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West, and Nua Nyongyang were able to become saints, which was related to Daozu, but not much. They are very strong in themselves. Ji Changsheng is now facing the same problem as Hongyun and Ziwei. Daozu is indeed promoting him, and Daozu really gave him the authority of the Southern Chongqing Emperor as the Heavenly Emperor. But Daozu still doesn't care whether Ji Changsheng can sit firmly as the Southern Chongqing Emperor. If you rely on your ability to stand firm, that's great. If you are killed by others, it's because you are not good enough. Daozu is not a babysitter. So it is true that Ji Changsheng can be the Heavenly Emperor, but whether he can sit firmly as the Heavenly Emperor depends on his own means and strength. Ji Changsheng thinks that his means are okay, but his strength is not worth mentioning among the Heavenly Emperors. Many people also know this, so they are curious about where Ji Changsheng will go first after ascending. If he can get the support of Yuan Shi Tianwang, it would be the best, and everything will go smoothly. In fact, Yuan Shi Tianwang also has enough heart to accept all this. Compared with the period of the conferred god tribulation, Yuan Shi Tianwang has changed a lot now. With the help of Yuan Shi Tianwang, Ji Changsheng, the Southern Pole Chongqing Emperor, will easily be able to sit firmly, and the subsequent acceptance of the 3 religious disciples in the heavenly court will also be a natural outcome. This is the simplest way. But Ji Changsheng resolutely stepped into the Wa Palace. He gambled his life and property. Nua Nyongyang also knew this. So, she gave Ji Changsheng a reassurance. All the filial piety was not let down by Nua Nyongyang. Moreover, the harvest was much better than expected. Ji Changsheng is a smart man, and a smart man who knows how to repay kindness. So he certainly knows that Nua Nyongyang personally organized the peach banquet for him and attended it in person. This is a great honor and favor for him to gain a foothold in the prehistoric fairy world. Even if I'm really the Jade Purity true king, Yuanshi Tianwang probably won't protect me like this. Ji Chansheng was moved, and he stepped on his adopted father in front of his mother. Nguyen Yang chuckled and said, "That's not the case. Although the Heavenly King has 9 sons, only the Jade Purity true king is the most capable. It's not easy to cultivate a Daluo. If the true king personally invites him, the Heavenly King will still attend the peach banquet. The Heavenly King will definitely not attend the peach banquet for me. That's natural. The Heavenly King can tolerate you to take over the Divine Sky Jade Purity Mansion, which has already impressed me." Nguyen Yang said here with some emotion. It seems that the Heavenly King has grown a lot in the conferred God battle. If he could have the mind he has today during the conferred God tribulation, the 3 religions would not have killed each other to such an extent in the end. Before the conferred God's tribulation began, the top 500 sects in the prehistoric world were Jiejiao and Chanjiao. After the conferred God's tribulation ended, the 3rd sect, the Western sect, became the leader. This certainly could not be because the 3rd sect was too awesome. There is only one explanation. The eldest sect dragged the 2nd sect to death together. In this regard, Ji Chansheng could only say that they were a bunch of trash. Others had the eldest and the 2nd sect fighting, and the 3rd sect was killed. It was the 3rd uncle fighting with his father, and the 3rd sect was forced to become the leader. Yuanshi Tianwang and Tong Tian Jiaozhu both have an unshirkable responsibility for this. The Western sect held a celebration banquet, but Yuanshi Tianwang and Tong Tian Jiaozhu did not come to the table, and Jia Yin Juanti did not dare to pick up his chopsticks. It's a pity that the Heavenly King has grown up, but the goddess has not kept up. Cha Sheng, you did the right thing. Don't try to reason with a powerful person who has lost his relatives. Anger and sadness will destroy many things. My son will learn from you. I will try to help you solve the cause and effect between you and the Jade Pure True King later. It is not a good choice to be the enemy of the Heavenly King after all. Nguyen Yang showed her generosity and generosity. If the residual soul of the Jade Pure True King is in Xixia Palace, it would be easy to say, the teacher should give me this face. But if it is in Hutu's hands, it would be a bit troublesome. Ji Chansheng heard the hidden meaning of his mother, and was a little surprised. "Mom, the Taoist gave you face. Doesn't Hutu have to give you face?" Noah's tone was rarely ashamed. When the witches and demons fought for hegemony, Hutu and I had some grudges. I beat her up a few times. Ji Chansheng was shocked. A mother is a mother. An ancestor which like Sister Hutu actually beats you up whenever she wants. Of course, it's not surprising. The average level of the 12 witch ancestors is obviously weaker than the 4 emperors of the demon clan. The 12 witch ancestors are strong in number. It is normal that Hutu could not beat Nua in a one-on-one match. Later, my brother was reincarnated, and Hutu helped a lot. Speaking of which, I still owe Hutu a big cause and effect. Nguyen Yang said helplessly. So if Hutu is plotting against Yu Qingzhen, I will not intervene. Ji Chansheng, Mom, this is not urgent. Whether Yu Qingzhen can return smoothly should be the worry of the Heavenly King and the goddess, which has little to do with us. As for the Jade Purity goddess blaming me for this, that is her problem. For the sake of the Heavenly King, I will naturally tolerate her once or twice. But if she still doesn't know, I will let her know. The sky is high and the earth is thick. Nguyen Yang was obviously interested. The Jade Goddess is the wife of the King of Heaven. Are you sure you can humiliate her? Ji Chansheng pointed at Li Huanyan and said to Nguyen Yang, Mom, Huanyan is your daughter-in-law. Isn't it her duty to serve you? Nguyen Yang, not necessarily. I don't care about this. Li Huanyan said decisively, Mom, you don't have to care. But I value etiquette the most. As a daughter-in-law, I should definitely serve you. Ji Chansheng also absolutely supports his own treasure in this matter. It is natural for a daughter-in-law to serve her mother-in-law. Jade Purity Goddess is also a daughter-in-law. Her mother-in-law is Huanyan's teacher, Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Li Huanyan instantly understood what Ji Chansheng meant and immediately said, the teacher is also the wife of Panga God. This is well known. Although the 3 pure ones are not the teacher's biological children, they recognize Panga God as their father. So they are naturally the teacher's sons. If Jade Purity Goddess insists on making things difficult for Chansheng, I will naturally appeal to the teacher and ask him to restrain his daughter-in-law. Ji Chansheng nodded with satisfaction. Mom, do you think the daughter-in-law I found for you is okay? Nua's eyes were full of praise. Huanyan is not bad. Li Huanyan trembled all over and her face flushed. She was more excited than when Ji Changsheng wrote a poem for her. Huanyan, will the Holy Mother Yuanjun stand up for you? Nua asked. Li Huanyan did not dare to lie and told the truth. Mom, if it was before I entered the Hua Palace, the teacher might not offend the Jade Purity Goddess for me. But when Changsheng and I entered the Hua Palace together, the teacher would definitely stand up for me. It's not that I have a big face, but that your face is too big. There are thousands of powerful women in the world, and you are recognized as the first. This is not flattery, but a statement of objective facts. If you want to make a list of powerful women, Nua is definitely the recognized first. Ho Tu Nyang, who is restricted and cannot leave the underworld, is definitely the recognized second. The two of them are leading by a gap. There are two candidates for the third place. The Holy Mother Yuanjun and Domu Yuanjun. One is Pangu's wife. The other is the mother of all the stars in the Big Dipper, who has cultivated two legendary Daluo Tiandi, Ziwei and Gaochen. They have never fought, so there is no accurate answer as to who is stronger and who is weaker, and the Jade Purity Goddess cannot be ranked. Seeing that Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan already knew what was going on, Nua became more and more satisfied. If the fairies taken in by the Hua Palace could be half as smart as Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Huanyan, she would not have to do everything herself. Look at them. They took the initiative to reduce her burden. And the wife of the saint could arrange everything clearly through her own means. Although she also needs to borrow her power, it can also save her a lot of trouble. This is the kind of talent that Nua Palace wants. Well, since you are all prepared, I can rest assured. Jade Purity Goddess is not a big problem. Little Changsheng, your biggest problem still comes from the 6 gods themselves. Ji Changsheng changed his sitting posture. Please give me some advice. Mother, I have just ascended to heaven, and I don't know much about the situation in heaven and prehistoric times. To talk about the 6 gods, we must first talk about heaven. To talk about heaven, we must talk about the dispute between the way of gods and the way of immortals. Nua said this and sneered. In fact, there has never been any dispute between the way of gods and the way of immortals. The so-called freedom of the way of immortals and the bondage of the way of gods are all lies. As long as you are strong enough, you can always be free. If you are not strong enough, the immortals will still have to live in poverty all day long. The dispute between the Shinto and the immortal has nothing to do with the changes in the cultivation system. In essence, it is up to the Purple Sky Palace to set the rules. Set rules? Set a strict rule with strict hierarchy, and bring all the strong people into one system. From now on, the Taoist will always be the Taoist. The saint will always be the saint. And the Emperor of Heaven will always be the Emperor of Heaven. All promotions and possibilities are in the hands of the Heavenly Tao, and there will be no more accidents. In this way, the Purple Sky Palace will naturally stand forever. Fighting the teacher within the rules set by the teacher will never succeed. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan nodded silently. The final right of interpretation is in the hands of the Taoist, and fighting with the Taoist is to destroy oneself. So, the teacher wanted to rebuild the heavenly court and sent his boy Haotian to take charge of this matter. Although Haotian is a Daluo, he wants to establish a Shinto system from the bottom up. And he also tries to include all the disciples of the 6 saints, which is far beyond his ability. Moreover, the heavenly court needs gods to fill the positions for management, and Haotian can't do everything himself. But Haotian has been serving Daozu in Zixia Palace for many years, and he has no confidence of his own. Therefore, Haotian needs a group of gods to do things. Finally, the conferred god tribulation came into being. The ultimate goal of the conferred god tribulation is to establish the heavenly court and supplement it with gods from all walks of life. From then on, the powerful people who have achieved success in cultivation will be uniformly managed by the heavenly court. The disciples of the 3 religions will first worship the heavenly court, and then worship the 3 pure ones. In this way, the 3 pure ones will certainly not support the establishment of the heavenly court. My attitude is neutral, neither supporting nor opposing, because it does not affect me. The first Daluo who supported the establishment of the heavenly court was Domu Yuanjun. Ji Changsheng heard this and asked curiously, Mom, which immortal is Domu Yuanjun? No one knows which immortal she is, but what can be confirmed is that she is one of the biggest winners after the Witch and Lich catastrophe. She got the legacy of the demon clan's heavenly court, mastered the power of the Big Dipper stars, and was promoted to Daluo after the Witch and Lich catastrophe. Many people suspect that Dongmu Yuanjun may have inherited the legacy of Emperor Jun. Ji Chengxing's heart moved. As the Demon King, it is not impossible for Emperor Jun to leave a legacy. When Haotian established the Heavenly Court, Dongmu Yuanjun was the first to express her support. Of course, it was not because she wanted to be managed by Haotian, but because she held the legacy of the ancient demon clan's Heavenly Court. So from the beginning, Dongmu Yuanjun was a partner of the Heavenly Court and owned at least 1/3 of the shares of the current Heavenly Court. Ji Changsheng was not surprised to hear the words partner and shares from his mother. Li Huanyan could also understand. Daluo can even predict the future, let alone some nouns. In order to supplement the gods in charge, Haotian asked Daozu to launch the conferred god tribulation. The three pure ones were still unwilling to cooperate, and Dongmu Yuanjun was still the first Daluo to respond. Moreover, Dongmu Yuanjun directly sent her eldest son and second son to the human world to experience the tribulation and participate in the conferred god tribulation. Ji Changsheng was so surprised. Dongmu Yuanjun is not afraid that her two sons will really die in the tribulation? Nuan Yangyang's laughter was without any fireworks, of course. She only sent a clone. But I did send an order to let the nine-tailed demon fox kill Ziwei's incarnation in the human world. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan looked at their mother at the same time. Li Huanyan asked boldly, Mom, do you dislike Dongmu Yuanjun? Yes, a little bit. Nuan Yangyang did not deny it. Dongmu Yuanjun's plan is to take advantage of the great catastrophe of the conferred gods, when the heaven and the human world are reshuffled, to make her eldest son Gochen successfully become a god, and then get a seat as the emperor of heaven. At the same time, let her second son Ziwei become the next emperor of the human world. With the support of the heaven and the luck of the human world, help her two sons successfully ascend to the Daluo. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan both took a breath of cold air. Dongmu Yuanjun is a ruthless person, and her calculations are clanging. 3 Daluo in one family. What a grand occasion. There are no 3 Daluo in the Hua Palace now. Nuan Yangyang said with sarcasm. Dongmu let her second son Ziwei be born in the Ji family of the Shiqi royal family. According to her design, if everything goes well, the Shang dynasty will be destroyed and the Zhou dynasty will rise. Ziwei, as the blood of the Ji family, will naturally become the next emperor of the human world. Ji Changsheng has understood it at this time. And he got the point. Mom, before Dongmu Yuanjun planned all this, did she come to the Hua Palace to ask for an audience with you? Nuan Yangyang's phoenix eyes flashed with admiration. Xiao Changsheng is really much better than those losers. Dongmu Yuanjun didn't realize the problem until after the conferred god tribulation. But Ji Changsheng reacted instantly. No. So Ji Changsheng was angry. Dongmu is so bold. She dared to directly seek the fortune of the human race and the seat of the human emperor without visiting her mother, who gave her the courage. Before the Tai Ching saint established the human religion, he had to inform Nuan Yangyang first. The first throne of the human emperor, the head of the 3 sovereigns, and the first of the 100 kings, must be left to Fuxi, the reincarnated brother of Nuan Yangyang. Who do you think you are? Dongmu Yuanjun? You have nothing to do with the human race. And you don't even say hello to Nuan Yangyang, the founder of the human race. But you dare to directly grab the shares of the human race. Mom, leave Dongmu to me. She is the first opponent I will defeat in the prehistoric fairyland. Disrespecting my mother is disrespecting me. I will do my best to defeat my mother's enemies. Ji Shiuzi immediately positioned himself. The admiration in Nuan Yangyang's eyes became stronger. With my status, it is indeed difficult to argue with Dongmu. But she did overstep her bounds. Any cat or dog dares to rob the luck of the human race. Nuan Yangyang sneered rarely. If she is not taught a lesson, she may really think that she did not become a saint just because she was born too late. So Ji Shiuzi became more and more angry. Mom, Dongmu still wants to seek your sainthood? A quasi-saint who does not want to be a saint is not a good quasi-saint. Unfortunately, she really picked the wrong opponent. Along the way, she has been too smooth. In addition, the achievements of Juanti and Tantian in the conferred god tribulation really gave many quasi-saints confidence and courage. Nua and Ji Changsheng reached a consensus. Juanti and Tantian, 2 weak saints, cultivated the confidence of the quasi-saints. Everyone thought that I could do it. And there were rumors that Nua was the weakest among the 6 saints. So, Nua was a little annoyed. During the conferred god tribulation, after I asked the 9-tailed fox to kill Ziwei's clone, who was experiencing the tribulation in the human world. Duma not only did not stop, but also asked for another heavenly emperor position for Ziwei. Now, among the 6 emperors of the heavenly court, Ziwei and Gaochen occupy 2. Ziwei and Gaochen were originally only half a step away from the Daluo realm. With the support of the authority of the heavenly Dao, they were both promoted to Daluo. One family has 3 great Luos. You can imagine the glory and strength of Duma Yuanjun's lineage. Ji Changsheng realized, no wonder you said that Duma Yuanjun has 1/3 of the shares of the heavenly court. And the 6 emperors occupy 2. It's really 1/3. Doma Yuanjun, Ziwei Emperor, Gaochen Emperor. I remember them. Although they are 3 Daluo, they dare to be enemies with their mother, and they will fall. I think they are tired of living. Don't worry about Gaochen for now. Gaochen's power as the emperor is to control the wars in the world, the change of political power in the world, and the election of wise kings. Now Renjiao and Ho Tu are training a new emperor, and Gaochen's power is all the power of the new emperor. They will definitely have a bloody fight. Ji Changsheng tasted it, and it was really the case. Gaochen's power as the emperor and the power of the new emperor completely overlap. It would be strange if they didn't fight to death. Mom, it seems that Doma Yuanjun still has evil intentions towards the fate of the human race. It is clear that Gaochen's power is to interfere in the affairs of the human race. Nu Wanyangyang's phoenix eyes were murderous. If she wants to reach out, chop off her outstretched hand. Chasheng, your opponent is Ziwei. Ji Changsheng boldly corrected his mother's mistake. Mom, my opponent is all the crazy and rebellious people who want to harm you. From now on, I will be responsible for making money outside to support the family. And you will be responsible for being beautiful in the Hua Palace. Emperor Changsheng, rule the world with filial piety. Chapter 264 Filial piety leads to level in power. Noah felt the filial piety of Xiao Changsheng. She reached out her hand with satisfaction, touched Ji Changsheng's little head, and then chuckled, those who dare to harm me are not ordinary characters. Xiao Changsheng, if you really want to do this, you must work hard in the future. Ji Changsheng said seriously, Mom, don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to bully you in the future. I will definitely stand up for you at the gate of the Hua Palace. What kind of people are they? Anyone dares to touch you, and they are rebellious. Nu aside, Mingyi and Duma dare to have ideas about me. In addition to Juanti and Tontian, all the disciples of the Hua Palace are indeed not innocent. Duma Yuanjun raised 2 sons of Daluo Tiandi, so it is normal for her to be arrogant. Look at Nua again. There are many goblins in the Hua Palace, but there is not even a Daluo. They are just waiting to be stepped on. So the leader of the Sticks and Doma Yuanjun had reasons to be arrogant. Before Nu and Yangyang took action to suppress the Sticks, the Huawang Palace was indeed unable to stand up. The Huawang Palace gave other quasi-saints the feeling that as long as they defeated Nua, they could be replaced immediately. This is indeed the case. But so far, no one has completed the prerequisite, defeating Nua. Mom, I'm here, and everything will be different in the future. I will make the Huawang Palace a golden signboard of the heavens and the worlds, so that no ambitious people will dare to have any ideas about you again. Nu and Yangyang did not doubt Ji Changsheng's sincerity, because she and Ji Changsheng really benefited from cooperation. Talents like Ji Changsheng are actually not that easy to find, especially for a homegirl. Not everyone dares to jump back and forth between saints before they even become immortals. There are only 1 in a billion who can jump successfully. Ji Laomo has proved that as long as you give him a chance, he can really grasp it. And a big shot like Nu and Yangyang is even more difficult to find in the world. Among the 6 saints, Nu and Yangyang's strength is second to none. What's more rare is that she is a homegirl and doesn't want to stand out as the boss. So the saints don't really want to be her enemy, but just want to win her over. But she lacks talents under her command. Ji Changsheng has only found such a big shot in the prehistoric world. Now that they have come together, of course, when the Golden Wind and Jade do meet, they will be better than countless people in the world. Only a fool would push the other party to other camps. I listen to you, Mother, and I will start with Ziwei. I am your child, and he is Dou Mu Yuanjuan's child. What can he use to fight me? Ji Shuzi is full of confidence. What's wrong with Daluo? My mother is a saint. It's amazing that you are strong. Or let's compete with each other. Let's see whose mother is more powerful. Mom, has Duma not reacted yet? Seeing that her own Bao dared to say that her mother-in-law was wrong, Li Huanyan also began to offer suggestions. She also saw that the only powerful person in the Huahuang Palace was her mother-in-law. The other fairies were really a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. They might be strong, but they could not be entrusted with important tasks. She and Bao were not on the same track. Bao went out to make money to support the family. She and her mother-in-law were responsible for being beautiful at home. Of course, it seemed that her mother-in-law liked to be a hands-off boss. Then she would help her mother-in-law take charge of the household affairs of the Huahuang Palace. Bao was in charge of the outside, and I was in charge of the inside. The mother-in-law just had to enjoy the filial piety of her son and daughter-in-law. Perfect. So she also wanted to let her mother-in-law see her cleverness. After you killed the Sticks with 3 punches, the Daluo should have realized that your strength is also among the best among the saints. Li Huanyan said. She reacted. So she recognized Nua Nyongyang as her mother-in-law at that time. Is Domu Yuanjun so stubborn? Nua Nyongyang laughed. But the sarcasm in her laughter was not concealed at all. There is a mastermind behind the scenes, who has been spreading rumors about me. During the war between wizards and liches, the rumor version of me was that I had an affair with my brother. In the saint era, the rumor version of me was the weakest among the 6 saints. After I killed the Sticks, the rumor began to evolve again, saying that I could kill the Sticks because I just happened to restrain the Sticks. Most of the strength of the Sticks comes from the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea is not dry, and the Sticks is not dead. Junti's way is the 7 treasures wonderful tree, which is biased towards control. So there is nothing he can do with the Blood Sea. And I have the Mountain River Society map in my hand, which is a space-type treasure. A scroll of the Mountain and River Society map covered the Sticks completely. I took the Blood Sea, and Styx' strength was mostly gone. So I killed Styx with the help of the treasure, which doesn't prove that my strength is really much stronger than Styx. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan looked at each other. Li Huanyan still couldn't believe it. Mom, would Domu believe these rumors? It's not a rumor. I did take advantage of killing Styx, and the Mountain and River Society map does restrain Styx's Blood Sea. In a sense, this rumor is all true. After the Daluo strongman reviewed the whole process of my killing Styx, the conclusion he came to was not much different from this rumor. The most authentic rumor is 9/10 true and 1/10 false. And the rumor about Nua killing the Styx is 10/10 true, not false. It's just that this rumor intercepted half of the truth. The most important part was omitted. Without borrowing the Shanha Shejutsu, could Nua not do anything to the Styx? No one can be sure of things that have not happened. At this time, people are only willing to believe the truth they are willing to believe. Ji Changsheng smiled. Mom, the reason why rumors have a market is mainly because you are too kind and not good at marketing yourself. Look at Tontian, who knelt so many times during the conferred God tribulation. But there are still a lot of fans who are willing to imagine that he is invincible and forcibly ignore the fact that he has not even beaten Junti in a one-on-one match. The Wat Palace and you are too low-key. No one helps you market and promote. And with the malicious targeting of your opponents, you have become the soft persimmon among the saints. With me here in the future, this kind of thing will not happen again. For Ji Changsheng, this is not a problem. What I care about is the man behind the rumors who has been targeting Mom. Could it be the one from Xixia Palace? Ji Changsheng thought about it, and it seemed that no one dared to do something bad to his mother. Nua herself did not give an accurate answer. I am not sure about this matter, and it is not convenient to check. Leave it to me. Li Huanyan volunteered. Cha Sheng, you have a lot of things to do, so you should deal with Ziwei first. Mom, you can enjoy your life and let me be responsible for investigating the man behind the scenes. It happened that when I was in the lower world, I was mainly good at integrating intelligence for analysis. Mom, I do have a little talent in this area. Ji Changsheng helped his treasure. Mom, Huanyan is too modest. She is not a little bit talented in intelligence. She is recognized as the best in my previous world. Yu Lao Mo's blood and tears are all Li Huanyan's medals of honor. In terms of integrating intelligence, Ji Lao Mo is also ashamed of himself. Nuan Yang Yang naturally has no objection. Okay, Huanyan, you go to Qingwan later. She will give you some of the hidden lines of the Wat Palace. It's really a waste to keep it in her hands. The Wat Palace is not without background. The problem is that unless she takes action personally, these backgrounds can't be used at all. But Nuan Yang Yang has always been too lazy to do everything herself. Besides, with her status, she has to take action every time, which is very embarrassing. So over time, the background of the Wat Palace is almost ruined. Li Huanyan was refreshed. Mother-in-law is generous. Cha Sheng. Don't be careless. The fight between the 6 emperors is more brutal than you expected. Nguyen Yang pointed out. Heavenly Court is the signboard established by the one in Zishu Palace. He certainly doesn't want to hand over the control to others. When Heavenly Court was first established, in order to grow rapidly, it had to offer 6 heavenly emperors to attract other powerful Daluo to join. After the conferred god, Heavenly Court has grown stronger, and now it has reached the stage of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Ji Chansheng understood immediately. Normal. The dog is cooked after the rabbit dies. Hao Qian certainly hopes that he can have the final say in Heavenly Court. The 6 emperors are indeed too many for Hao Qian, who has a strong desire for control, especially behind the 6 emperors. Each one is more powerful than the other, and they will not listen to him. Of course, understanding is understanding. I will definitely not be a dog for Hao Qian. I will always be my mother's child. Then this contradiction is irreconcilable. Unless Hao Qian can tolerate Ji Chansheng riding on his head and acting arrogantly, or Ji Chansheng can tolerate Hao Qian ordering him around. Otherwise, it will be a dead end. Mom, what stage is the 6 emperors fight now? Ji Chansheng asked. The answer from Nua made Ji Changsheng's eyes condense. You fight to the death. Has it reached a critical stage? Yes. Since the mysterious disappearance of Yu Qingzhen, the 6 emperors fight has changed from the previous secret fight to an open fight. Daluo Tiandi is no longer a safe amulet. Since I paid attention to you, I also began to pay attention to the 6 emperors fight. The tragic progress shocked me. Nguyen Yang had never cared about the 6 emperors fight before, because the 6 emperors were not hers, and it had nothing to do with her if anyone died. But Ji Chansheng insisted that he was her child. There was a heavenly emperor who took the initiative to hug her thigh, and Nguyen Yang thought that there was no need for me to push him away. So she paid attention to the situation in the Heavenly Court. Then she was scared out of her wits. Young people nowadays are too tough. As the eldest son of Yuan Shi, Yu Qingzhen actually got into trouble. This is a milestone event. Not long after, another of the 6 heavenly emperors, Dongji Qinghua Emperor, also disappeared inexplicably. There are actually only 4 heavenly emperors in the Heavenly Court now. Ji Chansheng was in awe. Before, Guanyin Bodhisattva told him that not only the South Pole had problems, but another heavenly emperor also had problems. Now combined with what Nguyen Yang said, the other heavenly emperor who had problems was Dongji Qinghua Emperor. The position of heavenly emperor is really not easy to sit. Nguyen Yang and Ji Chansheng have the same feeling. These new Daluo are more ruthless than each other, and they start fighting as soon as they say, which makes me feel that I am old. Cha Sheng, you must be modest and calm, because what you are facing now and in the future are all these ruthless people who dare to kill Daluo at the slightest disagreement. Back then, Dongmu took 2 seats in the 6 imperial palaces and should have won a great victory. But Yu Qingzhen, holding the 4 swords of Zuxian, killed through the newly built heavenly palace and forcibly seized the throne of the heavenly emperor, suppressing Dongmu's 2 children Ziwei and Go Qin. Now Hao Qian has taken decisive action again and killed Dongji. Even if you are my man, Hao Qian, Ziwei, and Go Qin may not hold back on you. They are already a little crazy. The great changes that have not happened in 1,000 years. The saints are playing games, and the heavenly emperor is also arguing. I now seriously doubt that if Hao Qian can gather the power of the heavenly emperor in one person, he can become a saint. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. There is such a good thing? Mom, are you sure that the Eastern Qinghua Emperor was killed by Hao Qian? To be precise, it was a conspiracy between the emperor and the queen. If you want to kill Daluo, unless the saint takes action, it will be difficult for the queen to get around. The relationship between the 6 emperors is complicated. When the Jade Pure True King was there, Hao Qian and Ziwei Gochen were very close. After the disappearance of the Jade Pure True King, Hao Qian began to show goodwill to the queen. Everything is changing. So Cha Sheng, if you want to sit firmly on the throne of the Southern Chansheng Emperor, it is not as easy as you think. The reason why I want to attend the Peach Banquet is also out of this consideration. The ways behind are too fierce. She finally saw a talent that can be cultivated, but she didn't want to ruin it so easily. What's more, Ji Chansheng is about to take the seat of the Emperor of Heaven. For the Huahuang Palace, this is also a power that has never been touched before. Ji Chansheng also fully realized how correct his choice to come to the Huahuang Palace as his first stop was. The game of Daluo involves a wide range of people. And those who enter Daluo later are all ruthless fighters. Leaving aside the innate gods and demons and the descendants of Pangu. The later the Daluo enters, the more ruthless they are. The later waves in Daluo may not be as strong as the previous waves. But because they have received too little legacy, they need to rely on their own means to make up for the gap brought by their origins, which directly leads to the later waves being more ruthless than the previous waves. The 6 saints can still sit down and talk. The conferred god tribulation was so fierce. But none of the 6 saints died. As the later waves, the 6 emperors have far less conflicts than the 6 saints. But now 2 of them have died. It seems that more emperors will continue to die in the future. In this case, he is afraid that it will be useless to go to Yushi Palace to worship Yuanshi Tianwang. Yuanshi Tianwang didn't even save Yuqing Wang. So how could he save him? Yuanshi Tianwang's opponent is too strong. Sister Hutu is planning too big. Only Mother is powerful, and the opponent can be controlled. Although it is definitely necessary to take risks. The combination of Do Mu Yuan Jun, Ziwei Emperor and Go Chen Emperor is completely within the range of Mother. Mom, I basically have an idea. Ji Chengxing's eyes gradually became clear. The situation in the prehistoric fairy world is complicated. I have just ascended to heaven, and it is difficult for me to grasp all the relationships. But those are not important. Simplify the complicated things. For me, everything I do is centered on honoring you. This point cannot be shaken. On the basis of honoring you as the center, I only need to do 2 things well. First, to secure the throne of the emperor for you. The Wat Palace needs a sign that can be completely established in the prehistoric fairy world. In the future, I can handle the trivial matters of the Wat Palace on your behalf. And you don't have to trouble your mother to do everything yourself. Second, fight Ziwei and fight Dumu. Grasping the center and the 2 core tasks is my top priority. The rest are trivial matters. I don't need to care about them for the time being. Mom, do you have anything else to add? Nua Nyangnyang's eyes were full of appreciation. You, child, are really smart since childhood. Ji Changsheng handed his head to his mother's hand, and then looked at Bao. After clarifying the mainline goal, we can start working next. No matter how many ways they come, I will go one way. Filial piety is high level. Filial piety is strong. Huanyan. Within half an hour, I want to see all the information about Ziwei. Chapter 265 Ji Xiaozi's first show in the prehistoric world. Stunning everyone. There's no need to be so anxious. I'll take you to the peach banquet in 3 days. You can start planning after you secured the throne of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. This was also the first time that Nua Nyangnyang had met Ji Changsheng. She hadn't gotten to know her child's style and efficiency. 3 days was just a blink of an eye in Nua Nyangnyang's eyes. She was going to use these 3 days to chat with Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan, and to help them improve their strength. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan were still too weak to show off when they were out in the open. But Ji Xiaozi opened her eyes. Mom, don't waste your time. I haven't done anything since I came to the Wat Palace. But you value me so much. I can't help but feel dissatisfied. I still have to make some achievements as soon as possible, so that they can feel that you are not biased. Nua Nyangnyang didn't care. Who dares to think that I am biased? Let them go out for a walk. Qingwan looked innocent. No one thinks that the queen is biased. We are all very happy and relaxed that the queen can find 2 people to serve. Ji Changsheng, Li Huanyan. They have maxed out their palace fighting skills, but they feel that they are useless in the Wat Palace. Lonely. Fortunately, there are no internal troubles, but there are still external enemies. Li Huanyan put on a kind smile on her face and began to get close to Qingwan. Sister Qingwan, I need some help with intelligence. Qingwan waved her hand and said generously, let's go. I'll take you to get the demon summoning flag. Ah? Li Huanyan was shocked. Do you need to use the demon summoning flag? After the demon clan's heaven was destroyed, the demon flag was a flag of the demon clan, which could command all the demons in the world. It was personally controlled by Nua. Li Huanyan only wanted help with intelligence, and never thought of playing so big. Qingwan explained, with the demon flag, you can summon many demons to help you get information. Li Huanyan, you can be more low-key. Qingwan was confused. If you don't need the demon flag, how can I provide you with intelligence help? When I investigated things before, I used the demon flag. Li Huanyan looked at Nua. Nua nodded. When the heaven's secrets are not chaotic, I can basically know the world's major events with just a few calculations. After the heaven's secrets are chaotic. The demon flag is the intelligence line of the Wa Palace. Li Huanyan was speechless. It's not that the intelligence network of the Wa Palace is not powerful. It's mainly a waste of using cannons to kill mosquitoes. Of course, Nua is rich, and cannons can kill mosquitoes. Even if she is rich and willful, Li Huanyan can only say that her mother-in-law is generous. Ji Chansheng winked at Li Huanyan, and then said to Nua, "Mother, let me massage your shoulders, so that Huanyan can get familiar with the intelligence model of the Wa Palace. With Huanyan's qualifications, she will definitely get started quickly." Okay. Facts have proved that Li Huanyan, like Ji Chansheng, is a rare talent. 20 minutes later, Ji Chansheng was still massaging his mother's shoulders and back, and Li Huanyan had already placed the information of Emperor Ziwei in front of Ji Chansheng and Nua. Cha Sheng, I checked carefully, and Ziwei is really the opponent you must defeat. The conflict between him and you is just like the conflict between Go Chen and the new emperor. It is impossible to reconcile. Your authority completely overlaps. Ji Chansheng was a little surprised. Complete overlap? Isn't Ziwei the Star Master? He should be in charge of the stars in the sky. Ji Chansheng also knew something about Emperor Ziwei. Of course, he also knew that among all the stars, Ziwei was the most noble, and was protected by the stars in the sky. But he didn't know Emperor Ziwei in depth. Li Huanyan taught him a lesson. Emperor Ziwei controls the heaven and earth, leads the stars in the sky, and controls ghosts, gods and thunder. The key is the last sentence. Ji Chansheng was shocked. Control ghosts, gods and thunder? Who gave him the courage? Nuan Yang said, "Of course, it was my chief teacher, Ji Chansheng. Taoist ancestor is so depressed. Sister Ho Tu turned into reincarnation, and ghosts and gods were all her domain. And Emperor Chansheng of the South Pole controls the clouds and rain, and commands thunder." After the disappearance of Yuqing Wang, Ziwei began to take over the power of thunder, and she has no intention of letting go. Li Huanyan looked at Ji Chansheng and reminded him, "Ziwei dare not directly provoke Ho Tu Nyang for the time being, but he has sent his men to target you. According to the information I found, Ziwei is going to use your collusion with Luoho as an excuse to deprive you of the power to command thunder." Ji Chansheng was not surprised, but Nuan Yang was surprised. "Huanyan, how did you find out so clearly?" Li Huanyan attributed all the credit to her mother-in-law, "Mom. It's because the demon summoning banner is too strong, and the energy is far beyond my imagination." "Really?" Nuan Yang expressed doubt. "Why do I feel that the demon summoning banner is useless?" Li Huanyan continued to flatter her mother-in-law. "It is indeed useless to you, because your own strength is enough to sweep everything, and you don't need the demon kings to provide you with information. But for me, the demon summoning banner is a huge treasure. What she is best at is integrating information, and using it according to her abilities. But if Nua wants to know something, she can just count with her fingers. When counting with her fingers is no longer effective, she can still conquer the world with her fists. So Nua doesn't need the demon summoning banner to help her. Li Huanyan is different. She doesn't have enough heart power, so she must work hard on her skills. Mom. In fact, the role of the demon summoning banner is definitely more than that. It was a bit wasted before. Although Li Huanyan only used it once, she has deeply realized the power of the demon summoning banner. The foundation of the demon clan is still very deep." "Really?" Nua continued to express doubts. She still felt that the demon clan had declined. There was no demon talent that could be used. "Who did you ask to help you check the news this time?" Nua asked. Li Huanyan told the truth, "Di Ting." Nua's eyes were full of doubts. "What kind of demon is Di Ting?" Li Huanyan. "Mom, Di Ting is indeed not very powerful. No wonder you haven't heard of it." She realized the problem. Mother stood too high, so she couldn't see some weak demons at all. Of course, this is definitely not the mother-in-law's problem. It's the demons below who are not working hard enough. Di Ting is a weak, timid dog demon who has surrendered to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Its only advantage is that it is gifted in hearing. Nua instantly lost interest in Di Ting. It's hard for you to find such a demon. Li Huanyan can understand why mother-in-law looks down on Di Ting, especially since Di Ting still has an owner. Mother-in-law must be more inclined to use those demons without owners, so as not to owe karma favors. But Li Huanyan doesn't have such cleanliness and high standards. She focuses on spending little money to achieve great things, no matter how strong or not, whether there is a master or not, as long as they respond to the call of the demon flag and their talents are suitable for intelligence. she will of course give priority to them. Sometimes weak strength is a protective color. Di Ting's innate magical power is to identify everything in the world by hearing. Especially good at listening to people's hearts. Nothing below Daluo can escape its ears. But it is very timid. Although it knows a lot of secrets, it never dares to reveal them. This time, it also used the demon summoning flag. It thought it was working for you. So it revealed some inside information to me. Nua nodded. Since it has been handed over to you, you can handle it yourself. You should still help such little demons in the future. Don't worry. Mom, I know what's going on. Just leave these small matters to me. Li Huanyan brought the topic back on track. Ziwei Emperor is Daluo. And Di Ting cannot find out about him. But Ziwei Emperor has many powerful generals, among which the 4 marshals of the north are the leaders. This time, Cha Sheng, you ascended, and Ziwei Emperor handed the task against you to Marshal Tianpeng, who ranks first among the 4 marshals of the north. Marshal Tianpeng? Ji Chansheng blinked. This name is well known. Yes, Marshal Tianpeng. Ever since you, Cha Sheng, came out of nowhere, Marshal Tianpeng was the last person to want you to take over the Divine Heaven Jade Purity Palace. It was also under his suggestion that Emperor Ziwei decided not to adjust his attitude towards you. If Cha Sheng, you had not come to the Nua Palace to show filial piety to your mother as soon as you ascended to heaven, you might have fallen into the trap set for you by Marshal Tianpeng in the Heavenly Palace. Ji Chansheng laughed. He even set up a trap. Do I have such a big grudge against him? Of course you have no grudge against him. It's still the power that caused the trouble. Li Huanyan explained. In recent years, Emperor Ziwei has intervened in the power of thunder tribulation. And it was Marshal Tianpeng who paved the way for Emperor Ziwei. Marshal Tianpeng is the absolute confidant of Emperor Ziwei. So if Ziwei makes peace with you, Marshal Tianpeng will be the one who suffers the most. Ji Chansheng asked curiously, does Marshal Tianpeng have any relationship with the power of thunder? Yes. In recent years, anyone who practices thunder magic cannot command the thunder god without Tianpeng. And anyone who practices thunder magic alone cannot show his power without Tianpeng. Ji Chansheng was shocked. If I understand correctly, Emperor Ziwei is asking Marshal Tianpeng to perform the duties of Emperor Nanji Chansheng? Yes. So Marshal Tianpeng regards you as his roadblock. Then isn't he looking for death? Ji Chansheng quickly realized that the first Ziwei monster he wanted to defeat had appeared. Li Huanyan nodded in agreement. That's what I mean. Ziwei is the great emperor after all. And his seat is above the Jade Pure True King. It's not easy to move him. It's best to start with Marshal Tianpeng. Marshal Tianpeng is the most trusted confidant of the great Emperor Ziwei. If you kill him, Cha Sheng, you can get back all the thunder authority. Then kill him. Nua Nyang spoke again to remind, it's not that easy. Tianpeng is Ziwei's most trusted confidant. I have heard of his name. Under the great emperor, Tianpeng's strength can be ranked in the top 100. In addition to his status in the heavenly court and the authority he holds, it is possible that his strength can be among the top 50 under the great emperor. The two of you are much weaker than Tianpeng. Li Huanyan nodded. Mom is right. According to the information I found, Tianpeng has 3 heads and 6 arms, is 50 feet long, wears black clothes, a black crown and golden armor, leads 360,000 divine soldiers, Lei Gong Gen Mu, Feng Bo Yushi, Fairy Boy and Jade Girl, all wearing feathered clothes, each holding a golden sword. It is indeed difficult to deal with. Ji Chansheng blinked again. This really refreshed his cognition. But it didn't scare him. It sounds very powerful. Let me ask. Is he a match for Daluo? Of course not. Then it doesn't matter. We will deal with him. He is not even Daluo. But he dares to seize the power of this emperor. He is simply rebelling. Mom, wait for me for half an hour. Nua Nyang's eyes were full of confusion. Why should I wait for you for half an hour? Kill Tianpeng to cheer you up. Nua Nyang? Wife, I miss you so much. Baiying Palace? After receiving Ji Chengxing's message, Yulinglong's mouth subconsciously showed a curve. But then she controlled her expression. Who are you? Ji Chengxing, wife. I just coaxed Nua and contacted you as soon as possible. You can't blame me. It's all the fault of Yu Qingshenmu. If it weren't for her, I would have gone to your place first. Yu Linglong didn't believe a word of it. She already knew about this dogman style of doing things. Typical of not getting up early without profit. And the great master Xuandu has already helped Ji Changsheng to pull the South Pole Star, and helped him open the Shishao Yuqing mansion. Even if Ji Changsheng comes to visit the great master Xuandu again, it is difficult to get any additional benefits. So Ji Changsheng will definitely not be the first to go to the Baiying Palace. Tell me, what can I do for you? Yu Linglong went straight to the core of the problem. Ji Changsheng was unhappy. Wife, do you think I will only contact you when I have something to do? Is that how you see me? Yu Linglong, I want to save your face. Ji Changsheng was furious. Yu Linglong, do you think our relationship is so utilitarian? Yu Linglong finally reminded, if you don't talk about business, I will go to retreat and practice. Forget it. I'll save your face. Ji Changsheng showed the generosity that a man should have. Wife, I hope that Marshal Tianpeng, the leader of the 4 northern marshals under Emperor Ziwei, will appear on Taiyin within a quarter of an hour. Yu Linglong quickly tasted all the information contained in this sentence. You want to attack Marshal Tianpeng? As far as I know, Marshal Tianpeng is the #1 confidant of Emperor Ziwei, which is equivalent to the position of my junior brother under me, Cha Sheng. If you dare to touch Marshal Tianpeng, Ziwei will not stand idly by. Wife, you don't have to worry about so much. Just let Marshal Tianpeng appear on Taiyin Star. It's very difficult. Yu Linglong said calmly. I just found out that Taiyin Star is ostensibly inhabited by Chang'e, but in fact it is protected by the teacher. Without the teacher's permission, Marshal Tianpeng dare not approach Taiyin Star. Wait, I know. No wonder you, a scumbag, asked me to call him. If someone else calls Marshal Tianpeng may not believe it. But Yu Linglong is a genuine disciple of Master Xuandu. Yu Linglong was speechless. You are asking me to deceive the teacher. Ji Changsheng explained. Wife, you just need to call Marshal Tianpeng to Taiyin Star, and then tell Master Xuandu that Marshal Tianpeng went to Taiyin Star, and you don't have to worry about other things. Are you sure? Yu Linglong thought that Ji Changsheng needed her to exaggerate the matter with Master Xuandu. Ji Changsheng smiled. Of course I am sure. I will definitely not cheat you. You just need to state the facts to Master Xuandu. If that's the case, I can do it. She was originally arranged by the human education to support Ji Changsheng to take the position of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, and it was her duty to help Ji Changsheng. But I want to remind you not to use Chang'e as a pawn unless necessary. Cha Sheng. Chang'e's position in the teacher's heart is very special. If your calculation hurts Chang'e, it is easy for you to become enemies with the teacher, which will have a very bad impact on you. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, I know the relationship between Master Xuandu and Chang'e, so I will not force Chang'e. I assure you that Chang'e is willing to do things for me. Originally, Ji Changsheng didn't know, but the last time Daozu gave him the opportunity to return to the past, Ji Changsheng had a deep understanding of the cause and effect between Master Xuandu and Chang'e. Of course, she also realized the inside story of Chang'e living on Taiyin Star. Will Chang'e be willing to do things for you? Yu Linglong was puzzled. You haven't even met her. Why would she help you? Ji Changsheng. She owes me rent. Ah? Taiyin Star. Chang'e looked at the uninvited guest in front of her, feeling ashamed. Star Lord, I didn't mean to come to your house. When I moved in, Taiyin Star was already ownerless. The moonlight flickered in Li Changqi's hand, and as she walked, the moonlight turned into feather clothes, covering her body, making her more like the goddess of the Moon Palace than Chang'e. To be precise, she is indeed more authentic than Chang'e. Chang'e is just a resident of Taiyin Star, and she is the legitimate descendant of Taiyin Star Lord. When she came to Taiyin Star, she immediately sensed the power of the moonlight of the heavens, and her strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. She even sensed her authority, and could drive Chang'e out of Taiyin Star at any time. The key to the real Taiyin Star is in her hands. Chang'e also clearly sensed this. So now Chang'e is very embarrassed. And Li Changqi was unexpectedly generous. Ignorance is not a crime. It doesn't matter. But Missy has lived in my house for so many years. You have to pay the rent. Right? Of course. Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. What reward does the Star Lord want? Panacea or magic weapon? If I don't have it, I will ask Uncle Xuandu for help. Li Changqi and Ji Changsheng went back to the past years of the Lich battle. So she also knew the relationship between Xuandu and Chang'e. It is true that the Star Lord needs to ask Xuandu for a favor. But this is the reward for Miss E to continue living on Taiyin Star. The Star Lord still allows me to continue living on Taiyin Star? Chang'e's eyes lit up. She thought she would have to move from now on. Li Changqi chuckled and said, Taiyan Star is so big. I have no objection to having another beautiful tenant. But as I said, rent is always required. Of course. Of course. Changyi agreed readily. Li Changqi was not surprised. During the Lich Wizard showdown, he said that she liked living on Taiyan Star very much. And Changyi has lived there for so many years. If she can avoid moving, it is better not to move. And Changyi's request is their opportunity. As for Missy's rent for so many years, it is also very simple to pay it back. Li Changqi's eyes were like a dream, almost making Changyi fascinated. A god will soon break into Taiyan Star. Missy. He needs to be punished. This is impossible. Xingjuan. You don't know? For so many years, no god has dared to break into Taiyan Star. The high-level officials in the Heavenly Court know that Uncle Xuandu is protecting Taiyan Star, and they dare not offend Uncle Xuandu. What if a god dares? Then I will tell Uncle Xuandu, and let him punish him severely. Li Changqi smiled and said, Very good. Missy. I am beginning to like you. In front of Taiyan Star, Marshal Tianpeng looked at Fairy Linglong, who was standing still, and also stopped sharply. Fairy Linglong, don't you want to go in together? Yu Linglong shook her head and said, Marshal, the teacher only called you, and didn't let me in. Fairy Changyi is an old friend of the teacher, and she likes quietness, so I won't disturb her. That's right. Marshal Tianpeng did not find any flaws. At his position, he naturally knew that the Taiyan Star was protected by the Xuandu Master, and that the Fairy Changyi really liked quietness and rarely invited other gods to the Taiyan Star for many years. This was also his first time here. Fairy Linglong, I wonder what the Master has to say, and why he called me here. Marshal Tianpeng asked humbly. Yu Linglong's strength was not worth mentioning in his eyes, but Yu Linglong's background made him look up to her. The Xuandu Master had just defeated the Zhuanti Saint not long ago, and he was still in the stage of being very popular. Yu Linglong explained. The teacher didn't say much, but it seems to be related to the Taiyan descendant. The Fairy Changyi likes Taiyan Star, but the Taiyan Star Lord seems to have returned with the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Marshal Tianpeng seemed to be thinking, if I remember correctly, Fairy Linglong has a good relationship with the Southern Emperor Changsheng in the lower world? He naturally checked Ji Changsheng's information. But as I said, Ji Laomo has a new version every hour, and the control of the Changsheng realm is in the hands of Master Xuandu. Marshal Tianpeng's information update on Ji Changsheng will certainly not be timely. Not to mention him. Even Nua Nongnyang has not yet fully realized the efficiency of her filial son. So Yu Linglong is fearless. Marshal only knows one thing, not the other. Ji Changsheng was originally a person valued by the teacher, but after he ascended, he went to the Nua Palace as soon as possible. So the teacher was a little angry, and the three masters were a little angry. This time the teacher asked the marshal to talk. It seems to be related to Ji Changsheng. Marshal Tianpeng finally smiled with relief. This is completely in line with the information he got. A slave of 3 surnames is the most despised. If the great magician has any instructions, Tianpeng will do his best. I'll trouble the fairy to lead the way. Marshal, you're welcome. Please. Marshal Tianpeng stepped into Taiyan Star with confidence. This time, there will be no return. Wuhuang Palace. Ji Changsheng received the reply from Yu Linglong and Li Changqi. He looked at the time. Just a quarter of an hour had passed. Ji Changsheng was sitting on the cloud bed behind Nua, massaging his mother gently. He was slightly distracted, and was sensed by Nua. What are you thinking about? Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Mom, it's done. Nua Nyang didn't react. What's done? Marshal Tianpeng molested the Fairy Changyi after drinking. According to the law of the heaven, he should be executed. Nua Nyang was confused. You did it? Aren't you always massaging me? Ji Changsheng chuckled while massaging. Mom, this is not a conflict. You will get used to it in the future. My concept of time is a little different from others. It's time to give these long-lived sacred immortals and Buddhas a little time shock. Who said that if you don't enter Daluo, you can't play with time? Ji Xiaozi's first show in the prehistoric world shocked everyone. Chapter 266, The Second Tree Makes New Contributions. Ji Changsheng's biological mother was the first to be shocked by her filial son. Nua has traveled through countless eras in the universe and has seen countless powerful heroes. But as a powerful person who can't even remember how old she is, Nua really has no concept of time. Years are not counted in the chaos. The great people in the Daluo realm often spend tens of thousands of years in seclusion. Let's put it this way. From the conferred god Tribulation until yesterday, Nuwa has never left the gate of the Wa Palace. Before killing Mingi, Nuwa hadn't gotten out of bed for 1,000 years. This is the mother's concept of time. And since Ji Changsheng said he was going to take action against Tianpeng, it only took a quarter of an hour. Ji Changsheng's hand was still on her back, massaging her. In the time it took to catch his breath, the most powerful man under Daluo, the most trusted confidant under Ziwei, and the most powerful official in the heavenly court were killed just like that. Nuwa's brain didn't work out. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't understand it. Chasheng, are you serious? Of course. How dare I lie to you? Ji Changsheng was telling the truth. As a son, he always treats his mother with sincerity. Besides, this is my first show in the prehistoric world. I have to let the senior brothers and sisters in the Nuwa Palace see my execution ability. And let the great powers in the heavens and the world see your vision of people. Nuwa's eyes turned from confusion to satisfaction. Although she still didn't know how her good son did it. But Nuwa was very satisfied with the execution of her chosen good child. Not bad. Really not bad. Little Changsheng, you make me proud. For many years, I have been making myself proud. None of my disciples can make me proud. If there is a powerful disciple in the Wa Palace who can walk on her behalf, she doesn't have to do it every time. The rumor that Nuwa is the weakest among the 6 saints still has a market until now. With Nuwa's status, of course she can't personally go out to refute the rumor. That would be too embarrassing. But there are so many fairies in the Wa Palace. But none of them can solve this problem. The master humiliates the minister and dies. This is obviously a problem that the disciples of the Wa family should solve. In the conferred god Tribulation, Ta Tian sect master was always beaten and never won. He was blown up to be able to fight against the 4 saints. The disciples of Jiejiao have contributed to this. Although the disciples of Jiejiao are of varying quality, and although the disciples of Jeju were annihilated, they maintained the leader status. The Wa Palace is just the opposite. Nuwa maintained all the disciples of the Wa Palace, but her own status was gone. Of course, she couldn't be satisfied with this group of goblins. She was used to seeing the goblins in the Wa Palace who were incompetent at everything, and then suddenly saw Ji Changsheng's execution ability and terrifying efficiency. Goblins must die when compared to humans, and goods must be thrown away when compared to goods. At this moment, Nuwa was even a little moved. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. I said that it was definitely not my problem that the Wa Palace didn't produce goblins. It was all because the goblins didn't work hard enough. Look at Xiao Changsheng. He was also a good boy I taught him. How could he be so capable? These useless goblins in the Wa Palace are not qualified to be your senior brothers and sisters. You are your relatives. And they are all adopted by me. Nuwa defined the closeness and distance in one sentence. There are only new loves. No old loves. Just take care of that silly Qingwan in the future. Ji Changsheng realized the value of being used as a mount by his mother. Qingwan is really lucky. I was so angry. Why can only the demon race be used as a mount? Others can't. But if it's my mother's word, I can do it. Your last sentence is right. I want to let the great powers of the heavens and the world see how I look at people. Nuwa Yangyang also has her own demands. Not just face. In the past years, I have been too low-key. So low-key that someone actually used me to set up a trap for King Zhou during the conferred god Tribulation. And so low-key that people like Mingi and Duma dared to covet my holy position. Speaking of this, Nuwa Yangyang shook her head. I don't want to argue with him. But many people are afraid of power, but not virtue. I have been keeping a low profile. And they really think I am weak and can be bullied. And I have no temper. Ji Changsheng used all his strength to beat Nuwa Yangyang on the waist. His mother personally ordered him to use his own body to help him digest the power of the peaches. With Ji Changsheng's current strength, even if he goes all out, he can only play the role of massaging Nuwa Yangyang. And that is when his mother is letting the sea go. Weak is the word. However, his mother is willing to help. And Ji Shuzi also wants to be filial. So he will naturally not miss this opportunity to honor his mother. Ji Changsheng divided half of his mind to digest the power and increase control. And the other half of his mind was paying attention to his mother's demands. He will remember all his mother's words in his heart. Afterwards, he will find Bao to review together. He must not misunderstand his mother's meaning. This is Ji Shuzi's self-cultivation. There is no such thing as casual success. The scumbags in the Wat Palace, who served Nua for tens of millions of years, are not as good as Ji Changsheng for 1 or 2 days. There are reasons for this. Ji Changsheng understood his mother's words and agreed with her. Mom, you are good at everything. But you are too low-key. When I was in the lower world, many people thought you were the weakest among the 6 saints. When I was cultivating the way of merit, others didn't think so either, thinking that the upper limit was only you. And you must be the weakest at the same level. I thought they were a bunch of idiots at the time. You have been the innate god and demon overlord since the chaos of the universe. And you still stand at the top of the heavens and the worlds. You can keep pace with the times and lead the times. The goal content of your sainthood should be the highest. But you are too low-key and don't do public opinion propaganda at all. Many creatures have no judgment. They believe whatever others say. Even good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. If you don't occupy the high ground of public opinion, others will. Such as Tontian. As far as I know, many people still think that Tontian is the strongest among the saints, which shows the importance of publicity. And the facts can be completely ignored. Nuan Yang told the truth, of course. You can't do this kind of thing yourself. If you want to learn Tontian, it's best to let the disciples brag. It's a pity that the Wawang Palace is a bunch of useless people. Leave this to me. Ji Changsheng took the responsibility. From now on, I will be the sharpest sword of the Wawang Palace. Mom, you are too lazy to pay attention to those flies. I will help you get rid of them all, and don't let them bother you. Our Wawang Palace does not cause trouble. Nor is it afraid of trouble. Whoever dares to raise a hand to the Wawang Palace, we will chop off their claws. Nuan Yang patted Ji Changsheng's hand with her backhand. A gentle magical power was injected into Ji Changsheng's body, instantly driving away Ji Changsheng's fatigue and making him full of energy again. That's what I mean. Come on. Tell me, how did you deal with Tianpeng? Ji Changsheng certainly didn't need to hide it from his mother. Mom, do you know the relationship between Master Xuandu and Chang'e? Nuan Yang understood. Xuandu is the first generation of human beings, and Chang'e is the second generation. I know they have a good relationship, but I don't know the specific details. With her status, there is no need to know these. So Ji Changsheng explained to Nuan Yang the cause and effect of Master Xuandu's protection of Chang'e. Yu Linglong, the disciple that Master Xuandu just accepted, had a good relationship with me when we were in the lower world. She saved my life several times, and I helped her many times. Although overall, it was definitely Yu Linglong who helped him more. But Ji Changsheng felt good about eating this gigolo. Without him, Yu Linglong really wouldn't have discovered that there were so many evil spirits hiding under her nose. Especially Han Ge. The appearance of Jian Gongyu obviously scared Yu Linglong. Ji Changsheng helped Yu Linglong force all these evil spirits out in advance, and made their 100-year plan fail before dawn, so that Yu Linglong handed in a perfect answer sheet to the Xuandu master. They are essentially helping each other. This time, I asked Yu Linglong to call Tianpeng to Taiyin Star. Normally, Tianpeng would definitely not dare to go to Taiyin Star. The Xuandu master is protecting Chang'e. This matter is not a secret among the high-level officials of the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, there would be no gods harassing Chang'e for so many years. Chang'e is an orphan girl who lives in the main star, Taiyin. She has only beauty but no self-defense ability. She can live and work in peace for countless years. Of course, she has the support of a big boss behind her. Tianpeng is the #1 powerful minister under Emperor Ziwei, and even performs the duties of Emperor Nanji Changsheng. Of course, he is not a powerful person who is blinded by lust. Only when Yu Linglong, the direct disciple of Master Xuandu, goes to call, will Tianpeng relax his vigilance. The Renji wants to maintain a relationship with me, and Yu Linglong is the contact person responsible for connecting with me. I asked Yu Linglong to help with this, and she will definitely help. But relationships must be maintained. Mom, can I bring her a peach later to express my gratitude? Ji Changsheng did not forget to ask for benefits for his wife. A good man must spoil his wife. Nuan Yang said casually, you can take whatever you want. Things like peaches are useless to me. You can distribute them as you see fit. Ji Changsheng suppressed his inner ecstasy. Although the young palace master has a lot of gold content, his filial piety to his mother still overwhelms everything. Since Chang'e is the daughter of a friend protected by Xuandu, will she help you deal with Tianpeng? Asked Nua. So Ji Changsheng introduced his third daughter-in-law to his mother. Mom, you know, The one in Xixia Palace also gave me an opportunity. But he not only gave me an opportunity, but also gave my senior sister a heaven-defying fortune. Heaven-defying fortune? Daozu gave the inheritance of Taiyin Xingyuan to my senior sister Li Changxi. Nua suddenly realized. I knew that Taiyin's Dao fruit was in the hands of the teacher. But I thought the teacher would give Taiyin's Dao fruit to Jian to help Jian's dream Dao become great and go further. It was no secret in the ancient Daoyuo circle that Jiayin and Taiyin were fighting for the Dao. Even at that time, the one who had the upper hand was Taiyin Xingyuan, who was backed by the Demon Clan and the Heavenly Court. But it was still too difficult to go further and move from a quasi-saint to a saint. Just because Nua and Taiqin did it, it didn't mean that other quasi-saints could do it. Jiayin and Taiyin were both stuck at the final threshold. The information revealed by Ji Changxing immediately made Nua realize one thing. It seems that the teacher is dissatisfied with Jiayin. Is Jiayin doing something in private? Ji Changxing nodded. It should be. Before, when the great master Xuandu defeated the Saint Junti, Jiayin did not make a move. Jiayin also tended to stand aside and watch the dispute between the three pure ones and the Taoist ancestor. Among the two saints in the West, the one who followed the Taoist ancestor seemed to be the Saint Junti, and the Western religion seemed to be run by the Saint Junti. Jiayin, on the contrary, never paid much attention to it. Nua agreed with Ji Changxing's view. Jiayin had the hope of becoming a saint by himself, and he didn't have to completely turn to his teacher. But Junti definitely had no hope by himself. So Junti could work for his teacher wholeheartedly. But Jiayin couldn't. He was unwilling to do so. It's understandable. If I were Jiayin, I wouldn't be willing to do so either. It's not difficult to accept that you can't do something. The most difficult thing to accept is that I could have done it. But because of various external reasons, I gave up. Your senior sister got the inheritance of Taiyin. So Chang'e is indeed going to work for you. Taiyin is the main star, and its position is different from other stars. Ziwei star, the so-called master of all stars, is counted without the sun and Taiyin. Taiyin star lord, who was called the same as this palace in ancient times, is still not under the jurisdiction of the 6 imperial guards. Chang'e, a resident, met your senior sister, the legitimate successor, and owed too much karma. It can be said that life and death are all in your senior sister's mind. After all, when Chang'e moved into Taiyin Star, she didn't ask for Taiyin Star Lord's consent. Nua sorted out the relationship and then chuckled. As long as your sister doesn't kill Chang'e, Chang'e will help your sister. Even if this matter comes to Xuandu, Xuandu will have to admit it. Unless Xuandu wants to kill your sister to silence her. But with your relationship and me behind you, Xuandu certainly won't make this choice. So he can only let Tianfeng take the blame. A little effort can get a lot of weight, and kill people without moving a knife. Cha Sheng, you did a good job. She wants such talents, who can set up a plan. In the conferred gods, from the leader to the disciples, Jieju used their blood and tears to tell the world one thing: strength alone is not enough. As strong as a saint, without a brain, he will be beaten. Nua doesn't want a disciple with the strength of a Daoyuo. The disciples of Tongtian sect are almost all Daoyuo, and their final endings are more miserable than each other. Learn from history. Talents who can set up a plan are the most scarce. The master of setting up a plan in the conferred gods is actually Ren Ding, jumping back and forth between the parties, killing people and seizing treasures. He was promoted to Daoyuo. He sold his religion for glory in order to go further. In the end, he successfully attacked Tongtian sect master, and the battle was shocking. If Taiqin had not personally said duobao to the Western religion in the end, the current CEO of the Western religion would be Ren Ding. It is not shameful to lose to the Saint Taiqin. It is a loss for the Chan religion that Yuanshi Tianwang does not know how to cherish such a master of setting up a game. After the conferred god tribulation, another master of setting up a game in the open was the Xuandu master. The reason why the Xuandu master defeated the Junti saint was certainly not because his strength exceeded that of the Junti saint. It was completely because of his good game. The Junti saint was unknowingly in the game without knowing it. The defeat of the Saint Junti was not after he fought with the master Xuandu, but before he fought. Now, Ji Changsheng also let the goddess Nua see this potential. The purpose of setting up a game is to use a little force to move 1,000 pounds, and to defeat the enemy without fighting, using seemingly insignificant little characters. After many calculations, finally overthrow those arrogant big men. Of course, this is not as satisfying as defeating the opponent head-on the battlefield. But those who are good at fighting have no great achievements, unless they have the strength of the Taoist ancestor. The masters who can set up the game are much more useful than the reckless men in the Daoyuo realm in the eyes of the goddess Nuwa. Of course, it is worth mentioning that Hate Brother Jian Gongyu is also a master of setting up the game. The game he set up, Yu Linglong didn't see it at all, and the chosen son Ing Huang, who was favored by the master Xuandu, was kept in the dark throughout the whole process, and even Ji Changsheng didn't see it. From this, we can see that although being able to set up a plan is a skill, one must also be able to respond flexibly to various emergencies. Ahem. Will I need to step in later? Asked Nuwa. Tian Peng is in trouble, but it is Hao Qian who will deal with him in the end. Ziwei will definitely protect him, and Xuandu does not need to kill him. Although Tian Peng is doomed according to the provisions of the heavenly law, the right to interpret the heavenly law is in the hands of Lu Yu, and Tian Peng's ending may not be what you want. Ji Shizi brought her a surprise, so Nuwa did not mind giving Haedare a little more grace. As long as she made a word, Tian Peng would certainly be dead. Hao Qian would never dare to bend the law for personal gain. But if she did not make a word, Hao Qian would have a lot of room for operation. And Ziwei would never allow her number one confidant to be framed so easily. Protecting Tianpeng is equivalent to protecting other younger brothers. It's not that Emperor Ziwei can't do without Marshal Tianpeng, but Emperor Ziwei wants his subordinates to know that as long as they work loyally for him, he, as the boss, will definitely protect them. Once they can't protect them, people's hearts will be scattered. Once people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to leave the team. This is a very simple truth. So Nuwa is willing to personally come forward to help her eldest son make his debut more perfect. But Ji Changsheng didn't let his dear mother come forward. Mom, I came to the Wat Palace to relieve your pressure, not to cause you trouble. Ji Shuzi always remembers that respecting his mother is his first priority, and there is nothing else important. Moreover, he needs his mother to continue to deepen his favor for him. Obviously, his mother is still not 100% aware of her eldest son's ability to act. Leave the matter to me, and just watch the show. If you need your mother's help, then please give me a few more peaches. Nuwa smiled. What kind of help is this? Take whatever you need from the things in the Wa Palace. I don't need anything. Ji Shuzi once again realized the value of the young master of the Wa Palace. There is really only one good mother in the world. And choice is really more important than hard work. No wonder Master Xuandu can wear a divine outfit when he goes out, holding a thigh that no longer needs the treasure. Who knows the happiness of that hug? Taozu obviously no longer cares about things, and the innate treasures can be distributed to the 6 saints. It seems that the uncle doesn't care now. The Tai Chi diagram and the exquisite pagoda of the world often appear in the hands of Master Xuandu. Mother seems to have the same tendency. Great. Cha Sheng. What do you want the peaches for? The 9,000-year-old peach you just ate has not been completely digested. Ji Changsheng's current strength is still too weak. The peaches that ripen once every 9,000 years will make people live as long as the heaven and earth, and as old as the sun and the moon. It is not a treasure that Ji Changsheng can digest at all. It can only be said that the mother let her son enjoy it in advance. And now she is helping Ji Changsheng digest the effect of the peaches. The mother's kindness is as great as the sky. Ji Changsheng was very grateful and explained, Mom, I'm not eating it myself. I'm giving it to others. It's not worth my personal appearance to run a mere Tianpeng. I will stay in the Wawang Palace to be filial to you, and Tianpeng will be handled by others. Nuwa Nyang was a little dazed. This filial child who came to her door seemed to be more capable than she expected. Changsheng realm. Chao Ziming bid farewell to the teachers and elders of Danqing Pavilion. The high-level officials of Danqing Pavilion, led by Jiangxi, were all very surprised. Ziming, why are you in such a hurry? Your current strength is still far from ascending. The right way is to go into seclusion and practice. Chao Ziming's talent for practice is not bad, but it is not good either. He can't ascend to the level of immortality. Of course, everyone knows that Chao Ziming is Ji Changsheng's good friend. Ji Changsheng has now become the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, so it is normal for Chao Ziming to ascend. However, everyone still subconsciously thinks that they must wait until Chao Ziming crosses the Tribulation Realm, and Ji Changsheng will open a back door for Chao Ziming. Only a few people who know Ji Changsheng, such as Chao Ziming, know that they will definitely not wait until then. Ji Qian doesn't have that kind of patience. Chao Ziming explained, Pavilion Master, do you think that junior brother Changsheng values me because of my strength? Jiangshi was speechless. It is meaningless for me to practice. Even if I have reached the tribulation realm, I will still be a small role in the prehistoric fairyland. Jiangshi was puzzled. If you don't practice to the tribulation realm, how can Changsheng open a back door for you? Only those who have reached the tribulation realm can ascend. This is the heavenly law. Changsheng has just ascended, and it is impossible for him to violate the heavenly law for you. Chao Ziming nodded and said, Changsheng certainly won't violate the heavenly law for me just after ascending. But there are privileges above the heavenly law. Jiangshi. Pavilion Master. Have you heard of the peaches? Jiangshi's eyes were a little red. Peaches ripen once every 6,000 years. People who eat them can ascend to heaven and live forever. This is the privilege of the Queen Mother, and the heavenly law cannot restrict it. Chao Ziming took out one. Ji Changsheng just sent it. The great Master Xuandu gave the control of this world to Ji Changsheng. And Ji Changsheng also held the authority of the southern pole Changsheng Emperor. So he was free to go in and out. His departure was just as he and Ing Hongya said. Really, above the heavenly law, there are privileges. The Queen Mother has it. Of course, the Emperor of Heaven also has it. Pavilion Master. Changsheng asked me to go up first. His strength has not recovered yet, and he has been away for so long. He doesn't trust the original team of Shishao Yuqing Mansion, so he prefers to use people we are familiar with. I'm leaving soon. Does the Pavilion Master have anything else to tell you? Jiangshi said seriously. The dream of a scholar and a knight through the ages is to write blood and ink. Don't forget the foundation of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion, and continue to promote the righteousness in the prehistoric fairy world. Chao Ziming's voice also became serious. Disciple will remember the teachings of the Pavilion Master, and will never forget his original intention. Jiangshi's tone became more serious. Also, tell Changsheng a message. I like to eat peaches very much. Chao Ziming. I have always admired Changsheng. Chao Ziming. I am more useful than Muxian. Pavilion Master. The disciple ascended first. Jiangshi looked at Chao Ziming, who was ascending in front of him, with 3 points of relief, 3 points of expectation, and 94 points of envy in his eyes. There has never been a moment that made Jiangshi feel that choice is so much more important than hard work. Fortunately, I really admire Changsheng. Ji Changsheng destroyed his family and killed people in this world. But what made him happy was that Danqing Pavilion was the sect that was least implicated. Without a doubt, he, the Pavilion Master, has no regrets about heaven and earth. Muxian can ascend. Ziming can ascend. I must be more useful than them. Jiangshi looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, I want to eat peaches too. Lingxiao Palace. Hao Qian felt a deep headache when he saw Marshal Tianpeng lying on the ground like a dead pig, and then looked at Emperor Ziwei, who came, hurriedly, Fairy Chang'e, who was in tears, and most importantly, Master Xuandu, who was livid. What the hell is this? Didn't Ji Changsheng just ascend? How did Tianpeng get into trouble? Did Tianpeng dare to tease Chang'e? Hao Qian would be a pig if he believed any of them. But it doesn't matter whether he believes it or not. And the facts don't matter either. What matters is how this matter ends. What he hopes to see is Ji Changsheng and Ziwei fighting each other until they are bloody. It seems that his hope has been half realized. But the real Ji Changsheng didn't show up. How did this hot potato fall into his hands? He wanted to watch the show from the other side, like Noah. Hao Qian looked at Ziwei, indicating that you should solve it yourself. And it has nothing to do with me. Emperor Ziwei understood what Hao Qian meant, and said decisively, Tianpeng has never been close to women, and has never been to Tian Star. Even if he has 3 courages, he dare not tease the Fairy Chang'e. Your Majesty, I suspect that Tianpeng was plotted against in order to provoke a conflict between me and Master Xuandu. Emperor Ziwei did not say it clearly, but the direction was very obvious. Hao Qian looked at Master Xuandu. What do you think? Do you want to take advantage of the situation? Master Xuandu did not speak. Instead, Chang'e sobbed and said, Does the Star Lord suspect that I am using my innocence to frame Marshal Tianpeng? Ziwei Emperor immediately said, This matter has nothing to do with Fairy Chang'e. Fairy and Tianpeng are both victims. The real culprit behind the scenes should be held accountable. The next sentence of Fairy Chang'e scared Emperor Ziwei into a cold sweat. Isn't it you, Star Lord, who can instruct Marshal Tianpeng? Ziwei Emperor instantly looked at Master Xuandu. What does it mean? The Taiqing lineage is going to declare war on my mother. Of course, he would not believe that Marshal Tianpeng could be so lustful that he would flirt with Chang'e. So he could only think that Chang'e was deliberately framing him. But there is no conflict between Domu Yuanjun lineage and Tai Ching lineage. The Tai Ching lineage is plotting against the Taoist ancestor. The Domu lineage is plotting against the 6 imperial authorities of the heavenly court. And at most, it is plotting against Nuwa. Why would the Tai Ching lineage bother them, when they are two parties that have nothing to do with each other? Ziwei Emperor does not understand. The great master Xuandu did not explain his doubts, but remained silent. This relieved the Emperor Ziwei. It seemed that it was not the intention of the great master Xuandu, but Chang'e herself, who wanted to put the blame on Tianpeng. Why did Chang'e want to deal with Tianpeng? Was she connected with Ji Changsheng? The Emperor Ziwei had never received any information in this regard, so he did not understand. But since it was confirmed that it was not the intention of the great master Xuandu, he was not particularly worried. Marshal Tianpeng was wronged anyway, and Chang'e, a mere Chang'e, could not make any exquisite scheme. Tianpeng had not done anything, and with his guarantee, could he be tortured into confessing? The Emperor Ziwei decided to seek truth from facts on the way here. I have sent people to investigate this matter. Fairy. The reason why Tianpeng went to Taiyin Star was actually invited by Fairy Linglong, the direct disciple of the Great Master. Hearing what the Emperor Ziwei said, the Great Master Xuandu's face became even more livid. The daughter he just raised. He dared to order him around like this for a yellow-haired man. Although she didn't lie to him. But it was still very uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was that another niece he had watched grow up also started to show off her skills. What could he do? He could only pick out both of his daughters. Shut up. Linglong is in seclusion. She is just responsible for passing on messages. And this matter has nothing to do with her. The Xuandu master picked out the two parties in 2 sentences. But the Ziwei Emperor was not angry, but more relieved. The Xuandu master asked Chang'e to shut up, which was the attitude of the Xuandu master. Obviously, the Xuandu master did not intend to pursue this matter. The one who wanted to kill Tianpeng was not Xuandu. And it can also be confirmed that he was not from the Tai Ching lineage. Ji Changsheng actually acted so quickly, and actually made Tianpeng really fall for it. Emperor Ziwei, like Haodian, was completely unprepared for this. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng, a mere man, had no power, even if he had means, and could not affect the overall situation. Just as this thought came to his mind, the general beside Haodian lifted the curtain and reported, "Your Majesty, Miss Qingwan from the Wat Palace brought a mortal who had just ascended to heaven to request an audience." Before, Nuan Yangyang told Qingwan to ask Haodian to hold a peach banquet for Ji Changsheng to celebrate the return of Emperor Changsheng, and she would attend in person. Qingwan naturally agreed, and after taking the demon summoning flag from Li Huanyan in the Wat Palace, she set off and just arrived at the Heavenly Palace. Most of the sacred Buddhas in the prehistoric fairyland have endless lifespans, and there are many life-extending treasures such as peaches, so they don't care about time. This is true for saints, and so are the gods below. If it weren't for the fact that Nuwa had scheduled the peach banquet 3 days later, Qingwan would have dared to sleep in the Nuwa Palace for a month before coming to the Heavenly Palace to pass on the message. When the Saints Mount asked for an audience, Haodian certainly didn't dare to neglect it. "Please come in front of the South Heaven Gate." Chao Ziming was brewing his speech later. He asked Ji Changsheng how he should respond. What Ji Changsheng said was, Marshal Tianpeng colluded with the outer demons and intended to cause chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Under the second tree in Marshal Tianpeng's mansion, there is evidence of the collusion between Tianpeng and Luo. Brother Chao, you should do the same thing in heaven as you do down there. Don't be nervous. So Chao Ziming relaxed instantly. Heaven and earth. It's just like this. There's no difference. At the same time, the demon King Jidu under Luo relied on the special ability of the inner demon to ignore time and space, and pass through the many restrictions of the heavenly court, buried the things and placed them under the second tree in the mansion of Marshal Tianpeng, and then curiously asked Ji Changsheng online, why did the emperor have to put the evidence under the second tree in the mansion of Tianpeng? Ji Changsheng replied, don't forget your original intention, and you will succeed. Chapter 267 Luo, I admit that Tianpeng did collude with me. He seduced me first. Jidu didn't understand what Ji Changsheng was saying at all, but she just felt a sublimation from her soul for no reason. Don't forget your original intention, and you will succeed. You are really cultured. Emperor. Ji Changsheng said modestly, you are polite. Please tell the demon ancestor that I keep my word. After this matter, I promised the demon ancestor that I would let the Heart Demon clan successfully gain a foothold in the heavenly court. I will put it on the agenda. Okay. If you have other instructions, you can call me at any time. Nua Nyang's eyes began to be confused again. She wanted to adopt a good child who could be taught. But why did she feel that this good boy she just adopted didn't need any experience at all? The efficiency and means of doing things were too scary. Cha Sheng, why are you still in contact with the Heart Demon? Nua Nyang didn't know about this matter at all. When I first met you, you didn't know Luoho, right? If you knew him, she would have definitely seen it last time. Ji Chansheng told the truth. Mom, you have a keen eye. At that time, I really hadn't seen Luoho yet. It's only been a day? Nua Nyang didn't understand. How did you hook up with Luoho? He actually sent Jidu to help you. Ji Chansheng blinked and didn't answer his mother's words immediately, but suddenly said, I forgot that Luoho is an old friend of Mom. Luoho, Hongjun, and Nua are all innate gods and demons, with the same qualifications as Pangu, and they successfully escaped from Pangu's axe. But Nua obviously has no ambition, and it's enough for her to be a quiet homegirl. So whether it is the Wahuang of the 4 emperors of the demon clan, or the current Nua Nyang of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, they are basically too lazy to compete for power with others. But Luoho and Hongjun were both greedy, and both wanted to be the leader of the universe created by Pangu. Hongjun succeeded and became the representative of the heavenly Tao. Luoho failed and became the leader of the evil demons outside the domain, and everyone wanted to kill him. But for Nua, Luoho was certainly not a demon ancestor. He was just an old friend. Mom, I met Luoho when I was going through the Heart Demon Tribulation. Nua still didn't understand. Can the Heart Demon Tribulation trap you? With her own methods. The Heart Demon Tribulation is not easy to catch. Her judgment was right. Of course, the Heart Demon Tribulation can't trap the child. But when I was going through the Heart Demon Tribulation, I felt that the Heart Demon clan was too useless and had no power at all. So I wanted to take the Heart Demon for myself, and then called Luoho out to talk to him. Luoho was moved by my personality charm, so he decided to cooperate with me. Nua, I know every word. I can understand it even if I put it together. But I just feel that it is outrageous. It is outrageous to use the inner demon for your own benefit. Cha Sheng, you are too thoughtful. Nua Nyang has no such idea at all. She has never heard of anyone else having this idea. Ji Chansheng said modestly, Mom, I was just trying it out. But I didn't expect it to work. Luoho is quite easy to talk to. Nua Nyang is difficult to judge. She knows too well whether Luoho is easy to talk to. His name is Demon Ancestor. But in front of her eldest son, Luoho seems to be quite easy to talk to. Nua Nyang can only say, it seems that I have picked up a treasure. When she first appointed Ji Chansheng as a good child, she really didn't think that this good child was so capable. Luoho is the ancestor of all evil demons, not just an ordinary Daluo. You should not take it lightly. You should also be careful of this Ji Du. She is not simple. Yes. Ji Chansheng nodded and said, I have set up the situation, just waiting for Tian Peng to step in. But in fact, he was not wronged at all. Ji Du directly dealt with him. Speaking of which, Ziwei and Haotian would definitely not believe it. Marshal Tian Peng really flirted with Chang Yi. Ji Chansheng originally planned to frame her for this matter, but as Luoho's appointed Heart Demon Special Envoy, Ji Du showed Ji Chansheng her ability. It also refreshed Ji Changsheng's impression of the Heart Demon clan. It seems that there are still strong people in the Heart Demon clan. The few Heart Demons he encountered when he passed the Heart Demon Tribulation last time were too inferior. I was surprised that Tian Peng was easily confused by Ji Du. Nua Nyang was not surprised. Cha Sheng, with your mentality and means, there are not many demons in the Heart Demon clan that can pose a threat to you. You only need to pay attention to 3 demons. 3? Yes. Luoho, Poxin and Jidu. These are the 3 great Luo realm beings of the Heart Demon clan. But although they are 3, they can actually be said to be 1. Luoho, Poxin and Jidu together are 90% of the former demon ancestor Luoho. But they were separated by the teacher with a heaven-defying method. It is basically impossible to restore them. And Luoho has been half useless since then. Ji Chansheng was shocked. This is the first time he has heard of this secret. Is it possible? Why did the Taoist split Luoho into 3 petals? Nua Nyang guessed. It should be to imitate the 3 pure ones, and see if Luoho can be split into a special existence like the three pure ones. But in the end it failed. But Luoho, who was divided into three, has completely lost the threat to the teacher since then. There is still some scattered demonic energy, which should still be in the hands of the teacher. Ji Changsheng understood. I knew that Daozu was a ruthless person, but I didn't expect that he was also an experimenter. And he used the demon ancestor Luoho as an experiment. I can only say that he is worthy of being Daozu. This big move is worthy of his status. Fortunately, I have always been loyal to the master. The tradition of the Western religion pays more attention to the cultivation of the mind, so it is more resistant to the inner demon. The Dongmu lineage has not made much progress in this regard. And Tianping is not a Daoyuo strongman. Jidu, as a Daoyuo realm inner demon, can quickly succeed on Tianpeng. It can only be said that Tianping's mind is very ordinary compared to his strength. There are many such strong people. Strength is comprehensive. Some strong people are strong in swordsmanship. Some strong people are strong in magic. Some strong people are strong in magic weapons. And some strong people are strong in reincarnation technology. It cannot completely represent that their mind is also strong. Strength and mind, including IQ, are not completely proportional. The disciples of Jiejio are a very vivid example. Tianping is also. After being attacked by Jidu once, unless Tianping can break through and then stand up again, he will be useless in the future. At least in terms of women. And he will be easily seduced by women. Nguyen Nongyang objectively analyzed, Changsheng. He should not be a threat to you. Ji Changsheng thought, Mom, from this point of view, I have to be careful of Jidu attacking me. Nguyen Nongyang shook her head and said, that's not necessary. I told you to be careful of her. I told you to be careful that she doesn't attack your subordinates. She can't confuse you. Why? Ji Changsheng was modest and cautious. I just ascended, and my strength is still far from the Daoyuo realm. Nguyen Nongyang explained, the inner demon targets those strong people who restrain their desires, making them explode in silent desires and eventually sink. You are different. You don't restrain desires. You rule desires. Compared with you, the inner demon is a small witch compared to a big witch. Only you can defeat them. Ji Changsheng felt something was wrong and quickly explained, Mom, I'm actually a good kid. Don't misunderstand me. It may be because Luoho appointed me as the executive deputy demon ancestor, which caused me to be more or less tainted with demonic energy. It's all Luoho's fault. Nguyen Nongyang didn't take it seriously. Luoho is also my old friend, and I know his way. It's not a bad thing to be able to control desires, which is better than being controlled by desires like Tianpeng. However, Luoho is still the teacher's opponent on the surface, and colluding with evil demons is also a violation of the heavenly rules. You dare to cooperate with Luoho before you ascend to heaven. Aren't you afraid that the teacher will cause trouble for you? Ji Changsheng said seriously, if the Taoist wanted to kill Luoho, Luoho would have died long ago. Since he doesn't care at all, it means that Luoho is still useful. As for the heavenly rules are interpreted and revised by the Emperor of Heaven. He is the purest, filial, benevolent, and kind Southern Changsheng Emperor. How could he care about violating the heavenly rules? Mom, please continue watching the show. I'll continue to massage your legs. The show isn't over yet. Chao Ziming tried hard to control his anxiety and follow the great god Qingwan mentioned by junior brother Ji to Lingxiao Palace. This was something he had never thought of. Following junior brother Ji, things really changed every day, and he didn't have time to adapt to the changes in his mentality. This directly led to Chao Ziming's efforts to build up his mentality. But he couldn't help looking around, and even accidentally looked up at the legendary god Haotian, as a mortal who had just ascended. This behavior was a serious violation of etiquette in front of the emperor. Haotian noticed Chao Ziming's loss of composure, but he hadn't figured out what happened, so he chose to stay put. But the general who served the imperial carriage of Lingxiao Palace scolded this mortal on behalf of his master, Your Majesty. You look around in front of the emperor. Kneel down. He didn't deliberately bully Chao Ziming. A normal person would kneel down when he arrived at Lingxiao Palace. But Chao Ziming remembered very clearly that the message from junior brother Ji to him did not include kneeling to Haotian. And whether it was junior brother Ji or the teachings of Danqing Pavilion, they only told him, be upright and stand tall. Don't kneel. So Chao Ziming's righteousness flowed in his body. His body was straight. His eyes were sharp. And he looked at the general fearlessly. I am the senior brother of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. Who are you? The general was stunned. The senior brother of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor? Why didn't he know him? Chao Ziming didn't pay much attention to the general. After the scolding, he still stood obediently behind the great god Qingwan. But Qingwan laughed out loud. You are indeed Xiao Chongqing's man. Go on. The stage is yours. I just came to pass on a message and help Xiao Chongqing protect you. It's no big deal. Ji Changsheng came to the Hua Palace, saving her a lot of trouble. Maybe she won't have to use her brain in the future. Qingwan is very happy now. Qingwan generously agreed to the little favor Ji Changsheng asked her to do. Hearing what Qingwan said, Chao Ziming was not polite. He first saluted Qingwan respectfully, and then bowed to Haotian and said, Your Majesty, I am here on the order of the Southern Emperor Changsheng to listen to your Majesty's judgment on the matter of Marshal Tianpeng molesting the fairy Changyi. The Emperor Changsheng is now serving the Nuwa in the Hua Palace and cannot get away. So I came here to witness it. Haotian said with a smile. So you are the special envoy of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. Come on. Give Miss Qingwan and the envoy a seat. Haotian figured it out. It is obvious that Ji Changsheng took the initiative to tear up the Ziwei Emperor. It has nothing to do with him. He will help whoever gives more benefits. If neither side gives benefits, then he will handle it impartially. Whether Ji Changsheng suffers a loss or the Ziwei Emperor loses his beloved general, it is not a bad thing for him. So Haotian has completely adjusted his mentality and is having fun. Chao Ziming thanked Haotian, but then asked, I wonder how your Majesty plans to deal with Marshal Tianpeng. Haotian kicked the ball away. Marshal Tianpeng is the chief general of the Ziwei Emperor. How to deal with Marshal Tianpeng depends on the intention of the Ziwei Emperor. Chao Ziming looked at the Ziwei Emperor. Emperor Ziwei said coldly, This matter has been investigated clearly. It is a misunderstanding. Tianpeng and Fairy Changyi were secretly framed. When Tianpeng wakes up, he will apologize to Fairy Changyi. As for the real culprit behind this matter, it will take some time to investigate. Chao Ziming frowned. Star-Lord is so partial and perverted the law. I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Emperor Ziwei said coldly, Are you teaching me how to do things? Chao Ziming nodded frankly. Star-Lord, the way of heaven is clear, and there are saints in every corner. You are really too much to confuse right and wrong. Marshal Tianpeng was drunk and molested Fairy Changyi. There is solid evidence. How could it be a misunderstanding? Where is the evidence? Chao Ziming smiled. Fairy, the evidence should be in your hands. Right? Fairy Changyi nodded, then looked at Master Xuandu. Just now, Master Xuandu told her to shut up. So she didn't take it out? Li Chongqi had prepared it for her. Master Xuandu felt a dull pain on his forehead. He had helped Ji Changsheng a lot by throwing Marshal Tianpeng in front of the Lingxiao Palace of Haotian. But Ji Changsheng seemed to be trying to get the wool from him. But Ji Changsheng still had his initial investment. If he gave up now, all the initial investment would go down the drain. But if he continued to chase the investment, he would offend Dou Yuanjun and the two heavenly emperors. Master Xuandu and the Taiqing lineage were certainly not afraid. But even if he was not afraid, Master Xuandu was also uncomfortable with the appearance of three opponents in the Daoyuo realm out of thin air. In his heart, he was torn into pieces by Ji Huanmao, who dared to kidnap his daughter. The great Master Xuandu finally said helplessly, Since there is evidence, then take it out for your Majesty to check. Your Majesty has a sharp eye and can naturally see through everything. So the Fairy Changyi took out the VCR on the spot. In the VCR, the ugly appearance of Marshal Tianpeng, who was blinded by lust, was undoubtedly revealed. There is a video and the truth. Haotian and Ziwei are both Daoyuo Tiandi, and their eyesight is naturally first class. They were a little confused after watching the VCR. Haotian was surprised and said, It's real. There is no trace of forgery. Ziwei was more shocked than Haotian. Tianpeng was so bold. He dared to touch the woman protected by the great Master Xuandu. No. There must be something wrong. Ziwei Emperor is Ziwei Emperor after all. The observation ability of Daoyuo Tiandi allowed him to quickly discover that Tianpeng's eyes in the VCR were not normal. It's the inner demon. Tianpeng is controlled by the inner demon. It's the inner demon's doing. Ziwei came to an accurate judgment. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Chao Ziming's voice continued to sound, speaking of the inner demon. Your Majesty, as the senior brother of the Southern Emperor Changsheng and the special envoy, I report the Tianpeng Marshal, the head of the 4 northern marshals under the Ziwei Emperor, for colluding with the demon ancestor Luoho and attempting to cause chaos in the heaven. His crime should be punished. Hao Qian and the Ziwei Emperor were confused again. Especially Hao Qian. He looked at Chao Ziming, who was talking righteously, and his mind was a little dazed. Has my emperor been doing this for too long? Young people nowadays are so fierce? You know, it was he who told Ziwei about the collusion between Ji Changsheng and Lu Ho, and his source of information was the Heavenly Tao. As the head of the Six Imperials, Hao Qian, the Heavenly Tao opened a back door for him. Although this kind of thing cannot be brought to the table, the information Hao Qian got must be true information. As a result, Ji Changsheng's people are now turning the tables and saying that it was the Tianpeng marshal who colluded with Lu Ho. Emperor Ziwei was so angry that he laughed. It's outrageous. How could Tianpeng collude with Lu Ho? Ji Changsheng is used to doing evil in the lower world. Does he think that the heaven will let him turn black and white? Chao Ziming was nervous for a moment. Although he had done this before. This is the heaven after all. But he immediately put the nervousness behind him. Junior brother Ji said that the immortal arts have progressed too fast, making the world think that society is progressing. But in fact it is not. The heaven is certainly more advanced than Shengwu. But what is more advanced is the magic power. How much more advanced can the holy immortals and Buddhas be than the human race in the lower world in terms of soul and morality? They are just people with countless times stronger strength. So Chao Ziming firmly threw out his own ironclad evidence. Catch the thief and the stolen goods. Catch the adulterer and catch the couple. The great Emperor Changsheng has always taught us that we must have evidence for everything. I was deeply guided by the great Emperor Changsheng. So I naturally dare not speak without thinking. The evidence of the collusion between Marshal Tianpeng and the demon ancestor Lu Ho is buried under the second tree in Marshal Tianpeng's mansion. If you don't believe it, just go and verify it on the spot. Let's go! The blue phoenix bird took the lead. Hao Qian glanced at the great master Xuandu and the Emperor Ziwei, and with a flick of his sleeves, the scene switched to the mansion of Marshal Tianpeng. After a while, everyone looked at the Emperor Ziwei. The Emperor Ziwei looked at the ironclad evidence of Tianpeng's collusion with the devil under the second tree, and laughed in anger. Such a low-level frame-up is ridiculous. Who would believe it? Cough. A light cough penetrated the endless time and space and sounded in everyone's ears. The demon ancestor Lu Ho, who once fought against the Taoist ancestor, descended on the residence of Marshal Tianpeng. I admit that Tianpeng did collude with me. But Tianpeng took the initiative to cooperate with me. He wanted to be the Southern Emperor of Immortality. So he asked me to help him. Ziwei. There is no need to explain. Why should I explain my actions to others? Chao Ziming bowed to the ground. There are witnesses and evidence. The matter is clear. Please deal with it impartially. Qingwen finally spoke about the business. The Queen's decree is that Ji Changsheng's title of the Heavenly Emperor is the Southern Emperor of Immortality. The Queen Mother of Hao Qian is ordered to hold a peach banquet to celebrate the return of the immortal emperor. The time is set in 3 days, and the Queen will attend in person. 3 consecutive hits. At this moment, the heavens were speechless. Chapter 268, The Emperor of Heaven Fights. Tianpeng should be killed. Nua watched the good show in Tianpeng Marshal's mansion, and then saw the resurgence of the prehistoric fairy world, and truly felt the action of her own son. At this time, the pair of heaven-covering magic hands of Changsheng Emperor, who was stirring up the whole prehistoric fairy world, were massaging her back very attentively, even with the dignity of a saint. Nua also felt a sense of accomplishment from the soul at this time. Although the status of a saint is higher than that of the Emperor of Heaven, I am afraid that even Hong Jun has never enjoyed such service from Hao Qian. And the most rare thing is not Ji Changsheng's intentions, but that Ji Changsheng stirred up the situation outside the Huahuang Palace. But inside the Huahuang Palace, he could still speak gently and sincerely in front of her. The sincerity of being penniless and the gentleness of having accomplished nothing cannot move people. But the sincerity and gentleness supported by strength and achievements will cause 400% touching. Nua patted the little hands massaging his back again, injecting a force of merit into Ji Changsheng's body. Mom, do you feel comfortable with this force? Should I use more or less force? Ji Changsheng asked obediently. Nua smiled. Even if your strength increases 100 times, it's just tickling me. There's no difference in severity. Ji Changsheng's old face flushed. He felt that it was not his fault that he was too weak, but that his mother was too strong. 3 punches killed the Lord of the Sticks. My mother's body might rank first among the 6 saints. But you did a really good job on this matter. Nua was lying on the cloud bed, with a huge water curtain in front of her. broadcasting what was happening in the heaven in real time. Normally, the Heavenly Court, as the nominal highest official administrative institution of the prehistoric immortal world, is definitely not allowed to be spied on. Otherwise it would be a violation of the heavenly law. However, the 6 saints are abnormal situations that are above the heavenly law. If Hao Tian really wants to punish Nua, no one will stop him. Tianpeng is not a small character. With Tianpeng's strength and his seat in the heavenly court, he can also be ranked in the conferred God tribulation. Among the 12 direct disciples of Yuanshi Tianwang, there are actually few who are stronger than Tianpeng. Ji Changsheng thought that this was because Yuanshi Tianwang did not know how to teach his disciples, and the 12 golden immortals were more useless than each other, and they were beaten by the 3 heavenly goddesses together. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary practitioners, the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao, the direct disciples of the saints, must be great figures. However, Ji Changsheng's horizons had long been opened, and he did not take the 12 golden immortals, including Marshal Tianpeng, seriously at all. Nua also felt that she was so arrogant, but she did not choose to suppress him, but continued to chuckle. You can get rid of Marshal Tianpeng by setting up a plan without showing up yourself, which is enough to show that even if you are placed in the conferred God tribulation, you can achieve no low achievements. Now I come forward to say that you are the Jade Pure True King. Your methods are in line with the world's cognition, and not many people will doubt it. Ji Changsheng said frankly, Mom, I am not bragging. If I were the eldest son of the saint, the things that the Jade Pure True King did in the conferred God tribulation would only be my shoes. I have never been a scapegoat of the Southern Antarctic Changsheng Emperor. He, the Heavenly Emperor, is purely taking advantage of me. Ji Laoimo said that he was not arrogant. Ever since he went back to the past and witnessed the methods of Daozu, he felt that Yuqing Wang was trying to trick him. Nguyen Yangyan agreed with her eldest son's point of view. I feel relieved that you have such means. Ji Xiaozi quickly began to be humble again. Mom, it is mainly because your decree is the most powerful. Luoho admitted to colluding with Tianpeng, which only gave Hao Tian a reason to deal with Tianpeng. Senior brother Chao represents my attitude, but Hao Tian has the confidence to ignore me and Luoho. If there is no decree from you, Ziwei will privately transfer some benefits to Hao Tian, and Hao Tian may still let Tianpeng go. The game I set will eventually fall apart. You are my greatest confidence. Being able to maximize the use of resources is a kind of ability. No need to be humble. Nguyen Yangyan complained. There are so many fairies in the Wahuang Palace, and no one can do what you do. Integrating resources, mobilizing resources, connecting and coordinating, knowing people, and assigning them to the right positions are all abilities. Only fools will think that it is a skill to kill the opponent on the battlefield. If the fairies in the Wahuang Palace and the annihilated Jieji disciples heard what Nguyen Yangyan said, they would definitely think that there was something wrong with what she said. But Ji Xiuzi would not. His filial piety became pure. Mom, will Domu show up? Ji Changsheng asked. Nua squinted her eyes and relaxed her body completely. Not really. Only when Ziwei can't protect her will she go to Domu. From Ziwei's point of view, this matter should still be solved. He can't solve it. Even if Daozu comes this time, I must deal with Tianpeng. Ji Changsheng was of course bragging. But the boast was made, and the attitude was revealed. This is my first move in the heavenly court, and the result directly determines the people's support. If I can't even kill Tianpeng who covets my power, my prestige cannot be established. So Tianpeng must die. Of course, Ziwei also knows this. So even if he offends you, he will do his best to protect Tianpeng, because this is also related to his prestige. Ji Changsheng's judgment is correct. Emperor Ziwei was suppressed too much by Yuqing Wang in the past. After Yuqing Wang disappeared, Ziwei stood up. If Ji Changsheng had just returned and had not shown up, and he had dealt with his chief general first, how would he sit at the table when the 6 emperors ate in the future? How would the gods below look at him? When he is away from home, he has to earn the face of the Emperor of Heaven for himself. Anyway, Nguyen Yangyan only said that she would hold a peach banquet for Ji Changsheng, and did not say that she would kill Tianpeng. So Ziwei gritted her teeth and chose to continue to support her beloved general. This matter is of great importance. Luoho is the ancestor of evil demons, and his words cannot be trusted. Your Majesty, I think Tianpeng should be detained first, and we will deal with him after the Peach Festival, which will also give us time to continue investigating. Chao Ziming sneered. The facts are there, and the evidence is conclusive. But the Star Lord said that it still needs to be investigated. It must be time to destroy the evidence. Ziwei guessed that Chao Ziming would object. But he ignored Chao Ziming. Instead, he looked at Haotian and bowed. Your Majesty, I think Tai Bai Star Lord can be responsible for this matter. I believe the results of his investigation will be the most convincing. Haotian's heart moved. Tai Bai Star Lord Li Chengding is the star god of Tai Bai Jinxing, the special envoy of Haotian God, responsible for conveying various orders from Haotian God, and is a real Haotian direct descendant. But Emperor Ziwei is the Lord of the Stars, and his ranking in the heavenly court is second only to Haotian. So Tai Bai Star Lord naturally obeys Emperor Ziwei. Of course, when Haotian and Ziwei have a conflict, Tai Bai Star Lord will normally support Haotian. Ziwei herself is also aware of this. He asked Tai Bai Star Lord to investigate Tianping's affairs, which was a hint to Haotian that we can discuss this matter. I will give you the control. You know the investigation results I need. What you need me to pay. Let Tai Bai Star Lord tell me privately. Haotian and Ziwei are both heavenly emperors, so political exchanges cannot be put on the surface. At this time, a white glove is needed. Tai Bai Star Lord is Haotian's white glove, and Tianping turned out to be Emperor Ziwei's white glove. Haotian naturally understood what Emperor Ziwei meant at the first time. He glanced at Qingwan and asked first, Qingwan, does Nua have any instructions for Marshal Tianping? No. Qingwan did not falsely convey the imperial edict. Xiao Changsheng told her that he would solve this matter himself, so she was too lazy to think about it. So Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the saint did not speak, he still had the right to speak in the open and secret struggles among the 6 emperors. In this case, call Tai Bai Xingyuan over. Soon, a young Taoist wearing a star crown, red shoes, a white crane and white clouds, holding a jade tablet and hanging a 7-star sword, and hanging white jade rings and pendants appeared in the Marshal Tianping mansion. Tai Bai passed through the sky, and the world changed, and the people changed the king. The star gods have their own symbols. Ziwei star symbolizes dignity and emperor, and the star symbol of Tai Bai Jinxing is war. Tai Bai Xingyuan is the god of war. In addition to helping Haotian pass on information, Tai Bai Star Lord's main responsibility is to manage war and kill. Of course, as Tai Bai Star Lord is increasingly valued by Haotian, he begins to have the tendency to become a general and a prime minister. After Tai Bai Star Lord greeted him, Haotian handed Tianping to him. Tai Bai. Marshal Tianping was drunk and flirted with Fairy Chang'e, and colluded with Luoho to seize the power of Emperor Changsheng. This matter is serious, so I will hand it over to you. You must investigate it thoroughly. Give an explanation to Fairy Chang'e and Emperor Changsheng, and give Emperor Ziwei a satisfactory answer. As Haotian's direct descendant, Tai Bai Star Lord instantly understood what Haotian meant. Then he aged 100 years on the spot. Your Majesty, you really know how to find things for me to do. Tai Bai Star Lord smiled bitterly. Now that the world is fighting again, I am already very busy, and I really can't do it. He wanted to see if he could quit this hard job. But Haotian replied with a jade tube. This is the art of splitting. Once you learn it, you will be able to split yourself. Tai Bai Star Lord, you are really a clever little ghost. Ziwei Emperor also spoke at the right time. Xingyuan, you don't have to refuse. I only trust you. Tianping's life is in your hands. Xingyuan can send the star gods of Ziwei Palace to do it at any time if Xingyuan has any orders. Tai Bai Star Lord realized that this hard job could not be pushed away. Haotian and Ziwei were both giving benefits, and Ziwei gave especially large benefits. It means that the trouble is bigger. He looked at Chao Ziming. Are you the special envoy of Changsheng Emperor? Yes. Chao Ziming nodded. Before Tai Bai Xingyuan could speak, Chao Ziming spoke first. I just contacted Changsheng Emperor, who said that although Tianping deserved death for his crime, Tai Bai Xingyuan was an innocent god implicated. When the Emperor of Heaven fights, the gods suffer. Changsheng Emperor does not want to implicate innocent people, nor does he want to put Tai Bai Xingyuan in a dilemma. So for Xingyuan's sake, Tianping can be spared from death, but not from living. Beat him with 2,000 hammers and banish him to the reincarnation cycle. Tell the outside world that Tianping was sentenced to death, and Xingyuan begged for mercy and was spared. Is Xingyuan satisfied with this? Tai Bai Xingyuan looked 100 years older. These heavenly emperors' methods are more cruel than each other. Changsheng Emperor has not arrived yet, but he has begun to feel awe at his methods. Chao Ziming looked at Tai Bai Xingyuan with a bitter face and spoke again. Xingyuan, Changsheng Emperor was determined to execute Tianpeng according to the heavenly law and make him completely dead. For Xingjuan's sake, Changsheng Emperor took a step back and gave Tianpeng a chance to reincarnate. He was also willing to give Xingjuan the favor of pleading and the reputation of being public-spirited. Changsheng Emperor gave Xingjuan face so much. Xingjuan would not give Changsheng Emperor face. Right? Taibai Xingjuan could only smile bitterly. Thank you Changsheng Emperor for giving me face. Taking Tianpeng's life. Doing himself a favor. Ji Changsheng did not lose anything in the whole process. Tianpeng was going to reincarnate. So he owed Ji Changsheng a favor, and had to thank Changsheng Emperor. Taibai Xingjuan could only say that you emperors are too dirty-hearted. This high-end game is not worth playing. And he is very tired of being Hao Tian's white glove. Your Majesty, I think it's like this. Taibai Xingjuan bowed to Hao Tian and Ziwei. Emperor Changsheng still gave in. The affairs of ghosts and gods are also under the jurisdiction of the Star Master. Why don't we each take a step back? What do you think? Star Master? Emperor Ziwei's brain is operating at the level of supercomputer. In addition to commanding the star gods, his authority also includes controlling ghosts and gods and thunder. He does have the right to intervene in the affairs of reincarnation. And it is not difficult to plan a good next life for Tianpeng. After reincarnation training, after 1,000 or 800 years, he will be a great power again. Moreover, Daluo can completely manipulate time. As long as Tianpeng is allowed to reincarnate in the small worlds he rules. It may not take a few days, or even on the day of the peach banquet, he can bring Tianpeng back. In this way, he would not lose face. And Ji Changsheng would also gain face. It seems that Ji Changsheng did take a step back. Thinking of this, Ziwei also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been passively beaten throughout the whole process of this game. He could accept that it could end here. And he didn't have to give Hao Tian too many benefits. I thought Ji Changsheng would pursue him relentlessly. So he was ready to bleed Hao Tian in exchange for Hao Tian's help. Unexpectedly, Ji Changsheng was actually scared in the end. After all, he is still young. Ziwei decided to go with the flow. I still have to give the face of the Star Lord. Taibai Star Lord continued to smile bitterly. He really didn't want to take the face of the Emperor of Heaven. Since both parties said so, Hao Tian certainly had no objection. Then according to the intention of the great Emperor Changsheng, beat Tianpeng with 2,000 hammers, and demoted him to reincarnation. He was a little bored. He also thought that Ji Changsheng was going to beat the dog when it was down. And Ziwei had to cut flesh for him in exchange for his protection. Unexpectedly, Ji Changsheng actually gave in. Alas, after all, he is still young. Hao Tian and Ziwei reached a consensus. In the Nua Palace, Nua looked at Ji Changsheng curiously. Are you going to ask Huda for help? She didn't think that her son would let Tianpeng go. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? It's just a Tianpeng. There is no need for a big shot like Sister Huda to do it. And I don't need to owe a favor. Then who are you going to ask to deal with Tianpeng? Nua was very curious. Ji Changsheng continued to smile. Mom, I don't need to do it. Ah? Don't forget. You still have a good daughter-in-law. The good daughter-in-law Li Huanyan put down the demon flag and stretched lazily, showing her charm. My mother-in-law's plain intelligence network has not even exerted 1/10,000th of its power. Fortunately, I am here. At the same time, Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, the second most powerful person in the underworld after Ho Tun Yang Yang, looked at his Mount Di Ting kneeling in front of him. And his whole body was shaking. What did you say? Di Ting was about to cry. Bodhisattva, you don't want Marshal Tianpeng to know that it was your mount that sold his information to Changsheng Emperor. Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva wanted to kill the dog. When you sit in hell, the pot comes from the sky. Bodhisattva, I was wrong. I will never show off my talent again. But this time you really have to help me. The young lady said that if you don't take action, Ziwei Emperor will know the truth. Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva began to grit his teeth. What does she want me to do? The great Emperor Changsheng said that Tianpeng should be executed for his crime. The young lady said that if you kill Tianpeng directly, the cause and effect will be too great. She doesn't want to embarrass you. So she will give Tianpeng a pig's womb. Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva laughed in anger. She and the great Emperor Changsheng are pretty good people. Di Ting buried his head in the soil and trembled. The great Emperor Changsheng set up a trap in the heaven to kill Tianpeng. And the hand of the great Emperor Ziwei, who interfered with the power of thunder, was completely cut off. Then Tianpeng was given a pig's womb in the underworld. And from then on the power of the great Emperor Ziwei to control ghosts and gods would become a joke. Tianpeng slapped Ziwei twice and reduced his two major powers. Li Huanyan didn't ask anyone for help. But you happen to be my mount. And my power in the underworld is exactly what Ziwei wants. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva quickly recovered from his anger. Forget it. Go ahead and do it. People have already predicted your death. Young people nowadays are really scary to Buddha. Chapter 269. Strengthen the Gods and Buddhas. Ksitigarbha? Yes, Ksitigarbha. Di Ting is Ksitigarbha's mount, and my source of information for dealing with Tianpeng. With such a ready-made helper, why would I need to use a killer weapon like Sister Ho Tu? Sister Ho Tu's status is not easy to invite once, so she should be kept at a critical moment. Nuan Yang Yang was a little amazed. Aren't you afraid that Ksitigarbha and Ziwei will get together? Li Huanyan smiled and said, Mom, the power of Emperor Ziwei is to control ghosts and gods and thunder. Ghosts and gods belong to the reincarnation of the underworld. And the seat of the underworld is Ho Tu Nyang Nyang first. The Western religion representative Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva second. And then the 10 kings of hell appointed by the heavenly court. Ziwei wants to control ghosts and gods. Does he dare to offend Ho Tu Nyang Nyang? Although they are both 6 imperial concubines. But smart people know that Ho Tu Nyang Nyang is the most powerful among the 6 imperial concubines, and has received almost all the inheritance of the Wu clan. Even saints dare not offend Ho Tu Nyang Nyang easily, let alone other gods. It is said that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was sent to the underworld because he lost to Tathagata Buddha in the internal struggle of Western religion, and was forced to make a great vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell is empty. Compared with Ho Tu Nyang Nyang, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is naturally a soft persimmon. Ziwei wants to control ghosts and gods, and her target must be Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, not Ho Tu Nyang Nyang. So Ziwei and Ksitigarbha are just like Ziwei and Chansheng, and they will never get along. After Di Ting joined the game, Ksitigarbha had no choice, unless he was willing to be a dog for Ziwei. Li Huanyan didn't think this was possible. Helping Ho Tu Nyang Nyang. Ho Tu didn't care at all. It was completely acceptable. What is Ziwei? And Ziwei's desire for power is much greater than that of Ho Tu Nyang Nyang. Even if Dizong is willing to be a dog for Ziwei, I will tell Ziwei that I got the information about Tianpeng from Di Ting. If Dizong is willing to bet on Ziwei's magnanimity. After Li Huanyan finished speaking, Ji Chansheng decisively said, then I will join forces with Ziwei to kill Dizong first. Nu Wan Yang Yang looked at the pair of beautiful children and beautiful women in front of her, and her heart was full of regret. If I had sent you two in the conferred God tribulation, it would have been better. With the level of Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan, the Wat Palace would not have gained nothing in the conferred God tribulation, and also lost the reputation and image of Nu Wan Yang Yang. Li Huanyan already knew the fortune of Ji Chansheng and Li Changxi at this time. So she asked tentatively, how about you send Chansheng and me over there to try? She also wanted that kind of fortune. The small world is okay, but the prehistoric fairyland is not. I can't do it. Nguyen Yang Yang was also helpless. If she really had that ability, she would really like to play like this. Ji Chansheng explained for his mother, Huanyan. The 6 saints including Daozu personally went to the scene during the conferred God tribulation. This past cannot be changed. We can't interfere with the fate of the saints. The last time they went to the witch and lich to fight, it did not have any impact on the fate and achievements of the 6 saints. The success or failure of Dalyu is difficult to be determined by small means. People should still look forward. Don't worry, Mom. The Wawang Palace will definitely change its way of life in the future. Nguyen Yang Yang is also very confident about this. She is a little nervous about her son's ability. She was also planning to pave the way for Ji Chansheng. But now it seems that this child has become a talent and does not need her training at all. Chansheng, what are you going to do next? Same as before. Honor Mom. Then fight Ziwei and Dumu. Ji Xiaozi never forgets his original intention. Li Huanyan silently praises Bao. Nguyen Yang Yang is also very useful. Tianpeng was demoted to reincarnation. Don't you need to come out and clean up the mess yourself? No. Honoring Mom is the top priority. As for other small matters, just let others handle it first. Huanyan, you continue to follow the line of Dizong. Di Ting has made great contributions, and the reward must be given to it. Li Huanyan smiled. Although Di Ting's combat power is not good, it is indeed a useful beast. Mom, can I get a few peaches? Ask the fairies to help collect intelligence. And you still have to give some rewards. Nua Nyang Nyang nodded. Take whatever you want. You and Chansheng are really not from the same family. And you don't enter the same door. Ji Chansheng also used peaches to take Chao Ziming away before. Li Huanyan did the same operation. The peaches are the core product of the Queen Mother. This means that the Chansheng Emperor used the Queen Mother's assets to train his own team. The Queen Mother knew nothing about this. By the way, Chansheng, I found another interesting piece of information about the Ziwei Emperor. What information? The Ziwei Emperor governs the stars in the sky. Among them, the most respected and powerful are the 4 marshals in the north. And Marshal Tianpeng is the leader of the 4 marshals. In addition to Marshal Tianpeng, the other 3 are Marshal Tianyu, Marshal Ishan, and Marshal Zhenwu. Who ranks last? Marshal Zhenwu? Ji Chansheng instantly grasped the key point and looked at Li Huanyan. Marshal Zhenwu ranks last among the 4 marshals in the north? Li Huanyan nodded. Is Tianpeng the leader of the 4 marshals? Li Huanyan continued to nod. Ji Chansheng smiled. It seems that Marshal Tianpeng must hate me to death after reincarnating as a pig. He is now standing at a much higher level than I thought. Zhenwu is now Tianpeng's younger brother. Ji Chansheng really didn't realize it before. In this case, Tianpeng will not be able to take the position in the future. Even if he is not killed, he must be completely abolished. Ji Chansheng decided not to give Marshal Tianpeng any chance to turn over. And pull one group and beat another. I beat Tianpeng down. And now it's time to win people over. Huanyan. Who among these 3 is suitable to be won over? Li Huanyan feels that cooperating with her own treasure is really worry-free and labor-saving. There is a resonance from the soul. She moves her mouth. And the treasure can immediately understand what she means. According to the information I got from the demon summoning banner, under the seat of Marshal Zhenwu, there are 2 demon generals. The turtle and the snake, who are the most trusted left and right arms of Marshal Zhenwu. And the 2 demon generals, the turtle and the snake, are now stuck at the threshold of breakthrough. If they can make a breakthrough, Marshal Zhenwu will have the hope of surpassing Marshal Tianyu, who ranks second, and become the new leader of the 4 northern marshals. Chansheng. If I remember correctly, Changxi seems to have a unique advantage in helping the demons break through. Ji Chengxing's eyes lit up. Dear senior sister Li Changxi is the authentic descendant of Taiyin Star Lord. Taiyin Star Lord, in charge of the evolution of all demons. And Li Changxi went to Taiyin Star, in addition to looking for Chang'e to collect rent. Another most important purpose is to refine the core product that helps all demons evolve. Emperor Lu Zhang. On the importance of mastering core technology. Taiyin Star. Li Changxi looked at the first batch of Emperor flowing juice that had just been refined, and collapsed to the ground. I am so tired. But luckily I will be more familiar with it the next time. I just refined it. And I don't know the effect. Ask my junior brother if there are any test products for me to test. Li Changxi took the sound transmission sound. Junior brother. I need 2 fairies as test products to see how effective the Emperor flowing juice I refined is. Ji Chansheng replied immediately. Senior sister. I really want to hug you and kiss you. You are just a timely rain. Keep a low profile. Your senior sister has always been so powerful. You are now in the Wahuang Palace. You should be able to get a lot of fairies for me to experiment with. Right? Ji Chansheng smiled. Senior sister. Don't worry. I will take materials from the original place in the Heavenly Court and find 2 fairies for you to experiment with. South Gate of Heaven. Emperor Ziwei personally bid farewell to Marshal Tianpeng. At this time, Marshal Tianpeng had just finished his punishment, and was extremely sad and weak. But the farewell of Emperor Ziwei gave Marshal Tianpeng a little warmth. Star Lord. I was wronged. I know. So today I led all the stars in the sky and the Milky Way to personally see you off. Emperor Ziwei made a big move and called all the famous gods in the heavenly court that he could call. Tianpeng. Don't worry. I remember all the injustices you have suffered. Today, in front of all the gods and Buddhas, I promise you that at most 10,000 years, you will return from the reincarnation. I will keep the position of Marshal Tianpeng for you forever. Tianpeng burst into tears. Star Lord. Tianpeng will never forget your great kindness. Don't worry. I have arranged everything. After you enter the reincarnation, you will be born in the Beatty sect to learn thunder magic. It's yours, and it will still be yours in the future. Do you understand? Tianpeng knelt on the ground instantly. Get up. You were framed this time. And you are a great contributor to my Ziwei Palace. I know your grievances. And others know them too. Black and white will not be reversed. And justice will always defeat evil. In order to compensate for the injustice you suffered this time, I specially asked for a magic weapon to protect you. The Emperor Ziwei personally helped Marshal Tianpeng up. And the next moment, a nine-toothed rake appeared in his hand. Tianpeng. This treasure is called Shangbao Qingjin Rake, which was forged by the Saint Tai Ching himself. A huge warm current surged into Marshal Tianpeng's heart. Later, the Saint Tai Ching gave this magic weapon to the Lord of Heaven. This time you were wronged. So I specially asked His Majesty to get this magic weapon for you. The giant teeth of this treasure are cast like dragon claws. And the fine gold is like a python. If you encounter an enemy, the cold wind will blow. But if you encounter a stalemate, the flame will be born. The Saint's clone personally cast it to help you subdue demons and monsters. Protect yourself and kill the enemy. The Emperor Ziwei placed the precious gold rake in Tianpeng's hand, his eyes full of expectation. Go. When you return from the catastrophe, I will come to the South Heaven Gate to meet you in person. And that day will not be too far away. Marshal Tianpeng respectfully performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows to the Emperor Ziwei. Star-Lord has been very kind to me. Tianpeng will never forget it. This time I was framed by a villain, and can no longer serve Star-Lord. Tianpeng deserves death. Star-Lord, I am leaving. I will definitely return soon and serve Star-Lord again. The drama of the mutual understanding between Emperor Ziwei and Marshal Tianpeng has ended. Tianpeng returned to the reincarnation. Ziwei was full of affection. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were very moved. Star-Lord is still better. Tianpeng was demoted to the reincarnation. But it did not hurt his roots. Instead, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Even though the Changsheng Emperor has the means, he is still too young. He thinks reincarnation is the end. And he doesn't know how powerful the Star-Lord is. Yes, it's meaningless to show off your anger for a while. At most, in 10,000 years, Marshal Tianpeng will return as a king. Compared with the Star-Lord, the Changsheng Emperor is still too young. Report: Chao Ziming served as an intelligence officer. Star-Lord, it's bad. Marshal Tianpeng was born into a pig's womb by mistake. All your careful arrangements have gone to waste. What should we do? A cold wind blew. The Ziwei Emperor's face was ashen. The gods and Buddhas in the sky looked at each other in bewilderment. The underworld. Di Ting spoke carefully again. Bodhisattva. The young lady asked me to bring you a message. The Changsheng Emperor asked. He has a way to clear hell. Do you want to become a Buddha? The eyelids of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva jumped. Why does it feel that the intensity of the struggle in the prehistoric fairyland has increased tenfold in just half a day since the Changsheng Emperor ascended? The gods and Buddhas in the sky with long lifespans are not used to it. Ji Xiaozi of the Huahuang Palace was ready to continue to increase his efforts. There are so many things that are always urgent. The world is changing. And time is pressing. 10,000 years is too long. So we must seize the day. Chapter 270: The Sacred Deeds of the 5 Emperors, and the 3 Sovereigns Deceive the Endless Passers-by. Buddha, I think this is a good opportunity. The sky cleared. The rain stopped. And Di Ting felt that he was okay again. You have already reborn Marshal Tianpeng as a pig and completely offended Emperor Ziwei. In this case, you might as well cooperate with Emperor Changsheng. He needs to secure the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. And you can also become a Buddha and attain Daluo. You are only one step away from Daluo. Seeing that his master still did not speak, Di Ting thought that Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva had been moved, and became more energetic. Bodhisattva, you are the leader of Bodhisattvas, and you can rank among the top 10 under Daluo. But you can't compete for a Buddha position in the Western Church. This is all because you have no background support in the Western Church. Behind Emperor Changsheng, there is Nuwa. Befriending him will benefit you in every way. I help the young lady to do things, and it is also to help you. Bodhisattva, take a step further. Bodhisattva, I am doing this for your own good. Ding was moved by himself at the end. Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva looked at the loyal white dog in front of him, and wanted to eat dog meat more and more. Being on good terms with him will bring you hundreds of benefits and no harm? Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva said faintly. Ting Di, touch your heart and say this again. When Ji Lao Mo had not yet become an immortal in this small world, he dared to intervene in the game between the saints, and was the fuse of Mingyi's death. He even had a great cause and effect with Juandi's saint. Now he and Ziwei Emperor have already shown their chariots and horses to prepare for war. For this killer who kills wherever he goes. Tingdi actually told him that being on good terms with Ji Changsheng would bring him hundreds of benefits and no harm. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva almost laughed out of anger. I just made friends with the great emperor of longevity. And then the Saint Jundi sent me to reincarnation. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt that his Buddhist cultivation was still not enough. And he was angry with his mount. The great emperor of longevity is protected by Nuwa. And the Saint Jundi may not bully him. I am a Bodhisattva of the Western religion. If the Saint Jundi touches me, I will die. Ji Changsheng is not a direct descendant in any sect. So he can jump back and forth. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is the direct descendant core cultivated by the Western religion. And he is also the head of the Western religion Bodhisattva. If he dares to jump, the Western religion will definitely kill him. And no one can find fault with it. And no one will become an enemy of the two saints of the Western religion because of him. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva knew this very well. So even though he was treated unfairly in the Western religion, he still did not dare to rebel. To put it bluntly, if Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is compared to a company, then the Western Church is wholly owned by it. What he says cannot be counted. And the ownership and management rights are in the Western Church. If Ji Lao Mo is compared to a company, there are many investors. And the proportion is also large. The ownership does not belong to Ji Lao Mo at present. But Ji Lao Mo has independent management rights. No one will interfere with Ji Lao Mo's management. They are just waiting to get dividends in the future. It is precisely because of this that no one will continue to invest in Ji Lao Mo. The training and care that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva received from the Western Church cannot be obtained by Ji Lao Mo. He has come to this day. More thanks to himself for showing enough value, making investors think that if they do not invest in him, it will be the loss of the investors themselves. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva saw the difference between himself and Ji Changsheng very clearly, and also had a clear self-awareness. Since he has been kept, there is no need to talk about independent personality. He had to endure the suppression from within the Western Church. But Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was self-aware. Di Ting felt that he was still young, and he did not want to be just a mount for the Bodhisattva. He wanted to be a mount for Daluo. Bodhisattva, with the mind of the Saint Jundi, he may not hate the great Emperor Changsheng. Di Ting persuaded. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at Di Ting as if he was looking at a dead dog. Saint Jundi broke the holy treasure of the 6 pure bamboos in Ji Changsheng's hand, and almost broke Kong Xian, a Daluo-level mount. How could he not hate him? Is Saint Jundi broad-minded? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt that Di Ting thought he was as stupid as him. But he did not dare to say that what Di Ting said was wrong. After all, that would be equivalent to saying that he thought Saint Jundi was not broad-minded enough. Di Ting interpreted Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's contemptuous look as encouragement, and silence as acquiescence. So he became more spirited. Bodhisattva, the most important thing is that you cooperate with the great Emperor of Eternal Life. And the great Emperor of Eternal Life helps you to clear the hell. You successfully achieve the Daluo, which is also a good thing for the Western religion. For the two saints, the Western religion has one more Daluo, and they will only be happy to see it happen. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva continued to remain silent. Happy to see it happen? If he really was happy to see it happen, he would not have been sent to the frontier. For the Western religion Bodhisattva, the difference in treatment between coming to the underworld and staying at the Western religion headquarters is self-evident. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is the core successor of the Western religion's native faction. But the current Buddha Tathagata Buddha and the past Buddha Dipankara Buddha currently have the upper hand in the Western religion. Both Tathagata Buddha and Dipankara Buddha were outsiders who were airborne. The airborne faction wanted to take power in the Western Church. And the first to be suppressed was of course the local faction. So he was sent to the underworld. Obviously, his strength could rank among the top 10 among the high-level leaders of the Western Church. But in the end, he did not even get a Buddha position. During the entire power transfer process of the Western Church, the two Saints Jundi and Jia Yin chose to stand aside and watch. This means that the two Saints Jia Yin and Jundi value the airborne faction more at this stage. They believe that handing over the Western Church to Tathagata and Dipankara would be better for the development of the Western Church. From the current development of the Western Church, this judgment is also correct. Therefore, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has less and less hope of rising. Once he empties the hell and attains the Daluo, the Western Church will not only have one more Daluo, but also a fierce internal struggle between the foreign faction and the local faction of the Western Church. So the two saints may not be happy to see it happen. Therefore, he has never dared to take that step. Daluo is of course very attractive. But Daluo can also be killed. Of course. Reason is reason. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva must also admit that it is difficult to integrate knowledge and action. Bodhisattvas may not be able to withstand the temptations one after another. Di Ting is not a good lobbyist. But Di Ting's words still make his already restless and unwilling heart ripple. Bodhisattva. Forget about those strong men who have no hope of becoming Daluo. But you are 90% sure. If you give up this opportunity, are you willing? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is also asking his own heartstrings. Willing? Wu Huang Palace. Nuwa Nyongyong did not let Haydare continue to massage her. She asked Haydare and Li Huanyan to watch a 5D movie with her. Cha Sheng. Huanyan. Look good. This is the Ksitigarbha I knew in the past. Ji Changsheng was watching seriously without his mother's instructions. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is no small role in the prehistoric fairy world, including the heavens and the worlds. The second boss of the underworld. The core of the local faction of the Western religion. He is only half a step away from being promoted to Daluo. Compared with Marshal Tianpeng, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a half-level higher. Such a strong man can have a seat in the Wa Palace even if he comes to visit Nuwa. Knowing that Haydare was plotting against Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Nuwa intercepted the clues about Ksitigarbha in her memory. So Ji Changsheng opened up a new world. He didn't expect that he and Ksitigarbha had a history of fighting side by side. Time, the day of the Witchlich decisive battle. Location, outside the gate of Wa Palace. A girl in a coarse cloth robe and a pair of plain cloth shoes was kneeling in the front. Looking behind her, there were more than 100 men, women, old and young, most of whom were in tattered clothes, and some were seriously injured and dying. When Nuwa opened the door of the Wa Huang Palace, she saw more than 100 people kneeling. At this time, the 12 witch ancestors had already faced the 3 pure ones. The demons set up the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, led by the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Wangtai, and were besieging the Zixia Palace where the Taoist was. Emperor Shi had also joined the battle. Only Wa Huang had not made a move at this time. She was stopped in the Wa Huang Palace by more than 100 human beings. Virgin Mother, the human race is your child, and the demon race has no blood relationship with you. Please protect the human race, and don't interfere in this battle. The human race is grateful for the great kindness of the Virgin Mother, and will worship her forever. We, the human race, kowtow with tears and blood. Wa Huang looked at the hundreds of people kneeling in front of her, waved her hand gently, and the hundreds of people stood up from the ground. Then she looked at the girl in the lead and said softly, I may not do anything about the fate of the demon clan, but I can't sit back and watch my brother die. The girl knelt on the ground again. Please rest assured, Queen, Shi Huang will lose, but he will never die. We have asked the Saint Jian to protect Shi Huang's soul. After this battle, Shi Huang can be reincarnated into the human race. The human race is willing to follow Shi Huang as the leader and never make things difficult for the Holy Mother. Wa Huang's eyes flashed with a divine light, and she placed one hand on the girl's head. After a moment, she withdrew her jade hand and said with emotion, Xuandu is in contact with Tai Ching, and you are good friends with Jane. When I created you, I never thought that you would have such potential. What's your name? I named her Dizong. The Saint Jian walked out of the void. His figure was hazy, and his tone was ethereal, and Ren is as immovable as the earth. And he is deep in meditation, as secret as a hidden treasure. Tai Ching is optimistic about Xuandu. I am optimistic about Dizong. And the Queen has created a race with unlimited potential. Wu Huang nodded. Tien is in charge of the evolution of all monsters. And Dizong took the initiative to make friends with Taoist friends in the form of a human race and help them practice the dream way. He has been patient until now, hiding the 2 races of witches and liches, including me and Tien. He is as patient and immovable as the earth, and as deep and secret as a hidden treasure. He lives up to his name, and Taoist friends have good vision. The Saint of Jane said modestly, I also want to thank the Queen. Please stand down today. What Dizong said is my promise. Fushi will lose, but he will not die. Wu Huang looked at Dizong kneeling in front of him again, and then turned back to the Wa Huang Palace. In this battle, the Queen finally stood down. But behind everything that is taken for granted, there is a logical support. Xuandu was not born as the eldest brother of the 3 religions. Dizong was not born as the head of the Western Buddhist Bodhisattva. The human race was not the protagonist of the heavenly Tao from the beginning. What do you think? Nua Nyang turned off the 5D movie and looked at Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan. Ji Chansheng was still digesting the information his mother brought him and reshaping his understanding of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Li Huanyan was also shocked. But she had not returned to the years of the Witchlich decisive battle, so her feelings were far less than Ji Chansheng. She was just shocked. I didn't expect that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was actually a human, and the first generation of ancestors created by you. Mother, I have never heard of it. The things of a generation of ancestors rarely spread to later generations. Most of them have been buried in ancient times. Nua Nyang explained. Those who can survive to this day are all eternal heroes. But they are also unwilling to mention the past. Why? Li Huanyan was very confused. Nua's tone was a little sad. The rise of a race is most important for bloodshed and sacrifice, as well as conspiracy and war. The current dominance of the human race is related to the six saints. But not so much. Just like Chansheng, their rise was almost all due to their own grasp of opportunities. In other words, they created opportunities out of nothing. And it is difficult for a weak person to change his fate completely by fair means. Li Huanyan understood her mother-in-law's words, because she and Ji Chansheng are both such people. If there is an opportunity, grab it desperately. If there is no opportunity, then take the initiative to create one. If there is no good origin and strong background support, the original accumulation of the first pot of gold is easy to be bloody. It is easy to go from 1 to 10,000. It is the most difficult to go from 0 to 1. After Ji Chansheng became famous, although his opponents became stronger and stronger, and now even reached the level of Marshal Tianpeng, Ji Lao still cut melons and vegetables with great efficiency. But facing several outer disciples of the Tianma sect, whose strength was not worth mentioning at the beginning, Ji Chansheng spent half a year. Because at that time, Ji Chansheng had not yet got the first pot of gold. For the human race, the first generation of ancestors is the group of people who started from 0. The later ones just went from 1 to 10,000 or 100 million. The first generation of ancestors had to work hard to turn 0 into 1. This process is extremely difficult. It is also extremely painful. Xuandu sacrificed many people to plan Hoi's shooting of the sun. Dizon also died many people on the road to lead people to kneel in front of the Wahuang Palace through many battlefields. Those who kneeled in front of the Wahuang Palace were all survivors. From the perspective of retrospective review, she had already asked Jane, and it was not necessary for the human race to come forward in person. But she still chose to go on the road with many people. Do you know why? Li Huanyan's tone was a little heavy and a little excited. People should take their destiny into their own hands. What if Jane had a problem? What if Jane didn't bring the message? What if Nua didn't care about Jane, but only had feelings for the human race she created? The weak have no other chips. They can only gamble with their lives to increase the possibility of even 10%. And the person who made the final decision, even if he will be forgiven by others, may not be able to pass his own test. Speaking of which, I don't owe the human race anything. But the human race doesn't owe me much either. Dizong and Xuandu, the first generation of the human race, are more complicated than you think. Chansheng, why haven't you said anything? Ji Chansheng said, I just thought of a sentence. What sentence? The sacred things of the 5 emperors and the 3 sovereigns deceive countless passers-by. The history of the human race has never been written by the sacred immortals and Buddhas. After the colorful history, the years have sealed countless heroes.